East Blue Shore. Logue Town. A seagull swept across the blue sky and dropped a freshly released wanted order, offering a reward of up to 300 million Baileys. The port of Logue Town has a triangular archway, the above-mentioned Logue Town. Wealth, fame, power. Roger, the man who once had everything, was executed here. The words of this villain before the execution made people all over the world rush to the sea. Is my treasure? Give it to you if you want it, go find it. I put everything in the world there. Gathered in front of the execution platform in front of the large building of the city hall, the tour guide led a group of tourists from afar to vividly restore the scene of the execution of the pirate King Roger at that time. Just as everyone was sighing and sighing, they suddenly heard a discordant sound from the hotel next door. Yepa euro wada euro, so cool, come again. This voice sounded particularly harsh because it came from a brawny man with a thick voice. The tourists all turned their attention to the hotel, and some people took action, lying on the glass windows of the hotel and watching. Unfortunately, the hotel installed curtains to protect the privacy of the guests. Visitors can only see the two figures entangled together, and then hear the sound of and make up for themselves. The tour guide's eyes brightened, and he squeezed into the crowd, lying outside the window listening to the corner. In broad daylight, young people now can't bear to be lonely. Looking at this figure, how does it feel like an airport? I heard the man howling, why didn't I hear the girl's voice? They whispered, and within a few minutes, the hotel was quiet. So fast? The tourists showed smiles that men only understand, and then they heard a bang, and the door of the hotel was kicked open. I saw a handsome young man wearing a cowboy hat and a height of 1.8 meters, dragging another brawny man with a square face about 3 meters out. The brawny man's face was blue and swollen, but with an incredible smile on his face, he said to the young man, come again, do it again. The tourists uttered slurs of contempt one after another, feeling that they had witnessed another scene of burning years. The handsome-looking man lowered the brim of the cowboy hat, dragging the strong man away from the sight of the melon-eating crowd. Although he was used to being misunderstood by others, he wanted to face a tree and a bark, and his damn shame was still spiraling upwards, and he couldn't help but punch the strong man again. The brawny man breathed out again, expressing his goodness. The young man couldn't help covering half of his face with his hand, speeding up his pace, and wanted to send this half of the giant guy to naval headquarters to receive the bounty as soon as possible. Yeah, Sherlock is here. A masculine-looking Marine smiled and patted the young man on the shoulder. Will, I caught her nose. Sherlock delivered the 3-meter-high Hernose to Marine, and at the same time took out a reward order, on which was a fierce portrait of Hernose, and marked 600,000 Baileys. Hey, I caught another pirate, Sherlock. You can go to the Grand Line to grab a high bounty with your skills. Marine named Will put his hand on Sherlock's shoulder and said seriously. Sherlock shook his head. Stop teasing me. I'm just an unknown bounty hunter in this town. I still feel safer at Marine Base. As long as you stay in the execution square, you can always catch pirates who come to travel. Just you kid thief. Will smiled, registered Sherlock and informed him that he would receive the bounty 3 days later. At the end, Will added a good man should put his dream on the ocean. Sherlock just smiled, thinking that Will seemed to have something to say today. Sherlock went back to the apartment, took off his jacket, and lay on the clean single bed. He was about to take a break, and then went to the bar to drink some rum when he heard a knock on the door. Are you there? It's me, Duddy. Senior, wait a minute. Sherlock got up, rubbed his short brown hair, walked to the door, and opened the door. A blonde lowly jumped on him skillfully. Brother Sherlock, have you caught Henos today? Sherlock held the blonde lowly with one hand, smiled and squeezed her tall cayenne nose. Caught it, thanks to the information of Senior. The blonde lowly guy blinked and gave his father Duddy a thumbs up. Duddy wears a black cowboy hat and a big beard. He is nearly 2 meters tall and dressed in a khaki cloak. He carries 30 pistols at all times. It must be fine with Sherlock's skill. Sherlock scratched his hair and invited Duddy into the house. Duddy was his neighbor and his guide as a bounty hunter. In his early years, Duddy used to be Marine and retired to take care of his daughter. Duddy handed over a gray wooden chair, sat down, and took out a stack of new reward orders from his arms. Just arrived at the station today, you pick Sherlock first. Sherlock flipped through the reward order and found that there were all pirates with a bounty ranging from 1 million to 1.8 million. He took a few at random. Leah, Kirby the Murloc, this one can only be caught by going out of the sea. Duddy looked at the reward order in Sherlock's hand, with a cloud covering his face. Sherlock immediately returned the reward order with the Murloc picture to Duddy, and smiled. Haha, I didn't pay attention to it. I was going to see, then this is not suitable for me. If it weren't for 3 years ago, I took you on a mission and caused you to eat devil fruit by accident, you wouldn't be unable to get out of the sea. Duddy blamed himself. Anyone who has eaten devil fruit will become a land duck and lose all abilities in the water. Duddy always believed that Sherlock did not go to sea for this reason, so he always tried to compensate Sherlock. Duddy had a dream of becoming the strongest Shinsa player in the world, but because of the need to raise Guy Luoer, he gave up chasing his dream. He gave this dream and marksmanship to Sherlock, hoping that Sherlock could one day become a Shinsa player. But Sherlock, it's hard to say a word. His character is very conscientious, even more cautious than a kid with a child. If he can receive a bounty task of 800,000 Baileys, he will never do a bounty task for 1 million Baileys. Although he was amazingly talented in marksmanship, he was basically hit by 100 shots, but he was always low-key to make Duddy sad. If Duddy had not felt guilty for him, he would have long wanted to recognize him as a junior. Senior, it's really not because of devil fruit, but I don't like the sea, Shylock said. Nonsense, there are young people who don't like the sea. Duddy's face was gloomy, obviously still in self-blame. Guy Laurie jumped off Sherlock, leaned in front of Daddy, and took his hand to comfort him. Dad, don't think too much about it. Sherlock just simply wants to stay with us. Duddy looked at his daughter moved. My guy Luo is really a kind little angel. Sherlock wiped the sweat from his forehead, touched Bailey in his pocket, and said, why don't we have a treat? Let's go to the Sweetheart Bar. Okay. Guy Laura raised his hand in agreement. Duddy nodded, his mood improved slightly. He stood up, ready to pick up his daughter, but Guy Luo refused. Guy Luo hugged Sherlock's arm and said, I want my brother to hug. You are 14 years old, and you still want your brother to hug you. Duddy blamed. Guy Lower stuck out his tongue. I will grow up a little bit and be the bride of brother Sherlock. Duddy, who was suddenly enlightened just a moment ago, looked at Sherlock's eyes and immediately turned horrible. Sherlock shook his head repeatedly. Children's words are not jealous. Knowing that Sherlock didn't have that thought, Duddy nodded in satisfaction. If it weren't a EuroTMT for Sherlock EuroTM's usual stubbornness, seeing a woman is like seeing a scourge, coupled with Devil Fruita EuroTM's strange ability, will always make people misunderstand him. It is estimated that his appearance can become the dandy that the girls in town are vying for. It's a pity, it's a pity. Duddy was afraid of Sherlock to seduce his baby girl 1 second, and regretted Sherlock the next second. Sherlock himself didn't care. Until Sherlock walked out the door and found that the wanted order on the corner had his face painted on it, and it was also marked with a huge bounty of 300 million. Guy Luo picked up the reward order from the ground. She was familiar with the face on the reward order, but her eyes were strange. Short tan hair with dark blue pupils, the iconic mole on the left corner of the eye, and the eye-catching D-shaped tattoo on the neck. Isn't this Sherlock? Except that the dress and temperament are not very similar, everything else is exactly the same. The main reason is that the man in the portrait laughed too wildly, and I looked like I was #1 in the world. In the 5 years he spent with Sherlock, Guy Lower had never seen him show such an expression. He is always very low-key. Even if he is laughing, he will try to laugh as quietly as possible, as if he is afraid of quarreling others. In the words of her father Duddy, he is not like a man, like a shame. So Guy Lower never believes that the man in this portrait is Sherlock. Sherlock also looked surprised. Duddy took the wanted warrant and read, Leha de Houston, bounty 300 million Baileys. He looked back at Sherlock and shook his head. It must be a mistake. Sherlock heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. There are still people who look like me in this world. This bounty makes me feel my heart is moved. Don't talk about you, kid. If you want you to catch a pirate with 1.8 million Baileys, you don't want to, but also catch a pirate with 300 million Baileys? Duddy despised Sherlock and held the reward order in his arms. Of course he didn't plan to take this order. Duddy wouldn't touch a pirate with a price of more than 2 million Baileys, but he wanted to know what happened to Leah D. Houston. After all, in this world, all things with D in their names are famous people, such as Gola de Roger, Porgasa de Ace, Marshala de Teach, Monkey D. Garp, Monkey de Dragon, etc. Monkey D. Luffy has emerged in recent years. Although they look alike, they are definitely not alone. Guy Lower clenched his fist and said affirmatively, then aimed at Sherlock from the corner of his eye. He pulled the scarf around his neck, subconsciously covering the dazzling tattoo. Brother Sherlock, I hope you won't be influenced by this guy named Houston. Guy Lower rubbed Sherlock's arm like a cat. Sherlock pressed the brim of his hat. He usually likes to wear a hat, and he always pulls up the scarf around his neck to cover half of his face. The three came to the Sweetheart Bar talking and laughing. Pushing open the half-height wooden fence door, the brass bells hanging on the bar door made a jingling sound. Sweetheart Bar is a famous gathering place for bounty hunters in Logue Town, because it has the most beautiful girls and the strongest rum. Sherlock's feet had just stepped into the bar for half a step, and he noticed the weird glances from the hunters on the bar and the deck, as well as the reward order in their hands. Sherlock retreated sensibly and had to retreat first, but he was blocked at the door by a 2-meter-tall man. He looked at the reward order and then at Sherlock. His eyes flashed golden light, as if Sherlock in front of him was not a human being but a pile of gold. Worth 300 million Baileys? The atmosphere in the bar was instantly ignited by this sentence. Bounty hunters stood up from their positions, drew out their weapons, and prepared to start hunting. Because Logue Town has marines stationed all the year round, there are basically no big bounty pirates who come in small characters and bounty hunters, except for Duddy. Most people do it. The dream of getting rich with both fame and fortune. On land they are called bounty hunters, on the sea they are adventurers. Therefore, they will never let a large pirate worth 300 million come to the door in person. Misunderstanding, absolutely a misunderstanding, Sherlock said with a smile on his face. Duddy drew Guy lower behind, flicked his cloak, revealing 30 pistols. He took out one of his left and right hands, and said, "If you want to fight, I'll be with Duddy, but please keep your eyes open. Sherlock is us, companion, not Leha de Houston. It's up to you to decide if it's not. Yes. Catch it and send it to Marine Base, and see what Marine says. Brothers, grab him and split the reward equally." The bounty hunters were like wolves and tigers, as if they had seen the most beautiful girl in the bar dressed up as a little lamb. They were itching to see them and did not take Duddy's words to heart. They know Duddy's weakness, so they are not afraid that Duddy will work hard. Once a person has fetters, it is difficult to survive. "I've only been to Marine Base this morning." You really recognized the wrong person. Sherlock only hated that he was not cautious enough. He should think of what Kakuzu's reward order means. In this world, seagulls are more industrious than bees, and seagulls generally sprinkle reward orders like Poseidon. They cast their nets widely and catch more fish. As long as you see a reward order, there must be thousands of similar reward orders around. This is the result of the seagull's hard work. How to do? Sherlock's marksmanship is perfect, but he can't kill people in Marine's territory. These bounty hunters are stained with the blood of pirates on their hands, but they are indeed recognized legal residents. Is it necessary to use an iron fist of shame in the public? Sherlock was in a dilemma. 6 years ago, Xia Ming traveled to this pirate world and became Leha de Houston. Leha de Houston is an out-and-out big villain, looting merchant ships, murdering people, stealing treasures, and eating black and stealing treasures from other pirates. He is greedy, evil, and full of ambition. He was originally a red hare. A member of pirates, because of the disagreement in the concept, has always been unable to be a cotter, so he defected and established himself. Although his abilities are not as outstanding as Blackbeard, he also gained a notoriety in South Blue. After Leha de Houston accumulated strength, he originally wanted to go to the New World adventure, but he met Beckman, who came to clean up the door. He was killed by Beckman himself, and then she became Sherlock. Duddy always thought that Sherlock refused to go to sea because he accidentally ate Paramecia devil fruita shuang fruit 3 years ago. In fact, he was afraid of going out to sea. He was afraid of meeting his former partner Red Hair Pirates, and even more afraid of meeting the bad guys he recruited and the big pirates offended by Houston. He is afraid of too many things. After all, he was originally just a keyboard man who made a big hit in the online world. In real life, he was only a keyboard man. He was also a college student who was single for the game for 18 years. Every time he chooses between love and games, he will always choose the game without hesitation. Leah D. Houston is a Poseidon, choosing between games and women. He will definitely choose women. The time to come will always come, but sooner or later, Sherlock has been in East Blue for 5 years. This time, she finally couldn't stand it anymore. Sherlock shook his fist and punched a cool iron fist. The 2-meter strong man stuck in the door was beaten with an uppercut on the face. His face was distorted, but he seemed to enjoy it. So cool. The brawny man gained an unprecedented sense of wonder, which felt like playing SM with his beloved girl and being beaten by her beloved little whip. That's why Sherlock didn't want to use the shuang fruit ability in public situations. Others would die if they punched it, but if they punch it by themselves, it would be very cool. Sherlock's fists are powerful enough. In Red Hair Pirates, he was also known as Iron Fist Houston. His fame was only a little worse than Iron Fist Garp. As for the other Iron Fist, he couldn't compare with himself. The 2-meter strong man was painful and happy, but he unconsciously leaned back and fell to the ground by the impact of the wave of fist, smashing his skin to the ground. At the same time, his punch on the face of the strong man caused the strong man to produce a special hormone, which would feed back to Sherlock and strengthen his power. This is the first level of strength of shuang fruit, which makes the opponent cool, and also makes oneself cool. Of course, this kind of coolness is really fatal. As for the second-tier strength of shuang fruit, Sherlock has studied for a long time, but hasn't found it yet. After being overthrown by Sherlock, the brawny man found himself too happy to stand up, like 12-0 one night. The comrades who were blocking the door by the strong man were also knocked to the ground by Sherlock. They were holding their stomachs, their ribs were obviously broken, but there was an indescribable sense of refreshment that paralyzed their nerves, hoping that Sherlock could give another punch. Sherlock pulled Guy lower and fled like a rabbit with oiled feet, at an amazing speed. This is the result of his many years of practice. The first rule of survival for living in the world of pirates is that the fighting power can be scum, and the escape ability is definitely the strongest king. Duddy cooperated ingeniously, firing several shots, blocking the pursuit, and keeping up with them. How could the bounty hunters give up the fat in their mouths? Immediately rushed out of the bar, and started chasing Sherlock. Don't be killed, you can get 300 million Baileys. 70% of death, what are you afraid of? Bounty hunters exchange tactics while chasing. Lobetown said that it is not small, it is not big, it is all familiar sights, and bounty hunters know where they can escape. Soon the streets were filled with hunters. The three of Sherlock were surrounded. He sighed and sighed, no matter how fast it is, it can't match intelligence. Daddy, are you going to be with the pirates? Said the hunter with a long knife scar on his face. That's right, Duddy, now you give up the secret, let's catch this kid together, and you can get a share of the bounty, said the chunky bounty hunter. The bounty hunters in Lobetown basically know Duddy, the famous Shinsa player of East Blue. If they can, they are not willing to be an enemy of him. It's said that you have admitted the wrong person, so why don't you listen? Guy Luoyar puffed up his small mouth, like a goldfish in one tail's anger, and looked very cute. But when the style of painting changed, she lifted a golden cannon out of the cake skirt. It is hard to imagine that a loli can lift such a heavy cannon. This weapon was given to her by Sherlock on her 12th birthday, and it took her 2 years to get acquainted with it. Duddy, Sherlock, and Guy Lower skillfully formed a triangle position to protect each other's backs. Sherlock also took out his gun and loaded it with bullets. Sherlock is my junior, and I won't let you hurt him. Duddy looked serious, he pressed his cowboy hat, turned to look at Sherlock, and encouraged, don't be counseled. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly, and he nodded gently, okay, senior. Brother Sherlock, let's beat them all down. Guy Laurie is the youngest and most impulsive. She raised the golden cannon, and the cannon shells were shot like Gatling. Papa 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 papa. The hunters ran around with their heads on their heads, and the residents on the street immediately hid in their homes, closed their doors, and secretly hid by the windows to watch. After the hunters hid in the barriers on both sides of the street, or behind the wooden box or the wall, pistols were also displayed and shot at the three of them. In the first half of the Grand Line, the number of people is justice. They 36 bounty hunters, can't they deal with 3 bounty hunters? Bounty hunters who are good at sniping also appeared upstairs from the residents of the block. They aimed at Sherlock, and if he did not surrender, he would be shot directly. Although he could only get 70% of the bounty, it was still enough. You are already surrounded, Sherlock, if you don't want to hurt Guy Lower and Duddy, just surrender. The lead bounty hunter roared with a hoarse tobacco and alcoholic voice. In the rain of bullets, he was about to speak quietly, and no one could hear him. Sherlock also noticed the snipers on the gray-white tall buildings. He had faced the most powerful sniper Yasop, so he was not afraid of them at all. But he does have a little scruples about Guy Lower and Duddy, they are different from himself. Don't think about it, brother Sherlock, don't listen to them. They are all in the eyes of the money. I am afraid that they will not give you a chance to explain. They will kill them directly to Marine to receive the bounty. They don't care who you are. Guy Luo said the hunter's thoughts. Sherlock frowned, knowing that this was not the way to go. The sniper saw that Sherlock didn't say anything for a while, so he decided to attack first and aimed at Sherlock's head. Boom! The sniper's bullet hadn't been released yet, and he found that the hat on his head was missing. Next time, it's not a hat, it's your head. Sherlock did the same, firing 6 shots in a row, hitting 100 shots. The hats of all the old hunters in the sniper positions were knocked off, and some of them did not have a hat, and the hair fell directly from the top of the head, and it became the Mediterranean Sea. The snipers were so scared that they dropped their guns and backed away. Unexpectedly, your boy's marksmanship is so accurate. He used to behave like a weak chicken, but he used to pretend it. The bounty hunter with the scar on his face said, he set up the turret, and it was a burst of fire. He is not in the mood to control Duddy and his daughter, he only wants 300 million Baileys. Sherlock shook his head, feeling that money is really the most corrupting thing. He has been with these hunters for 5 years, even if the relationship is not as close as Duddy, but he can't see when he looks down. He also talks and laughs on weekdays. Counted acquaintances. Unexpectedly, for 300 million Baileys, these people's faces became like this. The most untestable thing in this world is the human heart. Sherlock pushed Duddy away and held Guy Lower in his arms, who was as agile as a cheetah and dodged the cannonball. Rumbling. Several holes exploded in the ground, and all the bullet marks on the street walls. Duddy quickly got up from the ground, and he was relieved when he saw that Guy Luoyar was okay. Sherlock appeared in front of him and handed Guy Lower to Duddy. Senior, don't worry about the next thing. Brother Sherlock, what are you talking about? Guy Lower looked at Sherlock in surprise. Sherlock took off his cowboy hat and put it on Guy Lowe's head. I remember, in the morning Will said that the dream of a man should be at sea, and I want to go to sea. Guy Lower's eyes were wet in an instant. Brother Sherlock, what nonsense are you talking about? We are a family, and we should never be separated. Luo follow the predecessor well, if there is a chance in the future, my brother will come back to see you again. After Sherlock finished speaking, a batch of bullets flooded behind him. He could have avoided one by one, but one of the bullets flew across, and if he avoided it, it would hit Guy Luoer. He stretched out his hand and blocked the bullet with his arm, and a sharp pain came from the wound. Sherlock's arm shed bright red blood. He avoided the other bullets, held onto the wound, and took a breath. Duddy couldn't bear it anymore. He had previously thought that everyone was old acquaintance in the town, so he didn't take a ruthless hand. The bullets were shot in non-lethal places. Unexpectedly, what he would get in return was a more severe attack. He was about to use his firepower to deal with these wealthy bounty hunters, but was stopped by Sherlock. Sherlock evaluated the strength of both parties. Among the 36 bounty hunters, half had experience in catching pirates offering tens of millions of rewards, and the remaining strengths were not bad. Even if the three of them have full firepower and have a chance to escape, Duddy and Guy Lore will become fugitives, and it will be difficult for them to have a peaceful life. What's more, there are accidents. If he killed any of them because of himself, he would regret it for a lifetime. Duddy and Guy Lore are the people he warms the most in this world. He can't watch them take risks, he wants to make sure they are foolproof. Moreover, with such a big movement, Marine should also be here. Sherlock took off the scarf and engraved D's tattoo on his neck, exactly like the portrait. He hugged Guy Luoer and whispered in a low voice, "Do you believe, brother?" "I believe." Guy Luoer's voice was sobbing, his stubborn little face was flushed, and his silver teeth were clenched. Sherlock was expressionless, and gently pulled, turning Guy Luoer's body over and facing her back. Putting his left hand around her shoulders, he raised the revolver and put it against her head. Sherlock fired a few shots at the ground and aimed the revolver at Guy Luoer's head again. Duddy froze in place. If he is 14 years younger, if Guy Lore is not born, he will never stay where he is. He will definitely choose to stand beside Sherlock, support him, and protect him. But he can't. He knew that Sherlock's choice at this time was the best choice. For Guy Lore. The bounty hunters were stunned, but soon their surprise was replaced by disappointment because Marine arrived. This means that 300 million Baileys can only get a very small part of them, participation rewards or intelligence rewards. In short, it is very rare, so little can only be packaged at the Sweetheart Bar Yoriwaki night. The Marines surrounded Pulley Lane in and out, and the water couldn't escape. Leha de Houston, you are surrounded. Let go of the hostages. The Marines shouted with loud horns. The Marines in the front row raised their guns and pointed their guns at Sherlock. Guy Lore had already cried into tears, not because she was afraid of being taken hostage by Sherlock, but because she was afraid that she would be separated from Sherlock soon. She never believes that Sherlock is the heinous big thief Leah D. Houston. Sherlock has always been a little cowardly and cautious, but very gentle elder brother. But the markings on his neck are exactly the same as those on the portrait. Wow! The blonde lowly girl Guy Luoer cried loudly. Duddy looked at his daughter distressfully, stretched out his hand, and put it down again. Sherlock, let Guy Luoer go soon, she was still helping you before. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, cheating on Duddy's father and daughter's feelings, and taking Guy Luoer hostage, said the bounty hunter with a scar on his face. Most bounty hunters find that Duddy and his daughter have been used to hate the pirate Houston even more. In their eyes the pirate is evil. In order for Sherlock to escape smoothly, Guy Lore felt that she had to do something. While wiping her tears, she shouted innocently to the Marines, "Help! I don't want to die, don't kill me. Uncle Marine, Dad save me." Hearing the cry of the girl, the Marine Major Leah with silver hair and sunglasses wearing the Marine cloak with the word justice written on the back slowly walked out of the crowd. She is 1.7 meters tall and has a fiery figure, but she wears a black iron mask on her face, covering half of her face. Standing next to her was the tall, masculine Captain Will. Will and Sherlock often drank at the Sweetheart Bar, discussing which girl had a better figure, and which pirate had committed the crime again. They belonged to like-minded friends of wine and meat. When he saw Sherlock, his brows frowned unconsciously. In fact, when he got the news in the morning, he had given Sherlock a hint, but Sherlock, who had a rough mind, didn't take it seriously. "Sherlock, I misunderstood you, how can you hold Guy Lore?" Because Duddy is a retired Marine, Guy Lore often visits Marine Base. They all like this sweet girl but rich in heart drama. Many people are uncles who watched Guy Lore grow up. Faced with Willie Eurotm's questioning, Sherlock paused and said, "Let me go, otherwise I won't guarantee Guy Lore and Duddy's safety." Sherlock said that he quickly moved the trigger with his right hand and fired a shot in Duddy's leg. This shot was not fatal but effective. Duddy fell to the ground, and the lead bounty hunter Wendick believed that Sherlock had really rebelled. He held Duddy with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "It seems that our Shinsa has gone away, this kid is just a Byakugan wolf." Duddy stood up against the wall and pushed Wendick away. "Sherlock, calm down and don't hurt Guy Lore. Houston, you are already surrounded. You can't go out. Let go of the hostages. I can guarantee that you will receive a notarized trial," Major Leah said. "Don't come here, come again, I'll shoot her to death." Sherlock fired a few shots at the ground again, seemingly about to lose control of his emotions. Leah waved her hand, causing the gunman Marines to step back. "Don't be impulsive. Sherlock took the hostages, walked forward, and then said again, "Everyone puts down their guns and prepares a boat. I'm going to sea. Do you think I will let you go to sea?" Major Leah held a loudspeaker, and his voice echoed throughout Pulley Lane. "The Major just wants to see my marksmanship." Sherlock glanced at Will, and Will immediately understood. He leaned into Major Leah's ear and whispered, "Major, I used to compare marksmanship with him, and I lost." Will is a well-known Shinsa player among the captains, and because of this, he likes to mix with Sherlock, because both have good marksmanship. Major Leah's eyebrows trembled slightly. "You actually lost? His marksmanship is really good." The bounty hunters present had just been shown a wave of long-range damage by Sherlock, and she had to admit that Sherlock's marksmanship was superior to them. "This villain, I didn't think that we were all deceived by him, so he was hiding a hand. Bah, don't let me catch him, Grandpa. I'm going to blow his head and use my brain to eat the barbecue." The bounty hunters breathed fragrant, with a large number of Marines behind. Their courage has become even bigger. Leah waved, and the Marines stepped back a few meters again, but the cannon and sniper rifle had been set up in the distance, ready to take aim at Sherlock at any time. Sherlock took Guy lower forward, all back, put the gun down, and prepare the boat and food immediately. Leah nodded slightly, and the Marines put down their guns and retreated outside Pulley Lane. "You let go of Guy Lore, and I will be your hostage." Leah took off the Marine big cloak. Inside was a low-cut vest and a pair of skinny jeans. Her S-shaped figure was undoubtedly revealed. "Sister is big." Many people in Marine immediately appeared. "Sister, don't go, I'll be a hostage." "Yes, I'm here, I'll be a hostage." It can be seen that Leah is still very popular in Marine. Sherlock glanced at the sniper aiming at him and said calmly, "Okay, come here." He was afraid that the sniper had missed and hit Guy lower. Leah dropped her weapon and slowly approached Sherlock. Sherlock pushed Guy lower away and grabbed Leah. Leah took the opportunity to turn her head and leave room for the sniper. The sniper shot immediately. With a bang, the bullet exploded in the middle, because Sherlock also fired a shot, and the two bullets collided, making a crisp sound in the air. Only then did Leah admit that Sherlock's marksmanship was indeed good, but she was not a vegetarian either. A kick with her long legs happened to be aimed at Sherlock's crotch. This is to wean off children and grandchildren. Sherlock held her foot with one hand, and he predicted her attack tactics, even if Leah's legs were very fast. But intelligence is really more important than speed. As early as Sherlock decided to settle in Logue Town, he started collecting intelligence on important cotters of the Marine branch here. No, to be precise, collecting intelligence on all of them. He is basically familiar with all of Leah's tricks, because H knows that this day will always come. As long as she doesn't take off Leah's black iron mask, she won't go crazy. If she doesn't go crazy, she can deal with it by herself. Sherlock shook his fist and punched Leah in the abdomen. Leah hugged her belly, her face suddenly flushed. Why is this feeling so cool? This punch did not break Leah's bones, but it just made her temporarily lose combat power, and Sherlock successfully replaced her hostages. His revolver reached Leah's waist. Are you capable of devil fruit?" Leah questioned. "Tell them to quickly prepare a ship and send me out to sea. My patience is limited." "Then I have to be serious," Leah said, preparing to take the iron mask off her face. When Sherlock saw this, he punched Leah on the head, making her faint. "Big sister, let's let go of our Major Leah." The Marines gritted their teeth, but this time they had to do it, preparing the boat and food for Sherlock. Sherlock took the hostages and came to the port. He left Leah, jumped onto the boat, and fired several shots at Marine who was rushing over. They all hit their thighs, making them too painful to walk upright. Sherlock let out a heavy breath, started the sails, and prepared to escape to North Blue. He didn't want to venture into New World. Marines used cannons to see off his boat. In the rumbling noise, the entire boat was blown up. Sherlock took advantage of the big explosion and used the extraordinary jumping power of his legs to jump onto Hant's ship in the harbor. "Captain Houston, you are finally willing to sail." An old man in a tuxedo with neat silver hair stood on the deck, saluting Sherlock respectfully, and at the same time handing a pirate cloak studded with bright sapphires. Put on a big black hat with holes printed on Sherlock. Sherlock looked helpless and sighed, walking around and back to the starting point. The old man's mouth rose up and snapped his fingers. All ships calling at the port moved at the same time, heading towards the sea amid the brilliant explosions. "The port has been blocked, why can merchant ships move?" Leah woke up, Will helped her up and handed her the phone bug. "Major, the guards at the sentry box were all knocked out, and someone lifted the blockade." An irritable voice came from the phone worm. "Stop that batch of ships for me." Leah immediately ordered, "Chase me." "Major, the merchant ships are all heading in different directions." "Which one is chasing?" "All chasing." All the merchant ships sailed towards the sea under an exciting bombardment. In the afterglow of the sunset, Duddy and his daughter wiped their tears and bid farewell to Sherlock. Will stood next to Leah, who was furious, drew a cross on his chest counterclockwise, and muttered to himself, Sherlock, the sea is a man's dream. One day, I will catch you upright in the sea. Recommendation ticket requested. Lauren Bow, do you need such a high profile? Sherlock shook his head, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, sitting on the deck with the sea breeze blowing. Lauren Bow in a tuxedo took out a classical pocket watch with gold trim, opened the cover, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. No, Captain, this is just a prelude. Sherlock was stunned, feeling a bad feeling in his heart. He watched the pier of Logue Town drifting away, and suddenly became nervous. Boom boom boom, with the sound of the first explosion, one after another like mushroom clouds came into view, and the dock instantly became a sea of fire. The port was in chaos in an instant, and the Marines were in a mess, crying, help, and Marines scolding mothers one after another. Lauren Bow, what did you do? Sherlock's wine glass fell, and Laronber easily caught the wine glass, and even a drop of red wine was not spilled. He handed the wine glass to Sherlock again. Captain, rest assured, Mr. Duddy and Miss Guy Lower will be fine. How can you guarantee such a big explosion? Sherlock frowned. Laron snapped his fingers. A woman with wavy silver hair, golden eyes, a fiery figure, and a beautiful face fell from the sky. Behind her was a pair of white wings. She slowly landed on the deck, holding Duddy and Guy Lore, who had fainted, in her arms. Pamela Helling? Sherlock looked at the beautiful woman in front of him in surprise. Pamela Helling is his second officer, Zoana Udimansa Beast Fruita Unicorn Shape Eater. Her usual form is no different from that of a human. In battle or other special situations, she will transform into a human form and her lower body will become a mare, and her speed can be 3 times faster than usual. Used to be the best mount in Houston, not one of them. The loyalty to Houston is as high as 99.9%, and 0.1% is abandoned because the love brain has no IQ. As long as she sees Houston, she can't find North happily. It took Sherlock a long time to get rid of her, and he went out to sea unexpectedly, and Lauren Bow found her back. For Sherlock, even if Pamela Helling is beautiful and hot, it has nothing to do with him. Women will only affect the speed at which they draw their guns. Houston, don't you miss me? Pamela Helling wears a short tube-top skirt, which outlines her perfect figure. She has a fair complexion and golden eyes. She looks even more beautiful than when she was separated 5 years ago. Sherlock recalled Houston and her past, and complained in his heart. Houston spent too much time on the joy of her. It was just a plaything and detrimental to the big villain's temperament. Sherlock pointed to Pamela Helling. Don't come here, you just stand there. Pamela Helling was stunned for a moment. Now give you a task to send Duddy and Guy Lore to a safe place, Sherlock said seriously. Pamela Helling smiled immediately. Yes. Sherlock walked over to Guy Lore, checked the situation of the two of them, and was relieved to let Pamela Helling take them away. She picked up Duddy and Guy Lore again, spread her wings, and flew. Sherlock immediately turned around and said to Laronber, quick, speed up the boat. Is the captain worried about being caught up by Marine? Laronber guessed. His expression was very calm, and he looked down at his pocket watch again. Captain, look. Sherlock suddenly felt a bad feeling again. Rumbling, the explosion sounded again. This time all the merchant ships exploded, forming a magnificent landscape on the sea. The Marine fleet following the bottom of the merchant ship was blown up, and there was another scream. At the moment of the explosion, Lauren Bow grabbed Sherlock's shoulder and jumped into the sea. Sherlock felt the sea water rush into his throat and felt weak. After a while, he found himself on a pirate ship. The pirate ship rushed out of the water and pulled up its sails, with a huge evil character engraved on it. Extremely evil. For fear that others will not know that you are a villain. Sherlock felt his liver hurt. Wearing a floral shirt, Arlong, who was nearly 2.7 meters tall, waved to him. Houston, we're here to pick you up. Sawtooth Shark Man Arlong, the former captain of the Dragon Pirates, had serious racial discrimination, but was also subdued by Houston, and is now a member of the Hell. Arlong has practiced hard since he was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. His Murloc karate is now approaching Shishibukai Jinbei's level. But Jinbei is a seaman, he is a villain. When Sherlock first entered the world of big pirates, he was the first person to discover an anomaly in Houston. Like Sir Crocodile, he had a heart that was unwilling to succumb to others. Sherlock looked at the Marine fleet that was torn apart by the bombing behind him, and he felt desperate. He really just wanted to leave in a low-key manner. How could he expect that this high-profile bomber, Lauren Boss, made such a show? This time his bounty will definitely rise again. In order to obtain the ability to explode the fruit, Lobren killed the former senior agent of the Baroque work agency Mr. Five and obtained his exploding fruit. Now he has the ability to dig his nose and turn it into a bomb. Sherlock covered his face with one hand. Lauren Bow seemed to feel that it was not high-profile enough, and he snapped his fingers again. The crew operated the cannon on the ship to fire a string of gorgeous fireworks against the sky. There is a row of big characters written on the fireworks. I am back, Leha de Houston. Villains, come back. Sherlock looked desperately at the fireworks blooming in the sky, feeling that the concealment and disguise he had spent 6 years on disappeared instantly. Tomorrow's newspaper headlines have already been booked by him. Welcome to the return of the captain. The villain crew applauded warmly. Sherlock looked at these familiar and unfamiliar faces, as if eating shit in his heart. But fortunately, the two heinous villains Sir Crocodile and Guy did not return. Sherlock couldn't figure out how Houston brought so many villains together, so that he was always in fear, walking on thin ice like an abyss. The reason why he chose to disappear is because Houston suffered a head injury when he died. He can only recall fragments of memory, not all of Houston, including his abilities. In addition, Houston has forged a lot of hatred in the sea, and countless people are chasing him, and he can't deal with it with the strength of fighting the five scum. In addition, a group of scowling villains on the ship, who have never won the Oscars, will be exposed at any time. Instead of this, it is better to disappear, find a place to linger, and wait until you fully remember Houston's abilities, and then return to the sea to make a masterpiece. Blessing. Prior to this, low-key has become particularly important. Captain, rest assured, your favorite first mate Baccara has received the news, and he should gather with us soon, Laurent said with a smile. Sherlock was speechless. Laurent continued, I know that you must be very lonely without Baccarat's company in the past 5 years. Sherlock sighed silently in his heart, cheered up, and waved in front of all the wailing villains. Little ones, I'm back. Ha, ha, ha. They cheered. Bring up the best rum. Today is a banquet to welcome the captain's return. It will be held for 3 days and 3 nights. Captain, how have you been all these years? We miss you so much. The villains also have a tender side. Sherlock was a little moved a second before, and one of them said the next second, I grabbed a bunch of beautiful girls and came up here. Let's have a good time tonight. Of course, I will choose the captain first. Sherlock was full of black lines. Is it the business in the lounge, or the good family? Of course they belong to the Liang family, they are still fresh, and the oldest is 16 years old. The pirate with the scar on his face winked and said. Sherlock coughed twice, let it go. Why? The scar-face pirate asked suspiciously. Sherlock's eyes flashed cold, he slowly took out the revolver. Scar pirate before he could react, he was shot headshot, and his body fell heavily on the deck. The cheers stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at Sherlock. It's all to blame for the bomber Laurenbeau for setting up a bunch of bombs and fireworks, which disturbed my thoughts. What should I do? Sherlock blew the white smoke from the muzzle, panicking and impulsive. Laurent glanced at Arlong, and Arlong immediately let the Murloc men throw the corpse into the sea. The tall Murloc kicked the corpse of the pirate. Can you question the captain's decision? The captain is back. The captain is really back. The cheers sounded again, even more enthusiastic than before, and Sherlock swallowed and breathed a sigh of relief. The group of girls who had been captured on board were dragged onto the deck by other pirates. Each of them looked terrified and trembled. What awaited them in their consciousness must be hell, or a reality that was 100 times more cruel than hell. Sherlock lowered the pirate hat and waved. No, no, don't kill us. Do not touch me, a euro, the girls screamed immediately, but the pirates just cut off the ropes that bound them. The screaming girl had a dazed face, and hadn't realized what had happened. Prepare a boat and send them back. After Sherlock said, he looked at the thirsty pirates and said, the girl is too young, so take a group of experienced bar girls aboard. That's what the captain meant. The crew began to cheer again. After their cheers ended, Sherlock added, you have to pay. After the 3-day and 3-night carnival is over. Sherlock woke up from the hangover, rubbed his eyes, and the sun shone on his skin through the glass window, feeling very warm. He stretched, only to find the girl in the red dress pressing on him. The girl also held an empty wine bottle in her hand, obviously she was drinking too much. Sherlock checked what he and the girl were wearing, and found that they were all neat and tidy. After trying to remember, he was relieved. Fine. Sherlock carefully lifted the girl away from him, opened the door quietly, and walked to the deck. The sea breeze shook his messy short hair and made his brain sober. Captain, are you awake? Laurent stepped on a pair of shiny black leather shoes and walked to Sherlock's side. The shoes collided with the wooden deck and made a pedaling sound, which was very rhythmic. Sherlock nodded slightly. Laurent was dragging an exquisite porcelain plate with steaming black tea and exquisite desserts on it. Captain, a cup of black tea and dessert in the morning is the beginning of a good day. The corners of Laubrin's mouth rose, and a standard smile appeared. Sherlock felt bad every time he saw him smiling like this. He picked up a cup of black tea, chose a piece of cake, and glanced at Laubrin hesitantly. Like to eat sweets, this is what Sherlock and Houston have in common. Laubrin clapped his hands, and the pirates pushed the dining car out. All kinds of desserts and delicacies are placed on it, followed by a group of trembling chefs. They are different in height, short, fat and thin, but they all wear tall chef hats and white coats of the same style. Sherlock covered his forehead with one hand and came again. Laurent introduced, Captain, these are all chefs invited from major restaurants, and they will make breakfast for you. The crew quickly lifted out the single red-patterned sofa and let Sherlock sit down. Laurent stood beside him, introducing desserts and chefs one by one. At the end, he said, "If you think it tastes good, you leave him on the boat. If you feel bad, you will send them to feed the sharks." One by one, the chefs were so frightened that their legs became weak, and they hugged tremblingly. 2 of them were shocked and fainted. Sherlock took a sip of black tea and said lightly, "It's a pity to feed the sharks directly, so it's better to give it to me to practice marksmanship." Lobren looked at Sherlock with a smile. "You have changed." Cold sweat broke out of Sherlock's hands. "But you are still you, full of charm." Lobren bowed deeply. Sherlock let out a sigh of relief slowly, and he was not in the mood to taste these delicacies one by one. Instead, he randomly chose a more robust chef to stay. The other chefs each put an apple on their heads. Arlong and the other pirates watched the excitement, and some even started betting. "Haha, the captain's marksmanship is notoriously poor. I bet that these 12 people will all die." "That's not necessarily true. You forgot how Scar died 3 days ago?" The captain shot a headshot. "If you don't agree, bet. I'll bet 10,000 Baileys. I bet 100,000 Pele. Haha, look, that coward is peeing his pants." Sherlock ignored their comments, raised his revolver, and pointed it at the chunky chef who was peeing his pants. The chunky chef trembled all over, as if he had been electrocuted. Boom! The apple on the top of the chunky chef's head cracked, and he fell to the ground. Sherlock was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the fire went off? The betting pirate ran over to check the chef's situation, and then gave Sherlock a thumbs up. "Boss, good marksmanship." Sherlock breathed a sigh of relief, raised the revolver, and fired a few more shots. The bullet passed through the apple accurately and no one was injured. But the chefs were all ordinary people, and they were almost fainted by the gunshots without going through any strong winds and waves. The pirates were taken aback for a moment, and then let out cheers like a heat wave. "Big Brother is amazing. Boss is mighty." Unexpectedly, after 6 years of absence, the boss has become Shinsa's hand. "My Bailey, can he come back?" The pirate who lost the bet looked aggrieved, while the pirate who won the money smirked and spit on the ground. "You lick it clean, and I will return Bailey to you." "I bother." The losing pirate jumped up and choked the opponent's neck. The thin-necked pirate drew out his mace and struck it on the head of the losing pirate. The two scrambled. Sherlock had become accustomed to it. He put away the revolver and forced his composure. To Lobren said, "They are all unkind cowards. Feeding the sharks is not worthy. When the next port, we will drive them off the boat." Lobren nodded. "Okay, Captain." The pirates dragged down the fainted cook. Laurent handed Sherlock a copy of today's newspaper. Sherlock's heart rate immediately soared to 180. The big pirate Houston returned gorgeously and blew up the port of Logue Town. Marine chased to no avail. 30 ships were lost. More than a dozen top bounty hunters were killed in the explosion. 60 port merchant ships were blown up. According to the official report, the danger is higher than it was higher 6 years ago, and he has been dormant for many years. There must be a big conspiracy, and the bounty will be adjusted to 400 million Baileys. 400 million. Sherlock felt that his heart was about to jump out. After so many years, when he went out to sea, all his efforts were vanished. He looked at Lobren fiercely, and Lobren smiled and said, "I also think the captain of EuroTM's bounty is too low. The official doesn't a EuroTMT know your strength yet, but don't a EuroTMT worry, we are already moving towards the Grand Line, and soon can prove to the world that you are worth." Sherlock covered his forehead, speechless. He knew that facing the pirates, he couldn't be persistent like Marine, he had to use his strength to conquer them. Similarly, it is absolutely impossible to reason with a villain. You have to educate them with your fists, or brainwash them. Boss's bounty has gone up again. "Congratulations, boss." The pirates laughed, and they were completely on 2 channels with Sherlock. Sherlock coughed twice, and they immediately calmed down. "Since I have come back and go to sea again, it will always be different from before. Now I will set a few rules for you," Shylock said. The pirates looked at Sherlock with piercing eyes. "First, my goal now is not to become One Piece." The pirates were stunned immediately. The pirates who don't want to be the One Piece king are not good pirates. Discussions and doubts abound. Laurent snapped his fingers before they shut up. "I want to become the king behind the scenes of black and white, on the land, the sea, the white road, the underworld. I will dominate." Sherlock raised the corners of her mouth. He was an otaku in his previous life, and he could only fight hard on the internet. In his life, he was only a promise. Since you let yourself live again in this life, you must live a wonderful and valuable life. He wants to replace Ming Ge and become the biggest winner of the black and white take-all. Arlong and Lobren looked at each other, feeling that their ambition was ignited again. Unexpectedly, after 6 years of dormancy, Houston's ambitions have expanded even more. Worthy of being the captain of the evil. The pirates cheered. This time the cheers were more intense. Sherlock waved his hand to signal them to be quiet, and he continued, "The first step to achieve the goal is to keep a low profile to the authorities. Lobren's eyes were sharp and he nodded and said, "Captain, we understand. First, we must defeat a Shishibukai and replace him in the government." The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly. "You know what a feather." Realizing that he had interrupted Sherlock's declaration, Laurent shut up immediately. Being low-key is the primary factor. Shishibukai is not in a hurry in advance. "How can we keep a low profile?" asked the pirates in doubt. Sherlock took out a notebook from his arms. "I wrote a low-key manual, and Laurent let people copy it down, and each handed one. We spend an hour studying every morning. People who don't a EuroTMT study have no food, no alcohol, and no decibels." After a month of Sherlock's teachings, the pirates finally found Go's fur. The ostentatious-looking mighty hell has been put on the coat of a merchant ship. The pirate flag with a skull and crossbones was also asked to make a cute disguise, pasted with various pink and tender flower patterns, and decorated as a flower cargo ship. Sherlock originally planned to go to South Blue to hide his name and do the flower business, so temporarily decided to temporarily use the name of the flower trading company to operate at sea. The pirates also tasted the sweetness of Go. For example, the merchant ship that usually hid away from the pirate ship when they saw the pirate ship, now took the initiative to approach them. "Hi, dude, are you also caught in the strange wind?" The middle-aged man wearing blue and white stripes and a white soft hat waved his hand. His face and exposed skin were bronze and rough, and he looked like an old sailor who had been in the sun all the year round. His voice was dry and hoarse, interrupting Sherlock's thoughts. Sherlock was wearing a brown coat, a black top hat, a monocle with a gold frame, and a more delicate appearance. She looked like a literary and artistic worker on a trip, which made people feel good about it. But the lollipop in his mouth greatly compromised his calm temperament. He lowered the brim of his hat, not wanting to communicate too much with the middle-aged man. "This is a luxury cruise ship with white pearl written on it." Arlong wiped his neck and asked if Sherlock would rob the merchant ship. Sherlock whispered, "Wait." Arlong turned around, opened his hands to a group of pirates who were ready to go, and motioned to the captain not to do it. Ugh, they let out a long sigh. During this period of time, studying every day is boring enough. I can't imagine that the captain will not let the catastrophe after encountering the fat meat delivered to the door. This day is simply not the day that pirates should have. Before Sherlock could speak, the middle-aged sailor continued, "The damn strange wind interrupted our sailing route." Weird wind. Sherlock chewed the two words carefully. In order to maintain his image in the hearts of the pirates, Sherlock is usually as silent as possible. Many gorgeously dressed tourists on the cruise ship are enjoying the open-air buffet while looking at the magnificent scenery of the sea. They are not worried about leaving the route. A gentleman in a suit and his blonde little daughter lay on the gray ship railing, blowing the sea breeze. The girl saw Sherlock and waved lively, but instead of complaining like a sailor, she showed an innocent smile. "Big brother, do you sell the flowers on the boat? I want to buy a bunch for my mother. She has her birthday today." Sherlock seemed to see Guy Luoer, and his mood suddenly became bright, but still maintained a cold expression on his face. He magically took out a bunch of flowers from behind and threw them to the girl. The girl jumped up to catch the flowers. The gentleman in the black suit immediately took out the leather armor from Kabuto. "Sir, how much does it cost?" "Send you off." Without waiting for their thanks, Sherlock turned and left and returned to the captain's room. The captain's room is located on the second floor, and you can still see the full view of the cruise ship when you open the window. Lobren poured him a glass of red wine. He was not only a qualified navigator, but also a competent butler. Just hobby is doing blasting and killing. 6 years ago, when Sherlock saw him for the first time, he wanted to send him to prison, but at that time he could not fully master the power of Master Houston and could not beat Lobren at all. "Lobren, go around," Sherlock said lightly, and Lobren nodded slightly. "Yes, Captain." Laurent walked out of the captain's room and ordered the pirates to make a detour and move forward in a staggered way with the cruise ship. The pirates turned around cursingly and drove away. "Is the boss too low-key?" "Yes, such merchant ships are not hijacked. I just saw a lot of noble chicks on the boat. Don't think about it, just be obedient if you don't want to get a headshot. The boss must have his own consideration." Several pirates discussed a few words, and then began to think about how to deal with the monthly low-key exams. Hellback turned and drove for a certain distance, and Sherlock put down the wine glass with satisfaction, took out the round-bellied water-absorbent fountain pen, and began to write a letter. "Dear Guy Lore, I a EuroTMVE been going to sea for a month. Today I met a girl who looked like you when you were a child. Her mother actually had the same birthday as you. Unfortunately, I can't a EuroTMT buy you a birthday present. I hope you and seniors can get rid of the shadow as soon as possible. East Blue Lives." Before the letter was finished, I heard an explosion in the distance. He stood up, walked to the window, took out his binoculars, and saw that the White Pearl had been reduced to a sea of flames. Many sailors were fighting the fire. The tourists hid in the room in a panic, and the captain and first officer hurried out. A pirate ship that is a circle smaller than a cruise ship has already taken the escalator, and a group of pirates have begun to land on the White Pearl. The pirates on the Evil also heard the explosion, and their first reaction was that Lobren had done something. The pirate with short seaweed blue hair brightened his eyes. The boss must be testing us. Yes, the captain said that practice is the only criterion for testing truth, and he must want to see if we are low-key enough. So let us pretend to take a detour, and actually let Laurent go to blow up the merchant ship, make sure there is no strong one on board, and we will attack again in one fell swoop. The captain's trick is wonderful, he is really cautious. The pirates talked, and Lobren walked out of the cabin with a dazed expression. I did nothing. Sherlock also walked out, and he ordered, turn around and drive back. The pirates cheered with such an appearance. They turned around quickly, only to realize that other pirate ships were already robbing the cruise ship. Under the command of Lobren, the Extreme Hell quickly moved to the vicinity of the White Pearl. Evil cat. Sherlock furrowed his brows slightly, dormant in East Blue for 5 years, and knew all the pirate groups in the sea area. The predecessor of the Evil Cat pirate group was the Black Cat pirate group. It was originally a pirate group with average strength in East Blue. Captain Crow offered a bounty of 16 million. After he was defeated by Luffy a few years ago, he did not die, but rather excited. With his fighting spirit, relying on his tactics and cruelty, he has become the notorious pirate group of East Blue and has absorbed many villains. Before, Sherlock wondered why the Evil Cat pirate group would rise, but now he understands it. Crow should have acquired Devil Fruit's ability, and this ability is related to wind. Damn it! Actually snatching our prey. The Evil Cat pirate group that is overwhelming. The pirates complained while waiting for Sherlock's order. Sherlock waved, and the pirates excitedly took their weapons and began to land on the White Pearl. Sherlock stepped on the White Pearl and saw a mess. Burnt tables and chairs fell to the ground in a random manner, more corpses than tables and chairs. He took 2 steps and stepped on something. Looking down, it was a bunch of flowers. The flowers have been stained with bloodline. This is the flower he gave to the girl. Not far away, the little girl's family of 3 fell in a pool of blood. She had big green eyes with fear in her eyes. Sherlock walked over slowly and put the flower in the little girl's hand. I'm late. There was the sound of women crying in the cabin, and Sherlock could imagine what they were going through. Sherlock clenched his fists, an unknown rage rose in his heart, and he kicked the cabin door open. In the cabin, a group of pirates wearing cathead hats of different styles are preparing to insult a group of girls. Sherlock arrived fairly in time, and the pirates were about to take off their pants, and when they heard a gunshot, the timid flinched back. They looked back at Sherlock and raised their muskets. It's a son of AB****ch, where's the little white face, dare to sweep the uncle's interest. The girls' bodies trembled with fear and looked at Sherlock timidly. Sherlock held guns in both hands, and before they pulled the trigger of their guns, they fired them again. All the members of the Evil Cat pirate group present were headshots. The blood splashed on the girls' faces, making them screaming with their heads in fright. Sherlock took off his coat and put it on the girl closest to him. Stay inside first, don't go out. The girl with long brown curly hair, wearing a Madara point dog hairpin, with finches on her face, Madara Eurotm's girl pressed harder. She is stronger than the others, thank you, big brother. Sherlock nodded slightly, and to be cautious, he told Arlong to come and watch the girls. Although Arlong looks fierce and evil, he is actually bad, but he is not interested in human women, he only likes murlocs. The Evil Cat pirate group, which found other pirates invaded, stopped looting the tourists and came to the deck to confront the evil pirate group. A group of men wearing cat ears surrounded CLO. Crow pushed the black-rimmed glasses and looked at Lobren and the others. Who are you? Ha ha. Laurent snapped his fingers, and Crow's side suddenly exploded. But he had the speed of the wind, and instantly avoided the explosion. His men were not so lucky, and many of them were injured. Crow frowned. Are you the blast navigator guy Devon Lobren? Lobren smiled wretchedly. Yes, it's me. The evil pirates? Where's Houston? Crow asked. If Houston and the other cotters were not there, Crow would still have a little confidence in dealing with Laurent and his pirates, at least 70% sure to win. But if Houston is there, he has no chance of winning. The corner of Laurent's mouth rose slightly. Is the captain also visible to a small person like you? After that, he raised his head, dug a nose graciously, and bounced it on Clue. Crow walked for a moment, and again dodged Lobren's booger bomb. Too much despise people. I am also a big pirate with a reward of 70 million. His figure seemed to turn into a violent wind, appeared next to Lobren, slammed a punch, and hit Lobren in the abdomen. Laurent had no time to dodge, and he was beaten to break his ribs and bend his waist, so pain that he could not stand upright. How can it be? Blood spilled from the corner of Lobren's mouth, and at the same time, he snapped his fingers again. The air around Crow burst suddenly, and a dazzling fire rose amid the rumbling noise. But the explosion didn't hurt Crow at all. His body seemed to turn into a storm and blew out again. Are you demon fruit power? Lobren asked. The corner of Crow's mouth rose slightly. It's okay to tell you, I've eaten Logia's gusty fruit, which can turn my body into a storm. As Crow said, his body turned into a storm, and he rushed directly to Laurent and the pirate behind him. Facing Crow's ability, the pirates had no power to fight back, and they were quickly knocked to the ground. Sherlock remembered that the only person in this world who might have eaten the fruit of Feng Feng should be the revolutionary dragon. The abilities of Day Feng fruit are a bit similar to Feng Feng fruit, but it is by no means Feng Feng fruit. There is no record of the devil fruit in his brain. There is only one possibility, that is, the devil fruit is also an artificial devil fruit. The man-made devil fruit currently only has Zoan, not Logia at all. And the artificial devil fruit has two major weaknesses. One is that it is easy to lose control. As long as it is stimulated, it will become a corresponding animal. The other is that it cannot keep up with its physical strength and cannot be used for a long time, unlike the natural devil fruit. After thinking about these points, Sherlock quickly made a judgment. Crow said that being able to turn into a storm is simply a bluff. In fact, what he got was the ability similar to that of a sickle, and the speed became extremely fast, producing a kind of storm illusion. Since it is fast, it can be restrained. Sherlock set up a sniper rifle and aimed it at Crow. This gun was modified by him and added a silencer, which was low-key enough. Crow twisted his neck. Is there no one you can hit? The pirates of the Evil Cat pirate group cheered one by one. Big Brother is amazing. It's nothing more than the evil pirate group. Big Brother is so strong. Suddenly, Crow instinctively felt that it was dangerous to approach. He turned around, and Arlong rushed over with a big saw blade. Jianfeng. Crow avoided the frontal attack from Jianfeng, but suddenly fell to the ground, with incredible expression in his eyes. A blood hole appeared in his head, blood gurgling. One shot was fatal. Sherlock's bullets can't be faster than the wind, but they can be faster than the sickle. Before Arlong realized what was going on, she heard Sherlock's cold voice. Didn't you let you stay in the cabin? Boss, I heard the movement outside, so I came out to have a look. Arlong said quietly. This time, thanks to Arlong's tall body, the sniper was so smooth. Sherlock condensed his thoughts, got up, and walked over. The Evil Cat pirates who had lost Crow were vulnerable, and they were all overpowered by Arlong and his men. Sherlock helped Laron. Are you okay? Lobrin shook his head, thanks to the captain. Sherlock nodded lightly and asked him to take Lobrin down for treatment, and at the same time instructed Arlong to pack up the group of pirates, and then directly replace it with Bailey. When Arlong heard that Bailey's whole spirit was lifted, why did he follow Houston? Just for what Houston said. We'll take him to earn the most money in the world. The most treasure hunted, the most beautiful woman sleeping. Of course, there are racial differences between the most beautiful woman in Arlong's heart and the most beautiful woman in Houston's heart. Houston, with this order, these pirates can get at least 130 million Baileys. Arlong smiled and said to Sherlock. Sherlock nodded, okay. Adding to the gold and silver treasures raided from the ship, there are also 80 million Baileys. There are also those girls, who have not been passive can sell for 2 million, and those who have been moved can sell for about 600,000. Arlong said excitedly. A coldness flashed in Sherlock's eyes. Arlong swallowed. Houston mean, if you want to eat black and white, you have to stay behind. There was a girl just now, who should be a family member of Marine, who took the treasure and let everyone go. Marine family? Arlong asked suspiciously, how do you tell? Sherlock also heard it when he entered the cabin to save people. If he observes correctly, the brave girl with Madara finches on her face is the family of Marine. Hearing the turmoil outside subsided, the maid Madara was the first to walk out of the cabin. She ran to Sherlock next to Sherlock, looking at Sherlock with admiration. Big Brother, you are so amazing. My dad is Marine Vice Admiral. If he wants to be Marine, he can directly be my dad's subordinate. Hearing what the maid Madara said, Arlong glanced at his mouth and turned to leave. I don't have this idea for the time being, but I have something to ask you, Sherlock said calmly. The Madara girl looked at Sherlock as if, Big Brother, you say. Help me send this bunch of pirates to the Marine branch for a bounty. Aha. Madara girl readily agreed. Then how can I give the money to Big Brother? Sherlock blew the whistle, and a white dove landed from the sky and stood on Sherlock's arm. News Agency EuroTM's newsletter beg. It rubbed against Sherlock, as well behaved as a pigeon. Just go through it, and I will write to you when the time comes. It's a pity that there is no bank card in this world, otherwise you can open an account and let Madara maid directly deposit money in. Sherlock thought, and asked, my name is Sherlock, how about you? Dalma copyright Lisa, brother Sherlock can just call me Lisa. The girl smiled and raised her face. Sherlock immediately matched her name with the message in her mind. Dalm Lisa, then her father is Dalmizia, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Canine Fruit Ability, people give the nickname Madara Point Dog. Sherlock responded, saying that the black and white take-all words were actually just bluffing the pirates, and I didn't expect him to actually get on the Marine line. Arlong sighed in his heart again. I am ashamed of my big brother, Foresight. The carrier pigeon of the press service. Why would you listen to brother Sherlock? Madara girl Lisa asked. Sherlock touched the white dove, and the white dove felt extremely comfortable. His eyes turned into pink hearts, and even began to dance in front of Sherlock. turning in circles, as if he was courting. This is the downgrade treatment of Xuan Iron Fist in the Xuan Fruit ability, Xuan Strokes. Very particular about force control, and extremely difficult to master. Sherlock has also practiced for 6 years before he has achieved little success. Just by petting the animal, it can keep it refreshing and refreshing the hormones, so that you can feel good about it and volunteer to do things for it. Of course, refreshing strokes also have drawbacks. Sherlock used to raise a cat, and he always tested it on it. Later, the cat lost interest when seeing any partner of the opposite S*X, and could not fight with Sherlock's ears. Eventually, she suffered from depression and ran away from home. N.S. After that, Sherlock understood the principle of things must be reversed. If you don't plan to stay with an animal forever, don't use it all the time. When dealing with the newsdove, Sherlock was just a quick touch and stroked it gently, and there would never be extra moves that would make the white dove misunderstand himself. After the white dove danced, it flew to Lisa's shoulder. A pair of red dove eyes looked at her carefully, seeming to remember her appearance. Lisa stretched out her hand and wanted to pet this cute little white dove. The white dove raised her head proudly, and raised her yellow paws to express her rejection. The Madara girl's hand stopped in the wind awkwardly. Sherlock coughed twice, and the white dove flapped its wings, returned to the sky, hovered a few times, and left. Sherlock judged that the loyalty of this white dove was 80%, which was enough for sending letters. On the cruise ship, the surviving tourists followed the captain of the White Pearl to the deck. This is an old captain in his 50s, as tall as Sherlock, with a Huxia character face and a shallow scar on his face. He shook Sherlock's hand. "Thank you so much this time." Sherlock just nodded slightly in order to maintain Houston's cold image. "You are so powerful, you can defeat the pirates. Thanks to you, we can survive. Are you interested in being a bodyguard? Unexpectedly, I can go back alive. Woo woo woo. What do you do?" For the first time the pirates accepted the gratitude of the citizens. They seemed a little at a loss, but fortunately, Sherlock's low-key code mentioned, "Be low-key in everything, stop in moderation, don't be greedy for meritorious progress, and don't leave a name for what you do. Don't ask who I am, I won't say it." The tall pirate Sundara raised his head, proud of his master's low-key rules. The female passenger looked at him with admiration. "Is this the legendary hero who does good deeds without leaving a name?" "No, my dream is to make a career at sea." The pirate flexibly used the quotations in the low-key code. The female passenger looked excited. "Are you a sea adventurer?" The same can be said." The tall pirate scratched his hair. The female tourist stretched out her hand. "Would you like to have a drink in my room?" Lafayette in 1982. Gouda High Thief's eyes lit up. "No need to pay." "Need not." The female passenger smiled more and more charmingly. Holding the arm of the high pirate, the two left the deck. The captain organized everyone. Some of them cleaned the scene, and collected the dead bodies first. The sailors were responsible for returning to the voyage and returning to the original channel as soon as possible. In order to thank Sherlock's Flower Trading Company, the nobles on the ship are willing to order a batch of flower seeds at a high price. Sherlock directly received an order of 10 million Baileys, and they also expressed their willingness to promote the reputation of East Blue Flower Trading Company for Sherlock for free. Sherlock felt it necessary to actually register the company. The old captain deserves to have a lot of experience in battles. After his arrangement, the cruise ship resumed normal operation in one morning. Sherlock and others were also invited by him to stay for the dinner to celebrate the rest of their lives. At night, inside the cruise ship, Sherlock sat on the hollow mahogany chair, a little in a daze. He looked at the dressed-up girls and the bearded pirates on the dance floor, and suddenly remembered the plot of the Titanic. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by a strange woman. This is a woman in a burgundy evening dress. She has long light blonde hair that is soft and shiny, her face is delicate, her eyes are like stars, her appearance is sweet, and her temperament is elegant. She stretched out her white right hand. "Can I invite you to dance?" Sherlock's cheeks were not consciously stained with a circle of blush. This was not the effect of alcohol, but the bad ailments he had brought from his previous life. "Shy when I see a woman." Except for girls under the age of 16, in Sherlock's mind, they are all children, so there is nothing to be shy about. Sherlock saw that Arlong and Laurent were not by his side and didn't need to maintain the image of being cold and arrogant, so he restored the self and stammered, I don't know how to dance." The woman smiled charmingly. "I can teach you." Sherlock paused, and she was dragged onto the dance floor. "My name is Medi, how about you?" She exhaled like blue and whispered in Sherlock's ear. Sherlock's ears turned red in an instant, and he stepped on Medi's high heels. "Sorry, I really can't dance." Sherlock was annoyed by his clumsiness for the first time. Medi shook her head. "It's okay, this is the first time I dance." She thought Sherlock was cute more and more, but his face was a bit familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. After a dance, Medi sent out an invitation. "Would you like to drink red wine in my room?" "Thank you, next time." Medi froze for a moment, still maintaining an elegant smile. "Okay, then next time." Sherlock rejected Meddy's kindness, returned to his original seat, and continued to drink rum. He was not the kind of person who could immediately come out of his sadness. Sherlock remembered the girl's innocent smile when she got the flowers, and couldn't help drinking a few more barrels of wine. Xia Ming, this is reality. You can't control so many people, so let's survive by yourself. Sherlock laughed silently at himself, realizing once again that the sea was perilous. At this time, Lisa, a Madara girl in a gorgeous cake dress, jumped in front of Sherlock like a cheerful little rabbit. Brother Sherlock, why did you refuse Sister Miiti's invitation just now? She is the most beautiful lady in East Blue, so many people are looking forward to seeing her fangs. Lisa said, squeezing her baby's fat cheek, if only I was half as beautiful as her. Sherlock condensed his thoughts and said with a serious face, I'd better find an ordinary girl to get married. Why? Lisa asked curiously. A beautiful wife is jealous, and she is easily greened. Sherlock picked up the barrel, and Delialu drank another can. Thinking of the sad experience of Poseidon, a beautiful woman who was in online dating before crossing, there has been a psychological shadow since then, and I feel that I must find an ordinary woman to be his wife. Suddenly, with a dull bang, the huge cruise ship tilted to the left. Captain, the ship is on the rocks. The first officer rushed into the captain's room nervously. The old captain looked serious. What? Didn't you bypass the reef group? It bypassed the original reef group, but the ship suddenly ran into an unknown object, suspected to be a hidden reef. The first mate frowned. Damn, the phone worm signal was blocked by the previous pirate group, and now I can't contact the company. The captain complained, immediately cheered up and ordered, check the damage to the hull immediately and send a submarine into the water to see if it is a reef. Yes, Captain. The crew quickly performed the task. In the banquet hall, the crowd panicked again. They had only experienced a catastrophe at sea and were celebrating the rest of their lives, but they did not expect that misfortune would come singly. Brother Sherlock. Lisa looked at Sherlock nervously, and Sherlock patted her shoulder. You stay here, I'll go see. The dancing pirates also left their female companions and returned to Sherlock. Boss. Sherlock asked the injured Lobran to calm everyone's emotions first, and Arlong followed him to the captain's room. In addition to his love of making blasting, Lobran is usually a reliable old gentleman. The old captain looked at Sherlock and Arlong with an apologetic look. I can't imagine that this kind of thing would happen when you invite you to the dinner, I'm so embarrassed. Sherlock returned to his stern look and asked, how's the situation? The submarine has been sent down for inspection. The stern hit an unknown object. It is suspected to be a reef. Fortunately, the damage to the hull is not serious, so I can insist on driving back. The old captain said and patted Sherlock on the shoulder. Now wait for the submarine to come back and report the situation. Sherlock nodded slightly, and waited for the result with the captain. Half an hour passed, but no submarine came up. According to the original plan, the submarine should have arrived long ago. Sherlock gave Arlong a look. Arlong looked cold and didn't want to be nosy, but due to Houston's deterrence, he turned and left, leaping up and jumping from the deck into the blue sea. Sherlock looked at Arlong's back, frowning slightly. Arlong is born to be a bone reversed, staying around is a time bomb, but I want to get rid of him. I am afraid that my current strength is not enough. Sherlock feels that he has entered the upgraded copy of Luffy, and has to turn his brain at all times, otherwise the combat effectiveness is insufficient. Next, he was counter-killed by his companions in minutes. At this time, the White Pearl was hit again, and this time the vibration was even more severe. An alarm sounded on the ship, which is an automatic alarm system. The old Captain Edson's face was solemn. Report to the captain that the hull was seriously damaged, and a 5-meter diameter hole appeared in the bottom plate. Report to the captain that the submarine is completely lost. Report to the captain, a thundercloud is approaching us. Edson's heart is half cold, he can clearly feel that this is not on the rocks. Before long, Arlong swam up. Sherlock and Edson both came to the deck. Sherlock threw a towel to Arlong. Arlong wiped the water stains on his body and said, It's Sea Kings. Sea Kings. How come here? Edson felt incredible. He had gone to sea for more than 30 years and had never encountered Sea Kings outside of Calmbelt. For the huge Sea Kings, guns are not a threat. The Pearl has hope of survival in the face of ordinary pirates, but in the face of Sea Kings, it is bound to die. His expression went from shock to despair. Sea Kings is the biggest natural disaster on the sea, more terrifying than reefs, cold currents, tsunamis and icebergs. Suddenly, the sea was surging, and a sudden huge wave would hit the cruise ship directly. Sherlock felt weak and limp, unable to use any power. Arlong grabbed Sherlock and swam out of the water. After this wave, the deck of the cruise ship was full of water. A sea monster with the size of a cruise ship appeared in front of Sherlock and others. It looks like an octopus, with 3 green eyes growing on its head, sharp devil horns growing symmetrically on top of its head, and 8 huge tentacles full of suckers floating on the surface of the sea. Just its size is enough to be daunting. It is just a minor Sea Kings, and it will be even bigger when it reaches adulthood, Sherlock judged. Lobren heard a loud noise. He stood in the center of the stage and picked up the expander. He raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. The gathered air exploded at high altitude, blowing down the gorgeous crystal chandelier. The panicked and frightened crowd immediately became quiet, and the effect was similar to shooting a person. "Quiet," Lobren said lightly, and then he ordered his men to bring the people in the banquet hall back to their guest rooms in an orderly manner. The daring tit Madara girl Lisa has been standing by his side, following him to arrange the crowd. "Madam, you should also go back to your room." Lobren looked at Lisa, who was not surprised, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lisa raised her skirt and bowed slightly. "Sir, I think I can help. After all, it's not the first time I'm in danger." Mieti looked around, but she didn't see Sherlock. During this period, some gentleman wanted to escort her back to the room, but she refused. Lobren stepped forward and stretched out his hand. "Beautiful lady, I will send you to the captain." Meti was stunned for a moment. She knew that the captain in Lobren's mouth was not Captain Edson of the Pearl, but Sherlock. Lisa pulled the corner of Lobren's clothes with a serious face. "I also want to go to Sherlock's brother." Laurent nodded slightly, and knew how to send a woman off to the captain. Laurent took Meti and Lisa out of the cabin, onto the deck, and was immediately shocked by the scene before him. This Sea Kings?" Lobren walked to Sherlock excitedly, and Sherlock looked sideways and saw Lisa and Mei. There were also a few young and handsome followers who followed Lisa. They all wanted to be flower protectors, but at this time they were scared to pee. The unharmonious pungent smell permeated the air. "Why did you come out?" Sherlock asked Lisa, and Lisa mustered her courage and ran to Sherlock. The terrifying picture in front of her immediately disrupted her organized language. Sherlock patted her trembling shoulder, and she felt an unprecedented sense of security. At this time, the old Captain Edson and his first mates also softened their legs in fright and fell to the ground. Sherlock looked up, and the heavy rain dripped down. "Thundercloud is here. It's really a leak in the house that happened to rain at night." Sherlock said something only he could understand, and looked at Edson. "How many lifeboats are there on the ship now?" "Originally, there were 40 ships, but the damn group of pirates destroyed all the lifeboats before, and now there are barely 5 ships available." Edson stammered in answer. Sherlock nodded slightly. "Captain Edson, now is not a cowardly time. I need you to release the lifeboat immediately and transfer people to my boat in batches." Edson nodded, but his legs were no longer obliged. Although Sherlock's evil is a circle smaller than a cruise ship, its defense is definitely stronger than that of a cruise ship, and the bow is equipped with a cannon, which can use the reaction force of the shells to achieve an instantaneous acceleration effect, allowing the evil to escape the sea monster waters. Sherlock fired 2 consecutive shots before Edson and the crew stood tremblingly and executed Sherlock's orders. "The old man, the children, and the lady go first," Sherlock added. "Boss." Arlong couldn't understand Sherlock's behavior. They should abandon the cruise ship and take the lifeboat and go first. Why should they help this group of people? Lobren reminded Arlong, "The captain has his own consideration." Arlong turned and left. His first task was to bring the gold and silver jewels and the heads of the evil cat pirate group on board first. Even if Houston was punished by the time, he didn't care. "Sherlock." Edson looked back at the thin young man. There was determination in his eyes. "Take them down, this is not a place for ordinary people to stay," Shylock ordered. Lobren nodded and told the pirates to take them back to the cabin. On the deck, only Lobren and Sherlock remained. Before leaving, Meti looked back at Sherlock. His hair tossed by the sea breeze and his resolute face were printed in her eyes. "It turns out that there are really heroes in this world. Wow." The torrential rain leaned down. After the old Captain Edson returned to the cabin, his spirit was slightly refreshed and he was temporarily free from the fear of sea monsters. He hit the lighter several times in a row before igniting a cigarette, put it to his mouth and took a deep breath, exhaling a thick smoke ring. "This may be the last time I enjoy cigarettes." He handed out the smoke to the crew. "If I can go back alive this time, I will never go out to sea again." "Captain, why don't we run away in a lifeboat?" A crew member saw that no one from a flower trading company was around, so he urged. Most of the 20-odd crew members agreed with him and felt that it was important to save their lives. "If we escape by ourselves, that person will not let us go." Edson remembered the look in Sherlock's eyes. His 30-year experience at sea told him that Sherlock was either a heinous pirate or an extreme adventurer. The common point between the two was that their hands were definitely covered with blood. Only those who have lived a life of licking blood for a long time will remain so calm in life and death. "Captain, it is not certain whether he will survive today, but that is Sea Kings. It is Shinigami on the sea." "Yes, Captain, don't hesitate, let's go." The crew continued to instigate. Morality is insignificant in the face of survival. Suddenly, with a bang, the door of the captain's room was kicked open. A tall Murloc in a flowered shirt walked in. There was a fire in Arlong's heart, and there was nowhere to vent his sorrow. He swiped the peak, and the result was 1 by 1, leaving none of the crew members who wanted to take the lifeboat and escape. The blood stained the captain's room. Edson and the remaining 8 crew members were frightened. If you don't want to die, just be obedient, old thing. You 4 are responsible for listening to my boss, and take the weak chickens on the boat into the lifeboat. The 4 of you will search for all the valuable treasures on the boat immediately. Take away. You, who are you guys on Earth? Edson asked horribly. Arlong glanced at him coldly. One more question, I will let you go to hell. Edson swallowed, sweating all over, never daring to delay anymore, and took the crew to gather passengers. Lobren, you take the brothers who are familiar with water to swim over first, and pick up everyone on the Hell. Lobren nodded, okay. He turned and left, swimming with the Murloc and pirates. Although Lobren ate devil fruit and couldn't swim, he could use the blasting of the air to walk in the air. Sherlock was the only one left on the bow deck, so he removed his disguise and sat limp on the ground. The huge upgraded octopus sea monster stretched out a tentacle and slammed it directly on the White Pearl. The cruise ship broke off in the middle. Lisa and Mehdi were the first people to board the lifeboat. They both looked anxiously at the sinking White Pearl and prayed that Sherlock would return safely. The passengers waited for the lifeboat in an orderly manner under the supervision of the pirates, with guns on their heads, making them impossible even if they wanted to seize the ship. I have money. I want to get on the boat first. I can give you 5 million Baileys. The middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous suit and a black velvet top hat shouted. The pirate next to him glanced at him and pointed his gun at the back of his head. Be quiet for Lao Zi, and then throw you to feed the sharks. Kill, damn it, don't delay the time for my uncle to board the ship, shouted another pirate. The middle-aged man shut up immediately, and the other men who thought the same did not dare to speak anymore. They originally thought this was a group of adventurers who could be bought with money, who knew that they were simply devil who didn't get in and kill people like hemp. The burly and tall pirate reluctantly bid farewell to the woman who drank la fight with him. You get on the boat first, and I'll be here in a while. You must come, Cam. The woman wiped her tears. The tall pirate Cam nodded and sent her to the lifeboat. He was already in the mood to coexist and die with Captain Houston. Fortunately, before he died, he met such a wonderful woman. As long as his marksmanship was accurate, he might be able to leave a little Cam in the world. Arlong kicked Cam's butt, kicked him directly onto the lifeboat, and threw a large bag of packed gold and silver jewelry to him. Cam, bring these back to the ship. Okay, brother Arlong. With a serious face, Cam grabbed the woman's hand. This time he didn't have to die. Sherlock knew that the ship was about to sink, and there was not much time left for him. The pistol has no effect on this huge sea monster, and bullets cannot pass through its thick fat. The sea monster kept hitting its tentacles on the White Pearl, but it caused fatal damage to the cruise ship. You are not Xia Ming, you are Houston now, the villain Houston. Think about how you conquered those villains. Sherlock kept reminding himself that he tried to remind himself of Houston's ability in a way similar to hypnosis, and the most important thing was Houston's guts. The huge sea monster tentacles directly rolled up his body and placed it in front of his eyes. Sherlock concentrated his strength and threw a sweet iron fist. This strength is enough to kill a blue whale, or make the sea monster cool. But what Shylock did not expect was that a hole was punched out of the upgraded octopus sea monster's head, and the hole was full of wires. The electric arc rushed to Sherlock's body in an instant, and his whole body was wetted by rain, which made it more conductive. The intense pain spread through every inch of Sherlock's skin, and his body was scorched. Fortunately, he is a capable person of devil fruit, and his self-healing ability is far more comparable. Sherlock was scorched and his head turned into an explosive head, looking very funny. It's not Sea Kings, it's a machine, Sherlock said, shaking his fist again. This time he went straight into the octopus sea monster's body along the hole. The stabbing current made Sherlock feel the burning pain again. Don't be bad. Hand over down Lisa. In the control room, a red explosive head roared. So your goal is Lisa. After Sherlock said, he jumped and walked into the body of the octopus steel monster along the cracked passage. Sherlock walked on a silver-white passage, flanked by dense steel boxes inlaid with walls. The explosive hair in the control room laughed. Ha 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 ha, idiot, do you think you want a Euro TMT die if you come in? Anyone who dares to prevent me from kidnapping down Lisa must die. It's not Sea Kings, it's human, it's much easier to deal with. Sherlock took out the revolver and continued to move forward. Suddenly, the box around the passage opened, releasing purple gas. Sherlock took out the gas mask from his shoulder bag and put it on his head. Damn, how can anyone carry a gas mask with him? The red-haired exploded head in the control room roared, and his voice could be transmitted to any part of the octopus monster's body through the phone worm. When you go out, you need to bring your equipment, and you may use it one day. Sherlock's voice was thickened by the gas mask. Afro sneered twice. Okay, let you taste this. Sherlock fell directly into the trap set by the explosive head in the air. Sliding down the tunnel, he fell heavily to the ground. My butt hurts fiercely. I have to replace it with the former Xia Ming. It is estimated that the hemorrhoids are all cracked. Fortunately, Houston's body does not have terrible hemorrhoids. Sherlock took out the searchlight, and the light illuminated the dim space. After confirming that there was no gas around him, he took off the gas mask and put it back in his shoulder bag. This seems to be a garbage dump in the belly of the octopus monster, piled up with all kinds of domestic garbage and foul-smelling stagnant water. Ha ha ha. The explosion of laughter sounded again. You can give my pet food, it comes to East Blue with me, and it has been hungry for several days. Sherlock heard the low roar of the beast. He slowly turned around and saw an adult tiger with golden fur all over. The tiger was in a vigorous body and had sharp eyes, looking straight at Sherlock. It first showed off its sharp claws, and pierced the steel trash in front of them with one claw, giving Sherlock a shock. Then, it jumped up, and a tiger swooped Sherlock to the ground. The red explosive head looked at the picture on the monitor and laughed again. With this ability, I dare to resist this uncle's revenge plan. Ha ha ha, you can die with peace of mind. Let me listen to your screams, it must be the most beautiful movement. The afro raised the corners of his mouth and turned the chair triumphantly. After waiting for a while, she didn't hear Sherlock's screams. He leaned closer to the surveillance screen and instantly petrified. Instead of biting Sherlock, the golden tiger let Sherlock ride on its back. The afro has raised this golden tiger for 5 years and has not received this treatment. I don't know what tricks this white face uses, but he is actually willing to let him ride. Damn it. The explosive head roared, Zyajin, you betrayed me. The golden tiger completely ignored the host's roar, raised his head, hoping to get Sherlock's refreshing touch again. Sherlock ordered, take me to the control room. With a whimper, Jinhu led Sherlock towards the control room, in this state alive with a loyal dog Hachiko. The afro was completely angry. Zyajin, you disappointed me so much. Okay, let you try this. He pressed the red button on the console. The giant octopus began to suck in the seawater, which rushed directly into the area where Sherlock was. Sherlock was instantly swallowed by the sea, and the feeling of weakness returned. He fell from Jinhu's body, and his feet sank into the water as if lead-plated. Fortunately, Jinhu has been floating on the sea for a long time with the explosive head, and has long learned to swim. It held Sherlock in its mouth, swam in the sea, and soon swam ashore, and walked along the steel corridor towards the abdomen of the octopus monster, which was the direction of the control room. The explosive head pressed the switch and directly opened the door of the control room. It seems that my uncle is going to personally teach you a lesson, a guy who does not live or die. If you dare to seduce my Zyajin, you are dead. Sherlock felt alive after being out of the sea, and he took a breath of fresh air. He tilted his head and poured out the water in his ears. Jinhu was taken into the control room, with a well-behaved and cute appearance, and also wagged his tail. Sherlock patted Jinhu's head to indicate that it was doing well. Jinhu had bright eyes, looked at him with excitement, and also spit out his tongue, making a ha-ha-ha sound. This character is too dog. The red-haired exploded head felt betrayed again, and his heart collapsed. He raised his hand, his palm split, and it turned into a Gatling gun directly, shooting Sherlock in a burst. Everyone who hinders my revenge is dead. Ha 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 ha. The mood of the red-haired exploded head was extremely fluctuating. The first second was angry because of the pet's betrayal, and the next second was excited because of the killing. Sherlock felt that he was suffering from obvious mania. Bullets struck like a rainstorm, and Sherlock's ghostly figure, cleverly avoided, quickly pulled out the revolver, loaded the bullet, and pulled the wrench. Bang bang bunga euro. The silver bullet hit the explosive head with a crisp sound. He took off his coat, revealing his steel body. Ha ha ha, I can't think of it, I am a transformer. Frankie family? Sherlock asked curiously. The red hair froze for a moment. Ha ha ha, Frankie? Are you talking about Carter from? That scum is my brother, I am Tom's best disciple, Wrightson. Wrightson, South Blue Pirate, is offering a reward of 60 million Baileys. When Sherlock heard his name, he immediately thought of his bounty. Ha ha ha, is this uncle so famous already? People in East Blue have also heard of me. Wrightson is very proud that 60 million Bailey is already a big thief. Wrightson has an eye-catching explosive head, wears a floral shirt and a pair of big red and yellow pants, a pair of frog glasses hanging around his neck, stepping on flip-flops, and a cigarette in his mouth. He is cynical. Look like. Both his hands could turn into a Gatling gun, and it was a violent bombardment at Sherlock. Sherlock is already in full control of Houston's body and his abilities, coupled with years of practice escape, so that he can capture the trajectory of bullets, walk in the rain of bullets. This is also he can survive under the siege of many bounty hunters. Reason. The bullets left a string of holes in the wall of the control room. Wrightson saw that after playing for so long, Sherlock was unscathed and his self-esteem was greatly affected. He merged his hands and the mechanical arm deformed to form a cannon. Come and try this, super lightning cannon. Seeing Wrightson's move, the golden tiger hit immediately, seeming to have a serious psychological shadow on this move. Sherlock's brows frowned slightly. He didn't wait for Wrightson to charge up the cannon, and quickly rushed in front of him, with a straight uppercut, knocking Wrightson to the ground. One of Wrightson's front teeth was knocked out, but his body had a wonderful experience. Wrightson looked at Sherlock incredulously. He was obviously a man. There should be no problem with my sexual orientation? Why is it so cool to be punched by him? It's like eating a bunch of chocolate cakes, and the air is full of sweet fragrance. I'm in love. Wrightson roared and jumped up, ready to give Sherlock a cannon of love. Sherlock swept his legs and knocked him down again. Immediately, Sherlock waved his iron fists continuously, hitting his stomach, lower abdomen, and thighs. Wrightson fell to the ground, completely losing his combat power. Sherlock's guess was correct. As expected, only his arms and head had been modified, and his body and legs were still mortal. Cool, so cool. Wrightson felt a feeling of being hollowed out. His body had suffered tremendous damage, but he still felt extremely happy. It felt terrible. Sherlock is ready to give Wrightson the final blow, so that she can get another 42 million Bailey's bounty. Wrightson picked up the cigarette on the ground, took another sip, and said, "After I die, treat Zyajin well." Sherlock put away his fist. Originally, this punch would directly hit Wrightson's heart, but now, he hesitated. Jinhu rushed over, licked its owner, and then looked at Sherlock with pleading eyes. Sherlock squatted next to Wrightson, took out a cigarette and a lighter from Wrightson's pocket, lit a cigarette and put it to his mouth, and asked slowly, "What hate do you have against Madara?" Sherlock coughed twice and put out the smoke. Sherlock was a smoker in his previous life, and otaku and cigarettes are often indissoluble, but in this life, Houston's body is actually allergic to nicotine, causing Sherlock to use lollipops or chewing gum to replace dependence on tobacco. "You don't know how to smoke, ha ha ha, are you a teenager?" The red-haired explosion head despised Sherlock, but Sherlock's appearance was at most in her early 20s. Sherlock frowned, waiting for him to answer his question. "Eat a Euro-TM's planted in your hands today. My uncle accepts his fate. If you want to kill it, kill it. Don't a Euro-TMT ask me about it," Redhead Wrightson said with spine. Sherlock took out the revolver and pointed it at his heart. "I count 10. 10-9-2." Sherlock skipped the middle number directly. "How come 9 to 2, you shamelessly?" Wrightson seems to have obsessive-compulsive disorder with numbers. "Oh, I suddenly felt that counting to 10 is too slow. I want to solve you as soon as possible." Sherlock pulled the trigger and snapped. Wrightson suddenly dilated his pupils and collapsed on the ground in a large font. Sherlock stood up and kicked him. "Don't pretend to be dead, there are no bullets in the gun." Wrightson was stunned for a moment, stretched out his hand to touch the position of his heart, and found that there was no hole. He breathed a sigh of relief. "You kid is playing this uncle. If I guess right, you are avenging Yokozuna." The corners of Sherlock's mouth rose slightly, and he liked the pleasure of pranks. "How do you know?" Wrightson helped Jinhu climb up and leaned on Jinhu's back. After the refreshment disappeared, his numb pain gradually recovered, and he felt pain all over his body, as if he was hit by a heavyweight sumo wrestler. "Pressure." Sherlock shook his head. "Because Tom has only 2 disciples, Frankie and Bingberg, you lied to me." Wrightson looked at Sherlock in surprise. "On this basis, you are really good at making the robot monster octopus. It is basically not a machine from the outside, so your skill should be Toma Euro-TM's, so you should be a disciple of Yokozuna, but you don't a Euro-TMT want to admit that you are a pet frog." "Disciple. Shut up," Wrightson growled. "Hungang is a pet frog raised by Tom." Wrightson's attitude further confirmed Sherlock's ideas. "It seems that Madara ordered the dog vice-admiral to kill Hungang." Sherlock muttered to himself in his heart. He put the revolver away, and said lightly, "You should seek revenge from Dalmesia. I can't control it, but Dalmalisa is innocent, she is still young. If you were still a man, you should find Dalmesia to fight in an upright duel instead of catching his daughter and threatening him." "Innocent? Isn't Hungang innocent?" Dalmesia, the despicable villain, used Hungang to build ships for him and tried to draw Pluton drawings for him. "Finally," Wrightson said excitedly, tears streaming down unconsciously. The crying interrupted his words. He remembered that 7 years ago, he was hunted down and fled to the island of water. Hungang saved him. He not only cured himself, but also taught himself shipbuilding, machinery, freestyle. Although he has been reluctant to be called Master Hungang and does not want to erase his pride, Hungang is his master and the man who taught him everything. He is the best person in the world who treats him like a father and son. Later, Hungang was taken away by Marine and never returned. He has been waiting in the water city until the news of Hengang's death. If Hungang is still alive, he definitely doesn't want you to avenge him. He definitely wants you to have your own life. It was the first time Sherlock saw a man crying like a 3-year-old child. "My life is revenge. If Dalmesia is not allowed to pay the price, I will never give up." Wrightson gritted his teeth and said word by word. Sherlock looked at him sideways. "Don't you dream." Wrightson was stunned, remembering that Hungang had also asked himself this sentence when he was sitting on the sea with Hungang watching the sunrise. Wrightson said vigorously at the time, "I want to surpass you, Tom, and everyone. I want to create a warship that surpasses all existence in this world." Hungang looked at him seriously and patted his head with frog claws, meaning, "I believe you can. If you waste your talent, Hungang should be sad." Sherlock turned around. He decided to give up the 60 million Baileys bounty. He didn't want to do fearless killings, and he didn't want to participate in the hatred of others. All he could do was to follow his heart. Wrightson was not a heinous bad person, but he was blinded by hatred. Eyes. Sherlock was about to leave, only to find a hand holding his foot. He frowned slightly. Do you want to die that way? Why do you want to be Marine's lackey? Wrightson asked. Sherlock took off the scarf, revealing the tattoo on his neck. Wrightson was stunned, unable to think that he would be educated by the heinous villain. You are Leah D. Houston, the big pirate with 400 million bounty. Sherlock put on the scarf again, and prepared to leave without explaining. But when he heard a puff, Wrightson knelt on the ground, lowered his head, his voice whimpered, "Let me follow you. I want to make a weapon that surpasses all existence in this world." No revenge? Sherlock asked. Wrightson's tears kept falling, and he buried his head. At that time, I will let the whole marine be buried. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly. Before entering, the inside of the octopus monster has been destroyed by me. If you don't want to die, go quickly. Wrightson raised his head excitedly. Brother, did you agree? Sherlock helped him up. Don't make me trouble until the weapon is built. Well, brother. Wrightson couldn't cry again, this time because he found a partner and was no longer alone. Sherlock shook his head, feeling that his soft-hearted illness was really cured. The two walked in front, and the golden tiger excitedly followed behind, and soon they left the octopus monster. Accompanied by the rumbling noise, the octopus monster completely exploded. The white pearl sank in the sea with the octopus monster. The two sat on the golden tiger, which was like a kayak, paddling his four legs and floating on the sea. In the heavy rain, Sherlock looked at the evil horn from a distance. To be honest, he has not made any plans to return. He can use this opportunity to temporarily get rid of the villains such as Laurent. The octopus exploded, the pearl was silent, and Leah D. Houston's disappearance again, all in one go, killed Wrightson, who had no counterattack ability, and then slipped to South Blue and continued to practice until he became a big brother and went out to sea again. But this meant that all the survivors on the pearl were handed over to the murderous pirates. If he goes back, Reborn and Arlong will be somewhat jealous of themselves, obey their orders, and let go of the innocent survivors. If he doesn't go back, death will be waiting for Lisa and them. Wrightson didn't feel the killing intent from Sherlock at all. He fell asleep on Sherlock's back, with his head resting on Sherlock's shoulder. Sherlock froze for a second, then looked sideways at the childish boy. Wrightson looked only 15 or 6 years old. Hey! Sherlock sighed, took a lollipop from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Only the sweetness of the lollipop can alleviate the distress in his heart at the moment. It would be even better if one more layer cake and ice cream cone. Sherlock patted Jinhu's fluffy head and pointed it out. The golden tiger swam happily toward the evil horn. Sherlock was back on the hellfire. Arlong, Reborn, Cam and others immediately stepped forward to greet him. Captain, did Sea Kings kill? Sherlock nodded slightly and threw Wrightson to Laurent. Bring it down, the new repairman. Reborn looked at the red afro Wrightson, with a smile on his face. The big pirate Wrightson, known as the freak mechanic, has also been subdued by you. Your charm is still so powerful. Sherlock ignored Reborn and looked sideways at Arlong. Are all the people on the Pearl coming over? Boss, I solved some of the dishonesty on the spot. Basically, the old and the weak, women and children came here, and they are now locked in the cabin. Arlong said, pointing to the series of heads on the nail plate. The space is limited, so I can only cut it and bring it over, and lose 30% of Pele. Sherlock resisted his disgust and ordered everything is installed, don't leave it on the deck. He thought that the members of the evil cat pirate group should take the opportunity to slip away. Unexpectedly, Arlong did not forget to harvest a wave of heads when he escaped. He deserves to be Arlong. Arlong nodded and asked his subordinates to remove the string of heads. These heads were soaked in a little swelling, obviously they were brought directly under the lifeboat. I also collected all the jewelry from the ship. Arlong waved his hand triumphantly, and his men carried up 2 boxes of gold and silver jewels, the combined value of which was around 80 million Baileys. If it were not to maintain Houston's cold image, Sherlock would want to plunge into these jewels and feel the fragrance of wealth. The main reason is that he has grown up so much and has never seen so much money. My dream of winning the lottery when I was young has finally come true. Sherlock tried to maintain a calm expression. Okay, 1/3 of the jewelry is in the warehouse, 1/3 belongs to Arlong, and the other brothers share it equally. All the pirates cheered. Arlong is fairly satisfied with this distribution, he has as much as the captain. Of course, he would be happier if it was all his own. Sherlock is not worried about Reborn's opposition, because it is a rich second generation who has no desire for money. His family left him a lot of money, but his hobbies are only blasting and killing. Isn't my identity revealed? Arlong shook his head. Don't worry, we are very low-key. Sherlock nodded lightly and walked towards the cabin. With a creak, the hatch opened. Lisa and May stood up at the same time and looked at Sherlock blankly. The Madara girl Lisa rushed over and hugged Sherlock, with 2 drops of soy tears hanging from her eyes. Great, brother Sherlock. Meddy maintained the lady's elegance and smiled at Sherlock. Thank you. She knew that Sherlock had rescued them again. Sherlock rubbed Lisa's hair. It's okay. When we get to the next port, I will put you down. Then there will be people from Marine to pick you up. Mr. Sherlock, thank you so much. The old people and children in the cabin stood up to express their gratitude to Sherlock. Several childish children surrounded Sherlock, took out the candy from their pockets, and handed it to Sherlock. Big brother, thank you for saving me. I have nothing else to give you. This candy is delicious. I have it, and I have it too. Brother, this candy is for you. Sherlock accepted the colorful candies and didn't manage his expression for a while, showing a smile that belonged to Xia Ming. He picked up a child and squeezed his nose. Why don't you have any sugar? The boy opened his mouth and 2 of his front teeth were missing. He explained nervously, I have a decayed tooth due to a lot of sugar, and I have just extracted my tooth, so my parents won't let me eat sugar. Lisa covered her mouth and laughed. Big brother, when we grow up, we have to be like you, fighting sea monsters and becoming heroes. The boy summoned his courage and said. The eyes of other children are also full of admiration. Sherlock put the boy down. His expression suddenly became serious. The sea is too dangerous for the weak. The children started crying in terror by his suddenly gloomy face. Their mother immediately hugged them in her arms to comfort them. Sherlock shook his head, turned and left the cabin, and Meddy followed. Her high-heeled shoes made the sound of tata, and Sherlock turned her head in a daze. Mieti's long pale blonde hair was drenched in the rain, and her long burgundy dress was also attached to her body. The white and slender neck and the magnificent S-shaped curve attracted the pirates' onlookers. They stood or squatted on the deck and whistled. If it hadn't been for Lobren's prevention, they would have already targeted this East Blue's most beautiful woman. Madam, is there anything? Sherlock asked hesitantly. Can we talk? Meddy felt her heart beating faster. She clutched her hot cheeks and lived for 28 years. There were countless men who pursued her, but she had never felt this way towards anyone. This feeling made her feel as if she had returned to her girlhood. Sherlock stopped and looked at her blushing cheeks. Did you get a fever from the rain? I'll let the ship's doctor look at it for you. No, I'm fine. As Meddy said, she sneezed when she was blown by the cold wind on the deck. She turned around embarrassedly and turned her back to Sherlock. Sherlock scratched his hair. What's the matter? Come to the captain's room to talk. It's too cold outside. Meddy nodded and followed Sherlock into the captain's room. Laurent closed the door for the two of them, showing a gratifying old father smile. Cut. What's so good about human women? Arlong was leaning on the ship's board very incomprehensibly, glancing at Lobren. The captain said that women, wealth, and rights are all he pursues. Don't you want to see the captain happy? Lobren said with a smile. Arlong shook his head. No, since Houston came back, I found that he seems to be less interested in human women. He didn't even touch the girl you sent to me last time. It should be that the captain has a higher vision, as he deserves to be Captain Houston. Lobren gave a thumbs up, and Arlong was speechless. Sherlock's first plan was to take a hot bath and change into clean clothes, but it seemed that Maida seemed to need it more than herself. Loblen! Sherlock yelled, and Lobren immediately responded outside the door. Captain, I'm here. Arrange rooms for the guests on the Pearl, prepare hot water, clean clothes and food for them, and set sail for the nearest port. Yes, my captain. Lobren turned and left. Would you like a shower? Sherlock looked at Meddy, and when he spoke, the atmosphere felt strange. Sherlock frowned and said, I want to take a shower first. Meddy asked curiously. Together, a faint flush appeared on Sherlock's cheeks. Maida thought Sherlock more and more cute. She smiled. You go first. You go first. Sherlock Chien gave in. Captain, your room has 2 bathrooms. Arlong stood at the door and reminded, who couldn't listen. Sherlock sweats. Arlong, don't you go back to rest. Now I'm going back. Arlong tiptoed away. Sherlock let out a foul breath, hypnosis in his heart. Maida is not a stunner in the world, but a big white radish. After completing the psychological suggestion, his thinking became very clear, and he no longer stammered. You go take a shower. There are clean clothes here. You can change them. You will sleep here tonight. I will rest in the guest room next door. If you have anything to do, we will talk tomorrow. Good. Meddy nodded obediently. Sherlock stood up and was about to leave. Meddy stopped him again. Sherlock, are you really a trading company? Sherlock was stunned, looking sideways at Mieti's beautiful face under the dim light. What do you think? Can you tell me your real name? Meddy heard the sound of her heartbeat speeding up again. This time even Sherlock heard it. After all, there were only 2 of them in the empty captain's room, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. Sherlock. Sherlock put on his soft hat, left the master bedroom, and entered the bathroom of the guest room. Sherlock took off his clothes and showed strong muscles. His body was full of scars, large and small, with scratches from swords and gunshot wounds, which did not match his delicate appearance. I felt much more comfortable after taking a hot bath. Sherlock turned off the light and fell on the bed, ready to sleep. He heard the rustling sound, he took out the revolver from under the pillow and aimed it at the dark shadow. Medi turned on the light, just in time to see Sherlock aiming a gun at her head. Sherlock was stunned for a second, then put away the revolver. "Why are you?" "Sherlock, I'm scared and can't sleep." Medi experienced a series of incidents such as pirates attacking, being rescued, cruise ship being attacked by sea monsters, and escaping. It may be the most thrilling day in her life. She couldn't sleep, Sherlock could understand, but Sherlock was really tired. After fighting with octopus sea monsters and Wrightson, Sherlock was exhausted, and she really didn't have the energy to comfort Medi. "Why don't I call Lisa? You two have a company to rest together," Sherlock proposed. Medi shook her head. "Can you accompany me?" Sherlock sat up and patted the bedboard. "Come here." Medi bit her plump lower lip, got into Sherlock's bed, and was about to lean her head on Sherlock's shoulder. Sherlock hit the knife and knocked Medi stunned. He yawned, picked up Medi, put her back on the big bed in the master bedroom of the captain's room, covered her with a quilt, and returned to his guest bedroom to rest. "Finally, no one will bother me." Sherlock smiled and lay back on the warm bed. The next day, when the sun shone into the room, Sherlock stretched and crawled out of the quilt. Medi has already prepared breakfast and placed it on the round table. She was wearing an apron in Sherlock's white shirt, and a pair of slender white thighs dangling in front of Sherlock. Sherlock got dressed, walked over, and put a long coat on her. "On the ship, if you wear it like this, it is easy to cause crime," Medi asked in a low voice. "Will you?" Although Sherlock has only been online dating once, he is still a spare tire, but he is not slow in feelings. He looked at Medi seriously. "I am different from what you imagined, and I have no plans to get married, so you don't need to waste time on me." "Sherlock, why do you want to make things so complicated?" "I do this purely because I am willing." Medi smiled and stretched out her hand, holding Sherlock's neck. Her red lips greeted her. With a bang, the door of the captain's room was kicked open. Sherlock and Medi turned their heads at the same time and saw the red-haired exploded Wrightson dragging a cannon with excitement. "Boss, can this abandoned cannon be given to me? You can dismantle it and make a new one." Wrightson didn't even notice that he was acting as a light bulb. He walked into the captain's room generously and sniffed. "It's delicious. There is breakfast, can I have it together?" Medi was helpless, so she kissed Sherlock on the cheek, let go of her hand, and sat down at the dining table. Sherlock also sat down, seeing that Wrightson had begun to have breakfast without waiting for the two to agree. "Good to eat." Wrightson ate up all the breakfast that Medi had carefully prepared for Sherlock like a storm, and belched with satisfaction. "Thank you for the hospitality." Sherlock wiped the sweat from her forehead, and the corner of her eye swept away at Medi. Her face was dull, but she tried to maintain the grace of a lady. "Sherlock, I'll make you another one." "No, Lobren will prepare it," Sherlock said lightly. He decided to send Medi away quickly. First of all, when survival is a problem, it is impossible for him to bring Medi by his side, which is too risky. Secondly, such a beautiful woman does not conform to his own view of choosing a mate. Sherlock came back this time because of the innocent person on the Pearl. If he had such a good opportunity, he would definitely escape by himself, so the woman would only hinder him to escape. Yep, Medi is also a smart woman, and she can feel that she has been rejected. But the more Sherlock rejected her, the more she felt that Sherlock was different from other men, and that it was a special existence, which aroused her desire for life. "Captain, these are the clothes for Miss Medi." The sensible Laurent appeared again. He snapped his fingers, and his men brought a wooden box. The box was opened, and it was full of ladies' clothes. Sherlock nodded slightly and complimented Laurent from the bottom of his heart, but soon his smile froze on his face. Medi Eurotm's delicate cheeks are dyed a circle of red. These Ladies Eurotm clothes can basically only cover 3 points, most of which are translucent yarn products. It turns out Sherlock likes me to dress like this. For words sexy underwear came to Sherlock's mind. Lobren smiled knowingly and gave Sherlock a thumbs up. Sherlock's shame is spiraling upwards. Is this trying to see his social death on the spot? The red afro Wrightson flipped through the clothes in the suitcase and said bluntly, "Is this different from not wearing it?" "You are still young, don't understand," Lobren said. Sherlock just wanted to dig a hole in the ground and buried him. "I will wear it to you tonight," Medi said with a smile. Sherlock felt his blood surge. Wrightson put her underwear on her head and looked at Sherlock curiously. "Boss, why do you have a nosebleed?" Sherlock unbuttoned his white shirt. "Hot, get angry." Oh. Wrightson nodded seemingly. Laurent continued to say to Sherlock, "Captain, Miss Lisa wants to see you." "Okay, I will go to her after breakfast." 3 days later, the evil ship arrived at Le Pou port, a small port near East Blue near the Grand Line. Laurent was responsible for sending off the survivors on the White Pearl one by one. According to Sherlock's instructions, he also prepared a purse for each of them. Although there was not much money in it, it was enough for them to live in Le Pou port. 1 week, waiting for the rescue team to come. "Boss, are you really not going out?" Wrightson asked. Sherlock sat in the captain's room, looking through the glass window, watching Medi walk back off the boat step by step. He picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and said, "Don't go. Let's also go to the Lipu port to replenish the supplies. By the way, remodel the hull. I checked the Evil Voyage and found that there are still many shortcomings." Wrightson talked about the boat as soon as he talked about it. Sherlock nodded slightly. "Just do what you say. But I don't have money to buy materials." Wrightson looked at Sherlock expectantly. Sherlock threw him a brass key, the warehouse key. "Take it yourself." Wrightson took the brass key excitedly and left the captain's room. Sherlock pulled out a candy, put it in his mouth, and began to think about how to create a crisis and make Houston completely disappear, so that he could live his life. "Why doesn't brother Sherlock come to see us?" Lisa said disappointedly. Lobren patted Lisa's head. "Madam, the captain has many things to deal with. The hotel has been arranged for you. There is a phone bug in it. You can contact your loved ones at any time to pick you up." "Thank you." Lisa carried her skirt and bowed. She thought that she could still use a carrier pigeon to contact Sherlock, and smiled. "You're welcome," Lobren said with a smile. Cam sent his girl off the boat and handed the girl a wooden suitcase. "This is all my savings, you keep it, and take good care of yourself." The girl opened the wooden box and looked at the gold coins inside, a box of gold coins in surprise. Cam kissed the girl's forehead. "Cam, you stay with me." The girl's eyes were full of tears. Cam shook his head. "My dream is at sea." But the girl did not continue. She knew that she loved this man who was adventurous at sea. She hugged Cam and returned the wooden box to Cam. "I won't wait for you. After you go, we won't have any relationship." "Woman, it's cruel," Cam said with a smile, but he didn't pick up the wooden box either. "In any case, I leave this money for you. If you don't want to, throw it away. I will have more wealth at sea." The girl was stunned, no longer declining, picked up the wooden box, bid farewell to Cam, and left with the crowd. There is still no shortage of gentlemen around Niiti. When she got off the boat, a stranger came to strike up a conversation. She wanted to invite her to dinner, but she was in no mood. The old Captain Edson helped her send them one by one, and at the end, he said, "Miss Meddy, Sherlock and we are not in the same world. You better forget him." Meddy pulled her black windbreaker, making the loose clothes as close to her petite body as possible. "This is Sherlock's coat and the only thing he left for her." She lowered her head and her thick eyelashes cast a shadow on her cheeks. "Maybe one day you will meet someone who makes you willing to take off your mask, but unfortunately, that person is not me." The rest of the crew followed Edson into the hotel on Donter Street. The tall sailor who had greeted Sherlock cheerfully turned his head and met Arlong. Standing on the deck, Arlong held his hands and looked down at him condescendingly. His indifferent eyes instantly reminded him of the brutal murder of his compatriots. He buried his head in silence and continued to move forward, clenching his fists. Next to the Donter Street Hotel is a bar specially opened for bounty hunters. Various bounty orders are pasted on the outer wall to attract hunters to stop. The fishy sea breeze whizzed past, and a yellowed wanted order was blown on the sailor's face. He stared at the contents of the wanted order, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After Sherlock's approval, the evil ship stopped at Lipu port to rest. Although this order did not directly rob the merchant ship, the pirates earned more than the robbery. They took a lot of Bailey to the Rose Theater near the port to drink the most expensive wine and find the most expensive girl. In addition to human girls in the Rose Theater, there are also fur girls and Murloc girls. Arlong and his Murloc brothers also like to drink here. "Brother Arlong, why doesn't the boss get off the boat and have fun? Houston has no shortage of women. We don't need to worry about this. Laron will arrange it." "Haha, that's what I said." They were drinking and chatting, and then they entered the room with their female companions in their arms. Lobren led the two very well-built girls on the Hellfire, while Wrightson was still G on the bottom of the boat. The girl looked at the red-haired explode Wrightson curiously, did not ask, and followed Lobren to the captain's room. Sherlock had just taken a shower and walked out of the bathroom. Before she could get dressed, she saw two beautiful girls lying on her warm big bed. He quickly covered little Sherlock with a towel. "Loblen, come out and explain." Laron slowly walked into the house from behind the door and put one hand on his chest. "Captain, what do you want to order?" "Are they?" Sherlock felt smoke from above his head, and his cheeks were hot. The two girls look exactly the same, with extremely hot bodies, only wearing black lace skirts. "The twins of the Rose Theater, the top card, 50,000 Baileys in one night." "Captain, don't you like it?" Lobren said with a smile. Sherlock covered his face with one hand. "Recently, you have been too tired to practice, so don't call them." "Okay, do I need to contact Miss May?" Lobren asked intimately. Sherlock shook his head. "No." The twin sisters got up from Sherlock's boat and glanced at her mouth. "This is the first time I have met such a guest." "Aren't we beautiful enough?" "No, you are beautiful, but I don't need it," Sherlock said, handing them the lady's jacket that was thrown on the ground. They put on their coats and walked out of the captain's room. Sherlock hesitated for a moment, and said to Laron, "The money will still be paid." Lobren nodded. Okay, next time you need it, I will call them again. No, I have to practice recently. Sherlock refused. Sherlock breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Lobren leave with the two girls. He knows that he can't blame Laurent. After all, Houston used to be such a person, and has suffered from sexually transmitted diseases because of this. It took Sherlock 2 years to heal, and he never wanted to repeat the same mistakes. If he contracted an incurable disease, why did he live again for the rest of his life? The medical technology in this world is very limited. It is better to cherish life, stay away from the Rose Theatre, and stay away from women. The next day, Sherlock stayed in the hotel arranged by Robert Lau, in order to let Wrightson better transform the devil. The evil was anchored at the Sears ship factory for 2 weeks, and Wrightson completely remodeled the ship. The bow of the ship was transformed into an octagonal octopus, the tiger's head was equipped with an improved version of the dragon cannon, and the left and right sides of the hull were equipped with 16 cannons. The whole ship was plated with abrasion, shining brightly in the sun. Arlong has to admit that Wrightson is indeed very talented in shipbuilding, better than the boatman they had hired before. The two got on the ship and drove the upgraded version of Extreme Evil out of the Sill ship factory. What about Big Brother? Wrightson asked. Wait for us at the port, Arlong said, frowning slightly, and he looked at the unusually deserted waters. Usually, the waters outside the Sears shipyard are always full of merchant ships, large and small, and sometimes the waterways will be blocked. But the evil number came out unimpeded. The merchant ships moored around seemed to have been negotiated, and they were all gone. Arlong vaguely felt something was wrong, and he gave Wrightson a look. Wrightson nodded, touched Jinhu's head, and put it into the water. Inside the revolving restaurant, Sherlock was holding coffee in his left hand and a newspaper in his right. The newspaper read, "The White Pearl was attacked by the evil pirates group. Only the 76ers survived. Marine officially announced that the heinous pirate Houston's bounty has increased to 420 million. Sherlock stood up, and the people in the dining room followed him. Lobren pressed the black top hat. Captain, it looks like we have been betrayed. The revolving glass door of the restaurant turned, and Maydew wore a snow-white low-cut long skirt, twisted the waist of the water snake, and stepped on red high heels, and walked in slowly. She took a delicate make-up today, with her light blonde long hair rolled up in a bun, and she was so beautiful. Her appearance attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Every step she took, the hearts of the men throbbed. Maydew walked to Sherlock and took his arm. Sherlock, I'm late, let's go. Sherlock frowned slightly, and he looked at Lobren. Lobren shook his head. I didn't notify Miss May. I want to come myself. Maydew leaned her head on Sherlock's shoulder and whispered, let me help you once. It's dangerous here. Sherlock reminded. Maydew nodded slightly, put her red lips in Sherlock's ear, and whispered a few words. Sherlock was stunned, and Maydew's pretty face was reflected in her deep eyes. Are you sure? Maydew spit out 2 words firmly, okay. Sherlock was taken aback for a moment, and Maydew took her arm and walked out of the restaurant. Laurent followed closely. The plainclothes Marines in the dining room who had been staring at Sherlock stood up and surrounded them. Come on. A blond man with a height of about 3 meters, wearing a black suit and a half-golden mask, picked up the phoneworm, and a voice came from the phoneworm. Colonel, the dining room has been surrounded, but Miss May has entered. Waste. The man in the black suit waved his hand, and the Marines in the restaurant took off their coats, revealing the Marine uniform with blue and white as the main color, and the dazzling justice on the back. Then they showed their pistols. Cosius, what are you doing? Maydew asked warily. Colonel Cosius rubbed his short blonde hair and looked at Maydew. I refused my pursuit. Is it because I fell in love with the pirate? I don't understand what you are talking about. Sherlock is the owner of East Blue Flower Trading Company. How could she be a pirate? Maydew retorted. Colonel Cosius sneered and took out Leah D. Houston's reward order from his arms. Look for yourself. Who is this man next to you? Maydew looked at the reward order in confusion. It's impossible, it just looks alike. Also Quibble, it seems that you are planning to protect the pirates. From beginning to end, Sherlock and La Baron remained silent, until Colonel Cosius raised his gun and pointed at Maydew. Protect the pirate and commit the same crime as the pirate, and rectify the law on the spot. Sherlock and I are going to Baron Bill's house for a tulip party. If you think Colonel Marine's position is too stable, you can shoot. Maydew summoned her courage and said, feeling her body tremble slightly. Sherlock stretched out her hand and pressed her shoulder, giving Maydew courage and strength invisibly. Sherlock stepped forward, blocked Cosius's gun with a not too tall body, protected Maydew behind her, and handed out her temporary ID. Colonel, this is my ID. Colonel Kirzius looked at Sherlock with his ID for a few seconds. Decibus Sherlock, owner of East Blue Flower Trading Company. Sherlock nodded slightly. If the colonel is willing, I can send Miss Leah a batch of Blue Enchantress. I heard that her favorite is roses. Colonel Kirzius frowned, unexpectedly that Sherlock knew his sister. Barabara the phoneworm rang, and Colonel Kirzius answered the phone. Colonel, we have surrounded the Hellfire. Do you want to act now? Action. Colonel Kirzius said affirmatively. The phone worm rang again, and Colonel Kirzius put the phone worm to his ear. "Colonel, I found someone who looks like Houston in the port." "What?" Colonel Cosius frowned, and then he received a few more calls. "Colonel, I found someone who looks like Houston in Central Park." "Colonel, I found someone suspected of Houston showing up on East Street." "Colonel, I found that the person suspected of Houston is south of the city." "Colonel, I found someone suspected of Houston showing up near the city hall." "Colonel, found out." For a time, countless figures of Houston were found in the entire Lipu city, and Cosius arranged the main marine to ship factories and revolving restaurants, and there were not so many people to mobilize at all. Many looked at Sherlock in surprise, and a smile appeared on Sherlock's mouth. Colonel Cosius threw Sherlock's ID on the ground, and Black Leather Boots stepped on it. "I don't care what tricks you are doing, but there is absolutely no pirate who can escape from Lipu port." "Captain, what do you do now?" asked the armed marine who was next to Colonel Cosius. "Block the port, don't let a fly out of the sea. The 6 of you follow them and send them to the Baron's reception, staring at me at any time to report, and the others follow me," Cosius ordered. "Yes," the marines answered neatly, and then followed him out of the revolving restaurant. Medi got into the luxury carriage with Sherlock and Laurent and drove to the Baron's mansion. Medi's palms were all in cold sweat, she leaned on the carriage limply. The experience these few days was like a dream. "Sherlock, what do they follow?" "Do not worry." Sherlock took out a lollipop wrapped in pink paper and handed it to Medi. "Eating sweets when you are nervous will calm your mood." Medi was stunned for a moment, and took the lollipop unexpectedly. The rumored cold-blooded Houston actually likes sweets. "If you want, I will always be Sherlock." Sherlock smiled and said that although he was not interested in women, he treated his friends equally. "Sherlock, this is for you." Medi took out a company registration certificate. "I checked after I went back. There is no East Blue Flower Trading Company, so I bought an old company for you, changed the business scope and name, but the registered legal person is me. You see, when you have time, I can transfer it to you." Sherlock looked at Medi in surprise. Medi blushed. Is there a flower on my face?" "Thanks." Sherlock collected the company registration certificate. "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid, but I am even more afraid that I am useless to you." Medi looked at Sherlock affectionately. The corners of Laurent's mouth rose slightly, revealing the same expression as before, reaffirming the captain's charm in his heart. The three arrived at the mansion of Baron Bill. The large green grassland was neatly built, and the wind blew by and brought a scent of green grass. At the end of the lawn, there is a European-style manor house, built as gorgeous as the castle, but the area is much smaller than the castle. The road into the manor was also paved with red fluffy carpets, and servants stood by the gate to receive the guests coming and going. Medi handed the invitation card to the servant, with a smile on his face. "Miss Medi, Mr. Sherlock, please come in." Like other visiting guests, Sherlock entered the manor with her female companion, Medi, holding hands. Laurent and the 6 marines stayed at the door. The music sounded, and the dressed-up gentlemen and ladies began to dance on the dance floor. Medi and Sherlock are among them. "Sherlock, your dancing skills have improved." Medi smiled and praised. "Dancing is not difficult." Sherlock took Medi's hand. She turned around and returned to Sherlock's arms. The two danced in this way until they were about to exchange partners. "Sherlock, can I see you again?" Medi looked at Sherlock reluctantly. Sherlock did not answer, and handed her over to the Baron, completing the exchange of dancing partners. After a while, Medi couldn't see Sherlock on the dance floor. A person who was somewhat similar in dress and even appearance replaced Sherlock and continued to accompany Medi. Sherlock came to the back door exit of the manor. He pressed the brim of his hat and looked at Laurent, who had been waiting for a long time. Those 6 marines are obviously not Laurent's opponents. Sitting on a brand new carriage, Laurent took off his hat and saluted Sherlock slightly. "Captain." Sherlock jumped into the wagon and rushed all the way to the vicinity of the Sear ship factory. The time was just right. Arlong and Wrightson rushed out in an upgraded version of the Evil Horn. Sherlock and Laurent boarded the ship quickly. The heavily damaged marine ship chased it out, but was bombarded again by bombs on the water. "Brother, you are back." Wrightson smiled and said. Sherlock patted him on the shoulder. "Can the boat dive into the water?" "Yes, it's coated. You can dive to the sea as deep as 1,000 meters. "Well, the port has been surrounded by marine. Go deep water," Shylock ordered. Wrightson nodded and entered the control room with navigator Roberto. The Extreme Hell followed the river into the sea, dived into the sea area of 1,000 meters, avoided the marine blockade above the port, and escaped directly. But it was still spotted by marine radar. The buzzing sea alarm sounded. "Colonel, it was discovered that a suspected large submarine had passed the blockade." Chunky Marine informs Cursius through a phone bug. "Idiot, that's a terrible name. Stop me, I can't stop it. They blasted the fence with mines." Marine stammered. "Trash, chase it for me. Wake up all the trash on the southern route and outflank me." Cosius ordered. He put on the marine cloak, lit his cigar, and took a sip. The extreme evil went out of the blockade before it emerged from the water, and the Marine fleet was all 10 nautical miles behind. Cosius stood on the deck, took out the loudspeaker, and shouted, "Houston, you can't escape." Sherlock put on his dark red coat, walked out of the cabin, stood on the bow of the Hell, took off his hat, bent over to salute, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "You have worked hard." Cosius was furious, and he waved his hand, "Shoot me and blow him up." "Yes, Colonel." The rumbling explosions sounded one after another, and huge waves exploded on the sea. "Come and try this." Wrightson pressed the red button, and 16 cannons stretched out from the left and right sides of the hull. The cannon fired at the same time, causing a heavy blow to the Marine fleet that was pursuing it. "Speed up, chase me." Cosius didn't care about the loss at all, he commanded. The Marine fleet continued to move forward, even if there were continuous companion ships around them blowing into sparks. The fire on the sea became a piece of fire, and the screams were endless. Sherlock looked solemn, and this was the last thing he wanted to see. The pirates on the evil ship cheered one by one. The upgraded evil ship was really extraordinary, and Marine shells couldn't hurt the hull at all. Cosius ordered a team of Marines, rode Shanghai on a motorcycle, bypassed the heavy artillery shells, and took the lead in catching up with the hellfire. He jumped onto the deck of the evil ship, and then other Marines climbed up along the ship profound. Arlong rushed up with the pirates, and the two sides fought together. Cosius took off the cloak of justice and hooked her finger at Sherlock. "Are you a mad dog?" Sherlock asked lightly. "Your bone, I'm biting." The corners of Cosius' mouth rose, and he rushed to Sherlock quickly, hitting an uppercut. Sherlock's figure dodged, avoiding his fists, bending his legs, and directly hitting Cosius in the abdomen with his knees. Cosius wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth. "It seems I'm going to be serious." For an instant, Cosius disappeared before Sherlock's eyes. Sherlock was stunned, and a clip of Marine 6 styles flashed through his mind. "Shave." In a very short time, stepping on the ground at a high speed for dozens of times produces explosive reaction force to move at a high speed, and it seems to disappear from the eyes of the enemy. Sherlock couldn't see Cosius' movements at all, and could only feel the pain of his body being hit by heavy punches. In just 5 minutes, Sherlock had already suffered more than 30 punches from Cosius. Sherlock's throat was sweet and he spit out a mouthful of old blood. Click. Sherlock's left arm was severely broken by Cosius, and a sharp pain came. Sherlock fell to the ground. Cosius looked at him disdainfully. "The 430 million pirates, is that just what you can do?" Sherlock stood up slowly, put his right hand on his left arm, and forcibly connected the bone. Cosius flashed in front of him again, but before she could throw his fist, Sherlock put a spear against his head. "I don't know the speed of the bullet, and your speed, who is faster?" Sherlock pulled the trigger. Cosius dodged his figure and avoided the first bullet. The corners of Cosius' lips raised, ready to give Sherlock the final blow to end the battle. He punched Sherlock in the abdomen, and Sherlock felt that he had broken at least 3 ribs, but he opened his mouth and showed a weird smile. Cosius was stunned for a second, and suddenly his pupils dilated. The bullet took a round from behind and hit his left leg. Sherlock leaned forward and fired again. This time the bullet directly hit his right leg. Cosius knelt to the ground. "How is it possible? How is it possible, your bullet?" Cosius had never seen a bullet that would turn, and it was difficult to accept for a while. Sherlock stood up straight with difficulty, and he explained, "This bullet was not meant to hit you head on from the beginning. As long as you control the strength, the bullet can touch the steel plate on the ship and bounce back. I just bet it right." "Damn it." Cosius's men immediately came to support him. "Colonel." Unable to use Marine 6 styles, he is a 3-year-old in front of Sherlock. Laurent also pulled out of the battle and held Sherlock on. "Captain, are you going to kill them?" "Let them go," Sherlock said lightly. Cosius was stunned. He glanced at Sherlock. "You will regret it." Sherlock wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. "Let them go." "Withdraw." Cosius gritted his teeth, and returned to the voyage on a sea motorcycle with the assault team. The pirates cheered again. "Boss, why not kill him?" Arlong asked, puzzled. "I have arrangements." Sherlock pulled a candy out and threw it in his mouth. "Letterson, withdraw." "Okay, brother." Wrightson pressed the green button, and the round hole door in the stern opened, drawing in the wind continuously, forming a Uzumaki wind cannon. The launch of the wind cannon directly increased the speed of the evil number by 30 times, and it flew up instantly. The Marine fleet was completely thrown away. Cosius turned the dial under the phone worm and dialed the phone. "Only call the senior to take action." The extreme evil sailed out of the dangerous waters, and the pirates lifted the red-headed Afro Lightson and gave a throw-up welcome. "Oh, oh, oh." In their cheers, Wrightson seemed to have found the value of life. Sherlock sat on the bow of the ship. The ship doctor bandaged the wound for him and said, "Captain, don't touch the water for a month." Sherlock nodded slightly. He looked at Le Port, which was about to disappear, and frowned when he thought of the blonde Mieti. "Captain, are you worried about Miss Mady?" Lobrin handed a cup of hot coffee. Sherlock took a sip of coffee and said lightly, "She is a good friend." Captain, you have changed. Laurent smiled and said, before changing to do it, you should have said that she is a good lover. Sherlock stood up, took off his hat, and let the sea breeze toss his short brown hair. He turned his head and glanced at Laurent. I heard that you have a son. Yes, it's really insulting to be a marine. Laurent kept smiling. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly, and couldn't help but complain inwardly. Shouldn't it be you as a pirate? Have you never thought of going back to see him? Sherlock asked. Laurent shook his head. The position is different, and meeting each other is only a vain worry. Sherlock looked up, feeling the baptism of the sea breeze. Brother, there is a marine sailing ahead, Wrightson said, standing on the mast. Laurent handed the telescope to Sherlock. Through the telescope, Sherlock saw a small sailboat with the marine logo painted on the sail. At the bow stood a tall, muscular old man with a broad chest. He wears a dog-headed hat and the marine justice cloak. There is a scar on the left eye. Garp. Sherlock's heart was cold. Why is it him? Monkey D. Garp, the man who has driven the One Piece Roger into desperation many times. He had already obtained information that a certain marine vice-admiral was on vacation nearby, and he also guessed that Cosius would seek his assistance, but he did not expect that this person was Garp. Turn around, Sherlock ordered immediately. The crew immediately turned the bow, but unfortunately the Uzumaki wind cannon could not be used a second time in a short time. Ha ha ha, Houston, are you a coward? Run as soon as you see the old man, Garp yelled with a square-head speaker amplifier. Sherlock swallowed, feeling the pill. Garp waved, and the marines dropped round cannonballs on the ground. He threw the cannonball out with his bare hands, and blocked the escape route of the evil. After a series of explosions sounded, the evil horn went through a battle. Although it retreated all over, it could not be said that it was unscathed, and the bombs thrown by Garp felt more powerful than those fired by artillery. Sherlock was in an unprecedented crisis. Boy, you have disrupted my vacation plan, so you can't just go away, ha ha ha. Garp laughed heartily again. Diving, Shylock ordered. Underwater are all torpedoes, Wrightson reported nervously. Sherlock broke out in a cold sweat, and it seemed that old man Garp had blocked his way and had to fight him directly. On the sailing boat, Garp sat leisurely on the bow and picked up a banana. He took a bite of a banana, and soon the bow of the boat was filled with banana peels. Don't let me wait too long, old man, I am impatient, ha ha ha. Garp laughed again. Sherlock waved helplessly. Turn around, go forward. Wrightson nodded. The evil and the sailing ship head on, and with the strength of the evil, the sailboat can definitely be sunk with artillery. But this can only irritate Garp, when no one on board can run away, and all of them will go to jail. Sherlock thought calmly, but couldn't think of Garp's weakness. Haha, kid, fight me. If you win, let you go. If I win, you will go to jail obediently, Garp said and stood up. Sherlock frowned. He had no second choice at all. Good. The two ships approached, and Garp jumped onto the evil. He took a look at the crew and exclaimed, there are a lot of lives on your hands. Sherlock took off his coat, hat, scarf, and jacket. This time, he had to use all his strength. Master, please. Sherlock stood on the empty deck, and Garp slowly walked over. It's been a long time since I moved my muscles and bones. Let me see how good your brat is now. When Houston was a child, he learned boxing from Garp for a period of time. At that time, his dream was to be a marine. Until his whole family was sent to the gallows, Houston escaped, and since then became a pirate with the red hair. His temperament changed drastically. That's why he was an Iron Fist, but unfortunately he was still young and didn't fully learn Garp's skills. In a flash of 15 years, you have grown a lot taller. Garp took off his jacket and smiled like an old father. I heard that you are also called Iron Fist Houston on the Redhead boat. Why don't you follow the Redhead and want to go out alone to cause trouble? I'm going back now, and they don't want me either. Sherlock said frankly, if he could, he would really like to take refuge in red hair. Wouldn't it be fragrant to hold the thighs of 4 Emperor Shanks? Shanks can be a man who is known as the fruit of face, and wherever he goes, he will have to give him a little bit of face. Ha 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 ha, that's true. Garp's face suddenly darkened. You have disappointed me too much these years. Arlong, Laurent, Wrightson, and others are confused. Do they know each other? Sherlock swallowed, feeling under pressure that he shouldn't have at this age. He slammed a sweet iron fist to Garp, and Garp's fist was wrapped with a layer of armament haki, and it collided with Sherlock's iron fist. Garp was not affected by shuang fruit. On the contrary, he was twice as powerful as Sherlock, and directly flew Sherlock out. Sherlock fell from the air onto the deck, smashed into pieces. Is it so weak? Garp twisted his neck. I haven't tried my best yet. The fruit of shuang didn't work. No, have to find a way. Sherlock got up and waved his fist again. Sherlock's punching skills were all taught by Garp, and Garp originally had observation haki, so he could predict his movements. Sherlock was a child in front of Garp, purely unilaterally sanctioned by Garp's iron fist. It hurts. Sherlock let out a scream, and Garp chased him directly with the hammer. Know the pain? Then you are still a pirate and do evil everywhere. No, if you continue like this, you will lose. Sherlock felt the door of the prison beckoning to him. He got up again, he must win. As if affected by the original owner's mood swings, Sherlock felt a strong hatred, which made him get up again. What is evil? What is justice? He spit out a mouthful of blood and stood up straight. Is marine justice? Back then, why didn't you save my parents? Isn't it marine that made me what I am now? Saying these words surprised Sherlock himself. Could it be that this is the most true thought buried in this body, and after having an empathic reaction with this body, he can control his power more freely? In an instant, a conqueror's haki was released from Sherlock's body, and everyone on the pirate ship and marine sailboat was deterred by this force and fell to the ground. Except for Garp. Garp clenched his fists. I hope you don't embark on the same path as your father. Unexpectedly, Big Brother actually owns Conqueror's haki, Wrightson said excitedly. Laurent could not hide his excitement. The captain is really back. Horrible guy. Arlong sighed silently. The Marines on the sailing boat had completely lost consciousness, and only felt terrible fear before passing out. Sherlock's body surface seemed to have a layer of burning gas, spreading towards the outside world. The first time he used haki, he couldn't control it freely, but it was Conqueror's haki's ability that made him realize the second layer of Xuan fruit. Emotional infection. Haki is useless to Garp, so what about Xuanwo's emotional contagion ability? Sherlock reached out and grabbed Garp's stout arm. A feeling of desperation was transmitted to Garp's brain. Garp seems to have seen Roger being executed, Houston's parents being executed, Ace being arrested. Although he is Marine Vice Admiral, he also has his own helplessness. Garp's eyes were wet. Houston's father was Garp's best friend, and his death made Garp full of regret. Sherlock raised the revolver with a trembling right hand. A strong man like Garp was emotionally infected because he had no defense against him, and the time to be infected was absolutely limited. He has only one chance. Kill him. Sherlock is free. Sherlock gritted his teeth and aimed his gun at Garp's head. Time passed by, and every second became long and difficult. Sherlock's hands were already stained with blood, and she had already passed the stage of fear of killing. However, the people he killed were all villains like Houston. Even if they didn't die in their own hands, they would die in the hands of other pirates or forces. Sherlock is just the executor of their fate, acting as a temporary servant. But Garp is different. He has been upright and honest throughout his life. He is a person who truly implements marine justice. Even if the world government is decayed, there are still a group of people who really hold the right way in their hearts, and Garp is just such a person. Faced with such a person, Sherlock hesitated. After a while, Garp regained consciousness and punched Sherlock again. I'm Xia Ming, not Houston, and I can't do it. Do I have to spend my life in jail? Sherlock closed his eyes. It's raining again in the sky. Wet Sherlock's open wound. Get wet. Wet Garp's marine suit. Big brother. Wrightson rushed over and stood in front of Sherlock. I won't let you kill my big brother. Garp slapped him on the deck, knocking him out. The pirate with 60 million bounty, in front of Garp is the 5 scumbags. Arlong and Laurent also failed to escape the Iron Fist sanctions, and both lost consciousness. The other crew members were all stunned by haki before Sherlock. The evil name can be described as annihilated. Garp took a deep breath, walked to Sherlock, and squatted down. Why didn't you do it just now? In the torrential rain. The liquid on Sherlock's face couldn't tell whether it was tears or rain. Garp removed the dog's head hat and put it on Sherlock's head. Sit down next to him and let out a sigh of breath. Am I unable to look back? If the mask is worn out, I can't take it off. Sherlock asked slowly. Garp waved the iron fist of love again, leaving a raised red bump on his head. If you don't like this way of living, just change it. A man, even if he is pinched by a knife, he must live like himself. Sherlock was stunned. Turn yourself in, I won't intercede for you, you'll have to be punished if you do something wrong. Wow! Sherlock burst into tears, like a child. The emotions that have been squeezed in my heart for a long time are like a flood bursting a bank, instantly pushing his emotions to the edge of collapse. Sherlock didn't know whether this was a side effect of Xuanwo's emotional infection, or whether he had nowhere to vent his years of stagnation. Always pretend to be a heinous person, like walking on thin ice, trembling, to pay for Houston's crimes, to endure hatred, to be forced to kill. The most aggrieved thing is that he can't tell anyone. Garp heard him cry and let out a hearty laugh again. Little devil, there is no absolute justice and evil in this world. As long as you stick to the path in your heart, it is justice. Garp stood up, helped Sherlock, and handcuffed him. On the sea, a speedboat drew a beautiful arc. The Madara girl Lisa anxiously urges the housekeeper to drive faster. Lisa waved her hand and shouted at Grandpa Garp, Grandpa Garp. Garp smiled and beckoned to Lisa. Little Lisa, why are you here? Grandpa Garp, you caught the wrong person. Lisa's speedboat drove over quickly, and it was 50 meters away from the evil. Garp scratched his short gray hair. What? Lisa looked at Sherlock, who was covered in wounds, and hurriedly asked the steward to drive the speedboat under the hell. She tore off the complicated corners of her cake skirt and climbed up along the iron frame of the ship. Trot came to Sherlock, tears rolling in his eyes. The hero in her mind was beaten like this. Lisa shook her small fist and hit Garp on the thigh. Grandpa Garp, you are a big badass. Haha, little Lisa, what's the matter? Garp looked at the crying little girl and patted her on the head with his big hand. Grandpa Garp caught the wrong person. Brother Sherlock is a good guy. He saved us on the White Pearl. It wasn't him that the people from the evil cat and pirate group had thrown us all into the sea, Lisa said with a serious face. Garp was stunned, looking at Sherlock, who was beaten into a pig head by himself, and touched his chin. You said that, his appearance is really different from Houston. It turns out I caught the wrong person. Aha. Lisa nodded firmly. She took Garp's key, unlocked Sherlock's handcuffs, and returned the handcuffs to Garp. Brother Sherlock, are you okay? Can't die. Sherlock raised his mouth with difficulty and looked at Garp. Garp took the dog head hat back and put it on his head. Haha, I really disturbed my vacation, I have to go back. Lisa wiped her tears. Thank you, Grandpa Garp. Garp hesitated for a second and said, but I promised this kid Cosius to stop the wicked horn and not bring anyone back. It's hard to say. Sherlock immediately understood what Garp meant. He turned his face to Arlong's direction, and silent betrayal was the deadliest. Sherlock has already made it clear that it was precisely because of Arlong's killing on the Pearl that some of the rescued crew members reported afterwards. If this pot is not to be found by someone, it must be Arlong. In addition, Arlong has already begun to doubt himself. Judging from his repeated questioning of his orders, Arlong's betrayal is only a matter of time. With such a time bomb by his side, it is better to give Mr. Garp a favor. Garp followed Sherlock's gaze and saw Arlong. He walked over slowly and put the handcuffs on Arlong's hand. I have never admitted wrong with this person, Arlong, so I can have an explanation when I go back. Garp patted Lisa on the shoulder and continued. Little Lisa, go home with me. Grandpa Garp hasn't seen you for a long time. I want to try the strawberry biscuit you made. Lisa looked at Sherlock hesitantly, and Sherlock nodded slightly. Lisa took off her strawberry hairpin and clipped it to Sherlock's hair. Brother Sherlock, I gave this to you. You will think of me when you see it in the future. Good. Sherlock nodded. Lisa turned around and left with Garp. Sherlock closed his eyes and fell into a coma. Arlong fainted and was taken away by Garp. When Sherlock opened his eyes again, their ship had already sailed into the calm belt. Boss. Wrightson swallowed and looked at the huge sea kings around the Hellfire. Any sea kings is 10 times the size of the previous octopus sea monster. Laurent stepped forward to support Sherlock. Captain, we have entered the calm belt. If you don't tell me, I know. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt like he had just left Longton and entered the tiger's den. Wrightson's legs trembled and his teeth fought. Sherlock was not much better than him, cold sweat on his back. A sea king who looked like a dinosaur first attacked, opened his mouth, and was about to swallow the Hellfire. Sherlock took a deep breath. Now that Hackey's whole card has been exposed, he doesn't mind using it a second time. Roll. Sherlock looked indifferent and glanced at the surrounding sea kings. The huge sea kings looked like they had seen a ghost one by one, turning around and slipping away. The pirates all looked at Sherlock with admiring eyes. As expected of the captain. The boss is amazing. Big brother is too good. Sherlock looked at the calm belt sea with only wicked horns left, and suddenly thought of a question. Without wind, how would their sailing ship move forward? Boss, calm belt, how can we get out? The tall cam touched his red headscarf and asked Sherlock suspiciously. Sherlock looked at Wrightson, who grinned and led Sherlock to the control room. He manipulated it on the console, and the hull made a creak. The small round hatch left at the bottom of the Evil was opened, extending out the wooden oars, with 30 on each side. Sherlock froze for a moment and asked, can it be fully automated? Wrightson spit out his tongue. It could be converted into power by wind energy, but there is no wind here, so it can't be fully automatic. So, Sherlock looked at Wrightson suspiciously. Wrightson rolled up his sleeves and raised his arms to reveal the biceps he knew. I also designed a backup energy converter, but everyone needs to work hard. Backup energy converter. Sherlock followed Wrightson down to the lower level of the cabin and saw a row of devices similar to multi-person bicycles. Relying on everyone's movement to generate power can replace wind energy. Wrightson demonstrated it in person with excitement, and Jinho followed behind him and stepped on the bicycle together. He looked like two, sticking out his tongue and sweating, and didn't want to get down. Sherlock gave Wrightson a thumbs up. Just do it, Lobren, tell everyone to step on it. Lobren gathered the crew, a total of 22 people, and began to pedal bicycles, as if a group of muscular men entered the gym, and they all chose electric bicycles. Where is Arlong? Sherlock asked deliberately. I didn't see him when I woke up. I guess it was taken by Garp. Lobren said. Sherlock pretended to sigh and acted like a big brother in front of the pirates. Big brother, together, there are so many people and powerful. When Wrightson saw Sherlock was about to leave the cabin, he beckoned. Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the cabin full of the Jim's vision, and covering his chest. The wound is open. I'll deal with it. Captain, I'll take a look for you. The boat doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead, preparing to get off the bicycle. Sherlock waved his hand. No, I can. What else did the ship doctor want to say, but was locked in by a sharp look in Wrightson's eyes. Are you trying to be lazy? No, no. The ship doctor said awkwardly. Sherlock returned to the captain's room, took a bath, and took out the medical kit to clean the wound. He thought of the drama actor he had arranged in Liverpool Port. In order to avoid suspicion, he arranged for a person who was somewhat similar to his body and appearance to replace him. He continued to attend the Baron banquet and sent him home to dispel Marine's doubts. In fact, in the revolving restaurant, even if Mieti didn't show up, he could still retreat. He had planned and arranged long ago. After all, he is now a wanted criminal with a high bounty, and he has to be cautious in everything. The entire Liverpool Port incident was under Sherlock's control, but Garp was the only one who was unexpected. But Garp also helped himself a lot invisibly. His list of pirates was actually Houston's list of enemies. Leah D. Houston is a man with a particularly open-minded personality. He is domineering at sea and offends not only official personnel, but also many pirates whose interests have been damaged. If Sherlock wants to live well, he has to wipe Houston's *** first, so in 6 years, he used the Bounty Hunters Intelligence Network to collect all the information about these pirates. This time, it happened with Marine's hand, and it was done in one pot. Of course, it is not ruled out that after Marine gets the information, it is also powerless to some pirates, but conservatively estimated, it can at least level half of it. Sherlock felt relieved instantly. He looked at the strawberry hairpins quietly placed on the white square table, thanks to little Lisa this time. Dressing up the wound for himself, Sherlock recalled the 2 battles, whether it was the shave performed by Colonel Cosius, or the iron fist that Garp loved, all made him realize that Devil Fruit's ability is not omnipotent. Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki are both inherently impossible to cultivate, but Armament Haki can be cultivated the day after tomorrow. If Sherlock wants to become Shinso's hand, she must learn Armament Haki. There is also a need to learn physical skills, such as Marine 6 styles, Murloc Karate. Sherlock suddenly remembered that Arlong can also Murloc Karate. If you have to head-to-head with Arlong, you are likely to lose. This wave of selling is not a loss. Sherlock stood up, walked out of the captain's room, and onto the deck. Loblin, Captain. Laurent appeared behind Sherlock like a ghost. What's your order? Bring me some shells up. Shylock ordered. He wants to bring back Houston's childhood, including the skills Garp taught him that he hadn't learned. Sherlock must learn. Lobrin carried a box of shells onto the deck and looked at Sherlock with a little doubt. Captain, the ammunition you want. Sherlock took off his jacket, picked up a cannonball, learned Garp's movements, and threw the cannonball out. Fist bone meteorite. The shell fell into the sea like a meteorite and exploded. The airflow generated after the explosion can spread several miles away. This power and distance are far inferior to Garp's fist bone meteorite. Sherlock dropped the bomb again. Laurent looked at Sherlock in surprise. Captain, you'll learn it after reading it. No, I watched it more than once, I watched it countless times. Sherlock replied in his heart. From sunrise to sunset, Sherlock sat slumped in a mahogany chair with exhaustion, and Lobrin served him a cup of coffee. Have you added sugar? Sherlock asked. Lobrin nodded. Double the sugar. Sherlock nodded slightly and took a sip of coffee. After resting for a quarter of an hour, he left the deck, went to the training room on the 2nd floor, and began to practice the Iron Fist of Love. Actually practice Armament Haki. Sherlock practiced all night without making any progress. In the early morning of the next day, he fell asleep with exhaustion, and in his dream, he seemed to have returned to Houston's childhood. Garp is educating him with an Iron Fist of Love. The movements and methods of his punching were replayed in Sherlock's mind as if in slow motion. Sherlock got up abruptly and awoke. He continued to practice according to the method in his dream, but failed. Sherlock shook his head and sighed. Master, where is the problem? After the restless efforts of everyone, the extreme hell stayed in the calm belt for a month, and finally drove on the Grand Line. On the first day of entering the Grand Line, everyone except Sherlock and Laurent was too tired to lift their feet, feeling that their legs were no longer theirs. Including the cook on the boat did not escape the fate of riding a bicycle. His fat belly was thinner, and the whole person was slim. Brother, I suddenly remembered an important thing. Wrightson sat cross-legged on the ground and touched his chin. Sherlock raised his left eyebrow. What? I built a robot before. As long as the solar battery is installed, the robot can step on the bicycle and create power. Wrightson said. Sherlock was sweating. All the pirates looked over at Wrightson, their eyes full of malice. In less than 5 minutes, Wrightson had been rubbed on the ground by them, and was sanctioned by violent punches. However, most of his body has been remodeled, but it hurts the pirates. F asterisk 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 G mental retardation. The pirates cursed, wishing everyone kicked him, but the foot hurts so much that he can't lift it up. Sherlock looked at Wrightson, who was hammered into a pig's head, and coughed twice. Have you ever thought of transforming the ship into a cruise ship with turbine power so that we can move forward even if there is no wind? Wrightson looked at Sherlock with glowing eyes. Captain, you are right, I will go now. Sherlock felt a crow flying over his head. Captain, look. Cam pointed to the front, and a black storm swept across. Lobren frowned, holding the permanent pointer and the nautical chart, and commanded, "See tornado, go around it." Mr. Bunn, you can't get around. The pirates controlled the evil to make an emergency turn. Boss, it's not good, the boat is leaking. Cam hurriedly ran to the deck and informed Sherlock and Laurent. Laurent suddenly remembered something and asked, "What is Wrightson doing?" Cam swallowed. He changed the boat below. Sherlock was stunned for a second, his forehead was full of black lines. This thoughtless Wrightson, how did he become a mechanical genius? How could he start to transform while the ship was still sailing? Let him stop and repair the ship quickly. Sherlock ordered that Cam immediately ran to the bottom of the cabin and found the red-haired explode Wrightson. The black-gray tornado storm came in an instant, covering the entire evil horn. The sea was constantly rolling up and beating on the hellfire. Sherlock and the others were caught in the black storm along with the evil, dizzy. A sawtooth shark caught in the storm opened its mouth, ready to eat Sherlock, who was approaching. With a refreshing iron fist, Sherlock directly blasted the head of the megalodon, and Sherlock's face was splashed with blood. The closer he gets to the center of the storm, the greater the pressure he will endure. In addition, the seawater has also been rolled up, submerging Sherlock's body, and he quickly lost consciousness. Sherlock felt that he was being splashed with cold water, opened his eyes in a daze, and found himself tied to a wooden stake. A group of dark-skinned savages in grass skirts around. Ah! The savages held a triangular harpoon and made a rhythmic sound on the ground. Sherlock shook his heavy head and became conscious. A savage who was as tall as him came over, looked at Sherlock carefully, and nodded, #@%. Sherlock found that they couldn't understand a word of what they were saying, but their body language is particularly rich. The two wild men set up a huge iron pot, put dry wood on it, and lit the firewood. Pour clean water in the pot and sprinkle with onions, carrots, mushrooms and other ingredients. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly. Did he meet a cannibal? Unexpectedly, there are cannibals in pirate world. He remembered that he had chosen the same route as Luffy, and the first stop should be Whiskey Peak. This damn tornado actually took him to Cannibal Island. The savages knelt on the ground one by one, chanting words in their mouths, and their hands trembled constantly, as if they were doing a ritual, and they seemed to be thanking God for the food. Then they stood up, and two tall and burly savages stood with Sherlock and walked towards the iron pot. Sherlock released Conqueror's haki, and an invisible air pressure was centered on Sherlock, covering a distance of 500 meters in radius. Within this range, all savages can perceive it. The savages froze for a moment, only feeling a breeze blowing. They continued to erect the stakes, and sent Sherlock to the iron pot. Sherlock looked dumbfounded, and couldn't think that these wild men could be immune to haki. He forcibly broke away the rope, and was about to punish the savages with a cool iron fist, but the savages suddenly ran away like a ghost. Sherlock was sweating, and he twisted his neck, only to realize that his clothes had been pulled out by the savages, and he didn't even leave his pants. He picked up the grass skirt on the ground and judged that it had fallen when the savage escaped. I couldn't take care of that much, so I put the grass skirt on my body first to cover the important parts. Big brother. In the depths of the jungle, Wrightson rushed out, waving his hands while running wildly. Brother, I finally found you. Sherlock heard the trembling sound of the earth and felt bad. Sure enough, behind Wrightson was a giant titan. The titan beat his chest while jumping quickly, following Wrightson. Sherlock swallowed, turned, and fled. Brother, wait for me. Wrightson called. Sherlock finally understood why Wrightson, the freak mechanic with a 60 million bounty, had no partners. His attributes as a natural teammate were too terrifying. Sherlock and Wrightson ran all the way, but were forced to the cliff. The 30-meter-tall giant titan is covered with brown fur and looks like a King Kong. His eyes are red all over, and he is staring close to the cliff at the moment. Brother, why don't you wear clothes? Wrightson asked. Sherlock was sweating and roared inwardly, is it time to discuss this? Sherlock released Conqueror's haki again, this time the coverage was expanded to 1,000 meters. But Titan still did not respond. This island is weird, Sherlock thought, switching to the second layer ability of Shuang fruit, emotionally contagious. Sherlock first let himself have a negative feeling of world weariness, and then spread this emotion out, and currently he can cover a range of 500 meters. This time, Titan successfully fell into a sad and negative mood. It sat on the ground, looked up at the sky, screamed, and felt the world was gray. Sherlock breathed a sigh of relief, rejoicing that the Shuang fruit ability could still play a role. Wrightson gave him a thumbs up as expected of the big brother. Titan slowly turned his face, looked at Sherlock and Wrightson, stretched out his fingers, and released a beam of light. Sherlock and Wrightson avoided the white light in time, and the vegetation on the cliff that touched the white light turned into ashes. "Brother, are your abilities useless?" Wrightson asked. Sherlock shook his head. He clearly felt Tata's mood change. He should have been affected. Tata sighed again, then extended his index finger, and the index finger released a death beam again. Sherlock and Wrightson kept avoiding, feeling that their physical strength was constantly losing. "Can't go on like this." Sherlock condensed his thoughts and tried to subdue the Titans with a refreshing touch. It is a pity that he has not been able to get close to the Titan, and the Titan seems to have completely got rid of his depression. It stood up, pointed Sherlock and Wrightson with both fingers, and emitted light waves together. 10 rays of death shattered the entire cliff instantly. At the moment of crisis, Sherlock finally realized the shade used by Cosius. Stepping on the ground at high speed for dozens of times produces explosive reaction force to move at high speed. Sherlock took Wrightson and quickly avoided the explosion and hid in the bushes. The Titan seemed to have wisdom. It didn't rush to leave. Instead, it trampled all around with its huge solace of feet, causing cracks in the ground. It was determined that the prey was no longer there before it turned and left. Seeing the Titans leaving behind, Sherlock and Wrightson breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The two climbed out of the cracks in the earth. Sherlock wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling that the sky suddenly darkened. Wrightson swallowed and pointed at the huge shadow. The Titan squatted, lowered his head, grinned, and let out a babble laugh. It looked at Sherlock and Wrightson. "I found you." Sherlock and Wrightson could even feel the gas expelled by the Titans when they spoke. Wrightson tremblingly stretched out his hand, preparing to use Gatling to deal with the Titan, but it was obvious that the bullet could not penetrate the skin of the Titan's acquaintance. "Big brother, what should I do?" Wrightson felt extremely desperate, and he looked sideways at Sherlock. Sherlock clenched his fist and prepared to use his cool iron fist again. Even if the opponent is a big 30-meter-high man with giant power, the fist he has been tempering day and night over the years is definitely not the five scum. Up to now, there is only a full blow. The Titan's palm covered with brown hair waved over, and a strong wind brought Sherlock and Wrightson's hair upside down with great power. They had no time to dodge. The palm of the Titans was enough to crush them into flesh. At the moment, Sherlock gathered all his strength on his left fist. The surface of the fist is wrapped with layers of gas visible to the naked eye, and the gas is wrapped around the hand, forming a black armor. The moment she punched, Sherlock felt an unprecedented pleasure. "What?" Shylock shouted, throwing out his fists, and bumping into Titan's palm. A huge shockwave centered on the palms of the two fists, spreading out in a radius of 100 meters, and the surrounding dense trees were instantly shaken off all their leaves and stood bare on the spot. Birds and beasts are everywhere in the forest. The flowers and plants were neatly cut off. Memories go back to 15 years ago. Kingdom of Rigo. Windmill Village. This is Houston's hometown and the place where Luffy was born. On the crisp mountain, Garp sat with Houston with a bruised nose and swollen face, waiting for the sunrise. Houston wiped his nose and cried, "Why, Dad won't teach me anything, I don't know anything." "Haha, who are you bullied by again?" Garp removed the dog's head cap and put it on Houston's head. "A man who has tears does not flick, and he cries no matter how he moves. Dad is so good, but he won't teach me anything. I can't beat anyone. I'm just a trash," Houston said sobbing. Garp pointed to the place where the sun rose. "Little devil, look." Houston snorted and looked at the slowly rising red sun in the distance. "It's beautiful. Get up, I teach you." Garp stood up, patted the dust on his body, and picked Houston up. "Fantastic." Garp wrapped Hacky around his fist and punched Garp in the head. Houston hugged his head. Wow, Garp clutched his stomach. "Ha ha ha, it turns out that my grandfather had taught me armament Hacky a long time ago, but I never learned it." Strictly speaking, Houston did not learn it, but Sherlock learned it. Sherlock blocked the palm of the Titans, and more than that. The creaking sound sounded. The Titan felt that from the palm of his palm to his arm, the bones of his entire hand began to break. But it felt extremely refreshed, and the body secreted pleasant hormones, paralyzing the nerves. The hormones were transferred into Sherlock's body along the air, and Sherlock instantly felt his whole body full of power. "Do it again, cool Hacky iron fist." Sherlock used the continuous high-speed stepping on the ground to produce explosive reaction force and bounced into the air, recharged, moved his fist, and hit an uppercut. This punch hit the Titan's jaw directly, and the power was even more powerful than the previous punch. The special feature of Shuang Iron Fist is that it can continuously absorb the opponent's hormones to increase its strength. Therefore, each punch that Sherlock swings will be stronger than the first punch, and the damage will continue to stack until the opponent is knocked down, completely lose consciousness and no longer produce hormones. The Titan crashed down, and with a loud bang, the ground was smashed into a 10-meter deep pit. Big brother, Wrightson exclaimed excitedly. Hit it, yes, that's it, F***K him. Cool, the Titan couldn't help but yelled, and it slowly got up. Are you demon fruit power? Not too dumb. Shylock said, shaking his fist again, and at the same time using the shape to quickly move to the Titan's side, starting from the waist, abdomen, and the first 3 places, so that the Titan could not use light waves to attack. The Titan was beaten and wounded, but its vitality is also very tenacious, and has enough wisdom. It seizes the opportunity, stretches out its hand, and releases light waves towards Wrightson. Sherlock immediately went to rescue Wrightson. Taking advantage of this gap, Titan got up, quickly escaped, and rushed into the dense forest. Regardless of its huge size, it runs as fast as a rabbit, and this posture looks very familiar. Boss, what should I do? Let it slip away, Wrightson said, depressed. Sherlock waved his hand. It's okay, let's go, let's find a way to get out of here first. Wrightson nodded. Suddenly the two heard a rustling sound. Wrightson jumped onto Sherlock and hugged Sherlock's neck. Big brother, and there, Sherlock dragged him off. I don't have that hobby. Brother, look. Wrightson pointed to a group of dark-skinned people wearing the same straw skirts as Sherlock, and one of them did not have a straw skirt, which was obviously the one who ran away from the skirt before. *@%. The savage headed by him was a pale-haired, thin old man. He was sticking a dark green crutch and said again what Sherlock couldn't understand. Sherlock squeezed his fist. Since you are going to eat me, don't blame me for being impolite. Wait, the hero misunderstood. A young man with fair skin, black curly hair, black-rimmed glasses, and the same straw skirt was squeezed out of the savages. Sherlock froze for a moment. You are. My name is Camus. I am an explorer. I understand the Tata language and can help you translate. The young man pushed his eyes and looked at Sherlock and Wrightson excitedly. It's been 3 months since I entered this island. This is the first time I have met someone who can defeat the Titans. You are too good. The patriarch of the Tata clan just now thanked you and said that he would invite you to be a guest, Calm said with a smile. Sherlock heard the drumming from his stomach and nodded reluctantly. At the same time, she lowered her voice to remind Wrightson, they are cannibals. Be cautious. Wrightson didn't seem to hear Sherlock's words at all, and walked into the wild crowd, leaning on their shoulders, talking and laughing. Obviously the language is not clear, but it seems to have a good chat. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly. Camus pushed thick spectacles, and the patriarch of the Titata clan continued to translate. What is the name of the hero, please? Sherlock. My name is Wrightson. Ha ha ha, I'm a pirate. Wrightson raised his eyebrows proudly, and Kerm stepped back a few meters in fright. Sherlock covered his face with one hand. This sentence does not need to be translated. Kerm swallowed. The patriarch looked at him curiously, and he translated Sherlock's name. The patriarch nodded slightly, and babbled a lot. The patriarch said, I hope the hero can kill the Titan. Sherlock and Wrightson were taken to the tree house of the Tata tribe by Calm and others. This is a tropical rainforest. The trees are scattered high and low, and the branches are luxuriant. Many exquisite wooden houses have been built on these big trees. Tata people in straw skirts live in every wooden house. Their skin is darker, their facial features are relatively flat, their palms and soles are large, and they can move through the trees powerfully. Seeing a visitor coming, all the Tata people poked their heads out of the treehouse and looked at Sherlock and Wrightson curiously, still speaking a language that was completely unfamiliar to Sherlock. What are they talking about? Wrightson asked. Camus sighed helplessly and translated, they say you are ugly as I am. Wrightson scratched his red exploded head. Just let me say, why is my elder brother ugly? My eldest brother is considered a handsome man like this. Camus smiled and said, the Tata people regard black as their beauty. The darker the sun, the more beautiful they are. The whiter the skin, the uglier they feel. Sherlock nodded slightly. He didn't care about it. The patriarch ordered the people to prepare a sumptuous dinner, and invited Sherlock and Wrightson to dinner. At night, birds and insects sing. The Tata people set up a bonfire and danced beside the bonfire while enjoying food. When Sherlock was full, the patriarch continued, %%. Sherlock looked at Camus, who drank some Tata homemade fruit wine. His face and nose were flushed. He took a gap and translated. The patriarch said, ask the hero to help kill the Titan. Why? Sherlock asked, holding up a glass of fruit wine. The patriarch said that as long as the Titan sees humans, he will arrest them and brutally kill them. Calm picked up a chicken leg and gnawed a few more bites. Thanks to you, I am willing to come up with so much meat to entertain you. I have been here for 3 months and have eaten vegetables for 3 months. This is what the patriarch said. Wrightson asked curiously. Calm touched his round belly. I said this myself. If the patriarch answers me a few questions, I can consider helping you. Sherlock leaned on a sofa made of tropical cotton, and the dark-skinned girl poured wine on him. Feeling itching under her feet, Sherlock glanced at the girl, who was teasing herself with the soles of her big feet. Houston's face really messes with me everywhere. Sherlock shook his hand and rejected the girl's kindness. After hearing Calm's translation, the patriarch spoke for a long time. Kerm looked sideways at Sherlock. Titan was picked up and raised by a human being when he was a child. He was a mysterious person who came to the island inexplicably like you. Therefore, he was very kind when he saw people before, and even thought he was a human being and got along well with humans. Good. Titan also often helps people who are in shipwreck. Later the mysterious man left, and the Titan met another Titan. They fell in love and formed a family. Titan's wife had a difficult childbirth and left, leaving only Titan and its children. Just 6 months ago, someone stole Titan's child. Titan searched the entire island and couldn't find its children, but found what humans left in its cave. After that, it began to hate humans. Every time it sees a human being, it will brutally kill it. The patriarch said that the Titan is living in a very painful life, and only you can help it and kill it to make it return to heaven and be redeemed. Wrightson clenched his fists. Damn it, who caught the Titan's child? Sherlock frowned slightly. What was found in the Titan cave? The patriarch walked into the treehouse and searched for a long time before he came out with a yellowed leaflet. It reads impressively, the minimum amount of the basic price for the sale of human beings, sales objects or criminals and nationals of non-world government participating countries. The above list includes the price ranges of humans, small humans, mink, hand chiefs, murlocs, merfolks, giants, etc. Sherlock frowned. Black market population trade. Damn it. Wrightson gritted his teeth. It's traffickers. Don't let Grandpa catch these traffickers. You are wrong, it is not black market trade, it is legal. Red Nosecom said, pushed his black-rimmed glasses, and pointed to the official seal of the world government on the flyer. Because these people do not belong to the world government and are not protected by law, their business is legal, and the government will not control it at all, and even publicly sell some combat-worthy slaves, such as existences like Titans, which can definitely be bought, to a good price. The patriarch took a sip of dry smoke, spit out a thick smoke ring, and said, percent. Calm's translation, so it's impossible for the Titan to find his own child. In addition, it can't leave the island. There is the body of his wife on the island. Even if it is buried, the Titans are all treasures. As soon as it leaves, its wife is likely to be exhumed. There is also a legend that Titan is the patron saint of the mountain, so it will never leave the mountain and enter the sea. Titan can only use murder to relieve its pain, but its heart is crying and bleeding. Patriarch, I beg you to kill it and let it free. Calm wiped his tears and said. Wrightson also cried to tears. He took Sherlock's hand. Brother, we have to help it, it's too miserable. The patriarch nodded and asked Kemia to continue translating. The patriarch said, as long as you are willing to help, he is willing to let the darkest girl of the Tata clan accompany you overnight, and will also deliver the sweetest fruit wine and the most delicious wild pork. It's not necessary. Sherlock immediately rejected the patriarch's kindness, and then asked, I just want to know why the people on this island are not affected by Conqueror's haki. After listening to Wrightson's translation, the patriarch knelt down, crawled on the ground, and patted the dirt. Wrightson said puzzledly, soil. Sherlock shook his head. There is a special magnetic mine under this island, which can shield Conqueror's haki. Kerm gave Sherlock a thumbs up. I haven't translated, you know. I have another question. Where are my boat and the other crew members? Sherlock asked. Kerm conveyed his words to the patriarch, who shook his head. Sherlock put down the cider. Since the patriarch is not sincere, then we don't have to talk about it. The patriarch was stunned, and continued to ask Kemia to translate. We really don't know. Sherlock looked at Kerm's black-rimmed glasses, nodded slightly, stood up, and held Wrightson, let's go, and many more. Kemia was anxious, said the patriarch, there is something to discuss. Where are my ship and crew? Sherlock asked again. Calm swallowed. It is indeed in the Tata clan, but how can you be so sure that we know? Sherlock pointed to Calm's black-rimmed glasses. These glasses are mine. They are in the captain's room. If you haven't seen my ship, how do you get these glasses? Calm suddenly realized that he took off his glasses. I'm sorry, my glasses are broken. I happened to see a pair on the boat, so I used it. I didn't think it was your hero. You can use it. Sherlock was also generous. The patriarch asked Kemia to translate simultaneously. If you help Tata, we will release your companions and return the boat to you. I don't accept threats. Sherlock was indifferent. This is not a threat. This is a deal. We picked up the ship and those people. If we didn't meet us, they would die. Although we locked them up, we saved them. The patriarch continued to ask Kerm to translate. Wrightson looked at Sherlock seriously. Brother, Tata is too pitiful, please help him. It's not easy to help it. The cool breeze blew, and Sherlock got goosebumps. Where's my clothes? The patriarch of the Tata tribe waved his hand, and the dark-skinned tribe came out carrying a chimpanzee. The chimpanzee was wearing Sherlock's shirt and trousers, and it also put striped underwear on its head. It hugged itself tightly, in a posture of fear that others would take its clothes. Wrightson was amused by its appearance. Sherlock was sweating. He glanced at the chimpanzee, and did not use any ability, just with Houston's habitual look. The chimpanzee quickly took off his clothes and handed it to Sherlock respectfully. Sherlock took the clothes, put them on, and checked the pockets of his pants. Both revolvers were there. He put on the black soft hat and looked at the old patriarch. Let us think about it for 2 days. The patriarch of the Tata clan smiled and nodded, and asked Cam to take Sherlock and Wrightson to the small treehouse to rest. The treehouse is made of giant coconut shells, with only a bed made of hay, a door made of banana leaves, and a hollow window. Sherlock lay on the bed and started a new brainstorm. Now is the best time to get rid of that group of villains. Let Wrightson build another boat. We can go to sea. No, we can't take Wrightson. In addition to pitting his teammates, he is thinking about how to avenge Marine. Sherlock muttered to himself and sat up from the bed. Hero, are you asleep? Kerm knocked on the treehouse. No. Com rushed into the house immediately, still holding a quilt. I'm afraid of sleeping alone, don't mind squeezing with you? The hero won't mind, ha ha ha. Before Sherlock could answer, he lay down beside Sherlock and continued, I can share the cup I made. This cup is stitched out by me stitch by stitch. The Tata people don't cover the cup. Cold. Sherlock was sweating. Hero, you also know that the Tata people can eat people. I have been here for a month, and I have been frightened every day. It's hard to meet a civilized person like me. Everyone should help each other. Kerm was a stubborn talker, and kept talking, not even giving Sherlock a chance to interrupt. You definitely want to ask me, why didn't you escape? These beasts outside are more terrifying than the Tata people, especially the Tata. The companions who came to explore with me are all separated. We encountered a tornado at sea, a damn tornado. By the way, how did you come to this island? Kerm looked at Sherlock with sharp eyes, full of desire for knowledge. Sherlock was about to speak. Kemya continued, I have been on this island for a month and discovered that there are many secrets on the island. Do you want to know? Sherlock. Com sat up and said excitedly, there is no record on the world map of this island, and there is a special magnetic field on the island. The record pointer does not work here. There is a strange current outside the island, and the sailboat can't go out at all. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly. Why are you so excited that the boat can't get out? What the patriarch said that the Titan is the patron saint of the mountain and must stay on the island. It is nonsense. In fact, the Titan also wants to find his own children, but it can't get out at all. The ocean current is like an endless loop, no matter from the island. Whichever direction you set off, you will return to the island in the end. But Titan is indeed a treasure. The brain of Titan can extract genes similar to giants. The heart can be used as a perpetual energy source, the kidney can be used as medicine, and the meat is rich in nutrients. The bones can be the strongest boat frame in the world. Even the nails can be used as medicine, and Titan's hands are valuable and can be made into weapons. The light waves emitted by those 10 fingers can destroy a village with more than rubbing. Kerm looked at Sherlock, why don't you speak? Hero, don't you like to talk? Did you die here in the sea? Sherlock wiped the sweat from his forehead, wrapped Kerm in the quilt, and kicked it out, feeling that the whole world was quiet. The Tata people on the island cannibalize, leave those villains, will they not be eaten? Sherlock hesitated for a moment, and heard Wrightson snoring from the treehouse next door. This man-made man, why don't you change your nose? Sherlock groaned. He lay down on a bed full of hay and suddenly felt the treehouse vibrate, and then heard the babble yelling. Not good. The Titans are here. Com rushed over with the quilt. Hero, help. Sherlock immediately awakened Wrightson in the treehouse next door. Go. Wrightson wiped his sleepy eyes and yawned. Where will you go at night? Brother, I won't go to the Red Theater. The consumption is too high. Sherlock slapped Wrightson on the forehead and woke him up. Red F***K, the Titans are here. Titan. Wrightson sat up immediately. As the Titan approaches, the entire tropical rainforest is shaking. The Tata people all hid in the thick bushes on the ground, ready to escape at any time. If the tree house is abandoned, it can be rebuilt. Humans, damn it's humans, come out to me. Tata roared. The small patriarch raised the green cane and said to Sherlock. Com immediately translated for him. The patriarch said, the opportunity is here, hero, kill him, the darkest woman of the Tata tribe is yours. Is it written on my face that I like black women? Sherlock couldn't help snarling. Com swallowed. Hero, do you want to reject the patriarch? I can translate. Sherlock covered his face with one hand, and felt that there was a serious cultural difference with the Tata people. Taking advantage of the Titans not destroying the entire tropical rainforest, Sherlock walked out. Are you in such a hurry to find death? Sherlock wrapped Hacky around his fist. When the Titan saw Sherlock, a complicated expression appeared on his face. The Tata people hiding in the bushes carefully watched the hero face the Titan alone. After a while, they heard the sound of They popped out their heads suspiciously, looking at the Titan who was beaten by the cool Hacky iron fist. Why do you feel inexplicably passionate? The patriarch looked at Com with an expression that I understood. No wonder the hero has always rejected the most beautiful black woman in our clan. It turns out that he doesn't like women. Kerm hugged himself tightly. Patriarch, what do you want to do? The patriarch nodded silently and wrote down the information. This time, Titan actually displayed Marine 6 styles. Although the action was not smooth, Sherlock was sure that this was Marine 6 styles. The Titans also noticed that Sherlock's footwork was very familiar, and that's why he came here after the smell of Sherlock before he recovered from his injury. It wanted to confirm the identity of Sherlock. They fought for a full hour, and in the end Sherlock took advantage of the coolness of the fruit and defeated the Titans with a punch. There was a loud bang. The Titan fell in the jungle. Sherlock stood beside it, pushed a piece of fruit candy, and threw it into his mouth. Who are you? Who are you? The Titan roared frantically. The people of the Tata tribe also cheered and shouted for the heroes again. Sherlock frowned slightly. He glanced at Titan. Your physical skills look familiar. Who taught you? The person who adopted me. You used the same footwork as him. The Titan suddenly seemed to recall childhood memories, the man in a black suit with a cold face. He never told himself his name, but taught himself the skills of survival. Who is he? Sherlock asked. I don't know who he is, I only know that he told me that being weak is the original sin. Weakness is the original sin. Sherlock repeated the words of the Titans and asked, are there 5 dazzling scars on his back? Titan turned his face and looked at Sherlock. Yes, you know him. Rob Lucci, I can't think of you, who is called a killing weapon, and there is such a side. Shylock muttered to himself. The Titan heard the name of his benefactor for the first time and couldn't help but burst into tears. It cried. He was right. Weakness is the original sin. My child was stolen, but I couldn't get out of this island. It was all my sin. Kill me, let me get free. Can you accept the worst result? Sherlock asked. Titan wiped his tears. What do you mean? Answer me. Sherlock looked at the Titan extremely calmly, and the Titan was stunned. Even if my child is dead, I want to retrieve its body and bury it next to its mother. Sherlock nodded slightly. Okay. The Titan looked at Sherlock in surprise, and Sherlock slowly said, I can find your child for you, no matter whether you live or die, I will bring it back to you. Are you willing to help me? The Titan's eyes were full of doubt and shock. Sherlock, it's not helping you, it's a deal. What do you want? I can promise you never to attack humans again, the Titan said expectantly. Sherlock, no, I don't need it, I want you to teach me the physical skills you know. The Titan was stunned for a long time and nodded. I promise you, as long as you bring my child back, I will definitely teach you. Good. Sherlock took out the yellowed leaflet from his arms. I will definitely bring it back. Brother, I'll go with you. Wrightson rushed out of the bushes. The Tata people looked at Kemu dumbfounded, waiting for him to translate. Kerm told the patriarch that Sherlock wanted to help the Titan find a child. The old patriarch waved his cane, nodded, and said something to Kerm. Kerm walked up to Sherlock with trembling legs and spoke to the patriarch. The patriarch said, Mr. Sherlock is a true hero, and he has chosen the most difficult path to walk. He admires you very much. He wants to form an alliance with you, become a brother, and offer you the darkest man of the Tata clan to warm you up. Bed. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Sherlock's darkening face, and Kemu ran away. Brother, do you need a man to warm the bed? I can. Wrightson volunteered. Sherlock hit his head with an iron fist. This time he did not use the ability of refreshing fruit, but a pure iron fist to sanction. Wrightson held his head, the pain made him cry. Sherlock glanced at the old patriarch in the bushes, and the old patriarch blinked his eyes, as if I knew everything. It made Sherlock feel as uncomfortable as eating shit. It's terrible. I never thought that the hero would have such a hobby. I have to protect myself. Kerm hugged himself tightly. Sherlock couldn't wait to find a woman to prove his innocence right away. But in the beautiful night, all Tata women could only see white teeth. Sherlock couldn't make it. Let the patriarch return the boat to me first, as well as my navigator, the others can stay here first. Sherlock patted Calm on the shoulder. Calm was shocked and his teeth trembled. I'm not ready yet. Sherlock kicked him on his *** and kicked him in front of the old patriarch. Kerm translated Sherlock's words to the old patriarch. The patriarch thought for a moment and nodded. Seeing that the Titans can no longer be dynamic, the Tata people dare to come out. Sherlock returned to the tree house to rest, and that night, he slept particularly securely. The next day, the sun crawled in through the window of the tree house and shone in the empty tree house. Wrightson opened the door of the house made of banana leaves and scratched the red explosive head. Where is the big brother? Sherlock got up very early and had already run a circle around the island while observing the weather near the island. I don't know if Lobren can get out. Shylock muttered to himself, taking off his sweat-soaked shirt, revealing his acquainted muscles. He shook his head and sighed. If I had this figure before, I shouldn't be green anymore. Afterwards, he began to practice Iron Fist and the shaving that he had just learned. It took about 2 hours before Wrightson found Sherlock, and he ran over holding a bunch of bananas. Brother, have some, the bananas on this island are very sweet. Sherlock took the banana and took a bite. It tasted good and sweet, which he liked. Bring some to the boat. Wrightson nodded. Captain. Lobren's familiar voice sounded, and his hands were still in sea-stone handcuffs. This thing must have been left on the island by Lu Chi back then, Sherlock analyzed. Com unlocked the handcuffs for Lobren. Hey, sorry, I thought you were pirates before, so I handcuffed you. We really are. Lobren rubbed his wrist and said. Kerm stepped back a few meters in fright, his legs trembling. Look at you to scare people. Wrightson took responsibility for Lobren and patted Corm on the shoulder. Don't be afraid, we are all small roles with a bounty of only tens of millions. Look at our big brother, Reward Jin has 400 million, didn't you talk to him for so long yesterday? Wrightson pointed to Sherlock. Kemya's shock dropped his chin directly to the ground. Bounty, gold, 400 million. To be precise, it is 420 million. After defeating Cosius, it should rise again. Wrightson raised his eyebrows and looked confident, as if he was talking about himself. Com's legs softened and he knelt on the ground. God, I actually wanted to share my hand-sewn quilt with such a terrible villain last night. So you are brave. Wrightson patted Kemyu on the shoulder. Kemyu felt that a little angel was saying hi to him, as if he was going to take him away soon. Don't scare him, get ready to go to sea, Sherlock said lightly. Lobren tidied up his appearance, brushed away the messy silver hair, tied his bow tie, and wiped his black leather shoes with resin. He nodded in satisfaction until the dazzling sunlight reflected from the leather shoes. A gentleman should pay attention to his image at all times, even if he is 50 years old. Lobren muttered to herself, walking towards Sherlock at an elegant pace. Sherlock's behavior suddenly reminded Sherlock of a sentence: his head can be broken, blood can flow, and leather shoes must be greased. The savages yelled and carried the evil horn out of the jungle and placed it on the beach. The old patriarch walked over with a cane and asked Com to help translate. Hero, don't you really think about bowing to me? Although we cannot be born in the same year and month and day, we can die in the same year and month and day. Com finished speaking and swallowed, feeling that a little angel was beckoning to himself again. Sherlock looked at the thin old patriarch. The old patriarch showed a hearty smile. Suddenly, one of his front teeth laughed off. He immediately put his teeth away carefully, and continued to smile at Sherlock. Sherlock's face was gloomy, and the corners of her mouth twitched. It's not necessary. Com turned around and translated it to the old patriarch, who babbled and asked Com to translate. Kemya said with trembling legs. The patriarch said, waiting for the good news of the hero's return. You will definitely train the darkest man to wait for you to come back. Sherlock was full of black lines. He took out the revolver, and now he wanted to show the old patriarch to see the little angel. Do not impulse. Kerm thought Sherlock was going to kill people. Boom! Sherlock blew the white smoke from the muzzle. Kerm was scared to pee directly, but he soon realized that his head was not blooming, and a lion majesty fell from the branch and slumped on his shoulder. Just now, this lion majesty was about to sneak attack Com, and was seen by Sherlock. Just so courageous, what kind of explorer? Sherlock joked. Kerm covered his crotch and blushed into a monkey ****. At this moment, he just wanted to find a place to sew in. Our captain does not kill the unknown, Lobren said with a smile. Com breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly felt that the unnamed were also pretty good. How are the others? Sherlock asked. Back to the captain. There were 13 people in the hole dug by the wild people, and the other 9 were missing. The captain doesn't need to worry. I guess they died in the storm, Lobren said solemnly. Sherlock was speechless. He looked sideways at Wrightson. Wrightson, check the situation of the worst. Wrightson nodded, stepped like a crab, walked to the side of the horrible horn, and greeted the wild people in babbling language, which seemed to be learned last night while drinking and eating meat with wild people. But when the wild people heard him, they all showed the muscles they knew, and wanted to rub against him. Sherlock asked Kerm suspiciously, what did he say? He said, MD, F***K. When Kerm was translating, he emphasized his words so that Sherlock didn't think he was scolding himself. Sherlock was sweating. Sure enough, this guy Wrightson, what can't he do, is the number one in trouble. Wrightson looked at the ferocious savages suspiciously, and scratched his explosive head. Why is the atmosphere weird? Forget it, no matter, it's wicked, Dad is here. After Wrightson checked the extremely evil horn, the old patriarch sent some food and water, and wished them to find an exit and go out to sea smoothly. Sherlock boarded the boat and waved to Com. Come on. Com swallowed. I can't. What can't you do? Sherlock frowned. Kerm covered his crotch and said, I don't like men, I really don't like them. Sherlock took out the gun and pointed it at his head. Say it again. Com immediately climbed into the evil name. I like it, I like it. Both Wrightson and Laron looked at strangely. Kerm blushed, his hips rose up, and in order to save his life, he could only give out chrysanthemums. Sherlock kicked him heavily. My sexual orientation is normal. If you dare to mention a black man to me, I will shoot you. Kerm hugged his A***, looking finally relieved. It turns out that heroes don't like men. Why do men like Captain like men? Lobren asked inexplicably. Misunderstanding, haha, haha. Kerm laughed. A group of 4, ready to set sail. Before sailing, Laurent gave a familiar smile again. Learn from mistakes. Charlotte stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. No explosions are allowed on the island, we have to come back. The hand that Lobren had just raised was helplessly suspended in the air, and the familiar snapping fingers could not be hit. He sighed and took out his pocket watch. We only have to wait for the next time. At first the sea was calm and the waves were calm. Sherlock took a deep breath, feeling the rare peace at this moment. Perhaps it was because of the heart-to-heart talk with Mr. Garp that Sherlock truly formalized his inner desires, and he found that he was not so repulsive of life at sea. The life of a free pirate is actually pretty good. Suddenly, a familiar seagull flew across the sky and dropped a wanted order. Sherlock picked up the wanted warrant, and Lehigh de Houston offered a bounty of 430 million Baileys. It has increased by another 10 million. Is this rate too fast? The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly. Lobren smiled. Captain, congratulations. Sherlock suddenly lost the mood of looking at the scenery. With such an expensive head, how many people are worried about, to become stronger, must become stronger. Sherlock secretly made up his mind. Soon the extreme evil sailed into the circulating ocean current, and the current changed the direction of the extreme unknowingly, causing it to circle the Tata Savage Island, and then return to the island for the first time. Ended with failure. Com shook his head and sighed. Hey, let me just say, I can't get out of this island. Lobren took out a permanent pointer. This circulating ocean current aroused his interest. He is also a navigator. His dream is to explore unknown islands in the world, then kill the natives, blow up the city, and let everything return to nature. Yes, his dream is very antisocial. Try again, I will definitely find a way, Lobren said confidently. Wrightson nodded and drove the boat to the sea again. Lobren took out a permanent pointer and kept it in the control room, directing Wrightson to adjust the direction of the evil horn at any time. With the surging ocean currents, the evil voyage did not get rid of the circulating ocean currents, and was sent back to the original place, as if it had entered a strange circle. Laurent frowned slightly and his expression was serious. The second trip to sea declared a failure. Kemu leaned on Chuanqian, looked at the seagulls flying freely in the air, and said, if you can fly, it will be fine, then it is not a problem to follow the ocean currents. Sherlock and Laurent looked at Kerm at the same time. Kerm swallowed and his legs began to tremble. He raised his hands. I was wrong. No, you are right. Lobren clenched the permanent pointer and said, it is impossible to find out the law of circulating ocean currents in a short time, but if you don't want to return to the original point, breaking through the sky is a good way. It seems that the explorer is not useless. Sherlock patted Calm on the shoulder, and Calm slumped to the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad he didn't have to change his pants again. Staying with the 430 million pirates with a bounty of 430 million is under great psychological pressure. Kerm looked at Sherlock cautiously, lest he suddenly pointed his revolver at his head and made a hole inexplicably. Lobren looked at Wrightson. Can the hull of the Hellfire be able to withstand the explosion? Of course, the film I coated can hold even the bomb thrown by Garp Vice Admiral. Wrightson looked confident. Sherlock immediately understood what Lobren meant. He glanced at Calm and reminded, go back to the cabin. Kerm was completely afraid to disobey Sherlock's instructions, and trod into the cabin. On the deck, Lobren watched quietly, waiting for the opportunity. He looked down at the ripples of the sea, then looked up at the white clouds floating in the sky, judged the direction of the wind, and directed Wrightson to turn the bow of the ship to prepare for the third time to go to sea. A breeze blew by, and Laurent snapped his fingers several times. Bang bang bang, a euro, the explosion sounded. The air around the evil is exploded, and the shock wave of the explosion directly rushes the evil into the sky. Right now. Lobren looked at Wrightson. Wrightson nodded, pressed the green button, the round hole door in the stern opened, and the wind was continuously sucked in, forming a Uzumaki wind cannon. The launch of the wind cannon directly increased the speed of the evil number by 30 times, and it flew up instantly. Move in the direction pointed by the permanent pointer. This time directly bypassed the circulating ocean currents. Inside the cabin, Kerm saw seagulls and white clouds flying outside the window, approaching the window curiously, and suddenly found the entire Hellfire floating in the air. He felt the little angel beckoning to him again and fainted. Ha 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 ha, so exciting. Wrightson laughed. Laurent also showed a confident smile. The corners of Sherlock's mouth were raised and his heart slandered. If Lobren did not like to kill, he was also a very reliable person. This was also the reason why he sold Arlong and left Lobren. The extreme hell flew in the sky for more than 20 minutes before landing on the sea, causing a huge wave. Sherlock was now able to dodge the sea flexibly and would not let himself fall into the dilemma of being swallowed by the sea again. Under Wrightson's control, the evil number finally stabilized her figure. Laurent took out the blueprint and marked the savage island of the Tata tribe on the map. Captain, you can give this island a name. Sherlock hesitated for a second. Why do you want me to name it? Because when we come back, this island will be your property. Laurent gave a knowing smile. Sherlock was sweating. He was about to refuse. Colonialism was not his style. Wrightson rushed out. I'll come, Big Brother will send me away if he doesn't want that island. I will transform everyone into transformed people, ha ha ha. Sherlock couldn't help kicking Wrightson away. Lobren smiled and stared at Sherlock. His eyes seemed to say, if you don't want that island, it will belong to me. You know I like to kill. Tita Island. Sherlock uttered 3 words. Laurent was stunned, nodded, and marked these 3 words on the map. Congratulations, Captain, for having the first private island that belongs to you. The minerals on that island will surely bring us a steady stream of wealth. Sherlock shook his head and walked into the cabin. Com just woke up and saw Sherlock coming in with a sullen face. He was frightened and asked carefully, Hero, are you uncomfortable? Give you a small boat, you can leave, Shylock said. Boat? Kerm asked excitedly. Sherlock nodded slightly, took a lollipop from his pocket, and handed it to Com. Com took the candy tremblingly. No hint? Sherlock wanted to beat him again in an instant. Kem was a gentleman, but he had a bad beating attribute every time he spoke. Really let me go? Kerm asked. Well, didn't you say that you always wanted to go and couldn't go out? Now that we have passed the circulating ocean current, you can go wherever you want, and you are free, Sherlock explained. Com's mouth grew unbelievably. He rushed out of the cabin, and he saw a different scenery as expected. Great! I finally figured it out. Kerm shouted happily. Laurent stood silently behind him. I think you are very smart. Are you interested in joining our evil pirates? Com's legs immediately began to tremble again, and they were rhythmic like springs. No, don't, just kidding. Lobren stood upright and his expression was very serious, with his left hand wearing white gloves resting on Com's shoulder. Do you look like I was joking? Don't scare him, he will have to change his trousers later. How can he have so many trousers for him to change? Wrightson laughed. Sherlock also walked out of the cabin. He glanced at Lobren, and Lobren withdrew his hand sensibly, and made a gesture of invitation gracefully. Kerm stuck his head out of the evil and saw a small boat. Sherlock, did you really let me go? He plucked up the courage to ask. Sherlock nodded. Otherwise, why do you bring you out? Could you still help us save the little Titan? Wrightson laughed. Just as Kemu is so courageous, he still saves people. Ha ha ha, I must prepare a boat of pants. Com blushed. I'm really an explorer hired by Leonano. Now I am the only member of our expedition team. I have to go back and explain the situation. I still have a lovely one. The child has just been born. Oh no, it should have been a year. I have been out for a year. I don't a Euro TMT know how to go back. He still remembers me not. Wrightson suddenly suppressed his smile. Do you still have a child? Com nodded. Yes, I have a child and a wife, but my wife is not beautiful, just ordinary. He heard that pirates like to pillage beautiful women to go on a boat for recreation, and he specifically explained that his wife is not good looking. Sherlock nodded understandingly. Go, Lobren, give him a map, permanent pointers, water and food, and let him go home to reunite with the children. Kerm looked at Sherlock with emotion. He was obviously holding a lollipop, but the momentum he exuded was very stalwart, like a big villain who said nothing. Oh, no, he was already the villain. Com immediately put away his move, afraid that Sherlock would change his mind next second and want to stay. Big pirates have always been moody and murderous. This is the common sense of Master Kemu. He got into the boat in a hurry, and Lobren prepared everything for him as Sherlock told him. Kerm sat in the boat, and finally couldn't help but wave to the great villain aboard the evil. Thank you, Sherlock. Good luck. Sherlock turned around, leaving Com with a cold back. Lobren handed Sherlock a cup of coffee and said, Captain, where are we going next? Sabayati Archipelago. Sherlock took a sip of coffee, feeling endless aftertaste. Yes. Laurent took out the map and judged the course. He said happily, unexpectedly, the tornado helped us through the first half of the Grand Line and brought us directly to the sea area. How long can I get to Sabayati Archipelago? Sherlock asked. Laurent held out 3 fingers. At this rate, it should be there in 3 days. Wrightson's eyes beamed. Brother, I heard that there are many big people gathered on Sabayati Archipelago. Sherlock sat on the red mahogany chair, holding coffee and savoring it slowly. On the east wall of the captain's room, there were dozens of reward orders and cut-out newspapers posted. This is Sherlock's habit. Every time Seagull sends a newspaper and a reward order, he will leave useful information behind. In addition to writing a diary, this wall becomes an important clue pool. Wrightson looked at the wall of rewards in surprise. The most dazzling one was the 11 supernovas. Leha to Houston, 430 million Baileys, Eustace Kid, 315 million Baileys, Monkey D. Luffy, 300 million Baileys, Badger Hawkins, 249 million Baileys, X. Drake, 222 million Baileys, Trafalgar Law, 200 million Baileys, Skulachmanarp, 198 million Baileys, Kira, 162 million Baileys, Jewelry Bonnie, 138 million Berry, Capone Big, 138 million Berry, Rorano Zorro, 120 million Berry. Wrightson read everyone's bounty aside, and looked at Sherlock in admiration. Big brother, you are now the representative of the worst times. If you can get all the other 10 players down, in the future, you will have the strength to fight the 4 emperors, Lobren suggested. Sherlock almost didn't spray the coffee. He paused and said, don't forget this transaction. The little titan may not be alive. Even if it is alive, it will be difficult for us to rescue it. Lobren was holding a cup of black tea, and his silhouette was reflected in the black tea. It is really difficult to save people from Don Quixote da Flamingo. He is a greedy mad dog. Once bitten by him, it is difficult to let go. Sherlock thought of da Flamingo, and his back felt cold. Houston once did an underground trade with him and had contact twice. At that time, he only knew that he was the Joker, and he didn't even know that he was da Flamingo, but Sherlock, a pseudo-pirate fan who came through, knew it. Don Quixote da Flamingo, nicknamed Heavenly Yaksha, was born in celestial dragons, and 7 warlords of the sea also served as the original king of Dressrosa. The bounty is 340 million Berry, and the code name for the intermediary of the underground world is Joker, who is capable of string fruit. The reason why his bounty is not high is that the world government turned one eye to him. In comparison, Sherlock felt that his bounty was too high, most of which came from the world government's overestimation of himself, and the water content was extremely high. If you really fight against Brother Shangming, you will definitely not be able to beat him now, and you can't force it. Shishibukai da Flamingo? Wrightson asked curiously. Sherlock nodded slightly and said, Lobren, you will come ashore with me to investigate the situation. Wrightson will wait for us to come back at Port 40. I want to visit the island too. Wrightson was full of unwillingness. Sherlock patted him on the shoulder. Responding is also very important. It's up to you whether Lobren and I are alive. Wrightson immediately beamed his eyes. Really? Sherlock nodded slightly, vomiting a single cell in his heart just to fudge. This matter must not be let da Flamingo know. Sherlock looked at Lobren. Laurent nodded. Saving people is not good for the captain's reputation, so we have to act low-key. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that Laurent's brain circuit was really novel. Fortunately, he was also prepared to act in a low-key manner. Although the starting point was different, the different routes were the same. I will contact our people at the population auction to investigate whether the Titan Cub is in the auction, Lobren said. Sherlock suddenly remembered that Houston had done this business before, and had some connections in the auction floor. He agreed with Lobren's suggestion and asked, what's the date today? Laurent gave the date. Sherlock dragged his chin with both hands and fell into thinking. The corners of his mouth gradually rose, and he already had a preliminary plan in his heart. 3 days later. Sabayati Archipelago. This island is located in front of the Red Line in the middle of the Grand Line. It is composed of many large trees. The ground is the root of the tree, and bubbles will emerge from the ground, so it is also called the Soap Bubble Islands. The island is divided into 79 separate areas. The Evil is parked near the port in Area 40. Areas 40 to 49 are mainly tourist areas, specialty shops, etc., so there are many merchant ships and tourist ships in the port. Under the name of East Blue Flower Trading Company, evil is mixed among merchant ships, and there is no sense of disobedience at all. Marine routinely inspects ships entering and leaving the port, and Sherlock produced a registered company certificate and passed the security inspection smoothly. Sherlock thanked May-D again in his heart, and sincerely hoped that this beautiful woman could find her own happiness as soon as possible. He wears a certain brown top hat and a striped suit. He wears a blue tulip on his chest. He uses black-rimmed glasses to cover the mole under his eyes. He also puts on a mustache, puts on a scarf, and holds it in his hand. Leather suitcases disguise themselves very well. Laurent was dressed in a solemn white robe, with a silver cross on his chest, and a gentle smile on his face, like a priest, who accompanied Sherlock. The Marines salute Loblen respectfully. Are you here to teach in Sabayati Archipelago? Lobren smiled and nodded. Yes, gentlemen, I came to Sabayati Archipelago in Mr. Sherlock's ship just to spread the glory of God. Haha, many people here lack faith, you just came here. Marine said and waved goodbye to Sherlock and Laurent. Sherlock silently praised Laurent's acting skills in his heart. As expected, he was the first person to find himself in East Blue. His IQ has always been online. If it were Wrightson, he would probably say that I am a pirate for sightseeing. Sherlock and Laurent came ashore and began to wander around blocks 40 to 49, going in and out of various specialty shops. Laurent did not forget that every store spread the glory of the Lord and gave them crosses and Bibles. God loves the world and even gave them his only begotten Son, so that everyone who believes in him will not perish, but will have eternal life, trust in God, and naturally have peace of mind. Laurent chatted with the owner of the flower shop and apparently accepted another believer. Sherlock felt that Laurent really had the talent to be a god stick. He handed the seeds of the tulip flower to the florist owner. Thank God for creating a beautiful tulip. This kind of tulip is 1,000 Baileys. I have a box on board. If you want to accept the gift of God and let the beautiful tulips bloom on Sabayati archipelago. Okay, thank God, but can this seed be cheaper? The boss is obviously not a person who has been dazzled by enthusiasm, but still maintains the businessman's sanity. This tulip is a rare species. Sabayati archipelago definitely doesn't have one. Sherlock's goal was not to buy flower seeds, so he didn't plan to give the boss room for bargaining. The boss shook his head. I don't know whether such delicate flowers are suitable for this piece of soil. Sherlock smiled and said, leave the seeds for you. Try to plant them, and contact us if you succeed. This is my business card. Sherlock handed the East Blue Flower Trading Company's business card to the florist owner. The boss smiled and nodded. Okay, praise your generosity. It was not until the evening that Laurent and Sherlock took the Sabayati Archipelago bubble bus to number 35 Hotel Street. 35 Hotel Street. Hua Deng is in the beginning. The layer of bubbles suspended in the air reflects the brilliant colors, which makes the evening sandwiched between dusk and night get rid of the embarrassing situation, which is full of childishness. Sherlock and Laurent chose to stay at a Blue Butterfly Hotel near the corner of the street. This is an oval-shaped Western-style building. Unlike other hotels and hotels made of alloys on the surface of the bubble, the Blue Butterfly Hotel is more like a wooden structure. The building is 3 stories high. The orange roof is mostly occupied by moss. It was full of cyan vines with black and blue swallowtail butterflies standing on the vines. If it weren't for the bubble night light hanging at the door that said it was open, Sherlock suspected that the hotel had been closed for a long time. Welcome. The wealthy proprietress wearing a plaid shirt looked at Sherlock and Laurent, who had just stepped into the hotel, and said enthusiastically, did you travel to Sabayati Archipelago? Is the luggage heavy? Bray, come and help the guests mention it. A young girl stepped forward and stretched out her hand. Hello, sir, leave the luggage to me. Sherlock looked at the girl in front of her. She had 2 thick braids, slender eyes, and a slightly round face. She looked gentle and graceful. When she smiled, she had 2 deep dimples, which made her feel like a spring breeze. She squeezed a white apron. Underneath the apron was a long black velvet skirt, speaking with a distinct Sabayati Archipelago accent, and she was a local. Sherlock took off his hat and placed it on his chest, and handed the suitcase to the girl named Bray. The girl caught the bubble that emerged from the ground, stuffed the suitcase into the bubble, tied a rope to her hand, and followed Sherlock with the bubble. Are there any rooms available? Laurent asked. Bray smiled and nodded. Mr. Father, yes, I need to do some registration. Are you together? Well, I want 2 rooms. Laurent said, handing the temporary ID to the proprietress. The proprietress registered, and handed Bray 2 keys. Take the 2 gentlemen to the room. Bray turned around and took Sherlock and Laurent straight up to the 3rd floor. Although the top floor is a loft, the air is very good, and there are only 4 rooms, so no one will be disturbed. After sending Laurent into the room, she took Sherlock to the farther inside and came to room 4. She opened the door, put the key in Sherlock's hand, and looked straight at the tulip on Sherlock's chest. This flower is so beautiful, I have never seen it here. I'm here to be a merchant in the flower trade, Sherlock explained, and then took the flowers down and handed them to Bray's hands. 100 Baileys. Thank you, sir. Bray was stunned for a moment, and handed Sherlock 100 Bailey, suddenly felt a feeling of being forcibly sold. She originally thought that the gentleman would directly give flowers to herself. Before Bray turned and left, he reminded Sherlock again, if Mr. needs anything, just call me. I also work part-time as a tour guide. Okay. Sherlock closed the door, put the salute away, went into the bathroom and took a hot bath, put on a clean nightgown and prepared to get some sleep before going to the bar to find out the news at night. He lay on the soft bed, closed his eyes, and was about to fall asleep, when a girl screaming sounded in his ears. Bray? Sherlock sat up and opened the door. Bray TM's voice came from room 3. He walked over and knocked on the door. Excuse me, do you need help? Mr. Sherlock, save me. Bray's voice sounded again. Sherlock frowned and kicked door 3 open. A drunk was pressing on Bray and violent. Her clothes were torn, exposing large areas of white skin. Sherlock walked over, grabbed the shoulders of the drunkard, and dragged the 5 big and 3 thick guys up like a chicken. The drunk immediately spit out fragrance. Mother, where's the little white face? It's a good thing for your grandpa. He took out a dagger from kabuto pants and stabbed Sherlock. Sherlock escaped easily, swept his legs, and fell him to the ground. Sherlock squatted down, his revolver touched his head. Go away. The drunk's mind was sober in an instant, and he crawled out of the hotel. Sherlock also stood up and walked to Bray. Is it all right? No, it's okay. Bray hurriedly covered the leaked spring light with his hands, stood up, ran downstairs in a hurry, and even forgot to say thank you. Sherlock put away the pistol and returned to his room, only to find the girl Bray lying on his bed. Obviously he was brought over by being knocked out. Sherlock was full of black lines. Loblin. Laurent walked out slowly. Captain, I am here. What are you doing? Sherlock asked. I think the captain saved her, he should like her, so I brought her to accompany the captain. Lauber said frankly that according to Houston's previous style, he would never help a woman who doesn't want to sleep. Sherlock covered his forehead with one hand. I tell you, I have to keep a low profile here. We are here with a mission. I think she would not refuse to accompany a good man like you. Laurent talked nonsense seriously. Sherlock frowned. Then why did you stun her? Fault. Laurent smiled slightly. Sherlock said sternly, in the future, without my permission, don't be the master and take her out. You don't like her? Lauber asked curiously. Sherlock nodded. I don't like her. Then why did you save her? Lauber asked inexplicably. Because if something happens to her, the police will come to the door, and everyone in the hotel will be interrogated by that time, which is very troublesome. Sherlock said calmly. Laurent nodded slightly and carried Bray on his shoulders. Okay, I will send her away immediately. He made an okay gesture and took Bray out of Sherlock's room. Not long after, Lauber came in with a woman wearing a cheongsam, which attracted the attention of many men in the hotel. The woman has black wavy hair and a black gauze soft hat that covers half of her face, but she has a very good figure. The skirt corners open to the base of her thighs, and her long white legs are looming when she walks, which makes people think about it. She also held a long pipe in her hand with a golden bag hanging from the pipe. A euro Lauber knocked on Sherlock's door. Sherlock opened the door, and Lauber took the initiative to step back and let the woman in. She closed the door, turned around, took off the black gauze cap, and put her pipe against Sherlock's chest. Houston, do you finally think of others? Donna? Sherlock asked hesitantly. Because Houston was shot in the head at the beginning, after Sherlock was reborn, his memory was intermittent, and in 6 years he could not remember all the women he had contacted. Donna took a cigarette, walked staggeringly to Sherlock TM's bed, and looked at the furnishings of the hotel. Tisk tusk tusk, Donna TMT, go to me if you live in such a place, because I think the floor is made of gold. Is it? Sherlock was choked by her words. Listen to Lauber, you have something to do here, you may stay for a while. Donna has a pair of dark green pupils, as if she can see through the human soul. Sherlock stayed in the same room with her, and began to play drums in his heart. So, what's the matter with you? Donna shook her long legs. Let me guess. Sherlock raised the red wine glass, took a sip, thinking about how to get rid of this woman as soon as possible, and at the same time complained about the Houston stallion and made trouble for himself. Could it be that you have good products on hand and want to sell? Donna's eyes were sharp and she looked at Sherlock. If you mean flower seeds, I do, Sherlock said lightly. You know what they are talking about. Do you want to sell a group of girls with good quality? You can give it to me. I can give you a good price without going through the auction house. Donna put her hands on Sherlock's shoulders, her red lips pressed against Sherlock's ears. Sherlock took her hand off. I haven't done this kind of business for a long time. Do you look down on it? Donna unbuttoned her cheongsam, took out a note from it, and handed it to Sherlock. Sherlock took the note with the auction time and goods written on it. Stop teasing you, Lauber told me that you want that Titan, but the auction house has only mermaids recently, no Titans. As Donna said, she lay back on Sherlock's bed again and patted the bed. Of course, I have more clues, but it depends on your performance at night. Sherlock suddenly remembered something, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Can't Corias satisfy you? Don't mention him, my old lady took 50 million Bailey to play with him. He actually fell in love with a fish. Donna glanced at Sherlock squintingly, and found that he was totally unmoved by his own charm, and when he met before, she wished to eat up and wipe herself like two people. She rolled up her long hair. Houston, why are you weird? Sherlock paused and asked, where is it? Donna smiled and stretched out her hand, hugging Sherlock, rubbing Sherlock with her soft body. You used to like this very much. No man can stand this temptation. It's not the first time Donna and Houston are wide and wide. But Sherlock is not an ordinary man, he is a widowed king with a will like steel. You stick to me like this, I'm very hot. Boom, the door of the hotel was kicked open. A man with a red-haired hedgehog's head, a dagger and a pistol on his chest, goggles on his head and a dark red coat walked in. Behind him was the drunk who was scared away by Sherlock. Boss, it's him. The drunk soberly identified that it was Sherlock's good deed that had broken him. The kid pirates also dared to provoke him. Boy, are you tired of your life? Kid asked with a red-haired hedgehog head and a clear face. Donna frowned, her interest was swept away by the unexpected visitor. She looked sideways at Kid, the big pirate. Long time no see? It turns out that Donna is in charge. Why, is he also the little boy you raised? Kid grinned and laughed. Unexpectedly, the police did not come, but attracted the pirates. Sherlock had a calm face and said flatly, "Can I get dressed and talk outside? It's not convenient here." After the door opened, a wave of members of the Kid Pirate group came in one after another. Among them, Kira, known as the Killing Warrior, Hit, whose mouth is sewn with a thread and a blue-purple thorn pattern on his body, and Vey, a tall man wearing a demon-like costume, are all famous pirates on the list. Any one of these guys can make the hotel regret taking Sherlock. For the face of Donna, "I'll wait for you in the bar next door. If your kid doesn't come, I will tear down this place, ha ha ha." Kid turned around and led the crew out of the hotel, and a group of people entered the nightless bar next door like a wasp into a nest. Sherlock took off his nightgown and put on his shirt and pants. Donna quietly admired his strong physique. Although Sherlock was not tall in this world, only 1.84 meters, he knew every piece of his muscles, especially his abdominal muscles. Donna hugged him from behind. "I will go with you." Sherlock shook his head and said in an unquestionable tone, "You go back first." Donna let go, picked up the black gauze cap, and put it on. "Okay, see you in the same place, I'll wait for you." Sherlock nodded slightly, put on his coat, and went out. Laurent followed Sherlock. "Captain, do you want to avoid the edge for now?" "No, since it's here, let's make a deal." Night fell completely. Sherlock removed his disguise and revealed the tattoo on his neck. Stepping on black leather shoes, stepped into the bar that never sleeps. This is a mixed bar with pirates, bounty hunters, adventurers, and murderers, but there is no marine. Compared with the stable number 35 island, this bar is more suitable for opening in illegal places. Kid saw the tattoo on Sherlock's neck, and his eyes flashed brightly. He threw a glass of rum to Sherlock. "Unexpectedly it was you, Leha de Houston." The other pirates also boiled. "Leha de Houston, it's really him? The first of 11 supernovas. Houston, a man more cruel than Kid, has come to Sabayati Archipelago. It seems that there is a good show tonight. The supernovas with the first and second bounty are all here." They turned their eyes to Sherlock and Kid. Sherlock slandered inwardly, "I didn't expect that the most notorious one turned out to be himself." He drank the rum in one gulp. Kid laughed, "Haha, refreshing. You play a game with me, and if you lose, you will save your life." Sherlock raised his eyebrows slightly. "Okay, promise me one thing if you lose." "Can." Kid readily agreed and told all his men to retreat. Sherlock glanced sideways at Laurent, who nodded slightly and stepped back. Sherlock took off his jacket and twisted his neck. He had to use his strength to conquer people like Kid. Kid is also a devil fruit-capable person, able to manipulate metals or magnetic fields. He stretched out his right hand, and all the metal objects in the bar were magnetized and flew onto his arm like steel recombination. The metal weapons carried by the pirates, adventurers, and bounty hunters are all subjected to an invisible and powerful suction force, and they all fly as if they have life. In the sound of clicking, all the metal objects formed a giant mechanical arm that exceeded 3 meters. Kid's mouth raised. "Houston, I have always wanted to see if your iron fist is strong or my robotic arm is strong." Kid's mechanical giant arm can withstand the laser that pacifists can melt steel, and its strength is terrifying. He attacked Sherlock with his huge arm. With a loud bang, the bar was smashed to pieces by him. Fortunately, the crowd dispersed a long time ago. They are all experienced adventurers who know how to watch the battle of the strong without being affected. Sherlock jumped forward and successfully avoided Kid's attack with a shave, and appeared behind Kid. An iron fist was thrown out, and it collided with the steel knives, shields, and iron axes that Kid had separated, and successfully smashed these iron products. But Kid also took the opportunity to attack again. Sherlock had to rush out of the bar in order to avoid the attack. Kid chased after him and directly pierced the roof of the bar. Lime and gravel were constantly falling down the crack. Sherlock was bounced by a huge force and stood on the roof with good balance. Kid placed the giant robotic arm on the ground, used the reaction force to send himself to the roof, and continued to confront Sherlock. Most of the people in the bar rushed out, before the house completely collapsed. With the fight between Sherlock and Kid, the night bar soon fell into ruins. The bar owner scolded his mother while smoking. He went to a bar to open in an illegal place on Island 5 in Sabayati. It was destroyed because of a fight with pirates. I didn't TMT expect this bar to have been open for a long time. Thing. Kid stretched out his hand and launched the giant robotic arm attached to his arm. The speed was so fast that Sherlock had no time to dodge. He used armament haki to wrap around the iron fist and shook his fist to take the blow. There was a loud rumbling noise. The giant mechanical arm collided with the Sherlock iron fist, and the explosion produced by the two energies instantly swept everyone present. They were blown tens of meters away by the shock wave generated by the explosion. The surrounding hotels were also damaged, especially the Blue Butterfly Hotel, which is closer. The people in the hotel hurried out, some even wearing only a pair of pants. "There is an earthquake, run away. It's terrible, what happened?" The wealthy proprietress and Xiao Mo also ran to the block with the crowd. Above the abandoned roof, Two figures, blackened by the night, are fighting. Their speed is getting faster and faster, making it impossible for people to see their movements. The two of them fought close together, collided with fists, rubbed against the air, and made a bang. Sherlock showed a cool iron fist, and because Houston used mechanical substances to resist each time, he couldn't play the cool fruit ability at all. But armament Hacky also has full offensive power. Kid was beaten back. He raised his mouth corners. Yes, Houston, I always thought you were relying on women to get 400 million bounty. I didn't expect you to have some skills, then I will take it seriously. Rely on a woman? Is my reputation so bad? The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly. Soft food was hard to eat, and it was Houston's pot again. Boss, Marine is here, the Pirate of Kid Pirate Group reminded. The movement of their fighting was so loud that it attracted Marine's attention. The Marines armed with guns quickly surrounded the hotel street. Don't bother my uncle, Kid roared, and a shockingly frightened Hacky was released. A circle of Hacky waves invisible to the naked eye instantly covered the whole street. The Marines with guns fell to the ground and lost consciousness. In addition to Marine, there are onlookers, adventurers, pirates, and ordinary residents, all under the influence of Hacky. They were oppressed in an instant and fainted. Except for Kira, who was also one of the supernovae, was unaffected. Laron, Hit, and Vey were all suppressed. Although they did not lose consciousness, they also felt their legs were weak and had to surrender to Conqueror's Hacky. Kid's eyes were hot, he grinned, and looked at Sherlock, who was unaffected by him. This way no one will affect the battle between you and me. Sherlock sensed the madness in his eyes. Kid laughed, absorbed all the surrounding metal materials to the surface of the body, and carried out precise deformation and assembly in a very short time, and merged into a steel demon tens of meters. This is his magnetic demon form. Kid waved his steel arm, and a Gatling gun appeared from his arm, firing bullets continuously. Sherlock wrapped his arms with armament Hacky, and his dark steel arms kept blocking the bullets. His legs bounced quickly, using the reaction force of the ground to increase his speed, and his figure flashed as if he had disappeared. Kid froze for a second. This trick was so familiar. But he couldn't associate him with Marine 6 styles for a while, because Marine 6 styles will never go out. Sherlock shifted his position and appeared on the left side of Kid, with an uppercut that hit the steel demon's abdomen directly. The mechanical armor shared 60% of Kid's strength, but 40% of the strength was still transmitted to Kid's abdomen. His throat was sweet and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, with a full blow, he used a magnetic vice, and the two mechanical arms squeezed Sherlock together, crushingly crushed. Sherlock used armament Hacky to protect his chest and internal organs in time, but his body was like being crushed by a truck, blood dripping and painful. Kid didn't intend to give Sherlock a chance to breathe. He was ready to take advantage of the victory and get another magnetic vice. This time, if he was hit again, he had no chance of surviving. With a loud bang, the vice closed again. The corner of Kid's mouth raised. Ha ha ha, Houston, that's all. Suddenly, a terrifying force struck from the top of the head. Kid raised his head, Sherlock fell from the sky, and a cool Hacky iron fist directly disintegrated his mechanical demon form. Kid was stunned. Just 1 centimeter from the fist to his skull. Sherlock closed his fist. You lost. The two were silent for a moment in the rubble of rubble. A colorful bubble suddenly exploded, breaking the silence. Kid sat on the ground with his legs crossed. I would like to accept the bet. Now that you have won, tell me, what do you want me to do? Sherlock wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth and said faintly, 5 days later, at the auction house, I need you to do something for me. Kid glanced at Sherlock, who was covered in blood. Houston, you are going against the world government? I am only entrusted by someone. Kid stood up and patted the dust on his body. Compared with the trash of world government, our pirates are really not villains. Tell me, what do you want me to do? When the time comes, you will naturally know. Sherlock said lightly. He turned and left, leaving Kid with a cold and arrogant back. Also, Marine, don't kill for now. Don't want to disturb Kizaru and the pacifists. Kid frowned. Houston, next time I see you, I will definitely beat you. Good. Sherlock waved, and Lobran walked to him. Captain, how are you? Can't die. Need to solve him? Kira appeared beside Kid and asked in a deep voice. No, I will defeat this person. Kid clenched his fists and felt his blood boil. What about these Marines? Kira asked. According to Kita TM's previous habits, these ants would be ruthlessly trampled to death by him. Let them go first. Let's go to Island 1, Kid said. Kira was stunned, nodded, and left number 35 Hotel Street with Kid. Aren't you going to find Donna in charge? Lobran looked at Sherlock worriedly, thinking it was necessary for him to be taken care of and bandaged in a warm and comfortable place. Do not. Sherlock didn't want to entangle with Houston's ex-girlfriends, as long as he could. He took out the note given by Donna from Kabuto, which read, Auction items, mermaid, fur tribe, humanity, rare species. Sherlock guessed that the rare species might be titans, but he can't act by guessing, he has to collect more evidence. Island No 16 illegal zone. The streets are brightly lit, like daylight, with colorful bubbles floating in the air, which gradually shatter over time. Lobren helped Sherlock to get off the bubble bus. The bus driver did not stop for a moment, and immediately drove the car to 200 yards, fleeing like the wind. Several knife-wielding robbers hurriedly chased the bus for a short distance, panting and saying, "Gan, I was run away by it again. It's really hard to get a taxi, €1 father, do you need it? 2,000 Baileys at a time." The street girl nibbled the sunflower seeds in her hand and slowly walked towards Lobren. Laurent smiled slightly. "Is it a night out?" The girl was stunned for a second, looked up and down Laurent, and smiled. "It costs 5,000 Baileys to cover the night, and the room fee will be paid separately." "Okay, 10,000 Bailey, give us a quiet room." The girl only noticed the blood man Sherlock that Lobren was supporting, but she was not surprised. It seemed that this kind of thing had long been commonplace on the 16th island. She twisted her hips, licked sunflower seeds, and led Lobren and Sherlock through the streets and into the alleys, and finally stopped at a small adult products store. Sherlock noticed that there were all kinds of shameful tools of crime inside. After passing through these dazzling merchandise, the girl stepped on high heels and stepped into the basement. She looked back at Lobren. "Father, keep up." Sherlock nodded slightly, and Lobren helped him into the basement. This is a deep underground corridor. Through the corridor to the underground block, you can see row upon row of houses, as well as quagmire and playful children everywhere. "Aren't you going home so late? Be careful to get caught and sell it," the girl scolded the muddy-faced child. The child stubbornly held the wooden sword in his hand. "Whoever dares to catch me, I will kill him. Take what you can." The girl spit out the skin of the melon seeds without cutting, swaying her posture, and continued to greet the people next to her, until she came to Hotel Number 8. The exterior of Hotel Number 8 is a cheap hotel. The Madara's exterior wall shows the tan of bricks and tiles. There is only one elderly person who guards the hotel. Wearing reading glasses, he smiles and looks at the girl. "Take the guests again. Here comes 1,000 Baileys one night." The girl tilted her head to look at Lobren and motioned for him to pay. Lobren paid the money and walked into Hotel Number 8. There are many street girls inside, and the soundproofing effect of the room is also very poor. The sound of applauding for loneliness keeps coming one after another. She took the two to the standard room on the first floor near the corner, put down the melon seeds in her hands, found the medicine cabinet in the cupboard of the coffee table, and staggered to Sherlock's side. "It's a serious injury. You can't do anything in this state?" she said with a smile. Sherlock could only see her appearance. She had curly black hair behind her head. Although she was not pretty, she had a pair of pelican eyes, which looked very flavorful. She was of a slightly fat figure, and she should be around 28 years old. "Why staring at me? Are there flowers on my face?" While joking, the girl took off Sherlock's clothes and treated his wounds. Lobren stood by, lit a cigarette, and took 2 puffs. Sherlock knew Lobren's habit and would smoke whenever he wanted to kill. Counting the days, Lobren did not kill much when he was by his side these days, and Lau was uncomfortable if he didn't kill. Burin's disease was about to be afflicted. It is estimated that the disease will not be cured unless he is sent to prison. In order to prevent him from committing crimes on the spot in Hotel Number 8, Sherlock said, "Go out and get some air." "Get Boone." Lobren nodded slightly, pushed open the door, and prepared to leave. "Remember, low-key manual." Sherlock reminded one last word. Laurent raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Article 38 of the low-key manual: the elderly, weak, women and children seem to be disadvantaged groups, but in fact they are people with high concerns who are most likely to attract people's attention, so stay away as far as possible. Sherlock nodded, finally not brainwashing. This can at least guarantee that Laurent will not kill the elderly, women and children indiscriminately, but it is hard to say for the young. Fortunately, this is a place of lawlessness. Most of the people who have come here have a criminal record. They are not the heinous, and they dare not risk their lives to settle here. "The priest is gone. You are so hurt, so you are not afraid of what I will do to you?" the girl said with a smile. Sherlock was not in the mood to tease her, and waited quietly for her to treat her wounds. The Gerla-Eurotm's medicine chest contained various medical appliances, scissors, needles, bandages, alcohol, etc., but there was no anesthetic. She lit the candle and put the silver scissors on the fire to burn and sterilize. "Don't be afraid of the pain." She waved the silver scissors, cut Sherlock's wound, and took out the metal fragments with tweezers. "Sprinkle alcohol on Sherlock's wound to prevent wound infection." During this process, Sherlock endured the pain, sweating heavily on his forehead. The girl did the same, took out all the metal fragments and laid in the skin of Sherlock, and finally applied medicine to him. If a full-body surgery is performed on Sherlock, she sweats profusely, put 102 metal fragments on the silver tray, and put them in front of Sherlock. "Who are you fighting for?" Sherlock remained silent. It turned out to be a dull gourd, boring. The girl wiped the sweat from her forehead and put away the medicine box, a total of 3,000 Baileys, medical expenses. Sherlock realized embarrassingly that he hadn't brought the wallet out at all. "No money? As if noticing Sherlock's expression, the girl walked to him, sat down, reached out and picked up his coat. Looking for valuable objects, you can leave the gun. Sherlock reached out and took the coat back. When my companion comes back, I will give you money. How do I know you didn't lie to me? The girl glared at Sherlock. Sherlock handed the revolver to the girl. If he doesn't come back, the gun will be yours. The girl smiled immediately, put her revolver away, and said, I was so badly injured and mortgaged my weapon. You are going to die here, I don't care. Sherlock fell on the bed and said lightly, I want a rest, don't disturb me. The girl nodded, she thought for a while, climbed onto the bed, kissed Sherlock, and stood up. The money for 5,000 Bailey's night can't be less. Sherlock frowned slightly, and the girl lit a cigarette, sat on the sofa, and flipped through the newspaper. Sherlock closed his eyes and rested. He didn't really fall asleep. He couldn't fall asleep in an unfamiliar environment, especially when there were strangers around. Until the girl in the room finished smoking 3 cigarettes, she lay on the sofa and fell asleep, breathing evenly. Sherlock relaxed his vigilance and put himself into sleep. After 1 hour, Sherlock opened his eyes. Hear a knock on the door. The girl was awakened by the knock on the door. She got up from the sofa and walked to the door with the revolver. Looking at her posture, it is obviously not the first time she has used a pistol. Open the door, smelly, when will you pay back? Someone started roaring outside the door, and with the sound of kicking the door, it was so noisy that people could not sleep. Sherlock sat up, and the girl made a silent gesture at him. Her body trembled slightly. Seeing that the wooden door that wasn't too strong was about to be kicked open, a bang was heard suddenly, and the door was quiet for a moment. The girl opened the door and saw Reborn wipe the bloodline on her face, and the corners of her mouth raised gently. It is unforgivable to interrupt the lady to rest. The girl swallowed, and a head rolled down to her feet. Afterwards, the hotel guests who were awakened by the explosion opened the doors one after another. Seeing this bloody scene, only a few people chose to leave immediately. Most of the guests were calm, closed the door, put their arms around the female partner, and went back to the room to continue applauding. The girl stared blankly at the 3 corpses lying on the ground. 2 of the heads had been exploded into watermelon, splashing all bloodline on the wall, and the other had a different body. Reborn seemed to notice that the girl's expression was a little flustered, and immediately turned across clockwise. The merciful Lord will bless them into hell. Behind him, a handsome man in a black trench coat, but a very haggard face, walked around Laurent and walked in. Ray Teach Boone, a colorless and unhappy man, saw his pale face and knew that he had made another chrysanthemum deal with a certain high-ranking girl. Houston, long time no see. Boone looked forward to being on the island. Instead of calling Sherlock the boss like other pirates, he preferred to call him by his name directly. Sherlock nodded slightly. Boone sat across from him and looked at the brunette girl sideways. Beautiful lady, can you give us some private space? The girl nodded and was about to flee the scene immediately, but was stopped by Reborn. Miss. The girl's pupils dilated and her back became cold, and she felt that she was going to be killed just like the 3 men lying on the ground. She tremblingly asked, what are you going to do? Yes, 10,000 Baileys, and 3,000 Baileys for medical expenses. Of course, I don't plan to give you a hush fee. After all, I solved the big problem for you. Reborn kept smiling. He took off his red gloves, took out the brand new Bailey from the leather armor, and handed it to the girl to take the revolver away from the girl's hand. Leave this. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, holding 13,000 Bailey, and ran away like oiling the solace of her feet. Laurent frowned. I like her figure very much, it's a pity. Hee, I have a lot of women, I will introduce 2 to you, which is definitely better than here, Boone said with a smile. At my age, the restless moment has passed. Reborn rejected Boone's kindness. Sherlock coughed twice and said, I want to know if Titans will appear at the auction. Boone was stunned. How does Houston know? Really? Sherlock once again confirmed the accuracy of Donna's intelligence. The merchandise in this auction does include Titan cubs. As you know, Titans are legendary creatures. Once they are released, they will inevitably be snatched by the nobles of the world. Boone said, took off his silver jug, took a sip, and handed it to Sherlock. Houston, make your own tiger whip wine, do you want to taste it? Sherlock shook his head, rejected Boone's kindness, and said inwardly, seeing you are so imaginary, you really need it. Reborn packed up the body at the door and walked in. Boone, the captain's goal is Titan, how much does it cost? When it comes to the nobles of the world, Laurent thinks it would be better to solve it with money. It's conservatively estimated to be 2 billion, but you won't be able to take things that the world's nobles are interested in, even if they are shot. Boone knows a lot of information, which is the meaning of his lurking in Sabayati archipelago. Celestial dragons? Sherlock frowned slightly. Boone nodded. The true ruler of Sabayati archipelago is celestial dragons. I need the structure diagram of the auction house, the layout of the security system, and the specific list of participants, Sherlock said lightly. Boone touched his chin. Okay, I will find a way. 3 days. Sherlock patted Boone on the shoulder and reminded, do as little as possible in multiplayer sports. Boone gave a sly smile. I also learned from Houston. Sherlock shook his head, and then went on, fearing being misunderstood as Ponga's acquaintance. Simply shut up and let Boone continue to be his master of time management. Anyway, AI, it's about May. The warts are not a big deal, the chances of getting drenched. Has the mermaid named Cammy found? Sherlock asked. I found out. This is a confused and easily fooled woman. She was eaten by sea beasts at least 20 times and caught by the Maculo family at least 29 times. She was almost swallowed by sea beasts before she went out to sea and was rescued by Straw Hat crew. Now I a EuroTMM wearing a straw hat to Sabayati Archipelago to coat the sunshine. Boone said with a smile, if she didn't evolve her legs, I really want to catch it and play with it. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly. Watch Straw Hat crew's actions closely and find an opportunity to pass on to Straw Hat that Cammy was caught at the auction by human traffickers. But she didn't catch it? Boone paused, and immediately understood what Sherlock meant. Whether you are caught or not depends on how you operate. Houston, do you want to borrow Straw Hat crew and make an auction? No, just take advantage of the Straw Hat crew auction to take advantage of the fire and take the Titan away. Lobren smiled and corrected Boone's words. But, will Straw Hat crew offend celestial dragons for a mere mermaid? The auctions are all big shots, Boone asked puzzledly. Yes, Sherlock answered Boone's question affirmatively and continued. Remember, don't let our people do anything, just steal Cammy's information to the traffickers. Boone nodded slightly, and the two talked again before he left the number 8 hotel. Laurent dragged his chin with one hand, staring at Sherlock with deep eyes. Captain, you seem to believe in Straw Hat crew. Well, I read a lot of news about them, Sherlock answered perfunctorily. With their strength, I am afraid that the big auction will only go without return, and the violation of celestial dragons will be hunted by Admiral of Headquarters. Laurent analyzed. No, someone will help him, Sherlock said lightly. You mean Kid? Is this what you want Kid to help? Lobren had a real sense. Sherlock opened the newspaper. In addition to Kid, I also asked the carrier pigeons to inform the Revolutionary Army to see what actions there are. Coupled with Luffy's popularity in the rookie pirate group, I should also find many allies. This time action is absolutely foolproof. Revolutionary Army, why would they help Straw Hats? Because, the leader of the Revolutionary Army is called Monkey Eurocent to Eurocent Long, Sherlock said lightly. Lobren was stunned, feeling that he had heard the earth-shattering secret. Monkey Eurocent to Eurocent Luffy is actually the son of the Revolutionary Dragon. Just for this, Luffy's reward order will at 50 million Baileys. You are so wise, Lobren praised. Not wise, because I know the development of the plot. Sherlock just finished speaking. Lawrence's eyes lit up. Can you still observation hacky? I will note a euro. Sherlock was sweating. 3 days before the auction, there have already been 11 big pirates who have offered a bounty of more than 100 million to land on the Sabayati Islands. They all set off from the 7 major routes, overcoming all obstacles, and overcoming all kinds of difficulties to Sabayati Archipelago, with the purpose of crossing the Red Line to the New World and looking for Roger. Treasure. Their arrival has also aroused the prying eyes of human trafficking gangs and bounty hunters. In the hidden corner of Sabayati Archipelago, bloody hunts are being staged. Please help me, untie the collar on my neck. Number 31 Civilian Street. On the central street, a tall, middle-aged man with a height of 5 meters, clasping his neck tightly with his hands, begged people around him to help him untie his collar. I have given up going to New World. There are still wives and children waiting for me in my hometown. The middle-aged man closed his eyes and threw out his unwillingness. My child has just been born. He doesn't know what his father looks like. Please help me. I want to go home. Suddenly he grabbed a girl's neck with excitement, and directly lifted the girl in the air, the girl crying and begging to get around. Whether you use an axe, a knife, or a saw, who will help me and untie it? There seemed to be tears in the man's eyes, and the residents around him moved away from him in horror, and no one dared to step forward to help him. Sherlock stood in the crowd. Seeing that he was about to lose control and strangle the girl to death, he picked up the stone on the ground and threw it over. The stone hit the middle-aged man's leg. The man let go of the girl, knelt on the ground, and cried, I beg you, help me. The girl tremblingly got up from the ground, and fled the scene with her neck. The surrounding residents showed fear and disgust. Don't have anything to do with him. He must be a pirate who was caught by a kidnapping group and sold. He was taken to this island by the buyer and wanted to escape. Xiao Ba reminded the teenager wearing a straw hat and riding a bubble car. The boy was wearing a blue vest and shorts, stepping on a pair of slippers. His childish expression was still on his face. Xiao Ba continued, he should know that he can't escape. The boy looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Sherlock stood in the crowd, silently watching the young man with a scar on his face, and said silently, Monkey D. Luffy, you finally came. Ding dong, timer sounded. The residents on the street screamed and fled. Damn it, this collar, as long as I don't a Euro TMT have this collar, I can escape, damn it, no, stop. The middle-aged man yelled, tears bursting into his eyes. Suddenly, with a bang, the collar exploded. The screams of the crowd sounded again, as if they were a funeral song for the middle-aged man. His body was not completely destroyed, but he had already lost his breath and fell in a pool of blood. Bounty of 60 million berries. Demon Man Pirates Captain Devil Diaz could not expect to be reduced to this end. Sherlock once again lamented the cruelty of this world in his heart. The Sabayati archipelago is far less beautiful than it looks. The darkness under the sun spreads and grows, and decay has cautiously entered the blood of the islanders. Slaves usually tie their necks with chains, and if they want to escape, the collar will explode. His escaped slave. Go away, don't get involved with him, the onlookers said one after another. Sherlock frowned slightly, and Lobren leaned into his ear and whispered, Captain, do you want to kill them? No, it is human nature to survive, they are not wrong, they are just too weak, Sherlock said lightly. Lobren nodded and said nothing. Tata's footsteps approached. An atmosphere of fear spread, everyone's legs seemed to be covered with magnets, and they all knelt down. Laurent and Sherlock retreated into the lane, watching the changes. Straw Hat Crew mixed in the crowd, followed the crowd with a dazed expression on his knees. I saw a long-legged spiky dog with bubbles on his head leisurely walk to the middle-aged man, raised his hind legs, and gave a pee. Luffy asked in surprise, this is Celestial Dragons? Xiao Ba immediately. The day of the auction. Sabayati Archipelago number 1 Island. Human auction venue. The auction site covers an area of 400 square meters, with 4 floors above and below. The roof of the attic is covered with dry and thick golden straw, and underneath are orange tiles, shining brightly in the sun. The blue alloy walls, off-white marble columns, and curved arch design reveal the decoration style of ancient Greece. The 3 celestial dragons of Rosvard Saint, Carulia Palace, and Chalrose sat in the VIP seats. The auction hall, which can accommodate 500 people, is full of seats. The dark red leather sofa seats were filled with nobles, rich people, and businessmen from all over the world. Of course, there are still many gorgeously dressed actors whose main task is to set off the atmosphere and make Bailey at the auction higher. There are also many daring pirates who enter the auction house as guests, looking for suitable commodities. The members of the Kid Pirates leaned against the wall and were now behind the venue. Kid looked at the crowded meeting place, and couldn't help but raise his mouth. Being ruled by such a group of trash can only produce generations of trash. Boss, Trafalgar Luo, the head of the Red Heart Pirates, is also here, Kira reminded. Kid cast his gaze to the front row, the rumored extremely bad guy. Trafalgar Luo, who was slouching on the back of his chair, glanced back at him, with a provocative look in his eyes, a disdainful attitude, and raised his middle finger. The upbringing is also terrible. After Kid said, he looked around, did you see Houston? No, boss, is he afraid to come? The members of the pirate group joked. At this time, the pudgy man wearing a black top hat and black sunglasses was wearing funny clown overalls, holding Mike's style and introducing, let everyone wait for a long time. The monthly GR Human Auction will start on the 1st. The host is of course the walking special auction Emarch Disco. There was a burst of enthusiastic cheers on the court. Sherlock and Laurent mingled in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity. Sherlock wore a suit similar to Arabian-style clothes, wearing sunglasses, and wrapped himself tightly to ensure that no one would recognize him. Laurent is still dressed as a priest, he seems to enjoy his role-playing, and from time to time he spreads the mercy of God to those around him. This time I have prepared a lot of high-quality slaves for everyone is really lucky. This time I also prepared super popular products for everyone, and I sincerely hope that you can buy satisfactory slaves. The disco wore a funny yellow top hat, long lavender hair, a purple gown, and a disgusting lanky face of a long horse. Clues continued to emerge in Sherlock's mind, corresponding to the ostentatious guy in front of him. In name, he is the holder of this human auction, but in fact he is Doflamingo's subordinate. At this time, members of the Straw Hat Pirate Group arrived one after another. The first thing that caught Sherlock's attention was the blonde Nami. Her features are very delicate, and her body is curvy. She belongs to a woman who can make people shine wherever she goes. No wonder Sanji is chasing after her. Sanji, who is both a playboy and a good man, looks very handsome, except for the curly eyebrows. There are no other shortcomings. Chopper stood beside Sanji in the form of an orc with a serious face. Next to him is the tall octopus Zyoba. He is wearing a loose human hoodie, covering 6 arms, disguising as a human being. Starfish Papago stood on his shoulders. Standing next to Zyoba is Frankie, a tall mechanical transformation man, wearing only an open floral shirt and briefs with a blue airplane head, showing his exhibitionist nature. In addition, his arms are surprisingly sturdy. Sherlock retracted his gaze and asked in a low voice, how is Boone prepared? All in order. Lobren smiled and said, it's just that you are so sure that Straw Hat Crew will offend celestial dragons for a fish. Sherlock nodded lightly and stopped speaking. Disco kept introducing products, attracting waves of cheers, and the red auction hammer kept selling slaves one after another. The slaves included the pirates of the Megatron party, the beautiful dancers, the maid girls of the age, the coolie group of 10, even the captain of the pirates, the warriors of the giants. They all had collars around their necks, and they walked out by chains, their heads drooping, and their eyes desperate, as if they had foreseen the life of slavery in the future. Next, it is the hot commodity that everyone is most looking forward to. Dash with lights and music, a round fish tank covered with a curtain was pushed out. In the venue, everyone's eyes gathered to one point, they held their breath, and the air was silent. The Disco snapped his fingers, and the light shone on the fish tank, reflecting the shadow of a mermaid. The venue was like a firecracker that had been ignited. It's a mermaid, really mermaid. Unexpectedly, I actually caught a mermaid. Don't grab it with me, I must buy it. €1. The corners of the Disco's mouth rose, and the curtain was lifted. This hot product, Cammy, the mermaid from Mermaid Island. Cammy was locked in the fish tank and looked desperately at the people outside the glass. The crowd boiled. Such a beautiful mermaid. It's actually a young mermaid, it's the best. Unexpected to have such a good product this time. People showed greedy and ugly faces. Houston, the door is surrounded by marine. There was a small telephone bug crawling on Sherlock's clothes, like a snail brooch, and there was a voice that only he could hear. I haven't seen Luffy in the straw hat yet, Boone said through the phone worm. Keep waiting, Sherlock said lightly. Now shooting. Generally, the price of a mermaid starts at 70 million. But in the heart of Disco, this mermaid is worth at least 200 million. Disco shouted excitedly. Nami was about to raise his hand when he heard a voice saying, 500 million. The auction floor was suddenly silent. Everyone's eyes focused on the voice. The man who bid 500 million is the world's noble celestial dragon's Cheros. He was also angry because the Mount Slave walked too slowly and missed the first 17 items of the auction. After torturing the slave, he sold it on the spot. But at this time, his eyes were full of greedy desire. Zalealia Palace believes that this mermaid is only 100 million at most, and there is no need to bid 500 million, and she bluntly said, Cousin, you really love to spend money. Don't you have a lot of piranhas in your aquarium? Saint Riswald asked. Charles Rose gave a sullen smile. It just happens that they can catch up with each other. I heard that the mermaid is the fastest. Saint Rosvard and Carulia Palace looked at each other, showing the same cruel smile. In their eyes, all races other than celestial dragons are untouchables, slaves, and livestock. Sherlock clenched his fists, and if Luffy didn't show up again, he was afraid that he couldn't help but teach the three SBS first. Are there any higher bids? Disco asked excitedly. There was silence on the court. 500 million Baileys. Far higher than everyone's expectations. Nami was stunned. She originally planned to buy Cammy back for 200 million Baileys and rescue her friends according to the rules of the auction. It can be 500 million. For them, it is simply astronomical figures. Where to find so much money? Of course, it would be different if there is a rich second generation like Laran among the Straw Hat partners. When everyone was shocked by the value of 500 million, only Lobran was calm and he looked at Sherlock with a smile. If you want this beautiful lady, I can buy it for you. Did you save the United Nations in your last life? So rich? Sherlock shook his head calmly, feeling that poverty had limited his imagination. If Lobran Eurotm's captain is not himself, he should now be lying in a gold-cast castle enjoying various wine ponds and meat forests, right? Sherlock closed his thoughts and continued to wait. 1, 2, 3. The Disco began to count down. Soon, he struck the red hammer. Deal. Cammy is yours. Before the voice fell, there was a loud bang. A huge hole appeared on the roof of the venue. Luffy rushed in on a flying fish and slammed directly on the floor of the auction hall. This is the first time that the human auction has been raided since its establishment. Luffy stood up and saw Cammy in the fish tank with a hearty smile. Cammy, finally found you, so you are here. Sherlock's phone worm rang, and Boone said from the sidelines, Houston, the target has appeared. Sherlock wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, I have seen it. Let's go, Cammy, let's go back. Luffy smiled and walked towards Cammy. Xiao Ba stepped forward to stop him, because Cammy had been bought by celestial dragons. Now Luffy stepped forward not only could not save Cammy, but would also wipe out his pirate regiment. Xiao Ba hugged Luffy, but Luffy's strength was very strong, but his running speed slowed down a bit, and he didn't shake his direction at all. He wants to take Cammy back. Robin, Zoro, and Usopp also arrived, and all the Straw Hat crew members assembled. The corners of Lobran's mouth rose slightly, and he snapped his fingers. Xiao Ba's coat was suddenly torn apart by air fluctuations, revealing the remaining 6 arms, and the 8 hands held Luffy together, hoping to prevent him from moving forward. Bad taste. Sherlock glanced at Laran. Laran smiled slightly. It's not messy enough. It's actually a murloc. Disgusting. Why do murlocs appear here? Don't come near me, it's disgusting. The people at the venue screamed and threw out the cups or beverage bottles, cosmetic boxes, everything that could be temporarily used as weapons, and smashed them on Xiaobiei. Sabayati Archipelago continues the cruel slavery, and the gene of racial discrimination is flowing in the blood. Murloc and mermaid are both inferior creatures to them. Get out! Get out! Stay away from us! Security! Security, come and take this murloc away, it's disgusting. I'm going to throw up, don't come near me, what if you catch some disease? Boom, a gunshot interrupted the discussion. Luffy was stunned. He turned his head slowly and found that Xiao Ba had fallen. Celestial Dragons wearing a bubble hood blew his pistol and smiled and said, haha, I hit it, I hit it. This slave is mine, I hit it myself, no need to spend money. Trafalgar Law curled his lips and squeezed the knife in his hand. There is also a shadow on Kid's face. If the opponent is not Celestial Dragons, he should have already shot. None of the pirates on the scene were not angry, but because Rosvard was Celestial Dragons, he couldn't make a move. Playing Celestial Dragons means that the Marine headquarters will send Admiral and fleet directly. No pirate can withstand the fury of Marine Admiral, not even the most dazzling supernova pirate in New World. Their strength is far from enough, even the four emperors will not compete with Marine Admiral Hard Steel. Luffy looked at the fallen Xiao Ba and clenched his fists. Xiao Ba reached out and grabbed him. No, don't be impulsive. You promised me that no matter what happens, Celestial Dragons is absolutely wrong. Luffy knelt down and slowly put down his hand. Without saying anything, he stood up and rushed towards Celestial Dragons with a vigorous stride. A punch hit Celestial Dragons Rosvard's face directly, piercing his transparent mask directly. A huge force rushed in, and Roswald fell to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Everyone in the venue was stunned. This time, they felt that their heartbeats seemed to have stopped for a moment, and the silence was terrible. He hit Celestial Dragons. Master Roswald, I was beaten. The screams and discussions resembled a volcanic eruption after a period of silence. Kid sighed unexpectedly. It's the same as Houston said. Straw Hat Luffy, interesting. Trafalgar Law also raised his mouth. It's really interesting. Laron gave Sherlock a thumbs up. The captain is like a god. Luffy looked at Nami and the others, and pressed his straw hat. I can't hold back, I'm sorry, I might have to attract Marine. If it weren't for you, my knife would be slashed directly on him. Zoro said disdainfully. Luffy raised his mouth, then quickly saved Kami so we can get out of here. Yep, the pirates of Straw Hat Crew nodded at the same time. Zalilia Palace's Warong paled. Someone dared to beat his cousin, even his father had never beaten him. Damn, it's untouchables, I'm so tired of living. Saint Roswald stood up and fired several shots at Luffy with his scepter-shaped pistol, but due to inaccurate marksmanship, none of them were hit. Sanji leaped, raised his black feet, and kicked the gun in his hand. Celestial Dragons is angry. Sherlock roared and awakened the after-recognition crowd completely. They immediately left their seats and began to flee outside the venue. The scene was in chaos. The corner of Sherlock's mouth rose slightly. He was waiting for this moment. He put on the white mask and stood up. Laron followed in his footsteps and walked towards the security passage that he knew beforehand. At the same time, a steady stream of security guards rushed in and struggled with Straw Hat Crew. Sherlock and Kid passed by. Help a bunch of straw hats. Is that why you told me to come here? Kid grinned, judging Houston from the sound. Sherlock nodded slightly with a lollipop in his mouth. Kid smiled and said, Straw Hat Crew are crazy. Sherlock came to the jail at the meeting place and, as expected, found the cub of Titan. Titan's cubs are all 3 meters tall, and all are fluffy. They don't look much different from the fur cubs, and he also has a collar around his neck. Lobren easily solved the guard and threw the key to Sherlock. Sherlock loosened the chains of the Titans and looked at a group of trembling slaves in the dungeon. Some of them are proud pirates, some are bankrupt businessmen, and more are beautiful young girls. Sherlock unlocked their collars. You are free, hurry up. The victims who were trafficked to the human auction venue looked at the man wearing the white mask in unbelievable ways. It was this man who changed his destiny, saved them from becoming slaves to others, and rekindled their desire for freedom. Lobren held a Bible in his hand, and if anything happened, he said, God forgive you for your sins. Go away. Thanks, thanks. They kept thanking, and hurriedly fled. Go here. Sherlock pointed the way for the panicked crowd, then he took off his coat, put it on the young Titan, and put a mask on it. Follow me. The young Titan nodded, making no sound along the way, and followed Sherlock to the first floor of the venue. On the way, he passed by a white-haired old man, and suddenly his heart palpitated for a moment. But the old man was not hostile to him, just glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Just this glance made Sherlock feel extremely oppressed. When he looked back at the old man had already walked away from a giant slave. Sherlock continued to follow the crowd towards the east exit. He must hurry and leave before Marine Admiral Kizaru arrived. Boone, wearing Colonel Marine's clothes, guarded the east exit with a team of people to meet Sherlock. "Mr. Sherlock, are you okay?" Boone blinked. "It's terrible. Someone dared to attack the nobles of the world. I just want to buy a beautiful girl as a slave. It's really unlucky. Father, let's go and leave this island quickly." Sherlock supported Lobron, who looked at Sherlock and immediately covered her forehead. His body fell on the wrong side, his feet staggered, his face pale, and he looked terrified. "Oh, it's terrible. God bless." Fresh sweat came out of Sherlock's forehead, feeling that Oscar owed Lobron a golden figure. "Hurry up and help the priest down. This is not a place where ordinary people should stay. This damn pirate scared many tourists," the Marine said, making way for Sherlock, Laurent, and others. The group returned to the port of Island Number 40 according to the planned route and successfully boarded the ship. Due to Boone's escort, they did not encounter any attacks along the way. The island pirates and Marine had already gone to war. Seeing that Kizaru and the pacifists were about to arrive, Sherlock ordered Wrightson to sail immediately. The ship of East Blue Trading Company raised its sails and left the port smoothly. Before their ship had traveled a few nautical miles, they heard the horn of the port closure, and all ships were not allowed to enter or leave. Laurent looked at the pocket watch in his hand and said with a smile, "The time is just right." Sherlock nodded slightly and was in a good mood. The red-haired Afro Wrightson, who was not involved in the whole process, asked curiously, "Brother, how did you rescue the Titan cub?" Sherlock didn't mind spreading the conspiracy to the single cell, and said, "First reveal Camille EuroTM's information to the traffickers, let the traffickers find the traffickers, and the traffickers capture Camille, then pass the information to the Straw Hat crew, give them clues, and finally let them come to the auction house, anger celestial dragons, and make the chaos, taking advantage of the fire, eat a EuroTM's as simple as that." The corners of Sherlock's mouth rose slightly, standing on the deck blowing the sea breeze, drinking red wine, suddenly felt that being a pirate was also good, and he fell in love with the feeling of freedom. Wrightson opened his mouth wide in surprise, enough to squeeze a fist. He asked, "Will Straw Hat crew find out about it?" "No, they won't know." Sherlock was extremely sure. Although this time, Sherlock was overshadowed by Straw Hat crew, but he also left behind and took the initiative to pass information to the Revolutionary Army and found him an ally. "Kid, Captain, who was the person we met when we came out?" Laurent thought of the old man with white hair and silver beard, and felt a chill on his back. Sherlock stared at the endless sea, raised his wine glass, and shook it. "If I guessed right, he should be Rayleigh." Silver Rayleigh. Laurent suddenly realized that it is no wonder he exudes such a dangerous breath. Wrightson said excitedly, "Silver Rayleigh. Nicknamed Pluton, the former deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, the predecessor of One Piece's right arm." He regretted that he hadn't gone ashore with Sherlock, and he had missed such a big man. He worked as a boatman at Sabayati Archipelago. After Sherlock said, looking at Wrightson, Wrightson was like a discouraged ball, and instantly climbed on the deck impeccably. "Damn it, damn it, damn it, I didn't see Senior Rayleigh in person." Sherlock shook his head and asked Lobron beside him, "Can you find it back?" "Tata Island." Lobron took off the priest's robe, put on black politeness, put on a tuxedo, and tidied up his bow tie. "Captain, please don't underestimate your navigator. There is no island I have marked." Sherlock nodded slightly and walked into the cabin to check the condition of the infant Tata. The 5-meter-tall baby Tata shrank in the cabin holding the huge wooden barrel and vomited. The smell made Sherlock afraid to approach. Is it because the Tata clan cannot go to sea because of seasickness? Sherlock guessed, does Laurent have medicine to prevent seasickness? Lobron shook his head, no. Sherlock pinched his nose and walked into the little Titan. The little Titan raised his head and looked at Sherlock eagerly. He jumped on the shoulder of the Titan, knocked it out with a hand knife. Wrightson and Lobron entered the cabin and dealt with the little Titan's vomit. The three of them looked at the young Titan curiously. "Brother, I haven't heard any sound from this guy since he got on the boat," Wrightson said. "The captain knocked it out, naturally there was no sound." Lobron touched his chin. Sherlock recalled for a moment, and found that since he met the little Titan at the auction house, he hadn't heard any sound from it. He slowly walked over and opened the little Titan's mouth. The three were stunned. "Brother, its tongue was cut off." Wrightson covered his mouth in surprise. "Human greed is the sharpest knife in the world." Lobron patted Wrightson on the shoulder. Let's go back to Tata Island, I miss the chef's dim sum." Wrightson frowned and followed Lobron out of the cabin. Under the command of Lobron, the listless Wrightson set off on the return journey in a terrible horn. Using the Uzumaki Extreme Wind Cannon, the speed of Extreme Evil was increased by 30 times, and it flew through the circulating ocean current in an instant. After 20 minutes of gliding in the air, Extreme Evil landed steadily on the sea, bypassed the circulating ocean currents and come to the shallow sea area of Tata Island. A familiar figure in a straw skirt on the beach waved his thin arm in the sunset like a silhouette. Com, who is only 1.7 meters tall, wears black-rimmed glasses and short brown hair, looks particularly small on the beach. Sherlock rubbed his eyebrows, and the corners of his eyes swept across the deep facial features of Lobron's face. Laurent combed his silver hair neatly, and did not know how much gel he wiped, shining in the afterglow of the setting sun. He kept smiling and looked at the direction of the beach. "Captain, you see, it's calm. We met again. It's fate." "Calm? Didn't Big Brother let him go?" Wrightson scratched his hair inexplicably. "Then you have to ask the old fox Lobren." Sherlock silently slandered, guessing that there was something wrong with the nautical chart Lobren had given Kerm, and brought him back to Tata Island. "Sherlock, you are back," Calm cried with tears in excitement. The evil ship docked, dropped anchor, and moored to the Repulse Bay. Sherlock and the others took the Titan cubs off the ship. Kerm looked at the little Titan in surprise and gave a thumbs up unexpectedly. "You really found it back. Why are you here?" Wrightson asked curiously. Calm wiped his tears. "Don't mention it. Not long after I separated from you, the boat circled back into the circulating ocean current, and brought me back to this small island. Although I am an explorer, I really can't use sailing skills. I a EuroTMM here to watch and look forward to your coming back and take me out." "I didn't EuroTMT expect you to come back." A Euro Wrightson patted his shoulder sympathetically. "Fate. Remember what I said to you." Lobber straightened his bow tie ethically and looked at Calm with a gentle face. Calm swallowed. "Remember. We are not a philanthropist, and it is impossible to give you a second time for free. You must always reflect your own value, otherwise the wicked account will not take you out," Lobren said. Sherlock suddenly felt that Lobren was justified and could not refute it. The corners of his mouth rose, leaning on the railing, and watching the play quietly. I can work on the boat, but can I not want to be a pirate? I still want to go home," Calm stammered. Lobren looked at Sherlock, who nodded slightly. Laurent looked back and said to Calm, "Okay, we can sign a 5-year labor agreement first. Then what do I need to do?" Kerm asked nervously. Sherlock said lightly, "Consultant." Laurent took out the agreement that had been drafted a long time ago and handed it to Calm. "It is clearly stated in the agreement that the consultant must follow the arrangements of Captain Houston and Navigator Lobren, part-time translators, and provide explorer expertise in a timely manner. They must also comply with the confidentiality agreement and not raise anything about the Hellfire to any third party. This agreement is completely tailor-made for him." Kerm swallowed and looked up to see Lobren's smiling face, knowing that he was Yin. He reluctantly signed and escorted, and handed the agreement to Laurent. Lobren nodded in satisfaction and said, "You are welcome to join the devil. East Blue Flower Trading Company," Sherlock added. Calm patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "The consultant of East Blue Flower Trading Company. Fortunately, he has an upright identity. Haha, it's not bad to have one more explorer on board," Wrightson said with a smile. The movement on the island soon attracted the savages of the Titans and Tata tribe. When Titan saw his child, his eyes were wet instantly. When the young Titan saw his father, he could no longer restrain the excitement in his heart. He babbled and cried. "Since losing its tongue, it hasn't made a sound anymore. To this day, I return to this familiar island and return to my home." The two Titans hugged each other, and the orange light of the sunset shed on them, which made people couldn't bear to disturb the warmth of this reunion. Wrightson wiped the tears from his eyes. His lacrimal glands were very shallow, and he hugged the cowardly Kerm and cried bitterly. "It's great that father and son meet again. I really want to go home and see my children." The two talked about their own things, but they were able to talk unexpectedly. Sherlock shook his head, stood on the beach, pulled out a lollipop, and put it in his mouth. The sweetness occupies the mouth instantly, which feels great. If it weren't for training every day, Sherlock suspected that sooner or later he would get diabetes. The old patriarch of the Tata tribe raised his eyebrows, and a group of black girls in grass skirts surrounded him. They are hot and enthusiastically dancing hula dancing, seeing Kerm and Wrightson have a nosebleed. The girls presented Sherlock and others with garlands made of small daisies. The Golden Beach quickly turned into a carnival party. People sang, danced, drank and ate meat until night fell, and Laurent performed another wave of air explosion skills, bursting out countless fireworks in the sky, giving the party a perfect end. "Patriarch, Sherlock said the island will be his own in the future." Camus plucked up his courage to communicate with the old patriarch. "The hero wants the entire island." The old patriarch frowned slightly. Calm swallowed and said, "Sherlock said that everyone can continue to live on the island. Hospitals, schools, mines, farms, ranches, and arsenals will be built on the island. You will always have the right to use the land, but ownership belongs to him and will provide jobs for everyone. Residents on the island can join East Blue Flower Trading Company if they wish. After that, they will no longer have to worry about food and clothing, and will lead everyone to a new and prosperous life." What is a hospital? School? Mine? Farm? Ranch? Armory? Trading company? The old patriarch felt that he had never heard of these terms. Calm explained for a long time before he understood a little bit. His eyes were bright, looking at Calm, and asked, "The hero wants to be the new patriarch?" Calm wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded. "That's what it meant. Tell the hero, you can be the patriarch, but you have to fight me. The old patriarch said awe-inspiringly, the patriarchs of the past were selected by force, and the old will never give way. Kerm patted the thin old patriarch, the patriarch, Sherlocka Eurotm's real name is Leah D. Houston. It is a pirate who is offering a bounty of 430 million pele. He easily defeated the Titans before. The navigator on the ship was called Lobran, a reward of 63 million, and a boat repairer Wrightson, a reward of 60 million. The old patriarch stood up and said with a determined attitude, needless to say, he is the new patriarch of the Tata clan. Next, I will assist him to complete the construction of the island. Don't you resist it. Calm is sweating. The construction of the island requires investment in capital, manpower, and material resources. Fortunately, Laurent is no stranger to colonial rule. Everything is under his control, and Sherlock does not need to worry about it. Sherlock's only concern was that he was killing people everywhere, so he specifically told Wrightson to watch him. The Titan and Sherlock sat on the cliff of the mountain together, and the sea breeze blew over, with a faint fishy smell. Titan, thank you, Sherlock. Sherlock, I said, it's just a deal. Titan, even so, I still want to thank you. Sam is back, I'm very happy. Sherlock was stunned, it's Sam. Titan nodded, Sam used to like to sing the most, but unfortunately he can't sing anymore. Sherlock fell silent. The next day, Sherlock followed the Titans into the primeval forest and began to learn Marine 6 styles. The Titan jumped and stepped in the air. Moonwalk, Sherlock said in surprise. In the days of learning Marine 6 styles with the Titans, Sherlock had to look at, no, I want to test my limits, so you should be more serious. If you are not careful, you will be killed by me. The corners of Sherlock's mouth rose. Sure enough, the 6 forms are more suitable for human cultivation. You learn several times faster than me, and you quickly understand the secrets. If I am not serious, I will really be killed. The Titan's hair swelled, and his 10 fingers released light waves in the air. Sherlock flashed this wave of attacks, but received a heavy punch from the Titan, and his body flew out dozens of meters, fell to the ground, and smashed a 10-meter deep pit. Fortunately, he promptly used the 6 types iron body to make his body as hard as iron, defending against fatal attacks. Regarding the iron body, he only comprehended the defensive skills, and was unable to turn the iron body into an empty wood. Lucci's empty wood uses the iron body to bounce back the opponent's attack. The stronger the attack, the stronger the counterattack. Normally a human fist will be destroyed in an instant. If Sherlock Master acquires this skill, the combat effectiveness will get a qualitative leap. Otherwise, there is no essential difference between iron body and armament haki. But Sherlock has returned to Houston's peak state in a short period of time. To be precise, it is not too short. It took 6 years. Sure enough, a comfortable life is not suitable for regaining combat power, and you still have to fight continuously. Now Sherlock finally remembered some of the missing memories. Houston did not fail to learn when he was studying with Garp, but deliberately said that he would not, and let Garp demonstrate again and again to deepen his impression. In his early childhood, Houston had a city government more than children of the same age. He was more thoughtful, and he was also very capable of learning. The Titans and Sherlock had been fighting for 5 hours, and finally Sherlock displayed painted paper. By relaxing the power of the whole body, leaning on the airflow generated when the Titan launched an attack, dodge all the attacks on him in a critical fashion, and then shake his fist to directly knock the Titan down. Sherlock had a hunch that if he could use the painted paper to its limit, it might be even more powerful than the haki who saw and heard the color. The paper arts in the 6 forms is similar to seeing, hearing, and color, both of which can evade attacks. The way to avoid attacks by seeing and hearing is to foresee the short future, so as to perceive the opponent's attack thoughts. This ability is related to the level of practice of the haki user. The stronger the seeing and hearing, the longer the future can be foreseen. However, paper arts is completely different. When the opponent initiates an attack, using the 6 style paper arts can instantly turn one's body into a state of disengagement, and the body becomes as thin as a piece of paper. The attack of the opponent is accompanied by the change of the airflow, so the light and thin characteristics of paper arts can follow the airflow to automatically avoid fatal damage. And this avoidance is spontaneous, and does not need to foresee the future, nor does it need to perceive the opponent's attacking thoughts. In other words, paper arts is fully automatic. This feature is particularly effective in actual combat, and even when faced with a powerful master of knowledge, there is no need to compete for the level of knowledge. The Titan fell to the ground, weakened, and he turned his face to look at Sherlock in surprise. You actually learned paper arts. Thanks to fighting with you. Sherlock also fell to the ground, gasping for breath. That person, in fact, didn't teach me what you said. He just likes to fight with me, just like you. When I was young, I wanted to learn everything when I saw it, so I followed him to learn. Titan seemed to recall his childhood, his eyes twinkling. You must be nostalgic for those days. Sherlock said lightly. Fighting with you, as if back to that time. Thank you, Sherlock. Since you want to thank me, you can't talk about it. Sherlock teased. I have nothing to teach you. The Titan raised his mouth. You can join the wicked account. Sherlock sat up and took off his sweat-soaked vest. If he hadn't eaten devil fruit, he would definitely plunge into the sea and take a bath now. Unfortunately, he was destined to miss the sea. He tossed his short tan hair and looked at Titan seriously. The Titan sighed, I can't go to sea, I have to stay here. Sherlock did not ask why the Titan must stay here. Since the Titan did not want to say, he would not ask, then you will stay on the island instead of me. The Titan was stunned and let out a hearty laugh. I forgot, you are now the patriarch of the Tata clan. Sherlock felt a little embarrassed when he heard the word patriarch. He really didn't want to replace the old patriarch. Everything was Lobren's idea. Now, Sherlock can finally speak with strength. Even if Sir Crocodile and Guy come back, there is no need to be afraid. Of course, Guy SA was captured by Ming to develop devil fruit, and he couldn't come back in a short time, which saved himself a lot of things. What do you need me to do? The Titan got up, sat next to Sherlock, and asked. Guard this island and don't allow anyone to invade. This is my property. Sherlock said with a smile. Good. Titan nodded. Sam waved to the Titan. The Titan patted the dust on his body and smiled. Sam told me to go back for dinner. Do you want to be together? Okay, I'm curious what the Titans eat. Sherlock said calmly. Bananas, wild boars, whales, and coconuts are all our favorites. Is there a stranded whale near here? Occasionally, mainly with a harpoon, can it be inserted. Such whales still eat less. Why, eating too much reduces IQ. What is IQ? There is a 10-day countdown to Ace's public execution. East Blue Shore of Tata Island. In front of Sherlock is 10 boxes of soft armor. This is an armor made by the overseers of Lobren and Wrightson. The Tata savages use the Overlord or to work day and night. It has the function of isolating conquerors' haki, and it also has a certain degree of defense. Function, equivalent to body armor. The soft armor is off-white, so wearing it on the body will not affect your activities. Contact Dalmesia. Well, they expressed their willingness to buy. Lobren said, is the first order of 10,000 pieces too small? No, just right. Where's the price? Sherlock picked up the coffee and took a sip. 1 piece of 30,000 Bailey. Lobren said lightly. Sherlock nodded, feeling that the pricing is no problem, and the scarcity is more expensive, and the price can be appropriately reduced if it becomes popular in the future. I heard that the land of the Sabayati Archipelago human auction site was publicly auctioned by the government. Lobren said. Sherlock nodded, this is also expected. Boone will buy it. It is a good island. The more chaotic, the more promising it is. The captain is wise. The corners of Lobren's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sly smile. Big brother. The overworked Wrightson wore thick dark circles, grabbed Sherlock's coffee, and took 2 sips. Why is it so sweet? He complained and returned the cup to Sherlock, and Sherlock poured the cup without a drop. He handed the mug to Lobren, who made another cup for him. Although Huoquane says 550 million Baileys, I still can't understand why he is to be executed publicly. You must know that since the establishment of the world government, only Roger has been publicly executed. Wrightson crawled on the table, feeling weak in his limbs, but his brain was very active. After fatigue, he not only didn't want to sleep, but couldn't sleep. He pushed a banana away and took 2 bites. Lobren washed the cups, brewed Sherlock's coffee again, and added twice the sugar cubes. Sherlock took the mug and stirred it slowly with a spoon. The rise of the 4 emperors scares Marine, right? Spicy chicken Marine is scared. Wrightson looked at Sherlock with glowing eyes, waiting for him to continue. A good game played by the world government may have been instructed by 5 elders. Sherlock said lightly, the government should recruit Shishibukai and confront Whitebeard. Shishibukai will also go to the execution scene. Kerm asked in surprise. Sherlock nodded slightly. This war will consume the strength of the Shishibukai and Whitebeard pirates, and Marine will kill them all at once, so that Marine's pressure on the world will be greatly reduced, and only need to deal with the 3 emperors. Laron analyzed. Sherlock took a sip of coffee and said, unfortunately, the world government was wrong. I'm afraid this melee will surprise them and set off the era of the most evil big pirates. Captain, you are always so wise. Laron did not doubt what Sherlock said, because everything he said became reality one by one. Should we go to the public execution? Cam and Wrightson spoke in unison, and Kerm looked at Sherlock nervously, afraid that he would give an affirmative answer. Certainly. The corner of Sherlock's mouth rose slightly. If you don't see the war with your own eyes, how can you be worthy of the reputation of a villain? You should have other plans. Lobren said it all. Sherlock looked at the old fox and said, yes, I have a plan for 3 years. Boss, are you going to save Ace? Cam asked curiously. Com swallowed. Can you not participate? Sherlock ignored Com's words and said seriously, I want shock fruit. Lobren, Cam, Wrightson, and Kerm were all stunned. Whitebeard's shock fruit. They couldn't believe that Houston's ambitions swelled to such an extent, Would they openly challenge the four emperors? Still the most powerful Whitebeard pirate group in the four emperors, and the most promising Edward Newgate to become the king of pirates. Captain, you didn't joke. Lobren's pupils shrunk slightly, and he asked seriously. Sherlock continued to drink coffee. Do I seem to be joking? Whitebeard's name resounds all over the world, and even dolls all over the world know that he is terrifying than a monster. He is called a living legend. Are you sure you want to challenge him? Wrightson asked excitedly. Kerm was so frightened that he fainted, his courage was bruised. Cam held him and frowned. Who brought this coward? Sherlock glanced at Com, accustomed to it. Who said to challenge Whitebeard? What we have to do is grab food from Blackbeard's mouth. Sherlock looked at Laurent. It's time to get them back. Lobren nodded. Someone has been arranged to help Sir Crocodile and Das Bonus escape from prison. I heard that Ace and Buggy have also been locked and impelled down. Bacala and Pamela Helling have also made contact. Go back to the captain. When Sherlock heard the names of Baccarat and Pamela Herring, the corners of his mouth twitched, but after thinking about it carefully, he did need to use their abilities. Buggy is very funny, Sherlock said lightly. Lobren nodded. It's true. Captain, both are paramecia devil fruit. Even if you get it, I'm afraid it will be useless. Cam reminded. A person can only eat devil fruit once, otherwise there are two demons living in the body. If the body cannot bear it, it will explode. Sherlock looked calm and continued to drink coffee. The captain has an arrangement in his mind, Lobren explained to Cam. Cam nodded and said, I'm very excited at the thought of seeing the first and second mates. Sherlock glanced at him. Are you excited? Or chicken jelly? Laurent frowned slightly. Cam, pay attention to your words and deeds, don't covet the captain's woman. Haha, I just admire beauty, I don't have the guts. Cam touched his red headscarf and smiled. Sherlock raised his head and looked at Lobren. The two beautiful ladies are independent. Please stop talking about my women. They are partners and independent individuals. Houston, Lobren said you have changed. I still don't believe it. Now it seems that it has really changed. The feminine voice came. Sherlock looked back and saw Baccara, the stunner in the world. She has red wavy curly hair, dark green eyes, wheat-colored skin, perfect S-curve, wearing a white ultra-short cheongsam, wearing crescent-shaped earrings, a pair of slender legs exposed outside, and there is a star and moon on her left thigh. Tattoo. She walked slowly to Sherlock and reached out to stroke Sherlock's handsome cheek. Sherlock stepped back like a conditioned reflex, just stepping on the banana peel that Wrightson had lost, and leaning back. Fortunately, he had a good balance and stood firm in time. Baccarat was stunned. Houston, don't you miss me? Sherlock nodded. I have too many things to consider. Houston, you are as ruthless as ever. Baccarat glanced at Lobren and the others, and Lobren understood and led Cam and the others back, leaving only two people in the captain's room. Baccarat stretched out his tongue and licked his red lips. Houston, I made it difficult for me to find. I'm not something you can throw down casually. Sherlock Sunder erased his face, remembering that he had just been reborn into this world and was rubbed against the bed by this woman several times. What a shame to a man. Sherlock, who doesn't need a woman, said that he can finally restore the dignity of a man. Baccarat pressed Sherlock on the bed. Sherlock turned against the guest, and subdued her with a backhand, with the corners of her mouth raised. Hey. Baccarat's cheeks are reddish. It turns out, you like this. Sherlock tied Baccarat's legs and feet with rope and threw them on the bed. Baccarat's bright eyes flickered at Sherlock, waiting for him to continue. Sherlock clapped his hands and nodded with a smile. Don't disturb my practice. Houston. Baccarat almost went violently. Never before has a man rejected him so much, especially Houston, who didn't know how to spoil himself before. Do you have another woman? She asked. Sherlock glanced at his mouth. No. Then you are still not a man, Baccarat growled. Yes. Sherlock nodded. Then what do you mean by tying me up? Because I have more important things. After Sherlock said, walked out of the captain's room, closed the door, left the hellfire, entered the primeval forest, and continued to practice. His time is very precious and will never be wasted on women, no matter how beautiful a woman is. The determination is as firm as steel, and Sherlock is such a man. 5 days before public execution, Pamela Helling returns. After experiencing the same humiliation as Baccarat, the two girls no longer pester Houston to make up for the evil. Sherlock continued to strengthen his training while completing the deal with Marine. The savages of the Tata tribe feel that their hands and feet are no longer theirs. They are rushing to work day and night. It is like returning to the age of slavery. Until they see the golden coins, it seems that the soul has returned to the body. All the hard work is worthwhile. The Tata people have lived on isolated islands for a long time. They don't know the universal Pele, but they have a soft spot for gold, perhaps because of the primitive nature of mankind, so Sherlock and Marine especially emphasized the need for gold coins when trading. Gold coins, like Pele, are the universal currency of the world. Patriarch, a lot of gold coins, we are rich, the wild people cheered. Sherlock is not a stingy person who rewards baccarat, arrange it, and leave 2/3 of it as the island's construction fund, and the rest will be divided. Baccarat nodded. Now that she is back, she naturally has to share the financial work for Sherlock. After all, she is more professional than Lobran in terms of money. Laurent is actually a rich second generation who spends like money. Pamela Helling felt a little lost, and felt that after he came back, Houston no longer needed himself. She was sitting on the beach in a daze, holding a 5-color flower in her hand, while tearing the petals. She muttered in her mouth don't like. Sherlock only noticed her emotions under the reminder of Lobran's friendship. Sherlock walked to Pamela Helling, peeled a piece of fruit candy and handed it to her. Helling, I am not the same Houston as before. I hope you can realize this. Houston. Ling covered his blushing cheeks. Do you need me? The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly. Ling bit her lip and said, so, Houston is changed. Yep. Sherlock said lightly. Then do you still need me? Ling asked. Sherlock hesitated for a moment. Need, but this need is not what you think, it is a need to give each other backs. Aha. Herring's eyes suddenly became piercing, and it seemed that she had found the value of her own existence again. She rushed into Sherlock's arms and nudged like a cat. Sherlock patted her on the shoulder and stood up. Come on, let me see if you have grown over the years. Sherlock was worried that no one would fight against him, and Titan was no longer his opponent at all. Pamela Helling, due to his previous relationship with Houston, has never shot Houston, but often performed assassination missions for Houston. He has never failed. The official bounty is only 100 Baileys, which is a serious one. Underestimated people. Sherlock wanted to know what her strength was. Pamela Helling nodded, spread her angelic wings and floated in the air. The white wings stirred, and 2 hurricanes formed in the air. Double-winged storm is coming, Ling said lightly. The storm swept over, and Sherlock stepped on the moonwalk to avoid it. The storm fell into the sea and rolled up a huge wave. 2 water jets hovering towards the sky rushed towards Sherlock. Sherlock jumped off the ground to avoid the waves. His body rotated at a high speed like a top, and then turned to Pamela Helling at a high speed with the shave, and at the same time displayed the iron body. Then all the attack power would be concentrated at the top, directly it hits Pamela Helling's abdomen, and the power generated by high-speed rotation, accompanied by a powerful attack, once again inflicted damage on Pamela Helling. A huge hole appeared directly in Pamela Helling's abdomen, as if it had been drilled through by an electric drill. But she is Zoan Demon's Beast Fruit Unicorn Demon Fruit Power, and will not be defeated so easily. Her body quickly turned into a cloud and drifted away. Behind Sherlock, she stretched out her hand, opened her warm embrace, and hugged Sherlock in her arms. Sherlock was stunned, feeling that all his movements had become sluggish, and the thought of fighting disappeared a little bit, feeling that his body was surrounded by warm sunlight, as if he was in heaven, didn't want to do anything, just wanted to lie down and rest. Angel's embrace illusion. Just when Sherlock was about to melt in the embrace of Pamela Helling, Sherlock unloaded his whole body strength and relied on the changes in the airflow produced by Helling's actions. With the airflow, he avoided Helling's hands and escaped the angel hug. Sherlock regained his consciousness in an instant. He wrapped Haki around his hand and slammed his fist at Ling. Ling didn't have time to dodge, and this punch really hit her body. She felt the joy of joy, which felt like when she was lingering with Houston. Her cheeks were flushed, she made a slight gasp, and the hormones from her body were transferred to Sherlock's body, enhancing Sherlock's strength. If it were other men, facing such a beautiful woman, if there was a whistling sound around her, it would definitely be impossible to control. But Sherlock is no ordinary person, he is a man with a will of steel. He displayed the Tempest Kick Guy Bird, which is a bird-shaped tempest kick, whose power can easily cut through the iron plate covering the marine warship more than 100 meters wide and tens of meters thick. Pamela Helling pressed her hands on the ground and pulled it upwards. Suddenly a strong castle appeared on the ground, protecting her in it. The Mirage Magic. Tempest Kick Guy Bird knocked down the towering walls of the castle, but failed to hurt Herring the slightest. The castle grew larger, and Sherlock was also surrounded by it. The Mirage Labyrinth. Pamela Helling's ethereal voice came. Sherlock frowned. He was in a pink tunnel. The tunnel had no end, forming a circular labyrinth, and he couldn't get out anyway. Labyrinth Windblade. Numerous compressed storm wind blades gushed out of the maze channel, and they detonated as soon as they touched Sherlock's body. Within 2 breaths, Sherlock's entire body surface was hit by the wind blade. Rumbling, the explosion of the wind blade caused white smoke and dust, covering the entire passage. Pamela Helling looked at Sherlock nervously. Houston, are you okay? After the smoke dissipated, Sherlock stood in the pink aisle intact, and Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Try best, Sherlock said lightly. Ling nodded slightly. She never questioned Houston's words. Labyrinth death. Sherlock suddenly heard the rumbling sound, and the entire maze began to collapse, including his own hands and feet, and began to burst and collapse like a building. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint me. Sherlock quickly grasped the key to the fruit ability of the Eudaemons, hypnosis. Maybe he was hypnosis the moment he was fighting with Yi Ling. He closed his eyes, freed himself from this state of hypnosis, released armament haki, and defended his whole body. The body no longer had the illusion of collapse. When he opened his eyes again, the maze disappeared. Yi Ling transformed into a unicorn form and rushed toward Sherlock. The horn on top of her head hides venom, which is no less toxic than Magellan's poisonous fruit. Once touched, the body will become weak, completely lose combat effectiveness, and be corroded by the venom. The body will gradually decay, and will die in hallucinations. The antidote is Yi Ling's saliva. After Pamela Helling became a unicorn, she flew faster than in angel form. Since Houston wants her to use all her strength, she will never hide. Her unicorn is the greatest weapon. In an instant, the unicorn touched Sherlock, and the venom splashed out and spilled on Sherlock's haki-wrapped hands. Unfortunately, haki failed. Armament haki has no effect on venom. Sherlock is not incapable of avoiding it, he did it on purpose. To determine the effect of this venom. Very good. He felt the strength of his limbs gradually fading, and his body softened and fell from the air. Pamela Herring waved his wings and caught him in time. Yi Ling walked to the beach with elegant footwork from the air, and turned back into a human form. She placed Sherlock on the beach. Sherlock was still conscious, but his body was unable to move. At this moment, he was in the same state as he was sent to the operating table under semi-anesthesia. He can perceive what the people around him are doing, but he can't move. Herring covered her head and looked at Sherlock nervously. What to do? What to do? I actually hurt Houston. Houston, don't die. Sherlock's body gradually turned purple, and the poison gas spread quickly. Yi Ling sobbed. Sherlock didn't know how Yi Ling, the IQ, used to execute the assassination plan for Houston before. She went out to perform the mission like this. Even if she didn't die 10,000 times, she would have to die 9,000 times to work together. He struggled to spit out 2 words, saliva. Yi Ling suddenly realized that, looking at Sherlock in surprise, a blush appeared on her face. Houston, did you ask me to kiss you? No matter how hard it is for Sherlock to say the second sentence, he has already regretted using himself to do experiments. He should call Wrightson or Kerm, and no matter how much he would do for Lobren. Yi Ling touched his red cheeks. Houston actually confessed to me. Yi Ling is so happy. I didn't. Sherlock felt that he was going to be sent away in the next second, surrounded by the little angel who was singing the Bible. Yi Ling plucked up the courage to slowly lower his head, kissed Sherlock's mouth, and sent saliva into his mouth. She seemed to be back in the night with Houston. The deer in her heart rushed out and danced a ballet under the rainbow. Saliva enters the mouth, flows down the esophagus into the stomach, and merges with the toxins, and then the state of Sherlock's palsy is relieved. But Yi Ling seemed to be still interested and didn't intend to let Sherlock go. Her kiss was normal at first, and gradually turned into a pig kiss. She just got a fresh toy with a few years old and kept kissing her with joy. Sherlock's mouth was swollen by her, and he squinted at Yi Ling. Have you kissed him enough? Yi Ling realized that Sherlock's poison had been detoxified, and immediately put away the pouting mouth, and touched the flushed face. People, they are detoxifying you. Sherlock touched his swollen lips and got up. Are you a jellyfish? People, they are unicorns. Yi Ling covered her face, not daring to look at Sherlock. Sherlock shook his head and sighed. You can do this next time you detoxify. Herring looked at Sherlock curiously, and Sherlock spit on the ground and wiped his mouth. Yi Ling beamed his eyes in surprise, and looked at Sherlock in admiration. So it can still be like this. Because your venom will be poisoned if you come into contact with it, so it should be the same for detoxification. Sherlock analyzed, and he raised his eyebrows with a confident expression on his face. Immediately he put his hand on the shoulder of Yi Ling, who was flushed, and looked at her seriously. Pamela Helling's heart beats faster and faster. It feels like Houston lowers his head to kiss him. Happiness is coming too fast. Sure enough, Wawa won't deceive people. Houston still likes himself. She closed her eyes, and Sherlock was stunned, and opened her eyes with her hands in the sand. No, that. Pamela Helling is incoherent. Your venom will help a lot. Sherlock finished speaking and patted her thin shoulder. Fight with me again, this time I won't let the water go. Pamela Helling seemed to hear Houston say to kiss again. She nodded excitedly. She was very excited at the thought of poisoning Houston and doing whatever she wanted, and she had the illusion that she was happy to be beaten by Houston. Sherlock looked at her nympho expression and suddenly thought of something. He took out the tape from his pocket and stuck it on Yi Ling's mouth. That's better. Woo-hoo. Pamela Herring looked at Sherlock aggrievedly. Sherlock's face was serious, his figure flashed, and he appeared behind Pamela Helling. It started. Pamela Herring opened her wings and flew up. Laurent and Cam watched the two playing against each other not far away. Cam scratched his headscarf and said with a dazed expression, weird, didn't the captain never beat women? Lobren took a sip of coffee and took a sip. The captain probably didn't treat Helling as a woman. Cam was even more puzzled. Whoring is not a woman in the eyes of the captain, so what kind of woman does the captain want? Empress Hancock. Lobren's eyes were sharp, and it was as if he had been opened up to the two lines of Ren and Du in an instant. Yes, the captain must like the Empress, so other women will not look down on it. Bakara came out of the captain's room that day, her face looked ugly, and it seems that he was rejected by the captain. Cam said, "A woman like her has no shortage of male partners, so don't worry about her." Lobran laughed. 3 hours before Ace's public execution. In the Sabayati archipelago, Luffy, who was forced to separate from his companions, is heading towards Marine headquarters in order to rescue his brother Ace. South Blue Shore Port. On the morning market. It mizzles. Under the umbrella, the grocery shopping people are talking. It's only 3 hours before the execution. Is Whitebeard really coming back? It must be a character left over from the Great Pirate era. It should be very old now. I haven't seen his name on the news for years. East Blue is inland. Pasture. The herders who are stocking are also discussing. They are all pirates a long time ago, and Marine headquarters will never lose, said the bearded herder. It is impossible for a pirate to invade Marineford anyway, that is Marine headquarters. The herd girl looked serious. At this time, a bald man smoked a cigarette and said, "That's not necessarily." A pirate named Golden Lion Shiki invaded Marineford and almost destroyed half of the Marine headquarters. No matter who loses or wins, there will be heavy casualties. It's best for him not to show up. It would be great if he could be executed smoothly. North Blue. Store in the blizzard. Two drunk people yelled, "Boss, let's buy wine, open the door soon, don't you do business anymore? When are you still buying wine? Don't you know that war is about to break out? Go back, if the world still exists tomorrow, I will open it." The boss clenched his fist and drove away the two drunks. West Blue. Inside the bar. The bald-headed one-legged pirate with rum said, "Don't think that man is old. A year ago, we gave up our hope of life just the moment we saw this man sitting there. Almost the world is talking about Whitebeard. This big man will definitely appear in the Ace execution ground. Marineford, Marine headquarters. Sherlock and others have already made a disguise, hidden in the barrels of the supplies shipped by Marine, and the Marine Colonel Boone led the team to transport them to the headquarters. In an unusually quiet alley, a black cat rummaged in the trash can and made a meow sound. Through the gap between the wine barrels, Sherlock saw that the prosperous Marineford had become an empty city. All the bars, hotels, and shops were closed and the streets were empty. War is about to break out, are you afraid? Boone discussed with his colleagues. The short Marine said, "Scared, I didn't sleep well last night." "No, the night before, for a week." "Haha, then don't run away when you come, it's a big crime to run away." Bearded Marine teased. "It's Colonel Boone who is good, and he still had the mind to find a girl last night," said the short Marine. Boone raised his mouth. "Such a big war is about to break out. If I die, at least I won't regret it. Fortunately, our family has all taken refuge in Sabayati archipelago," Bearded Marine said. "My son is still arguing about the execution." The burly middle-aged Marine said regretfully, "But it's so dangerous, how can you show him?" Boone patted him on the shoulder. "It's okay, you can see the progress of the public execution on the big screen of the Sabayati archipelago shelter." "Colonel, can I go back to see my son alive?" Boone fell silent. Sherlock and the barrel also fell silent. When the war broke out, casualties were inevitable for both Marine and pirates. The shallow sea area of Marine headquarters is full of ships, neat rows of ball-shaped turrets ride on the solid city walls, and elite snipers in Marine are ambushing on the high buildings in the city. The Marine flag on the 4 watch towers fluttered in the wind. Countless Marines gathered on the square, densely packed, crowded with people. Their faces were serious and they were armed with knives and guns. The officer wearing the Marine dadgie murmured, "Don't be paralyzed. There are only 3 hours left, by then everything will be over." The Marines raised their weapons and shouted, "Ho ho ho." A roar of overwhelming roars sounded, and Boone and Sherlock stood side by side in the endless crowd. Sherlock was wearing Marine's clothes at this time, which looked more handsome than casual clothes. There are about 100,000 well-known Marines gathered from all over the world, and it is not difficult to mix in so many Marines. Laron, Wrightson, and others are already lurking near the execution platform. Marine sent a surveillance ship, and once a ship set sail, it would immediately fire its guns. However, no trace of the Whitebeard pirate group was found for a long time. Marineford was surrounded by tension. He is 278 centimeters tall and wears a Marine Grand Prix, a certain white military cap, and a combat commander with seagulls on top of his head. "Is it really okay?" He looked sideways at Garp. Garp said with a sullen face, "Follow you, I will go down." Garp didn't wear a hat today, his silver hair was messed up by the wind, and he walked to the execution stage. On the towering stands, the 3 Marine Admiral, Sakazuki, Polusolino, and Kuzan, all have grim faces, waiting for the war to break out. Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu, has black hair and brown eyes, a firm face, a bronze skin, a dark red suit, a marine cap on his head, black leather gloves on his hands, and a marine daemon behind him. Porosalino, codenamed Kizaru, has black natural curly short hair, a pair of sunglasses, a circle of stubble on his face, tall and thin, wearing a yellow and white striped suit, purple tie, dark green shirt, white leather shoes. Kyuzin, codenamed Aokiji, has black curly hair, dark complexion, thick lips, and wears a white suit vest and dark blue shirt with a green eye patch on his forehead. The strength of each of them can easily destroy a country. On the sea, their names are like Shinigami's codename, which is frightening. Even the marine of the same line is very jealous of these three. Under the execution stage, there are also many marine vice admirals standing. They are all capable men who can stand alone, including Cranes, Garp, Flying Squirrels, Ghost Spiders, Stolo Berry, Fire Mountain, Doberman, Dalmatian, Bastiao, Gumir, John Giant, Rince, Lacroix, Bastiao, Dalmezia etal. And the newcomers who have lower ranks but have won the best in the past 2 years: Smoker, Kirby, Hina, Belamub, Tashiji, Zongjeo, Hobadai, and others. This is Marine's strongest lineup, even more grand than the execution of the One Piece Roger. In addition to Marine, there is 7 Warlords of the Sea. 7 Warlords of the Sea is recognized by the world government as the 7 Great Pirates. Together with naval headquarters, it is one of the 3 major forces of the Grand Line. Their acts such as snatching can be forgiven by the world government, but a certain amount of property needs to be collected and sold to the world government. Most Shishibukai are unwilling to take orders from Marine and world government. Shishibukai's strength and notorious reputation are enough to deter ordinary people. When you become Shishibukai, the wanted order that was originally offered with a reward will stop. Although Shishibukai will still organize evil parties under the table, most of the world government has one eye closed. He is huge, with a fiery hairstyle. Luffy calls him Fire Onion Head, looks like a demon, with 2 horns on the forehead, sharp ears and teeth, and similar stitches from the head to the neck. The crisscross stitches of the wound, the Moonlight Emolia wearing a bat-shaped collar shirt and gothic costumes, the original bounty of 320 million berry, the Shadow Fruit ability. Heavenly Yakshot Don Quixote da Flamingo, with blonde hair, sunglasses, clear facial features, pink feather coat, cropped trousers, and pointed shoes. The original bounty of 340 million berry, and Conqueror's Haki, string fruit-capable person. With long black hair, combed with G hairstyle, dark blue eyes, wearing snake-shaped golden earrings, with a peerless appearance, tall pirate Queen Boa Hancock, the original bounty of 80 million berry, those with sweet fruit ability. Suo Luomi Seong, a 689 centimeters tall Baokun Seong Ba Suo Luomi Seong, has a burly stature and a similar appearance to a bear. And Eagle-Eye Dracule Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. He wears a black top hat with white fluff, has sharp yellow eyes like an eagle, and has a short beard. He wears a burgundy patterned shirt, black windbreaker, white trousers, and black short boots. A cross knife was hung in front of his chest, and the world's strongest black knife was on his back. Looking around, Sherlock saw the big names on the list, but the person he cares about the most has not yet appeared: Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach. Roger's era of great pirates, world government and marine, want to put an end to today. Ace has been sent to the execution platform, kneeling with his legs on the ground, the executioner nervously holding a steel knife, cold sweat on his forehead. This will be the most important person they have killed in their lives, because he is the fuse of the entire war and the opener of the fate of the future world. Whether or not Ace will die today, the fate of the world will be changed. Sengoku stood beside Ace, took out the phone worm, and said, "Today, let me tell you why you want to execute Ace publicly." Marines in the audience held their breath, and people from all over the world who watched the live broadcast on the big screen were waiting for him to decrypt it. "Ace, who is your father?" Sengoku asked. Ace buried his head and gritted his teeth and said, "My father is Whitebeard." "No, your father is not Whitebeard, your father is Gold Roger." Sengoku said every word, and everyone present was shocked, but not including Sherlock. After all, he knew it a long time ago. The people in front of the Sabayati archipelago screen were stunned. Ace is the son of Roger, the One Piece King. The news blasted the crowd like a blockbuster. Unexpectedly, he is Roger's son. Roger's blood is still alive. In order to catch his posthumous child, how many innocent pregnant women were killed, and how many families were broken up abruptly? "Kill him, kill him, kill him." For a while, everyone in the meeting was shouting. Ace roared, "My father is only Whitebeard." Sengoku was condescending, looking down at him. "Your mother, Porgasti Rouge, deceived all Marines' eyes and ears in order to give birth to you smoothly." Everyone thought Roger's bloodline was broken. "After joining the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard has been training you in order to make you the next one." "No, I joined the Whitebeard pirates to make Dad the One Piece," Ace defended. Sengoku sneered, "Look at it clearly, the Whitebeard pirates have been protecting you." Ace frowned. He wanted to break free, but the sea stone handcuffs on his hands prevented him from using his power. "Today, the execution of the death penalty on you is to completely end the era of the great pirates." Sengoku's voice spread to every corner of Marineford. The Marines shouted, "Kill him, kill him, kill him." Suddenly, a Marine soldier hurried forward to report to Sengoku, report to the marshal, without receiving any instructions, but the gate of justice suddenly opened and the power room could not be contacted. What did you say? Sengoku frowned. He knew that the time to come would come. The three governments of Impel Down, Naval Headquarters, and Enice Lobby are connected by a huge deformed Uzumaki. Only through the Gate of Justice can you ride the correct current and reach Marineford. The Gate of Justice, as Marineford's first barrier, is by no means so easy to break through. No matter who opened the door of justice, this represented a way for the pirates. This road means the beginning of war. At this time, Luffy, the Clown Buggy, Sir Crocodile, and Jinbei had already passed through the Gate of Justice and entered Marineford's territorial waters. In the thick white fog, pirate boats were looming. Appeared. They are here. It's a pirate. The pirate has appeared. Soldiers watching with binoculars on the observation deck found the trail of the pirates, and then there was a whistle siren. Everyone, get ready for battle. The whining alarm sounded throughout Marineford. The round turret turned to aim at the pirate ships at sea. Why didn't I see Whitebeard, nor did I see the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, but it was definitely the pirates he swung down. Madara points the dog. Vice Admiral Dalmizia took the telescope, looked at the faces of these familiar pirates, and notified Sengoku with a phone worm. Suddenly appeared, where did you come in from? Sengoku frowned. Whitebeard waved all the members of the 43 pirate regiments, and all kinds of pirate flags appeared in sight. The Knight Dora, Lei Ching Makuga, Dukalban brothers, and others were all famous. Captain of the New World Pirate. All Marine soldiers tensed their nerves. They were surprised, scared, and nervous, but they must not shrink back. Do you want to attack? The frontline soldier asked. No, wait, Whitebeard must be nearby, watch first. Stand by. Commander Marine ordered. The experienced Marine Vice Admiral are all standing on the port, ready to go. Garp frowned. Should he come out of an unexpected place? A white-haired old lady Crane is not only Vice Admiral, but also part-time Marine General Staff. She has a serious expression. Is the layout wrong? The excited Wrightson had never seen so many big people, but what made him most concerned was the Vice Admiral of Madara's dog Dalmizia, the murderer who killed Hungang. He wants to kill him all the time, even though he is not strong enough now. Sherlock sensed his strange emotions and pressed his shoulders. Don't be impulsive, you can't take revenge with your current ability. If you break the captain's business, I will send you to feed the sharks. Lobren smiled and said, his smile always showed a chill, which made people creepy. Wrightson nodded to Sherlock, don't worry, brother, I won't mess around. Sherlock knew that in addition to himself, the supernovae of the heinous age were also hiding in the dark to observe quietly. This top-level war, any ambitious pirate would not want to miss it. Everyone is waiting for Whitebeard to appear. This is really interesting, so exciting, come on, Whitebeard. Doflamingo laughed and said, he couldn't wait to fight Whitebeard, who had been the head of the 4 emperors for a long time. Suddenly, an abnormality appeared in the crescent-shaped bay of Marine headquarters. The sound of gurgling water sounded. All the soldiers on the shore were stunned. What sound? Where does this sound come from? Should it? Sengoku frowned, he had a vague premonition. Uzumaki ripples appear in the bay surrounded by the crescent-shaped marine working hours. A huge sailboat coated with a transparent boat membrane suddenly rushed out of the water, causing layers of waves to hit the high walls of the marine fortifications, like a sudden pouring rain on the Marines. Moby D***** Kate, Whitebeard is here. The Marine soldiers looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. They never expected that the Whitebeard pirates would sneak in directly from under the sea, bypassing the tightly deployed Marine guards on the outer layer and invading into the interior. Including Sengoku was also shocked. He watched the Moby D***** K appear in the bay with 2 other foreign ships, gritted his teeth and said, invaded so close. Tata tata tata. Sherlock heard footsteps clearly. This voice came from the Moby D***** K. It was Whitebeard. Behind him were the 14 captains of the Whitebeard pirates. The 5th team Captain Foil Vista, the 6th team Captain Bramank, they are all here. Ace stared at them in a daze. It was obviously I did not care about the obstacles that caused the situation today. Why didn't you abandon me and why did you come? Whitebeard walked slowly onto the deck. This is a sturdy old man with an inner infrared white coat, a black headscarf, and a crescent-shaped white beard on his face. He is holding the Kanjayun cut, one of the supreme Big Knife 12 skills. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he didn't lose his vigor due to his aging, and he exuded a kingly spirit. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world. Sherlock finally saw the real person. He clenched his fists excitedly, and his body couldn't help shaking. If you ask Xia Ming which character he likes most in Pirate World, it must be Whitebeard. It's a pity that he is very old and his health is not as good as before. He often needs intravenous drips and oxygen tubes all over his body, and he is taken care of by the accompanying doctors and nurses. It is the most regrettable that the hero is late, and no matter how strong it is, it will not be able to withstand the torment of years and diseases. His era is destined to be a thing of the past. Sherlock wanted shock fruit not only for his own selfish desires, but also because Whitebeard was the strongest person in his heart. Even if the Pirate King Roger was alive, he couldn't match it. On this point, Blackbeard Teach and Sherlock's ideas are the same. "Houston, what's the matter with you?" Pamela Herring noticed Sherlock's abnormality and asked nervously. The corners of Baccarat's mouth raised. "Houston, are you excited?" Sherlock nodded slightly. He had been waiting for this for a long time. "Edward Newgate, I'm here to see you off," Sherlock said lightly. Lobren, Cam, and Helling were all stunned. The captain meant Whitebeard. They said they moved their sights to the battlefield. "Wait for me, Ace," Whitebeard said slowly. He stood on the bow, letting the wind blow his coat over his shoulders. There were many scabs on his exposed chest. It was a medal he had left from countless battles. No matter how powerful it is, as opponent, he can also use a scar in exchange for the opponent's life. This is the origin of his maritime dominance. However, as the age grows, no matter how strong people are, they can't escape the torture of illness. Roger, the One Piece King of the Year, suffered a terminal illness and chose to surrender and end his life vigorously. And Whitebeard hasn't been much better than Roger in these years. The expedition in his youth has caused his body to be seriously overdrawn, and there are many marks of infusion stickers on his chest. Before coming to Marineford, he was on the Moby D***K, ignoring the objection of the ship's doctor and resolutely removed all the infusion tubes from his body, not wanting to show his fragile side in front of the enemy, especially his old opponent Sengoku. The person who knows himself best is often not the person closest to him, but your opponent. He has experienced too many winds and waves in his life. He has witnessed the rise and fall of the king of the last era. Roger has also climbed the four emperors to enjoy the supreme glory and worship, has seen the prosperity and tranquility of the world, and has also experienced the waves of the new world. Creepy. Now, the only thing he can't let go of is the children he adopted. They are not only the pirates on the mobile, but also his family. Therefore, Sengoku predicted that Whitebeard would definitely appear, and everything was under his control. The moment Ace saw Whitebeard, it was hard to suppress the emotions in his heart. "Daddy." I saw Whitebeard clenching his fists with both hands, squatting on his knees, and waving his fists towards the left and right sides. Accompanied by the sound of clicking, cracks appeared in the atmosphere. It seems that the space has been shattered. The seawater in the inner bay poured into the sky, and the outer bay also rolled up layers of huge waves. The sea shook. As if a violent explosion occurred in the depths of the seabed, the sea level was directly surging up, and the marine fleet was like shrimps under the wave, about to be swallowed by the huge wave. The sea quake. It shook the sea. A cold sweat broke out on Sengoku's forehead. Could this be Whitebeard's strength? The power of Whitebeard shock fruit. Marine in the harbor began to flee. Ace watched the old Whitebeard display his abilities, and his heart was mixed. He recalled that Blackbeard killed his partner. He had to chase Blackbeard regardless of dissuasion. Only when Blackbeard caught him and gave it to Marine first, he fell to the point where he is now. He was speechless. Faced the Whitebeard pirates. With tears in his eyes, he looked at the pirate group's partners. "Obviously I didn't listen to dissuasion, I wanted to come." "I told you to go, right, Marco?" Whitebeard asked. Behind him walked out a young man, Marco, with short blonde hair, a dagger on his waist, the Whitebeard pirate's tattoo on his chest, and his eyes half open and half closed. Nicknamed the Undead, the captain and ship doctor of the first team of the Whitebeard pirate group, recognized as Whitebeard's right-hand man, Zoan Eudemon's bird fruit and phoenix form ability, has super regeneration ability. He is also one of the oldest crew members of the Whitebeard pirates and is said to have followed Whitebeard more than 30 years ago. Marco said lightly, I heard it too. It made you suffer, Ace. On this sea, everyone knows what will happen to our comrades. We will never let anyone hurt you, Ace." Although Marco looked lazy and unable to wake up, he shouted at Ace in his throat. This voice was particularly loud and spread throughout Marineford, which was equivalent to declaring war on Marine. "Wait for me and save you immediately." The companions of the pirates screamed. They are different in height, fat and thin, and even many of them look strange, but they all have the same Whitebeard pirate's tattoo. This tattoo will become the symbol and glory of their life. It is their belief to guard the Whitebeard pirates and guard their family. "Be aware, Marine headquarters." The sea breeze blew by, spreading their voices farther away. On the high platform, Marine Admiral Kizaru pushed his yellow sunglasses and said, "It really has brought in a bunch of incredible guys. I'm still talking about what these do now." Akainu, who is also Admiral, has a sullen face. "It's really unpleasant." Kizaru leaned back in his chair and continued to watch the battle ahead. "Ha ha ha ha." Shishibukai Uegwanmo Lia let out a weird laugh. He said excitedly, "Here is the strongest fighting force of Shishibukai and Marine headquarters, 3 Marine Admiral and 100,000 elites. The opponent is the Whitebeard pirates and more than 40 under its command. A pirate ship, then? How are you going to attack, Whitebeard? Doflamingo licked his tongue. It's really exciting. He looked sideways at Dracul Mihawk, the world's best swordsman, and his face was grim. Are you going to watch from the sidelines again? Anyway, you're here to pass the time. Hawkeye didn't answer. Hancock turned his head and glanced at them, full of disgust. The rumbling sound is getting closer. The tsunami caused by the seaquake followed one after another. Whitebeard raised the corners of his mouth and looked confident, and the pirate legion behind him were all ready to go. Seeing that the tsunami is about to flood the entire Marineford, all the Marines are about to collapse. Aokiji leaped, took off, opened his hands, and stretched out the frost pillar from the palm of his hand, directly penetrated into the tsunami. The entire tsunami was frozen into ice sculptures. Ice Age. Aokiji's left and right cheeks were also covered with frost, and he calmly looked at Whitebeard on the mobile. The Marines chanted, "Saved." As expected of Q's admiral. Aokiji, you kid. Whitebeard laughed. Aokiji had 4 ice spears condensed in the palm of his hand and attacked Whitebeard. Whitebeard slammed a fist, the air split, smashing the ice spear, and at the same time a reaction force was transmitted to Aokiji's body, cutting off his almost frozen head in half. Aokiji's body turned into an ice sculpture and fell to the surface of the sea, and the waters of the inner bay were frozen into ice at the speed visible to the naked eye. The Marine soldiers who were terrified by the tsunami suddenly regained their confidence. Our side is Marine's strongest combat power. The 3 admiral are here. Yes. What are we afraid of? We must win. Shelling. Destroy the Moby D***K, commanded the dark-skinned Colonel Marine. Boom, boom, boom. Gunpowder continued to explode next to the pirate ship. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur, gun smoke was everywhere, and the war began. Go! Let's go! The pirates jumped off the pirate ship and charged into battle. The Marine soldiers and the pirates met under the attack of artillery fire. All of a sudden, the artillery fire raged into the sky, swords, and flesh and blood flew across the sky. The sound of shouting, wailing, and the sound of ping-pong weapon exchanges kept coming one after another. Soon the ice layer was stained red with blood, and countless lives fell in a pool of blood. Sherlock frowned, hid in the dark, witnessing the tragic situation of the war with his own eyes, and felt inexplicably sad. In front of the world government, either Marine or pirates, but they are all pawns in their hands, but pirates are uncontrollable pawns, and Marine is a lackey. The ultimate goal of this war is actually to balance the forces of all parties. Before the world is completely out of control, the Whitebeard pirates and Shishibukai will be brought together. Let the pirates know the skills of the world government, and end the era of the great pirates. Weak human beings are like ants in the face of the game of power. They are pushed to the forefront in the war and become lonely ghosts. Sherlock didn't want to become such an ant. He wanted to control his own destiny, so he had to achieve his goal step by step and become strong enough to not be restricted by anyone. He continued to be a bystander, spying on the top war that was about to go down in history in the dark. Suddenly saw a familiar face in the crowd. Will. Why is he here too? Sherlock frowned slightly. Marine has selected elite troops everywhere, and he should have also been called. Laurent had seen Will, who was masculine in appearance, in East Blue. He can remember everyone he has met, even if he is more than 50 years old, his memory is still very good. In Marineford Square, Doflamingo, wearing a pink feather coat and sunglasses, looked at the handsome man with a facial paralyzed face. You want to do it? He has short black hair, sharp yellow eyes like an eagle, a short beard, a black top hat with white fluff, a burgundy patterned shirt, a black windbreaker, white trousers, and black short boots. A cross knife is hung in front of his chest, and the world's strongest black knife, Knight, is on his back. He is Dracul Mihawk, nicknamed Eagle Eye. Hawkeye fixed his gaze on Whitebeard, and said lightly, I want to try to see how far between us and this man is. As soon as the voice fell, he pulled out the black knife on his back. This knife belongs to the Supreme Big Knife's 12 skills, chaotic blades and heavy T-shaped, known as the world's strongest black knife. With a slash, the overwhelming sword's meaning turned into a cold light visible to the naked eye and appeared on the ice, and there was a loud bang. A deep crack appeared on the ice floor, the crack spread rapidly, and the earth seemed to be split in half. The only people who were directly touched by this sword intent were death. The pirates fled quickly, and the Hanmang sword intent rushed straight into the mobile. No, its target was not a ship. It's Whitebeard. But he was physically resisted by a tall man. This man has rough skin and dark complexion. At first glance, he is formed by exposure to the sea all year round. He is a burly and muscular man. He is wearing a dark red leather armor. His face is sharp and angular, but he has no eyebrows. He roared, exhausted all his strength, and flew this sword into the sky. It exploded in the sky. Hawkeye was stunned, and the Marines were also shocked by the actions of the tall man. Isn't the world's #1/OK? What is that? I saw the tall man hardened into a dazzling diamond, shining in the sun. The third team captain Diamond Jaws. Diamond Jaws, captain of the third team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Paramecia's Shining Fruit ability. It is said to be a veteran crew member who has been loyal to Whitebeard more than 20 years ago. Hawkeye put away Black Knife Knight and stared at Jaws. Jaws grinned. Stupid, want to break through from the front? Sengoku picked up the phone worm and commanded, blam up the troops, aim at the enemy ship and the subsequent pirates. Yes. The gunners responded loudly and quickly adjusted the position of the turret. Frontline soldiers prevented them from entering the square. Sengoku continued to command. Marine chiefs wearing officer uniforms saluted and responded, oh, yes. With the continuous bombardment of artillery, the fighting gradually became anxious. Kizaru stood up slowly, thrusting his hands into the pants kabuto, with a cynical look as expected of the Whitebeard pirates. It's so difficult, it seems that I still have to capture the thief first, and I'm going to be on it. A ray of golden light melted Kizaru's body, and in an instant, the golden light recondensed on top of the Moby D***K, so dazzling. Everyone's eyes were burned by the light to be unable to look directly, like the burning sun at noon. Yellow, Kizaru is here. The pirates were shocked. The golden light finally turned into Kizaru's body, and he said faintly, Hakaiki Onguyu. Countless golden photons condensed in the air, and the photons attacked Whitebeard and turned into light bullets. Each light bullet was infinitely powerful. Suddenly a figure rushed out and blocked the photons' attack. He spread his huge blue wings and blocked Kizaru's attack. It actually blocked Admiral's attack. It's Marco, captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Marines exclaimed. The blue flames burning on Marco swallowed all the photons. He still looked as if he was not awake, but the corners of his mouth rose up, and he said leisurely, how could it be possible to let you disturb Daddy as soon as he came up? Kizaru said lightly, it's terrible, Whitebeard pirates. There are people who can withstand Mr. Kizaru's attack head-on and haven't fallen down yet. It's terrible. Sure enough, it is a legendary power. A Zoan monster species even rarer than Logia, Kizaru said. Marco's wounds gradually recovered under the blue flames, and he directly transformed into the form of a phoenix and attacked Kizaru. The two fought each other, and they were even on a par. Giant troops, also pay attention to the sky, Kizaru ordered. In the square, the giant elites in Marine showed their weapons, preparing to attack Marco. At that time, Jaws ordered the pirates in front to retreat. He used diamond cutting to cut out a small iceberg, and then with the help of his giant's power, he waved his arm to throw the iceberg out. Seeing that the iceberg was about to fall, the Marines on the square were shrouded in huge shadows. Akainu, who hasn't shot for a long time, finally couldn't bear it, guys who leave without permission. He stood up and roared, if we all attack, who will guard this place? Immediately, his right arm burned hot magma, accompanied by a gurgling sound as the magma boiled. He waved his right fist and hit it head-on. Great eruption. The molten iron fist collided with the iceberg, breaking the iceberg instantly. No, it just evaporated. What followed were countless molten fireballs falling from the sky, falling like meteorites, causing fatal blows to ships and humans on the ground. The battlefield was reduced to a sea of icebergs and flames. All of a sudden, the sound of the fight turned into a wailing, resounding throughout Marineford. It's almost like the end of the world. Wrightson sighed. Sherlock swallowed, feeling the gap between him and them, and a strong anxiety and unwillingness arose in his heart. The fire-breathing fist was not over yet. A huge ball of molten fire hit the Whitebeard aboard the mobile. Whitebeard's face was illuminated by the fire. He waved the cloud to block it, hit the molten fireball in mid-air, and said lightly, it set fire so exaggeratedly. Immediately, he took a leisurely breath, and saw that the flame on the magma sphere was completely blown away, leaving a black sphere on the cutting edge of the cloud. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth rose slightly. Go light a candle on the birthday cake, Magma Kid. Akainu also laughed, don't you like luxurious funerals, Whitebeard? Sherlock listened to the conversation between the two, feeling blood boiled in his body. When would he have such strength and stand on top? Lobren stared at Sherlock with shining eyes. He could feel Sherlock's ambition swelling rapidly, just as if a leech entered the human body just now, sucking blood crazily. Boss, do we want to join? Wrightson asked. He had been watching Madara point the dog vice-admiral for a long time, and wanted to rush out to fight him. No, wait. Sherlock spit out two words. He was waiting for Blackbeard to appear. There were only 6 crew members of the Evil, Sherlock, Wrightson, Laron, Cam, Pamela Helling, and Baccarat. He couldn't let them participate in this war. His goal was to collect leaks. We'll never take any human life in vain. Where is Boone? Sherlock asked. Boone is Colonel Marine, who is in the war, Lobren said. Sherlock wiped the sweat from his forehead. He's really into the scene. Lobren, you stay here, no matter what happens, don't come out. Yes. Several people obeyed, and Yiling looked at Sherlock nervously. Houston, where are you going? I'll see if Boone is dead, and pick him back if he is not dead. Sherlock said that his figure flashed and left their hidden stronghold. In the marine fortifications, the artillerymen kept firing their cannons on the pirates, but the white-beard pirates were undaunted and kept moving forward against the rain of bullets. There was a loud bang, and the ground began to vibrate. Earthquake! Everyone was shocked. In the thick fog, an unusually tall figure appeared. What monster! Larger than the giants. The descendants of the devil Oz. Marine soldiers were so frightened by the monster in front of them that their legs were weak, but the pirates cheered. He looks weird, with double horns on his head, long fangs growing from his mouth, pale green skin, and a little Oz with long red hair. He is 50 meters tall and taller than the giants. Every step he takes can cause the ground to shake. Ordinary people will be frightened and incapacitated just by seeing him. Boone's legs were weak, and the bearded Marine helped him up. Colonel, it's Oz, let's run away. Go, go. Boone's mind at the moment is all retreating to save his life. It's a pity that the devil Little Oz just invaded from the southeast. Because of his size, every step he took was more than 10 meters away. Boone and the others would be trampled on by him if he didn't have time to retreat. F***K, I didn't expect Lao Zi to die in the battle, not in the Rose Theater. Boone said his last words and closed his eyes. Suddenly felt a cool breeze, and at the moment Oz's foot was completely stepped on, Boone and the bearded Marine were shaved away by Sherlock. Bearded Marine was surprised to find that he was not dead, and the distance between Oz and Oz was 100 meters away. The Colonel? Where's the Colonel? The beard looked around for a while but didn't find Boone. The nearby pirates rushed towards him. He drew out his long knife and pistol and continued to get into a melee. Houston! Boone was surprised to find that he was not dead. At your level, you are only suitable for being a medical soldier, wandering on the battlefield. Are you not afraid of death? Sherlock teased. Boone lit a cigarette and started smoking. Can I send you here if I don't promise to participate in the war? Meaning to blame me? Sherlock glanced at him sideways. Houston, I used to like freedom at sea. Now I am used to the life of Marine. I can't watch my brother on the battlefield. I hide behind myself. Boone took another cigarette, threw the pipe to the ground, and trampled it out. Aren't you afraid of death? I'm afraid, but in fact, I think Marine did nothing wrong in this execution. It ended the era of big pirates and allowed businessmen to go out to sea normally and civilians to live and work in peace and contentment. Young people no longer kill their lives at sea because of unrealistic dreams, Boone said and looked at Sherlock. Sherlock frowned. Then why are you helping me? Your goal is not to prevent execution. Boone smiled, and he wiped the bloodline on his cheek. And you are my brother. I am very happy to be able to help you. It seems that you do not intend to return to the evil number. Sherlock sighed. Boone grinned. I was a repairman on the ship. I think your new recruit is good, right? Rightson. The skill should be better than me. After this matter is over, I won't look for you again, Sherlock said lightly, and suddenly a stray bullet hit him, and Sherlock pushed Boone's head down and avoided the stray bullet. Boone patted his chest with lingering fear. Houston, you saved me again. I'm going to ace, don't hinder me, Oz said, swiping a knife to kill the giants in Marine. Oz, didn't you tell him not to come? Whitebeard frowned. With Oz's size, he would be attacked by Marine as a living target. Oz's eyes were always fixed on Ace on the execution stage. Father, don't stop me, I'm going to save Ace. Whitebeard nodded slightly and commanded, you go to cover Oz. Yes, Daddy. A group of pirates rushed to cover Oz's advance. At this time, Shishibukai Stormcun Bear stood up, with his hands folded. A translucent bear's paw bubble gradually appeared, and then quickly attacked Oz. Bear's paw impact. Oz didn't seem to see the bear's attack. He would ignore everything obstructing him. He went straight forward and walked towards Ace. The translucent bear's paw bubble slammed on Oz's body and exploded, releasing a huge force, directly enveloping Oz, and the intense wave of air from the explosion instantly swept the audience. Accompanied by the loud rumbling noise, the ground exploded, and countless soldiers and pirates were lifted by the heat wave. The gravel on the ground was swept into the sky, causing them a second injury. Oz knelt on his knees, blood gurgling, bruised all over his body, and the straw hat on his back fell to the ground. This was knitted by Ace himself. He put his hands on the straw hat and looked in a trance, as if recalling himself. The best memories. Memories about partners. Sherlock took Boone and avoided it in time. He looked at Oz, who fell on the ground, and said lightly, you shouldn't have come. Oz, seeing that his companion was hit hard, Ace's eyes were moist and roared, it's okay. Give up. You can't get here. Ace, you wait, Oz hesitated and said, and then he vomited a big mouthful of blood. He was enduring an unimaginable pain, moving his body desperately. He wanted to keep moving forward, to go to Ace's side, and he wanted to save Ace. Ace is a gentle person, I won't let you hurt him. As soon as the voice fell, he suddenly fell to the ground heavily, as if all his strength had been drained. This way, it's all right, don't get up anymore. Ace's eyes were full of tears. He didn't want his companions to die to save himself. His heart was extremely regretful, and his tears couldn't stop flowing down. He hated himself standing on this high platform with his knees down and witnessing his best friend walking for him, the last road that will never be restored. Oz, stop, don't go anymore. Even Sherlock had such a thought in his heart. He and Oz didn't know each other, but he could feel the tenderness of this huge monster. Aim at Oz. Marine fired again, exacerbating Oz's injuries. But Oz got up and reached out his hand, trying to catch Ace. Just a little bit. Ace waited a little bit, just a little bit too close. His consciousness gradually blurred, only the straw hat on his back became his spiritual pillar, supporting him to keep going, and he wanted to rescue Ace, his best friend. At least kill one Shishibukai. Oz seemed to feel that his life was passing by, and he couldn't save Ace by himself, so he decided to fight to the death and get rid of a Shishibukai. He waved his fist and hit Doflamingo. The corner of Ming Ge's mouth raised. Interesting. He stretched out his hand, a thin line invisible to the naked eye appeared in his hand, and he cut off one of his legs just by walking past Oz. Oz couldn't support the balance of his body no matter what, and fell down. At this moment, Moonlight Emolia was completely angry. The B******************* D Doflamingo cut off his leg. Oz's body is mine. He activated the Shadow Mage skill. Go on, Shadow Horn Spear. After a breath, a huge shadow appeared on the ground, from which a shadow bat flew out, surrounding Oz's body. Oz tried to reach out, but couldn't reach Ace anyway. Sherlock frowned, put Boone in a relatively safe place, and turned to leave. Madness. He pushed a piece of fruit candy into his mouth. There was no right or wrong in this war, but a different position. Justice will always belong only to the victorious side. Oz completely fell, and he could not survive Shishabukai's joint strangulation. Ace let out a heart-piercing cry. But nothing can be changed. Oz was dead, but he finally smashed open the copper wall in the bay with his huge body. Whitebeard's face was gloomy, he was completely angry, and killed the Marine Vice Admiral who attacked him with the palm of his hand. Step on Oz. All the pirates were deeply saddened, and their sorrow ignited their blood to continue fighting, making them more fearless of life and death, and marching forward courageously. Report to the Marshal, the bay has been destroyed on a large scale, and the head of the bay has also been destroyed. The pirates have already invaded the bay. The tall Marine stood upright behind Sengoku to report the battle. Sengoku said lightly, no problem. Immediately he took out the phone worm. Mr. Crane, the battle plan begins. The timing is just right, said Granny Crane, Marine Vice Admiral on the other side of the phone worm. Garp, who had never done anything, walked onto the execution platform step by step with heavy footwork. What are you doing up here? Do you have any objections to combat? Sengoku looked at Garp and asked. Garp shook his head. No, the other party is a pirate, not worthy of sympathy. I just want to sit here. Sengoku was stunned, letting Garp sit down. Although he is a pirate who deserves no sympathy, his family is always different. Garp whispered, tears bursting out of his eyes. What should I do, old man? Ace, you be **************************************** D. Why don't you live according to the old man's wishes? Ace looked at the grandpa next to him, with mixed feelings in his heart. He gritted his teeth. Old man, if you make any crooked ideas, I will never spare you, Sengoku said with a serious face. Suddenly, a huge ship appeared in the sky. Countless pirates descended from the sky. Garp stared at the sky blankly, a familiar face appeared in his line of sight. Luffy. Ace was also stunned. Luffy descended from the sky. He looked at Ace on the execution stage and shouted, Ace, I'm here to save you. Someone fell from the sky. It's a pirate. It's a Straw Hat Luffy. And the heinous prisoners of Impel Down. The Marines panicked, and the pirates who suddenly descended from the sky took a serious blow to their original aura. They didn't expect the Whitebeard pirates to have reinforcements. And these are a group of notorious guys, and the strength of each one is unfathomable. Garp, it's your D's family again. Sengoku snarled at Garp with a stare. Garp covered his head and exclaimed in surprise, Luffy. Ace was also stunned. Luffy is here. It's really coming. His younger brother Luffy and father Whitebeard are the closest people in the world. They appear at Marine Ford at this time. Waiting for them are Marines' 3 admiral leaders, countless vice admiral elites, Shishibukai, and an army of 100,000. It is impossible to cross the obstacles and come to yourself. Just like Oz who just fell down. What awaits Luffy and Whitebeard is probably death. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help shouting, Luffy. He doesn't want Luffy to come. Ace. Luffy descended from the sky and landed on a high platform 300 meters away from the execution platform, shouting Ace's name, and then he said, I'll save you soon. Ace was startled. Don't come, Luffy. You have no reason to interfere with my affairs. Behind Luffy stood such a group of people. The Clown Buggy, the captain of the Buggy Pirate Group, the owner of the pirate dispatch company Buggy Express, Torn Apart Demon Fruit Power, one of the original 7 warlords of the sea, Sand Crocodile Sir Crocodile, formerly the president of the Baroque working group of the criminal group, codenamed Mr. Zero, was also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Before joining Shishibukai, he offered a reward of 81 million berry and was killed by Monkey D in Alabasta. After defeating Luffy, he was expelled and imprisoned in Impel Down. Seaman Jinbei, a whale shark man, has windy eyebrows and sideburns, a haircut with a curly breeze, a thick black short beard on his chin, and lightning-like scars on the corner of his left eye. He is fat and has 2 large jaws. Teeth. The sun symbol representing the Pirates of the Sun is located in the center of the chest, often wearing embroidered yukata, 7 warlords of the sea. Ivankov, who will become the queen of the kingdom of Kamabaka 15 years ago, is said to have excellent medical skills. He has rescued people who doctors think is incurable in dying countries, leaving behind the relief legend the strongest ladyboy in history. King. Also a cotter of the Revolutionary Army, devil fruit is a hormonal fruit. There are also 241 heinous prisoners who successfully escaped from Impel Down. Each of them is notorious and has extraordinary strength. Such a group of people came to Marineford under the leadership of Luffy, which brought great pressure to Marine headquarters. Marine Admiral Akainu looked at the childish Luffy with a gloomy face, the grandson of the hero Garp, the son of the dragon of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Luffy, can't leave you in this world. Luffy rushed in the direction of Ace, and he roared, I am, your brother. Ace froze in place. Jinbei, is this your decision? Sengoku asked Shishibukai Jinbei. The tall Jinbei looked at Sengoku with a serious expression. The two got together for 100 meters, but their words were clearly audible. It doesn't matter who is Shishibukai. I want to save Ace. Sengoku frowned. Well, no matter how many people you come, it won't help, just follow the plan. Can these people be killed? Kizaru looked at Sengoku and said playfully. Sengoku nodded slightly, of course. Kizaru rushed into the battlefield and first attacked Luffy. The Monster King Ivankov blocked the attack for Luffy and told him to move on. Luffy bit his finger, activated the 3rd gear, and blew his fist into a huge rubber fist. With a fist, Luffy opened the Marine Vice Admiral that hindered his advancement. Whatever you say, I will save you when I die. Luffy roared. The faltering and despair in Ace's heart were shattered by Luffy's words. He stared at Luffy in a daze. He wanted to survive. Although Sir Crocodile teamed up with Straw Hat Luffy to escape from prison, his goal was not to save Ace, nor did he want to cooperate with Whitebeard. The moment he saw Whitebeard, he became murderous. After the attack failed, he remembered Houston's words. Sherlock also successfully found Sir Crocodile on the battlefield. Houston, you really are alive. Sir Crocodile was still smoking a cigar in his mouth, and the golden hook in his hand took the Marines beside him one by one. Sherlock approached him slowly. Don't come without problems. Sir Crocodile threw a green bottle to Sherlock. This bottle is made of special materials and can store very corrosive liquids. Sherlock took the bottle. You got it, as expected. Don't forget what you promised me, Sir Crocodile said lightly. Sherlock nodded. I know. Sherlock finally got the key item, but at the moment he didn't feel happy at all. The war made him feel disgusted and disgusted. He dived into the darkness and waited for the opportunity. Sir Crocodile didn't know Houston's specific plan, but he was able to escape from prison. Thanks to the intelligence and Straw Hat Luffy sent in by Houston, what he has to do now is to follow his inner intuition and choose one camp in the melee. Jinbei fought with Uegwang Mo Lia. After an anxious battle, Jinbei eventually defeated Mo Lia, but he was also seriously injured. Marine Vice Admiral Mocha entangled Luffy. He originally came to New World to hunt Luffy. This time he would never let him go. On the battlefield, blood ran into rivers, with floating corpses everywhere. Luffy was repeatedly violently attacked and obstructed by Marine and 7 warlords of the sea. Fortunately, there were a group of Impel Down prisoners, the Whitebeard pirates, and the pirate Queen Boa Hancock. Although he was seriously injured, he always stand up and move on. Hancock handed the key to Ace's handcuffs to Luffy. Luffy, be careful. Luffy took the key in surprise and continued to run towards Ace. Suddenly, Hawkeye stood in front of Luffy with a black knife, and continued to slash Luffy. At the very moment, Foil Baista, the captain of the 5th team of the Whitebeard pirates, stepped forward and blocked Hawkeye. The two swordsmen fought each other, and the huge sword intent knocked the surrounding pirates and seamen away tens of meters away. Sengoku frowned, and he raised the phone worm. Just now, turn off the broadcast. Yes. For a while, the broadcast screens all over the world were covered with snowflakes, and it was hard to see the tragic recent situation of the war on top. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises kept ringing. The pirates and Marines couldn't help but look at the place where the sound originated. It was a bear. Shishibukai Violent Kun Bear. How can it be? Why are there so many bears? Everyone looked at countless identical Violent Kun bears with incomprehension, as if they were experiencing a horror movie. Big brother, how could this be? Wrightson couldn't help asking Sherlock, and Sherlock whispered, this is a PX bear robot based on a bear clone. It is also called a humanoid weapon. The world government did not want these to be exposed, so it turned off the broadcast. Wrightson, Lobren, Cam, Pamela Helling, and Baccarat were all stunned. World government is cloning people. Sherlock stopped making a sound, watching the war climax quietly, as if he was just a passerby in this world. The man leading the humanoid weapon called them pacifists. He took out the phone worm and asked, "Why is it different from the plan? Didn't it mean that all the pirates were forced into the bay and surrounded and suppressed? It's okay to be seen through the plan by Whitebeard. In time, you can also attack on both sides and act," Sengoku commanded. "Okay." The man looked at the humanoid weapon and said, "Pacifists, kill them all." Humanoid weapons constantly sent shock waves to attack the pirates, screaming endlessly, and the pirates suffered heavy casualties. "Big brother, why do you feel that Marine is attacking the pirates of New World, but not the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group?" Wrightson asked curiously. Sherlock said calmly, "This is Sengoku's strategy. Even you have noticed it. The New World pirates will definitely notice." Marine focused on strangling them to mislead them, thinking that Whitebeard had betrayed them in private. Signed an agreement with them. Knife to kill? Laurent immediately understood Sherlock's words, but Wrightson was at a loss. Baccarat looked at Sherlock in surprise. Although he is not interested in women now, he feels more attractive than before. The former Houston is at his fingertips, no different from ordinary stinky men, who are greedy for her body. But now Houston is completely like a different person, not only wise, but also knows forbearance and restraint. Pamela Helling covered her blushing cheeks. "I am willing. What weird things are in your mind again?" Wrightson couldn't help snarling at her. Although he had only been in contact for a short time, he already knew the woman who was in love with the brain very well. Make up the strongest king. Sherlock's attention was all on the battlefield, and he didn't notice the reaction of the second woman. On the other side, Buggy the Clown's men stole a projection phone worm and began to broadcast the war on the top. Such a scene suddenly appeared in the video. In the chaotic battle, New World Captain Squard appeared behind Whitebeard. He drew a long knife and pierced Whitebeard's body. "Daddy!" Everyone was stunned, and would never have thought that Whitebeard would be attacked by his own people. Whitebeard, Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group, Shishibukai, Marine, the Revolutionary Army, everyone watched the scene, including the residents of Sabayati Archipelago in front of the screen. Time seemed to stand still. Whitebeard was assassinated. People boiled. "Listen well, we are all hit." Scouyard roared angrily, "Whitebeard has colluded with Marine? Behu exchanged the lives of our 43 pirate captains for Ace's life. Why is this happening?" Wrightson looked at Sherlock sideways. Sherlock frowned. 10 years ago, the pirate group that Scouyard belonged to was destroyed by Gordy Roger, so Whitebeard never told him that Ace was Roger's son. Akainu took advantage of this to instigate rebellion. I was told that there was a certain agreement between Sengoku and Whitebeard that they would not kill the Ace and Whitebeard pirates, and that the pirates who replaced New World would all be wiped out. As expected of Marine Admiral, this trick is very useful for killing people with a knife, Lobren exclaimed. Wrightson clenched his fists excitedly. "Despicable. A stabbing is a miracle, and I am ready to realize it." Scouyard looked at Whitebeard and said lightly. The 43 pirate groups began to wonder and suspicion, because they discovered that the humanoid weapons were all attacking the New World pirates, and they didn't attack the 14 captains of the Whitebeard pirates at all. In the flames of war, their companions continued to fall, and the sacrifices were all members of their New World pirates. "Papa, betrayed us? Father, really use Ace's life in exchange? Daddy, talk to you. Daddy betrayed us." Scouyard gritted his teeth and said to Whitebeard in a cold voice. Philadelphia Marco grabbed Scouyard by the neckline, wishing to send him away with a punch. "You have been cheated. Why don't you believe the old man? Ace is Roger's son. This is indeed true." Whitebeard drew out a long knife, with a blood hole left in his chest. He looked at Scouyard. They manipulated the man who was most easily shaken by this one. "I have to say their tactics are better." Sengoku frowned, picked up the phone worm and ordered, "Don't hesitate anymore, Aokiji." Aokiji got up, flew to the clown Buggy's side, and froze the last video phone worm, making it impossible to continue the broadcast. Is this war planned long ago? The residents of Sabayati Archipelago talked a lot, and suddenly the screen turned into snowflakes again. "This man. I was stabbed by one of his men. It's too ugly, Whitebeard. I don't want to lose to a cowardly man like you." Sir Crocodile pointed at Whitebeard and said angrily. Sherlock could understand his emotions, but he knew it was bound to happen. Scouyard's cut was not a turning point in the war. The Whitebeard pirates were doomed to fail the moment they entered Marineford. First, Whitebeard is already old and has a ship doctor around him at any time. This time he personally led the pirates to attack. It is already a strong support, and his body is constantly deteriorating. Second, the dominance of the war has been in Marine's hands from the very beginning, not only because Marineford is Marine's headquarters, it occupies a natural geographical advantage. The marine fortifications surrounded on 3 sides only need to block the exit and come directly to a turtle in the urn. Third, Shishibukai, who wants to take a higher position in his hind, has long been unwilling to subdue to the 4 emperors. Whoever can kill Whitebeard will be the next 4 emperors. Even without Scudder's betrayal, the Whitebeard pirates will inevitably fail. This is a war doomed to fail. With Whitebeard's wisdom, he would not fail to understand, but he was unwilling to give up Ace, unwilling to live in regret. Activate the encirclement wall. Sengoku gave the final killer. In an instant, the marine fortifications around the inner bay rose up an iron wall, revealing more advanced weapons. Do you know what you did? Whitebeard knelt down and hugged Scudder in his arms. You actually met your old father? What a stupid son. Even a stupid son, I still love you. Don't be kidding, you obviously sold our lives to Marine. Scudder gritted his teeth. Who is the man who led you to the darkness? Whitebeard didn't kill Scudder, and slowly said, what a ridiculous thing to pay for debts. Think about what Ace you know. Thinking about how we get along at sea. Not only is Ace my son, you are all my family. Scudder dropped the long knife in his hand, tears rolling in his eyes. Sengoku, you're so young. It's the old man who underestimated Marine. Whitebeard shook his fist, cracks appeared again in the space, and the glaciers on both sides of Marine headquarters shattered one by one. The ice wall is gone. The warship can also be used, so we can run away at any time, said the pirates. Whitebeard stood on the bow, shouting loudly, as a pirate, it is up to you to decide what to believe in. At this moment, the pirates woke up. The old man did not betray them, everything was Marine's strategy. Those who want to go with me come with me, and bet their lives to follow me, Whitebeard said, and the pirates raised their blades and shouted, come on. Whitebeard already knew about his physical problem. He was ready to give it a go, jumped off the mobile, and rushed into the front battlefield, shouting, superior, all against. The strongest man in the world is going to show off. Sengoku had a serious face and ordered loudly. Even in Sengoku's heart, Whitebeard's weight is very important. This is a respectable opponent, and one of the 4 emperors that both Marines and world government are jealous of. The man most likely to become One Piece, a legend left by the last era, a myth of this era. What Marine has to do is to defeat this myth and finally the last era. The fate of the world must be in the hands of the world government and the Marine, not by the 4 emperors on the sea. Isn't this battle a big bet? Overwhelming all the elite troops and dignity of Marine, vowed to defend Marine's rule over the sea and weaken the power of 4 emperors and Shishibukai. Go on with Daddy. Open the way for Daddy. Whitebeard's attack boosted the morale of the pirates. Their blood burned, and they waved the knife in their hands and rushed towards Marine. There was an endless wave of sounds of killing and colliding with weapons. The war officially entered a climax. Never let them come close, shoot. Marine artillery attacked frantically, and a series of cannons were aimed at the pirates in the bay. Boom, boom, booming bombardment one after another, forming a terrible war song. In this battle song, someone keeps falling down and can't get up again. Whitebeard slammed the bombs beside him. Marine's encirclement wall is finally activated. The Marines withdrew one after another, and a huge iron wall rose in the harbor, which soared into the clouds, surrounding the entire harbor. The pirates looked sideways at the high wall, and were immediately dumbfounded. What is this? Fight out! They constantly waved their weapons to rush towards the surrounding wall, but they all failed one by one. Knives, swords, halberds, and bullet artillery were completely useless against this special material surrounding wall. Countless cannons slowly rise on the iron wall. This is to prepare to bombard and annihilate all the pirates in the harbor. As Sherlock said, this is a battle that will be defeated. The only exit of the wall is the place where the demon Little Uz fell. This is the only way for the pirates to escape. Luffy was obstructed by the thick wall, unable to reach the execution platform. What's the matter? Why don't you raise all the walls? Sengoku asked. No, the demon Oz blocked the power unit here. Can't rise. Marine reported. Sengoku looked at the huge size of the demon Oz. His will was so tenacious that he could not imagine, even if he died, he would leave a way out for his companions. Is this a member of the Whitebeard pirate group? Although they are pirates, their affection has also touched Sengoku. But Sengoku has his own position. As long as he wears a marine uniform for a day, he will never show mercy to the pirates. In his dictionary, there is only justice. Kun justice in the world. The government's decision is justice. Obedience is a soldier's natural value, absolute loyalty and faith. Sengoku has its own persistence and its own way. Everyone must stick to this way, otherwise they will only get lost in the killing. Sengoku paused and said, Akainu, let's get started. Akainu slowly walked out of the darkness, his arms turned into red-hot lava, he waved his fist towards the sky, and the magma continued to fly to the sky, disappearing into the gray sky. That's right, the sky at this moment has been rendered black by continuous artillery fire. The quiet atmosphere did not last long. Suddenly, countless fist-shaped lava poured down from the sky like a torrential rain. Destroy the ice and leave them nowhere to hide, Sengoku said. The New World stars who watched the Sabayati archipelago also started their own actions. Boom boom boom. Under the constant blast of molten iron fist, not only the ice was destroyed, but also ships, warships, pirates. The peace ambassadors are still attacking the pirates. The battle was reversed in an instant, and the pirates had nowhere to escape. Whitebeard, your time is over. Akainu said frantically that he will end the era of Whitebeard himself. After this battle, he will be the creator of history. The era of great pirates is over. Pirates, rubbish produced in human society. All perish. Akainu's attitude towards pirates has always been that he would rather kill by mistake than let go. He is a real cruel man. What he implements is complete justice and no evil is allowed. As long as he can achieve the goal of eliminating the pirates, he doesn't care about the life and death of his subordinates. The Moby D***K was hit by Akainu's lava and burned into flames, as if to burn the faith of the Whitebeard pirates. Hurry up and put out the fire, Moby D***K. We have been together for decades. Many pirates have burst into tears. In their hearts, this is not only a ship, but also their partners, their homes and dreams. Originally, Moby D***K was supposed to be the sailing ship of this pirate king. It should be recorded in history and become the legend that the pirates will always yearn for on the sea. But now the huge Moby D***K was covered by molten lava, burned by the fire, and was about to turn into ashes. They can't stand it. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates also fell to the ground. At sea, the flag represents dignity. A burly pirate squatted down to pick up their pirate flag, and suddenly a cannonball traversed him, blasting him into mud. His broken arm was pressed on the pirate banner, and it became the epitome of this cruel war. The battle plan is all going well. Now, Ace is executed in advance. Sengoku raised his head and looked at the flames of war ahead. All for a better future, he commanded loudly. At this moment, the wounded Luffy rushed over again, and other pirates also charged with him. The artillery fire continued to take away fresh lives. Luffy held on to the heavy artillery fire and moved on. In the fog, he saw Ace with a sharp knife on his neck. With a loud bang, the artillery fire knocked Luffy away several meters and fell into the cold water. Luffy, Ace watched his friends fall one by one. He was extremely angry, but he was helpless. His hands were handcuffed with sea stone handcuffs, unable to use any abilities. Start execution, Sengoku said coldly. Garp frowned and clenched his fists, but his position did not allow him to do anything against Marine. As the Marine Vice Admiral, from the moment he put on the Marine uniform, he shouldered the mission of justice. But behind justice often requires the sacrifice of personal emotions, especially in the case of opposing positions. The noisy battlefield time freezes for an instant, and Sherlock enters the mysterious space of the system. A three-story Western-style building appeared in the dark space. What is this? Sherlock asked. This is our house. Host's wealth value determines our living standards. We can't always live in the mall, Papicius said with a smile. Ding, host, what help does host need? I need something that can instantly improve combat effectiveness. If he wants to become the ultimate winner in this war, his panel attributes are not enough. With his strength, it is completely okay to sling a supernova, but compared to four emperors, Sengoku and San Admiral, he is still immature. Although he was not attacked at all by the top luck, even stray bullets would take the initiative to avoid him. But if he wants to face off against the peak strength, he is still panicked. He must have a stronger guarantee. Then make a big bet. Papicia personally took Sherlock to the big players' gamble on the second floor of the pyramid. Squeeze all your wealth and bet on the Invincible God of War experience card. Papicia paused for a while, and friendly reminded, however, your luck value is invalid at this gaming table, and this experience card can only last for 5 minutes, which is not worthwhile for you. Bet. Luffy. Ace was also stunned. Luffy descended from the sky. He looked at Ace on the execution stage and shouted, Ace, I'm here to save you. Someone fell from the sky. It's a pirate. It's a Straw Hat Luffy, and the heinous prisoners of Impel Down. The Marines panicked, and the pirates who suddenly descended from the sky took a serious blow to their original aura. They didn't expect the Whitebeard pirates to have reinforcements. And these are a group of notorious guys, and the strength of each one is unfathomable. Garp, it's your D's family again. Sengoku snarled at Garp with a stare. Garp covered his head and exclaimed in surprise, Luffy. Ace was also stunned. Luffy is here. It's really coming. His younger brother Luffy and father Whitebeard are the closest people in the world. They appear at Marine Ford at this time. Waiting for them are Marine's 3 admiral leaders, countless vice admiral elites, Shishibukai, and an army of 100,000. It is impossible to cross the obstacles and come to yourself. Just like Oz who just fell down. What awaits Luffy and Whitebeard is probably death. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help shouting, "Luffy! He doesn't want Luffy to come." Ace, Luffy descended from the sky and landed on a high platform 300 meters away from the execution platform, shouting Ace's name, and then he said, "I'll save you soon." Ace was startled. "Don't come, Luffy. You have no reason to interfere with my affairs." Behind Luffy stood such a group of people. The Clown Buggy, captain of the Buggy Pirates, torn apart demon fruit power. Sand Crocodile Sir Crocodile, formerly the president of the Baroque working group of the criminal group, codenamed Mr. Zero, was also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Before joining Shishibukai, he offered a reward of 81 million berry and was killed by Monkey D in Alabasta. After defeating Luffy, he was expelled and imprisoned in Impel Down. Seaman Jinbei, a whale shark man, has windy eyebrows and sideburns, a haircut with a curly breeze, a thick black short beard on his chin, and lightning-like scars on the corner of his left eye. He is fat and has 2 large jaws. Teeth, the sun symbol representing the Pirates of the Sun, is located in the center of the chest, often wearing embroidered yukata, 7 warlords of the sea. Ivankov, who will become the queen of the kingdom of Kamabaka 15 years ago, is said to have excellent medical skills. He has rescued people who doctors think is incurable in dying countries, leaving behind the relief legend the strongest ladyboy in history. King, also a cotter of the Revolutionary Army, devil fruit is a hormonal fruit. There are also 241 heinous prisoners who successfully escaped from Impel Down. Each of them is notorious and has extraordinary strength. Such a group of people came to Marineford under the leadership of Luffy, which brought great pressure to Marine headquarters. Marine Admiral Akainu looked at the childish Luffy with a gloomy face. The grandson of the hero Garp, the son of the dragon of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Luffy, can't leave you in this world. Luffy rushed in the direction of Ace, and he roared, "I am your brother." Ace froze in place. "Jinbei, is this your decision?" Sengoku asked Shishibukai Jinbei. The tall Jinbei looked at Sengoku with a serious expression. The two got together for 100 meters, but their words were clearly audible. "It doesn't matter who is Shishibukai. I want to save Ace." Sengoku frowned. "Well, no matter how many people you come, it won't help, just follow the plan." "Can these people be killed?" Kizaru looked at Sengoku and said playfully. Sengoku nodded slightly, "Of course." Kizaru rushed into the battlefield and first attacked Luffy. The Monster King Ivankov blocked the attack for Luffy and told him to move on. Luffy bit his finger, activated the 3rd gear, and blew his fist into a huge rubber fist. With a fist, Luffy opened the Marine Vice Admiral that hindered his advancement. "Whatever you say, I will save you when I die," Luffy roared. The faltering and despair in Ace's heart were shattered by Luffy's words. He stared at Luffy in a daze. He wanted to survive. Although Sir Crocodile teamed up with Straw Hat Luffy to escape from prison, his goal was not to save Ace, nor did he want to cooperate with Whitebeard. The moment he saw Whitebeard, he became murderous. After the attack failed, he remembered Houston's words. Sherlock also successfully found Sir Crocodile on the battlefield. "Houston, you really are alive." Sir Crocodile was still smoking a cigar in his mouth, and the golden hook in his hand took the Marines beside him one by one. Sherlock approached him slowly. "Don't come without problems." Sir Crocodile threw a green bottle to Sherlock. "This bottle is made of special materials and can store very corrosive liquids." Sherlock took the bottle. "You got it. Don't forget what you promised me," Sir Crocodile said lightly. Sherlock nodded. "I know." Sherlock finally got the key item, but at the moment he didn't feel happy at all. The war made him feel disgusted and disgusted. He dived into the darkness and waited for the opportunity. Sir Crocodile didn't know Houston's specific plan, but he was able to escape from prison. Thanks to the intelligence and Straw Hat Luffy sent in by Houston, what he has to do now is to follow his inner intuition and choose one camp in the melee. Jinbei fought with Ueguan Emolia. After an anxious battle, Jinbei eventually defeated Emolia, but he was also seriously injured. Marine Vice Admiral Smoka entangled Luffy. He originally came to New World to hunt Luffy. This time he would never let him go. On the battlefield, blood ran into rivers, with floating corpses everywhere. Luffy was repeatedly violently attacked and obstructed by Marine and 7 warlords of the sea. Fortunately, there were a group of Impel Down prisoners, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the pirate Queen Boa Hancock. Although he was seriously injured, he always stand up and move on. Hancock handed the key to Ace's handcuffs to Luffy. "Luffy, be careful." Luffy took the key in surprise and continued to run towards Ace. Suddenly, Hawkeye stood in front of Luffy with a black knife, and continued to slash Luffy. At the very moment, Foil Baista, the captain of the 5th team of the Whitebeard Pirates, stepped forward and blocked Hawkeye. The two swordsmen fought each other, and the huge sword intent knocked the surrounding pirates and seamen away tens of meters away. Sengoku frowned, and he raised the phone worm. "Just now, turn off the broadcast." "Yes." For a while, the broadcast screens all over the world were covered with snowflakes, and it was hard to see the tragic recent situation of the war on top. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises kept ringing. The pirates and marines couldn't help but look at the place where the sound originated. It was a bear. Shishibukai violent kun bear. How can it be? Why are there so many bears? Everyone looked at countless identical violent kun bears with incomprehension, as if they were experiencing a horror movie. Big brother, how could this be? Pamela Herring couldn't help asking Sherlock, and Sherlock whispered, "This is a PX bear robot cloned by Xiong. It is also called a humanoid weapon." The world government did not want this to be exposed, so it turned off the broadcast. Pamela He-Ling was stunned. World government is cloning people. Sherlock stopped making a sound, watching the war climax quietly, as if he was just a passerby in this world. The man leading the humanoid weapon called them pacifists. He took out the phone worm and asked, "Why is it different from the plan? Didn't it mean that all the pirates were forced into the bay and surrounded and suppressed? It's okay to be seen through the plan by Whitebeard. In time, you can also attack on both sides and act," Sengoku commanded. "Good." The man looked sideways at the humanoid weapon and said, "Pacifists, kill them all without leaving." Humanoid weapons constantly sent shock waves to attack the pirates, screaming endlessly, and the pirates suffered heavy casualties. Why do you feel that Marine is attacking the New World pirates, but not the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates group? Pamela He-Ling asked curiously. Sherlock said calmly, "This is Sengoku's strategy. Even you have noticed. The New World pirates will definitely notice." Marine focused on strangling them to mislead them, thinking that Whitebeard had betrayed them and signed an agreement with them in private. Pamela Helling was confused, but still thought Houston was very attractive at the moment. She covered her blushing cheeks. "I do. What weird things are in your mind again?" Papicia couldn't help snarling at her, but she couldn't hear it. But Doflamingo on the side laughed wildly. "I can't think of Houston, you are such a wise man." On the other side, Buggy the Clown's men stole a projection phone worm and began to broadcast the war on the top. Such a scene suddenly appeared in the video. In the chaotic battle, New World Captain Squard appeared behind Whitebeard. He drew a long knife and pierced Whitebeard's body. "Daddy!" Everyone was stunned, and would never have thought that Whitebeard would be attacked by his own people. Whitebeard, Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group, Shishibukai, Marine, the Revolutionary Army, everyone watched the scene, including the residents of Sabayati Archipelago in front of the screen. Time seemed to stand still. Whitebeard was assassinated. People boiled. "Listen well, we are all hit." Skuyard roared angrily, "Whitebeard has colluded with Marine? Behu exchanged the lives of our 43 pirate captains for Ace's life. Houston, why is this?" Pamela Herring looked sideways at Sherlock. Sherlock frowned slightly. 10 years ago, the pirate group that Scootard originally belonged to was destroyed by Gordy Roger, so Whitebeard never told him that Ace is Roger's son. I kinda took advantage of this to instigate him and was told that there was a certain agreement between Sengoku and Whitebeard that they would not kill the Ace and Whitebeard pirates, and that the pirates who replaced New World would be completely wiped out. As expected of Marine Admiral, this trick is very useful for killing people with a knife, Doflamingo exclaimed. Pamela Helling clenched his fists excitedly. "Despicable. A stabbing is a miracle, and I am ready to realize it." Scootard looked at Whitebeard and said lightly. The 43 pirate groups began to wonder in suspicion, because they discovered that the humanoid weapons were all attacking the New World pirates, and they didn't attack the 14 captains of the Whitebeard pirates at all. In the flames of war, their companions continued to fall, and the sacrifices were all members of their New World pirates. "Papa, betrayed us? Father, really use Ace's life in exchange? Daddy, talk to you. Daddy betrayed us." Skuyard gritted his teeth and said to Whitebeard in a cold voice. Philadelphia Marco grabbed Skuyard by the neckline, wishing to send him away with a punch. "You have been cheated. Why don't you believe the old man? Ace is Roger's son. This is indeed true." Whitebeard drew out a long knife, with a blood hole left in his chest. He looked at Skeward. They manipulated the man who was most easily shaken by this one. "I have to say their tactics are better." Sengoku frowned, picked up the phone worm and ordered, "Can't hesitate anymore, Aokiji." Aokiji got up, flew to the clown Buggy's side, and froze the last video phone worm, making it impossible to continue the broadcast. Is this war planned long ago? The residents of Sabayati Archipelago talked a lot, and suddenly the screen turned into snowflakes again. "This man. I was stabbed by one of his men. It's too ugly, Whitebeard. I don't want to lose to a cowardly man like you." Sir Crocodile pointed at Whitebeard and said angrily. Sherlock could understand his emotions, but he knew it was bound to happen. Skeward's cut was not a turning point in the war. The Whitebeard pirates were doomed to fail the moment they entered Marineford. First, Whitebeard is already old and has a ship doctor around him at any time. This time he personally led the pirates to attack. It is already a strong support, and his body is constantly deteriorating. Second, the dominance of the war has been in Marine's hands from the very beginning, not only because Marineford is Marine's headquarters, it occupies a natural geographical advantage. The marine fortifications surrounded on 3 sides only need to block the exit and come directly to a turtle in the urn. Third, Shishibukai, who wants to take a higher position in his Hine, has long been unwilling to subdue to the 4 emperors. Whoever can kill Whitebeard will be the next 4 emperors. Even without Scudder's betrayal, the Whitebeard pirates will inevitably fail. This is a war doomed to fail. With Whitebeard's wisdom, he would not fail to understand, but he was unwilling to give up Ace, unwilling to live in regret. Start the surrounding wall. Sengoku gave the final killer. In an instant, the marine fortifications around the inner bay rose up an iron wall, revealing more advanced weapons. Do you know what you did? Whitebeard knelt down and hugged Squard in his arms, meeting my old father? What a stupid son. Even a stupid son, I still love you. Don't be kidding, you obviously sold our lives to Marine. Squad gritted his teeth. Who is it that led you to the darkness? Whitebeard didn't kill Squard, and said slowly how ridiculous it is to pay a father's debt. Think about what Ace you know, think about how we get along at sea. Not only is Ace my son, you are all my family. Squad dropped the long knife in his hand, tears rolling in his eyes. Sengoku, you're so young. It's the old man who underestimated Marine. Whitebeard shook his fist, cracks appeared again in the space, and the glaciers on both sides of Marine headquarters shattered one by one. The ice wall is gone. The warship can also be used, so we can run away at any time, said the pirates. Whitebeard stood on the bow, shouting loudly, as a pirate, it is up to you to decide what to believe in. At this moment, the pirates woke up. The old man did not betray them, everything was Marine's strategy. Those who want to go with me come with me, and bet their lives to follow me, Whitebeard said, and the pirates raised their blades and shouted, come on. Whitebeard already knew about his physical problem, he was ready to give it a go, jumped off the mobile, and rushed into the front battlefield, shouting, superior, all against. The strongest man in the world is going to show off. Sengoku had a serious face and ordered loudly. Even in Sengoku's heart, Whitebeard's weight is very important. This is a respectable opponent, and one of the 4 emperors that both Marines and world government are jealous of. The man most likely to become One Piece, a legend left by the last era, a myth of this era. What Marine has to do is to defeat this myth and finally the last era. The fate of the world must be in the hands of the world government and the Marine, not by the 4 emperors on the sea. Isn't this battle a big bet? Overwhelming all the elite troops and dignity of Marine, vowed to defend Marine's rule over the sea and weaken the power of 4 emperors and Shishibukai. Go on with Daddy. Open the way for Daddy. Whitebeard's attack boosted the morale of the pirates. Their blood burned, and they waved the knife in their hands and rushed towards Marine. There was an endless wave of sounds of killing and colliding with weapons. The war officially entered a climax. Never let them come close, shoot. Marine artillery attacked frantically, and a series of cannons were aimed at the pirates in the bay. Boom, boom, booming bombardment one after another, forming a terrible war song. In this battle song, someone keeps falling down and can't get up again. Whitebeard slammed the bombs beside him. The noisy battlefield time freezes for an instant, and Sherlock enters the mysterious space of the system. A 3-story Western-style building appeared in the dark space. What is this? Sherlock asked. This is our house. Host's wealth value determines our living standards. We can't always live in the mall. Papicia laughed and said that Sherlock had the joy that the blood-sucking worm on her body suddenly grew up. Ding, host, what help does host need? I need something that can instantly improve combat effectiveness. In order to become the ultimate victor in this war, he feels that his strategy and strength are not enough. Even if he has been planning this plan for 2 years, he must make sure that he is foolproof. He knows the deployment and planning of Marine headquarters, and he has exercised many escape routes in his brain. Of course, there will always be differences between the brain simulation and the strength situation, so after entering the square, he carefully observes, compares, and looks for loopholes. I have to admit that Houston's brain is really good. Sherlock simulated the top war layout based on his memories and almost no gap with reality. You can even judge the location of the exit, entrance, underground fortress, and motivation room through details. Healing has the ability to cause hallucinations. Within 500 meters of her range, it can cause collective hallucinations. The less harmful the hallucinations will last longer. If more than 1,000 people are hallucinated, the time will last up to 5 minutes. Sherlock didn't plan to join Marine from the beginning. Sooner or later, celestial dragons will settle accounts with himself. So the first thing he did when he entered Marine headquarters was to use healing to hallucinate people around him. He came to the power room and opened up Justice Gate, welcome Luffy and the others to join the battlefield. Afterwards, Sherlock returned to Hulling and kept observing the changes in the battlefield, waiting for Blackbeard to appear. With his strength, it is completely okay to sling a supernova, but compared to 4 emperors, Sengoku and San Admiral, he is still immature. Although he was not attacked at all by the top luck, even stray bullets would take the initiative to avoid him. But if he wants to face off against the peak strength, he still feels a little flustered, he must have a stronger guarantee. Then make a big bet. Papicia personally took Sherlock to the big players' gamble on the second floor of the pyramid. Squeeze all your wealth and bet on the invincible God of War experience card. Papicia paused for a while, and friendly reminded, however, your luck value is invalid at this gaming table, and this experience card can only last for 5 minutes, which is not worthwhile for you. Bet. Sherlock exited the system plane and time returned to normal. Marine's encirclement wall is finally activated. The Marines withdrew one after another, and a huge iron wall rose in the harbor, which soared into the clouds, surrounding the entire harbor. The pirates looked sideways at the high wall, and were immediately dumbfounded. What is this? Fight out! They constantly waved their weapons to rush towards the surrounding wall, but they all failed one by one. Knives, swords, halberds, and bullet artillery were completely useless against the special material surrounding wall. Countless cannons slowly rise on the iron wall. This is to prepare to bombard and annihilate all the pirates in the harbor. As Sherlock said, this is a battle that will be defeated. The only exit of the wall is the place where the demon Little Uz fell. This is the only way for the pirates to escape. Luffy was obstructed by the thick wall, unable to reach the execution platform. What's the matter? Why don't you raise all the walls? Sengoku asked. No, the demon Uz blocked the power unit here. Can't rise. Marine reported. Sengoku looked at the huge size of the demon Uz. His will was so tenacious that he could not imagine, even if he died, he would leave a way out for his companions. Is this a member of the Whitebeard pirate group? Although they are pirates, their affection has also touched Sengoku, but Sengoku has his own position. As long as he wears a marine uniform for a day, he will never show mercy to the pirates. In his dictionary, there is only justice. Kun justice in the world. The government's decision is justice. Obedience is a soldier's natural value, absolute loyalty, and faith. Sengoku has its own persistence and its own way. Everyone must stick to this way, otherwise they will only get lost in the killing. Sengoku paused and said, Akainu, let's get started. Akainu slowly walked out of the darkness, his arms turned into red-hot lava, he waved his fist towards the sky, and the magma continued to fly to the sky, disappearing into the gray sky. That's right, the sky at this moment has been rendered black by continuous artillery fire. The quiet atmosphere did not last long. Suddenly, countless fist-shaped lava poured down from the sky like a torrential rain. Destroy the ice and leave them nowhere to hide, Sengoku said. The New World stars who watched the Sabayati archipelago also started their own actions. Boom 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 under the constant blast of molten iron fist, not only the ice was destroyed, but also ships, warships, pirates. The peace ambassadors are still attacking the pirates. The battle was reversed in an instant, and the pirates had nowhere to escape. Whitebeard, your time is over. Akainu said frantically that he will end the era of Whitebeard himself. After this battle, he will be the creator of history. The era of great pirates is over. Pirates, rubbish produced in human society. All perish. Akainu's attitude towards pirates has always been that he would rather kill by mistake than let go. He is a real cruel man. What he implements is complete justice and no evil is allowed. As long as he can achieve the goal of eliminating the pirates, he doesn't care about the life and death of his subordinates. The Moby D***K was hit by Akainu's lava and burned into flames, as if to burn the faith of the Whitebeard pirates. Hurry up and put out the fire, Moby D***K. We have been together for decades. Many pirates have burst into tears. In their hearts, this is not only a ship, but also their partners, their homes and dreams. Originally, Moby D***K was supposed to be the sailing ship of this pirate king. It should be recorded in history and become the legend that the pirates will always yearn for on the sea. But now the huge Moby D***K was covered by molten lava, burned by the fire, and was about to turn into ashes. They can't stand it. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates also fell to the ground. At sea, the flag represents dignity. A burly pirate squatted down to pick up their pirate flag, and suddenly a cannonball traversed him, blasting him into mud. His broken arm was pressed on the pirate banner, and it became the epitome of this cruel war. The battle plan is all going well, now, Ace is executed in advance. Sengoku raised his head and looked at the flames of war ahead, all for a better future, he commanded loudly. At this moment, the wounded Luffy rushed over again, and other pirates also charged with him. The artillery fire continued to take away fresh lives. Luffy held on to the heavy artillery fire and moved on. In the fog, he saw Ace with a sharp knife on his neck. With a loud bang, the artillery fire knocked Luffy away several meters and fell into the cold water. Luffy, Ace watched his friends fall one by one. He was extremely angry, but he was helpless. His hands were handcuffed with sea stone handcuffs, unable to use any abilities. Start execution, Sengoku said coldly. Garp frowned and clenched his fists, but his position did not allow him to do anything against Marine. As the Marine Vice Admiral, from the moment he put on the Marine uniform, he shouldered the mission of justice. But behind justice often requires the sacrifice of personal emotions, especially in the case of opposing positions. He is Ace's grandfather, and even Marine Vice Admiral. From the moment he swore to carry out justice for Marine, he had to abandon his personal feelings. The title of Marine Hero Garp hides his helplessness too much, even if he always smiles and treats any possible disaster with an optimistic attitude, but at this moment, his heart seems to be suffering from hell. Tortured. He and Roger have fought at sea for decades. They are rivals, but they also regard each other as confidants and close friends. Roger entrusted Ace to his hands before his death. The child was innocent. Over the years, he has been raising Ace as his grandson and has never owed him anything. But now, he is going to break his promise after all. Roger. Sorry, I can no longer guard your child. Ace. Sorry, I am not a good grandpa. Garp buried his head, tears dripping. He has countless regrets in his life, but he has never regretted it at all. But today, he regretted that he didn't tie Ace by his side and let him follow himself to be an upright Marine. Put him on Roger's old path. And his grandson Luffy is fighting with countless Marines. Luffy is already scarred and beaten into a human shape, but he still didn't give up saving Ace. He still ran towards the execution platform. No one can understand Garp's inner suffering. Throughout his life, he has thrown his head in blood on the sea for Marine, saving thousands of ordinary people. Everyone called him a hero. But at this moment, he really doesn't want to be a hero. He just wants to protect the relatives behind him. But why is it so difficult? Sengoku frowned at the tearful old Garp and said, "Your younger generations have chosen a different path from yours. The moment they choose, they are doomed to end. Whether Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy or Iron Fist Houston, you are not in your control. You are probably really old. Now, we shed tears cowardly on the battlefield, and let our 100,000 fighting army see your appearance. Where should the dignity of our Marine be placed?" Sengoku and Garp have been fighting side by side for decades. It was the first time he saw Garp cry. Although he was berating Garp, he actually wanted to comfort him in another way. Garp wiped his tears and nose. "Houston? Didn't that brat agree to Shishibukai?" If anyone on this battlefield is related to Garp, it is the newly promoted Shishibukai Leah D. Houston. But his identity is also embarrassing, because he beat celestial dragons. For this top-level war in the greatest strength to expand the power of justice, Marine held an emergency meeting to forcibly suppress public opinion and put the charge of beating celestial dragons on the head of Straw Hat Luffy, uniting all the forces that can be united, and earning Houston under his command. Of course, thanks to the pirate clues Houston previously provided to Garp, Marine saw his sincerity. The anti-haki armor provided this time shows his value even more. At this time, one more friend is better than one more enemy. But after the top war, it is difficult to say whether the world government will slaughter the donkeys after the fall. Because he played celestial dragons, a world nobleman. For any crime, Marine would not bear such a huge pressure. It is also thanks to the 3 sky people who were beaten up still lying in the hospital bed and not waking up, otherwise the prison of Impel Down would not have to run away. Garp's gaze fell on Houston, and he saw Houston holding a cup of coffee, and a silver-haired girl beside him squeezed his back, which was completely different from the style of war on top. Everyone else is in the fierce battle, but he is fishing, and he feels at ease. Garp suddenly felt liver pain. "Houston, are you guys here on vacation?" Sengoku also noticed Houston's status. If Houston's guarantor were Vice Admiral, Bandai and Garp, Sengoku suspected that he had just bought a ticket to visit. Sherlock seemed to have noticed the gazes of Garp and Sengoku. He held up the coffee cup, smiled at the corners of his mouth, and opened his lips, as if to say a toast to our friendship. Sengoku smelled the conspiracy, but Houston was still too young in front of him. He had prepared a prison for Houston, and he would take him in as soon as the war on the top was over. For the pirate, use it if you can use it, and discard it when you use it. This is his policy. In addition, Houston offends celestial dragons, and Marine has to give the world aristocrats a perfect explanation. So Houston's provocation, Sengoku didn't care about it. After Shishibukai and Whitebeard were both injured, Marine took everyone in one fell swoop. This was the perfect ending. In the event of an accident, Shishibukai can be spared temporarily, but Houston will never escape. And Sherlock also knew Sengoku well. He even checked all Sengoku's previous records and strategies. He knew that Marine had promised himself the goal of going to the top of the war. He wanted weapons and people. When the war ended, it was when Marine pointed the finger at him. But he doesn't care. What he wants is admission tickets, and the admission tickets are all based on strength. Sherlock stood up, took off the black trench coat, and placed it in Yiling's hands. The corners of Ming Ge beside him raised his mouth, and his eyes narrowed into thin lines under the sunglasses. He also wanted to see what Houston wanted to do. After all, since entering the battlefield, Houston has done nothing but save an indifferent Marine and get rid of Sir Crocodile. Look, Houston is moving. Tekken Houston, Garp's heir, newly promoted Shishibukai, he finally started. The Marines looked at Houston expectantly. Most people didn't know the fact that he beat celestial dragons. They all thought that Luffy did it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so excited, nor dare to be so excited. I saw Sherlock's ghostly figure appearing next to the Devil Oz. He shook a refreshing iron fist, which seemed to be powerful, but only one point. The purpose is to stimulate his nerves with hormones, so that he wakes up, and at the same time, it can temporarily paralyze his pain. His actions shocked everyone. What is he doing? Why hit a dead person? Houston is as bad as the legend, and will not let go of the dead. He is the new Shishibukai Leah D. Houston. Too bad. Both Marine and the pirates expressed shame on his move, and Sherlock shot the fallen Oz on the grounds of clearing the passage. Although it is bad, it seems to be helping us. He is Shishibukai after all, and he has responded to the call. Marines talked a lot, only Boone knew that Houston would not really surrender anyone. Oncoming is Foil Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. This is a tall, dark-skinned man. He has a curvy black beard, a dark blue top hat and golden earrings. Wearing an open dark blue shirt with dense chest hair, a cloak, white gloves, a scabbard on each side of the belt, and 2 western swords. He swung his sword at Sherlock. You shouldn't do anything to the fallen man. Sherlock dodged, avoiding the sword. Rosewheel Dance Bista performed the stunt of the second sword style, jumping into the air, while swinging both swords, looking down and emitting a lot of red rose petals. The sword intent in the petals strikes like a spring breeze, and the rose is scattered and the soul is broken. Sherlock pulled out the Azure Moon Shadow knife from his back, matched the 6th-style body technique, and imitated the swordsmanship of the Eagle Eye. Although the Kingyu Shadow knife is a sword, it has a long and slender figure and a dark pattern of Kangyu is carved on its face. In fact, it is not much different from a sword, except that the sword is a single-edged sword. If this knife is in Hawkeye's hands, it should be able to exert a stronger ability, Sherlock judged. Asa's low and hoarse voice sounded like a cry from hell. Everyone was attracted by this sound, and saw that the Demon Oz, who had fallen for a long time, stood up again. Hormones stimulate the nerves, so that he can't feel the pain on the body surface, and there is only one thought in his heart: save people. Ace. He repeated Ace's name over and over again, his eyes distracted. As long as he could move, he would give his best friend one last fight. He stretched out his huge palm, trying to hold Ace on the execution platform. I want to protect you. Sherlock raised the corners of her mouth, but there was a strange emotion in her eyes. Oz, Ace shouted. Jinbei rescued Luffy from the sea. At this time, the soldiers who came out of the gap in the wall fired one after another towards Oz, but they were still unable to kill the tenacious Oz. Oz continues to bury the progressive method forward. He wants to make a bloody path for the pirates. Kizaru walked out slowly. He stretched out his fingers, and a golden light formed. Once the light pierced Oz, he would definitely die. Even Shishibukai cannot directly accept Kizaru's light sanctions, but the light attack was blocked by other pirates. At the same time, Jinbei launched an ocean current to fall over his shoulder, and the ocean flowed back, and the ocean current directly sent Luffy in front of San Admiral. Luffy hugged a deadwood and came to the place closest to the execution platform. Are you still here? Aokiji looked at Luffy. He was obviously exhausted, his body was bruised, but his eyes were very firm. It feels as if I saw Garp's eyes for the first time, and he deserves to be the grandson of the hero Garp. It's terrifying to be so young. Kizaru sighed. If you don't catch you, I can't explain to celestial dragons. In the Sabayati Archipelago incident, Luffy beat celestial dragons violently. Kizaru didn't catch him at the time, and it happened to rectify him on the spot. This battlefield is still too young for you. Akainu lowered the brim of his hat. He looked at Luffy as if he saw a rising new world extremely evil force. He wanted to strangle him in the cradle, whether it was Ace or Luffy. Since he chose the path of pirates, you have to be conscious of death. Akainu will never show mercy to any pirates. Seeing Luffy, who had just confronted the 3 Admiral, Whitebeard raised his mouth. He thought of Shanks the Redhead. Redhead broke an arm in East Blue, and Whitebeard teased him. What kind of person can make a man like you break an arm? I bet this arm on New World. Shanks' words, Whitebeard only understands so far. Luffy is a man worthy of a Redhead bet. Not only because of his courage and perseverance different from ordinary people, but also because of his perseverance to partners. Only such a person can inherit D's will and find One Piece. Kizaru embraced Luffy, looked at Luffy, and said, it's impossible for you to win us. Your persistence is worthy of praise. There was a trace of coldness in Akainu's eyes, and the coercion radiating from his whole body made it difficult to look directly at it. This was not haki, but the hostility of the people who came out of countless corpse mountains in blood. Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru are all Marine Admiral killed by thousands of people. Each of them has the bones of countless pirates piled under their feet. Almost no one dared to look directly at them, let alone confront them. Today, there are exceptions. Give me back Ace. Without fear, Luffy roared at the 3 Admiral, threw the deadwood at them, and then hit the ice layer and launched the rubber machine gun, kicking countless footprints on the 3 Admiral's body. but their bodies continued to heal themselves, as if Luffy hadn't launched any attacks at all. The difference in strength is like a moat, and there is only one road in front of Luffy, which is towards failure. But he is unwilling. Even if the battle is at the last moment, even if it is doomed to fail in the end, he will not give up. As long as he is not dead, he will never abandon Ace. Ace, wait for me a while. Luffy wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth, got up again, activated the Rubberman's second block, his whole body was red, and attacked the three with the greatest strength. Everyone obeys, cover Luffy. Keep going, Whitebeard ordered. 3 Admiral. The Straw Hat Luffy actually dared to shoot in front of the 3 Admiral. Horrible, Straw Hat Luffy is too courageous. This is Monkey D. Luffy, the newcomer of New World. The Marines standing on the Marine fortifications side. At this moment, even if Luffy was finally defeated, they would remember the persistence of this young man. He bravely challenged the forces at the top of Marine. No one dared to look directly at them even if it was inside Marine. 3 people. Unfortunately, Luffy was not an opponent at all. He was beaten down again and got up again and again. Execution. Sengoku's cold voice came, and everyone's eyes were drawn away from the battle between Luffy and San Admiral. Luffy was dumbfounded for a second, and he stretched out his hand, too far away to save Ace at all. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group were also stunned, seeing the executioner's steel knife cut down. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Ace closed his eyes, but suddenly there was a feeling of relief in his heart. Sorry, Luffy. I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm sorry, Oz. I'm sorry, brothers from the pirates. I was the one who caused everyone, so let's do it, that's fine. Ace. Luffy let out a heart-piercing roar. At the moment the blood splashed, all the artillery bombardment and the sound of swords, guns, and halberds seemed to disappear. The world seems to be frozen at this moment. Everyone held their breath. Ace opened his eyes. Am I not dead? The execution officer fell in a pool of blood, and his body was cut off in the middle, instantly fatal. Garp, Sengoku, San Admiral, Shishibukai, and the Whitebeard pirate group were all stunned. Who can save Ace at this time? Who can save him? Right under Sengoku's nose, Crocodile dangled his cigar and took a deep sip. Who is it? Sengoku's pupils shrank, and only Marine was the closest to him. A traitor appeared in Marine. This is absolutely intolerable. He looked at Garp coldly, and Garp looked dumbfounded. I don't know. Sengoku retracted his gaze. He stood on the high platform and scanned below. Sherlock fought with Baista, and the sword that was cut out turned out to be the direction of the execution platform. The sword intent was like a roaring tyrannosaurus and directly brought down the 2 execution officers. Leah D. Houston. Sengoku still underestimated the enemy, and underestimated the city of Houston. Leah D. Houston, who was able to break away from Red Hair Pirates and the first Supernova, rejected Shishibukai invitation 6 years ago. He blew up Lobe Town and beat Celestial Dragons when he came back 6 years later. How could such a bad temperament be reconciled? Behold, constrained by Marine? Was he to participate in the war at the top to save Ace? Sengoku glared at Sherlock. Sherlock looked at him innocently. The sword has no eyes. Can you believe me if I say this? Ding, congratulations to host, successfully saved Ace, talent value +1, cumulative talent value 41. Ding, congratulations to host, successfully angered Sengoku, talent value +1, cumulative talent value 42. It turns out that saving Ace and enraging Sengoku can get a bonus to talent. Sherlock felt that this was an unexpected gain. His original 40-point talent was only accumulated after eating a basket of talent fruits. Houston. Well done. Luffy said excitedly that he has always regarded Leah D. Houston as a friend, even if they always have various different ideas. But in Luffy, it is rare to see the qualities of Deo being different and inconsistent. He is a person who can become friends because of something very small as long as you don't cross his bottom line. The little things between Leah D. Houston and Luffy are the memories of childhood together. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly, and he had nothing to say for Luffy's repair. Leah D. Houston, I thought you would be on our side in response to the government's call. It seems I was wrong. What is your purpose? Sengoku asked, adding in his heart that it seemed that the plan to deal with Leah D. Houston had to be advanced. My pleasure. Sherlock spit out these 3 words slowly. Ding, congratulations to host, once again successfully angered Sengoku, talent value +1, cumulative talent value 43. Sherlock's face was dazed, and then he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, interesting. The Marines immediately surrounded Sherlock and raised their muskets. Sherlock's former wine and meat friend Will was among them, and his brows were frowned at this time. Doflamingo also cracked the corners of his mouth. Houston, I thought we would become friends. It seems you have chosen a different path, so let me see you off. Crocodile stood up and stood in front of Sherlock. Crocodile. Sengoku frowned. I thought you had an old grudge with Whitebeard, it would help us. Sengoku raised his hand, and the Marine shot immediately. Unexpectedly, you and Leah D. Houston are in the same group, but bullets are useless for Crocodile of Sansan Fruit. Most people don't understand the behavior of Sherlock and Crocodile, including Seaman Jinbei and Ivankov. Hasn't Houston returned to Marine? I heard that he sold the whereabouts of a group of pirates to Marine and also sent weapons. How could he turn around at this time? And Crocodile, didn't he always want Whitebeard's life? That old man who is dying, I will solve it myself in the future, but now, I don't want to see your happy faces, Crocodile said lightly. Suddenly, an invisible thread appeared on his neck, directly separating his head and body. Crocodile's head flew into the sky under the attention of many Marines. In an instant, the sand gathered again, and a new head seemed to grow around his neck. Doflamingo walked out of the crowd, his mouth raised, and he wore a pink feather coat, which was particularly eye-catching wherever he went. Hello, the asterisk D Crocodile, you dumped me, do you want to join forces with Houston? Doflamingo said, I will be jealous, I won't join hands with you. Crocodile said. Doflamingo sighed, should you still throw me away? That's it, Crocodile answered lightly. Brother Ming, it seems that your charm is not as good as mine. The corners of Sherlock's mouth raised, a tsundere expression. Ding, congratulations to host, successfully angered Doflamingo, talent value +1, cumulative talent value 44. The eyes of the two met, both full of disdain. Immediately, when Doflamingo was about to attack Sherlock, Crocodile took the lead. On the other side, after thanking Sherlock, Luffy continued to rush forward, avoiding Aokiji's Ice Thorn attack under the cover of the Phoenix Marco. Everyone catch Oz and rush over. You have to board the square anyway. The pirates in the bay jumped off the boat and swam in the sea, heading in the direction of Oz. They wanted to board the square and rescue Ace. Are you crazy after losing your boat and foothold? Marine-class Dog Vice Admiral said, now they are meat targets, shoot me. He is extremely angry at the moment, because Houston has failed his trust. When the war is over, he and Garp are likely to be sent to a military court because of Houston. Who made them the guarantor of Houston? Don't hold back. Go. The pirates continued to swim in the sea under the cannon fire, without fear of death. Amid the sound of gunfire, the Whitebeard pirate flag fluttered in the wind again. The sound of crashing water sounded again, and a coated boat rushed out from the bottom of the sea. This was the fourth boat of the Whitebeard pirate group, which had been hidden on the bottom of the sea before. At this moment all the pirates boarded the ship and once again had a foothold. Sink it, the Marines shouted. Suddenly, Sengoku reacted, and he waved and commanded, don't attack the ship, attack Oz. Oz picked up the huge pirate ship and rushed directly into the square. Countless pirates jumped off the boat and came to the square. The execution platform above the square is in front of you. Ace couldn't help shouting, Daddy, you still have your head, Ace, Whitebeard said. Finally, I can save you, Ace. Before Oz's words fell, countless shells hit his head, and he fell to the ground again. This time, he had tried his best to stand up again. As he fell, he looked at Sherlock, his lips opened and closed, and he silently uttered the word thank you. Sherlock lowered his head, his eyes dimmed. I don't know if I can bear these two words, but don't worry, I will save Ace for you. 5 years ago, Sherlock, who had just escaped from the hellfire, was in a shipwreck. Being swept onto a desert island by a strange ocean current, without fresh water and food, and suffering from stitching with Houston's soul, made him feel that life is better than death for the first time. Sherlock also took a raft out to sea, and was swept back by the current every time. When Sherlock was desperate, he found that there was another victim on the island. It's just that this person is so huge, he squatted quietly in the distance, just like a hill. Sherlock took a closer look and found that he was terrifying. But the hunger tormented Sherlock, which made him pluck up the courage to kill the monster in front of him. After eating him, he might be able to wait for the rescue at sea. He waved his fist, trying to solve this giant monster with an iron fist. Suddenly Houston's soul counterattacked again, trying to seize control of the body. Stitching was a very difficult process. Sherlock felt the soul was torn, desperate to live, and fell to the ground. Perhaps, he was the food delivered to the monster's mouth. But when Sherlock opened his eyes again, he found not only that he hadn't been eaten, but the hideous monster also held up a huge straw hat to block him from the scorching sun. The straw hat made by Ace for me hides the sun, so it doesn't get hot, the giant monster said and smirked. It was the purest smile Sherlock had ever seen, like a child. Later on the desert island, the two could only feed on the surrounding plants, and Oz acted as the person who tested the poison. Every time he handed the edible plants to Sherlock, and then showed a simple smile. Later, Oz's friends found them and sent Sherlock to East Blue, and they were separated. When parting, Sherlock warned Oz never to come to Marineford. Sherlock condensed his thoughts, rubbed his eyebrows, suppressing the boring mood in his heart. Whitebeard held Kong Yunkai and jumped off the boat. Whitebeard! It's Whitebeard! Whitebeard has arrived in the square. The Marines cried out in fear, this demon-like man, standing in front of them at this time, just his eyes could seem to substitute people into the abyss. They raised their muskets and aimed them at Whitebeard. "Sons, step back." Whitebeard gave an order and waved the clouds to cut off the air flow again. The space vibrated and the Marines who were blocked in front of him flew away. Immediately, the 14 captains of the Whitebeard pirate group jumped off the boat and appeared behind Whitebeard. "Little ones, rescue Ace and destroy Marine." Oh, a wave of overwhelming voices sounded. The morale of the Whitebeard pirate group was high, and the Black pirate group pressed toward the square. Sengoku stood on a high place, his eyes firm, and he clenched his fists. "Gar, now, we can't stand by and watch." Garp gritted his teeth and his face was dull. He knew that Marine needed him and he had to stand up. Whitebeard, like Roger, is his life's rival and the biggest obstacle to Marine. "It seems we are still put together," Garp said leisurely, sitting next to Ace. "There's no way." A white cold air appeared in Aokiji's hands. He jumped forward and stretched out his hands. The cold air spread along the direction of his palms and returned in the direction of Whitebeard. Puck! In an instant, the air around Whitebeard solidified, and he was covered by a thick layer of ice. "Daddy is blocked!" cried the pirates in horror. With a loud noise, a crack spread from the inside of the ice layer, and then the ice layer was completely shattered. Whitebeard shook away the thick frost on his body. Aokiji frowned and looked at Whitebeard. "It seems that the vibration cannot be frozen." He jumped up again, stepped on the moonwalk, and came to the sky. Aokiji was about to talk about ice hockey, but when he only talked about a quarter, he was cut by the cloud from Whitebeard, slashing his body, and his voice stopped abruptly. "Kyuzin Admiral!" The Marines shouted loudly, shocked. Was Admiral killed by Whitebeard? However, Aokiji was not dead. He held Whitebeard's cloud cut, and frost sprang from his abdomen, following the blade of the cloud cut to Whitebeard's body. As long as the frost erodes on Whitebeard's body, it can shatter Whitebeard's body. Diamond Jaws stepped forward and hit Aokiji with his hardened body, resisting his frost erosion. "Let me be your opponent." Diamond Jaws smashed through the thick ice and rammed Aokiji head-on, making a bang. Whitebeard squeezed Kon Yunkai tightly and moved on. On the other side, Luffy kept running towards the execution platform. Sherlock retreated to Yiling to resist the attacking Marine for her. Herring looked at Sherlock with a touch of emotion. "Houston, you are actually protecting me. You need to recharge, the real good show hasn't started yet." Sherlock patted her shoulder. Yiling blushed and nodded like garlic, which perfectly interpreted the well-behaved and sensible emoticon. "If you continue to make trouble like this island will not be able to hold on." Akainu Admiral also stood up. He shook his huge magma arm and slammed into Whitebeard's shaking fist. In an instant, the entire square was divided into two halves by the red magma and the white vibrating air current. The earth shook and the building was destroyed. The pirates and Marine who were caught in the air current fell to the ground and lost their lives. Phoenix Marco opened his blue flame wings and flew towards the execution platform. "Can't wait any longer, he wants to save Ace." Snapped with a loud noise, Garp waved his iron fist, pierced his blue flame protection layer, hit his body directly, and shot him down from high altitude. With a loud bang, Marco fell to the ground, knocking up the dust all over the ground. Garp sat down on the seat on the high platform. This high platform stands in front of the execution platform. It is the only way to reach the execution platform, and it is also the last stop. If you want to pass from here, just step on the old man's body. This loud voice resounded throughout the square. "It's Garp. The hero Garp has joined the battle." The Marines cheered, and it seemed that Garp's participation in the battle aroused their fighting spirit more than the three Admiral. Monkey D. Garp. Even if everyone knows that Revolutionary Dragon is his son, Straw Hat Luffy is his grandson, Shishibukai Houston is his disciple, and Woquan Ace is his righteous grandson, they still choose to believe him. Because 38 years ago, when everyone was powerless, he stood up, alone, as a spear, and blocked the attack of the evil Rocks pirate in the Valley of God. Back then, this evil pirate group was headed by the Captain Rocks. The crew included young Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, Captain John, and Akoku, waiting for the great pirate who is now famous all over the world. The Rocks, who are trying to seize world power in the Valley of Gods and become the king of the world, are ambitious and powerful. They are basically hailed as unrivaled. No one dares to fight. It is discouraged and daunting. Only Garp is the station. After coming out, just this courage and responsibility is worthy of the word hero. Garp stayed in the Valley of Gods. He repelled the invincible Rocks, and joined Roger to destroy the entire Rocks pirate. Because of Roger's identity as a pirate, the newspaper covered up the fact that he and Roger had joined forces, claiming that he alone saved the Valley of the Gods, so he was called the Marine Hero by the world. As the soul of Marine, he will be revered wherever he goes. Anyone can betray Marine in the world, but Garp will not. He is a recognized hero in the hearts of people all over the world. As long as he is there, people will feel at ease inexplicably. So the joining of Garp instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the Marines and awakened the blood in their bodies. At the same time, during the decades of confrontation with Roger, Garp's record of driving him into desperation several times also made the pirates jealous. They were inexplicably frightened when they heard that Garp was in the war. Even if there is a strong leader like Whitebeard, who is stronger than Whitebeard or Roger when they fall to the ground, no one can be sure, but how strong is Garp who can drive Roger to a desperate situation? They know the attitude of the Marines. I heard that Garp could have been promoted to Admiral, but he refused. So his strength is above all Vice Admiral, and may even surpass 3 Admiral, or almost the same as 3 Admiral. Sherlock knew that someone like Garp could defeat him only by the person who showed him his soft heart, otherwise, all his opponents would be crushed by him. Looking at the horrified pirates, Whitebeard waved from the cloud and let out a loud cry, "Don't be afraid. Garp is just an old man." Yes, he is old. What happened more than 30 years ago is history. The current era belongs to ours. The pirates shouted loudly and picked it up again. The pirates stabilized their minds and continued to charge. At this time, Akainu Admiral, wearing a cap and a white Justice Marine coat, walked out slowly, his eyes cold, like a hunting dog seeing its prey. Akainu Gurren. Akainu waved his arm, and the crimson lava turned into a vicious dog and rushed towards Whitebeard. The vicious dog bit him in the shoulder, and then Akainu took advantage of the victory and slammed the giant molten fist at Whitebeard again. Bang 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 with loud noises. Whitebeard originally had a hole in his abdomen that was pierced by a sword, and was seriously injured. He held his chest and vomited blood. "Whitebeard, time is not forgiving," Akainu said lightly. The voice seemed regretful, but also mocking. The ship Dr. Phoenix Marco of the Whitebeard pirates rushed towards Whitebeard, knowing that Daddy's injury could not wait any longer. "Father, I'll be here soon." While talking, he avoided the surrounding artillery and rushed towards Whitebeard. There was a snap. A golden beam of light pierced through Marco's back. Marco did not expect that his physique would be directly penetrated. The power of Zoan Devil Fruit is still at a disadvantage against Logia. It's Kizaru. Kizaru's beam penetrated Marco's body. Oh, it's hit. The Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider walked up to Marco and handcuffed his left hand with Haikau stone handcuffs. Marco's ability to recover himself as in Phoenix was immediately restrained, and he could no longer use the blue flame. Marco fell to the ground and looked desperately in the direction of Whitebeard. Haikau stone, the nemesis of demon fruit power. It is also the key to Marine's ability to suppress all heinous people. Once seized by sea stone, the fruit power cannot be used, and it is not much different from ordinary people. Sea stone is in or crystallized by the sea, and all masters are in the hands of Marine and world government. It won't be long before the Overlord Quarry on Tata Island will also become the government's medic. The premise is to catch Leah D. Houston. Aokiji Rengio half opened and half closed his eyes, as if ready to go to sleep at any time, but he jumped and flew into the sky. The power of the frost in his hand froze all the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group, and the situation of the war became one-sided. Is this going to lose? The Whitebeard pirates are in an unprecedented crisis. The Ladyboy King Ivankov was also trapped by Vice Admiral and others. The scarred Luffy fell to the ground, and he reached out his hand, just grabbing Sherlock's foot. "Houston." Sherlock looked sideways, lowered his head, and looked at the blood-stained boy. "If I can't save Ace because I can't fight, I will hate myself for the rest of my life." Sherlock noticed that Luffy's body had reached its limit. "Help me, as you did to Oz just now." Luffy's faint voice came. "You caught me." Ivankov, who was supposed to have eaten the fruit of hormones, appeared next to Luffy at this moment and gave him a shot of energizing hormones. Unfortunately, Ivankov was entangled and had no time to clone. The side effect of Sherlock's Shuan fruit-derived ability hormonal blinding is as great as the motivation hormone. He lowered the black top hat and said lightly, "Have you figured it out? You might die. If I can't save Ace, I will want to die when I go back." Luffy looked at Sherlock firmly. "You don't live long like this." Sherlock frowned slightly. "At least I want to guard my eyes." Luffy's hand gripped Sherlock's ankle tightly. Sherlock squatted down and slapped Luffy with a hand knife. "No wonder the barrage says that you will not live long. Are you really a 17-year-old young and invincible?" Sherlock murmured, and threw Luffy on Herring's back. He Ling had now transformed into a unicorn centaur. She waved her white wings and wrapped Luffy. Luffy seemed to have fallen into a sweet dream, and the scars on her body were dissipating little by little. "You have the ability to heal?" Sherlock looked at He Ling in surprise. Herring nodded. "The unicorn blood in my body will automatically awaken at the age of 14 and will have a healing technique after awakening." "So you just came of age?" "Yesterday was my birthday. Houston is too busy, so it doesn't matter if you don't remember," He Ling said thoughtfully. "She is always very sensible." Sherlock felt that Houston really picked up a treasure at this time, not only good at assassination, but also with venom and illusion, but also healed. "Where can I find such a nanny? It's just that the nurse's IQ is a bit worrying, and she has to be very loyal and will not be abducted." On the execution stage, the two newcomers are ready. they polish 2 steel knives. They are also called execution officers. These are 2 execution officers, one tall and one short. Although they are only substitutes, their hands are also stained with the blood of countless pirates. Normal pirates only need 1 execution officer to appear, and it is normal to take down the pirate's head with 1 knife. And the 2 execution officers who need to execute the death penalty together are definitely heavyweights with heinous crimes. Even if these villains are notorious, they will get the last respect because of their strength. 2 steel knives are inserted directly into the heart to end their lives. This method of preserving the whole body of death is considered the highest honor, and the body will be hung on the wall of Marineford for 3 days and 3 nights until the body decays to warn the villains of the world. Sengoku gave an order: execution. In an instant, a strong haki burst out of Sherlock's body. This haki swept over like a domineering dragon, forming a 100-meter-long dragon projection visible to the naked eye, suppressing everyone underground. Most of the Marines present were stunned by this force, and people fell to the ground one after another, losing consciousness. But 1/10 of Marines are still standing. He really hides a terrible power. Kizaru pushed his tinted glasses and said casually, "Sure enough, it was born with it?" Garp stood on the high platform, clasping his fists. "You must kill Houston," Marine Vice Admiral ordered. These Marines who are still standing wear Wrightson's special armor, which can shield Conqueror's Haki's armor. Use his spear to attack his shield. Is the shield better? Or the spear? Sherlock looked at these Marines in armor, and suddenly laughed. He looked at Sengoku. "Is the armor I sent you satisfied?" Sengoku was stunned. "Oops, take off the armor." He yelled through the phone bug, "Take off the armor." Conqueror's Haki. Why is Conqueror's Haki owned by Leah D. Houston so powerful? It's amazing, the pirates said incredulously. Their emotions that have not yet escaped the shock are quickly brought to a climax by the sudden explosion. As Sherlock pressed the button in his hand, the Marines in armor heard the sound of the countdown. Tick tick tick. What happened? They immediately took off their clothes, but unfortunately it was too late. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sherlock counted. Time is up. There was a loud bang. The fireworks that seemed to be lit on the battlefield exploded in all directions. Marines screamed endlessly. It's like a soul-sending movement. Boom boom boom. If Lobran is on the scene, he must have been mad with excitement, his favorite blasting. All the armor exploded like fireworks, and a large number of sea soldiers lost consciousness and fell in a pool of blood. Of course, Sherlock asked Wrights to control the ratio of the sulfur ore mine to the master ore mine, otherwise the people here would not fall to the ground and moan at this moment, but directly turned into blood mist. Sherlock just made them lose the ability to fight, not really killing them. Boone and his companion Marines were fortunate that they were not qualified to wear that armor. "Houston, you didn't remind me at all before. It seems that you have long thought I was wrong." Boone looked at Sherlock thoughtfully. "Impossible. All of these armors have been officially inspected by Marine. Why are there explosives hidden?" The class dog Vice Admiral was confused, and the military court was in front of him. "It's not that explosives are hidden in the armor, but the material used to make the armor is faulty. The material itself contains explosive substances." Granny Crane quickly found the key to the problem, and she deserves to be Marine's brain. Unfortunately, they seriously underestimated Sherlock's courage and wisdom. He didn't really take refuge from the beginning. All this seems to be Sherlock's trap, introducing them step by step. This is how the celestial dragons protected by Marine treat slaves. Is it spectacular? "Sengoku, the world government you are loyal to is already decayed," Sherlock said lightly. "Leah D. Houston," Sengoku roared. He watched his 10,000 elite Marine lose his combat power, and his heart suddenly became angry and resentful. Although he knew that celestial dragons would adopt various frenzied methods when dealing with slaves, the psychological shock to see his subordinates being treated like this was 100 times greater than he heard. Ding, congratulations to host, successfully angered Sengoku, talent value +1, total talent value 45. Ding, congratulations to host, successfully angered Akainu, talent value +1, cumulative talent value 46. Ding, congratulations to host, successfully angered Kizaru, talent value +1, cumulative talent value 47. Ding, congratulations to host, successfully angered Aokiji, talent value +1, cumulative talent value 48. Ding, congratulations to host, successfully angered Garp, talent value +1, cumulative talent value 49. Ding, congratulations to host, successfully angered Crane, talent value +1, cumulative talent value 50. Enraged battle Momomaru, talent +1, talent value +1. Propitia's familiar voice sounded again. Sherlock was stunned for a second. Unexpectedly, this time he successfully angered all the Marine mid-level and high-level people present, and the cumulative talent value reached 100. But Sherlock also noticed that the entire Marine was resenting him at an unprecedented level, but the negative emotions of these people could not be converted into their own talent points. Prior to this, he also angered celestial dragons at Sabayati Archipelago, and there was no bonus. Sherlock guessed that it was because celestial dragons' power value was not enough, or that his system title level had not been reached. Those who have angered the strong get the bonus of talent value. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have been awarded the title of Dead Star and the summoning skill. You can summon characters in the historical aperture to fight. The personnel limit is 1 person, the time limit is 30 seconds, and the cooling time is 1 week. Sherlock is Spartan. Summoning the characters in the pores of history, what kind of fairy skill is this? Then he summoned all the strongest people back then. No, only one can be summoned, and Sherlock fell into contemplation. There is no choice between Daji and Yuji. Oh no, there is no choice between Roger and Rox. The execution officer behind Sengoku also exploded, and another was curled up on the ground in fright. The surviving Marine Vice Admiral and the colonels rushed towards Sherlock, with resentful eyes, and each vowed to rectify Houston on the spot. At this time, Whitebeard laughed. Are they really a bunch of cowardly guys who can only deal with children? My head, do you want it? The Marines were blocked by Whitebeard's tall figure, and then all the members of the Whitebeard pirates rushed up, and the melee started again. Sherlock continued to move forward, but Whitebeard's physical condition was getting worse and worse. Fight to the death? With a small manual action, click on the recommendation ticket below. Hello, everyone. Akainu holds both hands, ready to shoot again at any time. When will you hold on? Kizaru sensed that Whitebeard was at the end of the battle. Little ones, listen up. Whitebeard commanded, from now on, you guys will fully cover Houston. All the members of the pirate group were stunned. Leah D. Houston. Father? In time they had questions, but they had to obey the instructions of the father Whitebeard. At the same time, Leah D. Houston left a deep impression on them. This is an amazing and ruthless person. Pirates continued to surround Sherlock to cover him and move on. Take down Whitebeard first. Only by defeating him can you win the battle. Yes. The pirates all obey him. Kill him first. Even if tens of thousands of Marines died, there are still countless Marine elites who survived. They Marine rushed towards Whitebeard. Only when the spiritual leader of the pirates was killed, the Whitebeard pirate group would truly be defeated. I will be at the execution stand soon. Shylock's behavior attracted the attention of the revolutionary Ivankov. Leah D. Houston. He is the son of Leah D. Columbus. Unexpectedly, Columbus's son is so good now. Ivankov sighed silently, and recalled the heroic appearance of Leah D. Columbus back then, which is exactly the same as Sherlock now. My son, I don't want him to follow the same path as me. I hope he can live a peaceful life like an ordinary person. Please respect my decision. Columbus' words at the time lingered in Ivankov's heart. It's a pity, this is a rare revolutionary talent. Ivankov sighed. Now that I met the deceased son, Ivankov decided to help Sherlock once. He said, next, it's our turn to appear. Your injury is not healed, but I need your strength now. No problem. From Yi Wang's fluffy hair, a hand holding a red wineglass stretched out, and then a slender man with fluffy hair sprang out. Holding 2 huge scissors, he glided along the road, directly cutting the ground into a suspended channel, connecting the ground and the execution platform. Everyone was stunned. It's a cotter of the Revolutionary Army. Sherlock stepped onto the levitation channel, and at this moment, Garp jumped over the channel. Master, get out of the way. How could I get out of the way? The old man is Marine Vice Admiral. I have been fighting the pirates long before you were born. Garp gritted his teeth and roared at Sherlock. If you want to get through here, just step over my corpse. Houston, this is the path you chose yourself. Houston was the child of Garp's best friend. His father was a revolutionary like a dragon and was hanged by Marine. And Houston is Garp, who watched the birth with his own eyes and taught him the Iron Fist, treating him as a grandson. But Garp seems to be a cursed man. His descendants and relatives are all apostate and embarked on a different path from him. Even so, Garp will never make any concessions. This is not the same as capturing Houston at sea. This time it is a war, a frontal battle between Marine and the pirates. But this war is too cruel for Garp. Once he wins, he will lose 3 grandchildren at the same time. Herring rushed in front of Sherlock. It won't let you hurt Houston. Sherlock stretched out his hand and slowly pushed He Ling away. You are not the old man's opponent. Let me come. Houston, you have teased the old man twice. This time, only prison and trial are waiting for you, Garp said with a serious face. Houston frowned. Get out of the way. I just want to take Ace away. Houston. Ace raised his head and saw Houston's unfamiliar face. They only stayed together for a few years in childhood, because Houston's personality has been very bad since childhood, and his dream of being a Marine always conflicts with Ace. Every time Ace beats Houston with bruises and bruises. Later, Houston's family suffered a major change in temperament, and Ace, Luffy and Sabo also visited him. At that time, he was curled up in the corner, his whole person was shrouded in darkness, and the original clear eyes seemed to be cast with indescribable shadows. Since then, he never played with the 3 again and joined Red Hair Pirates. Later, Ace heard that he had defected from Red Hair Pirates. Later, I heard that he established his own pirate group. Later, I heard that he was missing. It wasn't until Ace was arrested that the news of Houston's comeback reached the prison. How long have we not seen each other? Ace asked. Maybe for a lifetime, Sherlock answered lightly. Ace was stunned. He always felt that Houston was different from before. You are reminiscent of no one, do you think I don't exist? Garp roared and rushed forward, his iron fist colliding with Houston's iron fist. The two used the same trick. The air wave aroused by the fist wind exploded, forming a shock wave visible to the naked eye in mid-air, making a violent sound. Garp and Houston both stepped back a few meters. Houston, your strength has increased so much in a short time. You are old. The Marine and the pirates who were watching were shocked again. Unexpectedly, Houston has the same punching power as Garp. How could it be possible that Garp Vice Admiral was punched? It's a tie. For some reason, every time Houston fights Garp, he gains a lot of insights, and he activates the ability to express his emotions. Within 100 meters, both the Marine and the pirates suddenly settled in sadness and war exhaustion, put down their weapons, and began to sob. But Garp is immune. Since he was affected by Houston's refreshing fruit power last time, he went back and thought about it and finally found a way to restrain it. That is a strong will as steel. Sherlock found that Xuan's fruit skill too had no effect on Garp, and immediately changed his tactics. Sherlock was covered in silver haki armor like ice and snow, and he displayed shaved and moonwalk. The ghostly figure appeared in front of Garp, swinging his iron fist on his abdomen with all his strength. Garp had no time to dodge, and a domineering force of frost began to freeze Garp's body from his abdomen. Sherlock displays the gift of Tempest Kickstorm. Jumping into the heights, kicking his legs at high speed, countless foot shadows swept like a storm and thunder, shattering the ice on Garp and causing serious damage to his body at the same time. Garp stood up and wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth. Houston, you really have grown. 6 styles, I didn't expect Garp you even gave him Marine 6 styles. Sengoku said angrily. Garp shook his head. I didn't. You really blamed the old man. I learned Marine 6 styles from Lu Chi. Sherlock laughed, and then he was hit by the gravity of Garp's iron fist on his head, and there was a buzzing sound in his ears, and he almost lost consciousness. Rob Lucci. Sengoku doubted that others might not know Lu Chi, but Sengoku did. One of the former members of the CP9 Internal Secret Service Organization of the world government, the actual captain of CP9, based on Dark Justice, is known as CP9, the strongest and coldest killing weapon in all dynasties, known as an Ice Lobby CP9 800, the strongest in the year. CP9 was cancelled after the Ice Lobby incident. Rob Lucci was under the direct jurisdiction of Celestial Dragons and was still engaged in secret missions. How could he betray Marine? But there is no doubt that even if he has no motives, the moves Sherlock displayed are indeed Rob Lucci's. After the war is over, Lu Chi, see you at the military court. Both Garp and Houston have sequels once again, ready to fight with one punch, not to be dragged in the war. Fists and fists collided, and there was a terrible sonic boom. In the loud explosion, the entire suspension bridge broke open. Garp fell from the bridge, but Houston rushed towards Ace on the moonwalk. Garp Vice Admiral. GRP Vice Admiral was actually defeated. Under the attention of everyone, Sherlock hit Garp from a high altitude with a fist and fell to the ground, smashing a deep hole into the ground. Garp closed his eyes, recalling Ace's sobbing face. He knelt on the torture lift and said, I'm so distorted. My companions, Daddy, and Luffy are all bleeding in sacrifice because of my involvement in the war, but I am so happy. For the first time, I feel that life is so precious. I think, I want to live. In the corner of Sherlock's eyes, Garp's old figure collapsed like a huge mountain. Don't worry, I will save Ace. Sengoku frowned and watched Sherlock rush to Ace. In Shylock's hand, he got the key from Luffy, and he was about to open Ace's sea stone handcuffs. The seagull hat on Sengoku's head flew up, and his figure swelled rapidly, and his skin turned golden, as if a ray of light radiated from his body. Look, the Marshal has used his abilities. The first time I saw the Marshal use it, the Marines said in horror. Do you think you can escape from my palm? Sengoku turned into a huge golden Buddha statue, staring at Sherlock and Ace. Houston, you are also a deadly villain. Let me take care of your 2 brothers. As soon as the voice fell, Sengoku's fist smashed down, and Sherlock launched armament haki to resist Sengoku's attack, but the key was directly crushed by Sengoku. Mr. 3, what are you waiting for? After Sherlock said, the surviving criminal officer who was trembling on the execution platform suddenly stood up. He is exactly Mr. 3, whose real name is Mr. 3, a member of the former Baroque Working Society, who is capable of melting fruits. Because the Baroque Job Club was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates and was imprisoned in the Great Undersea Prison Impel Down. In Luffy's escape, he worked with Mr. 2, Buggy and others to assist Luffy's escape to the Top War. He actually followed Sir Crocodile, so he also obeyed Houston's orders. Mr. 3 surrounded Ace and himself with a candle wall, and Shylock blocked Sengoku's attack with his body. Immediately, Mr. 3 began to use candles to make keys and unlocked Ace's sea stone handcuffs. At this time, the Marines had aimed their gunfire at the execution platform. Blow them to death. Quick! Countless round black shells rushed to the execution platform. Sengoku quickly pulled away and jumped off the execution platform, avoiding the big explosion. Rumbling, the execution platform exploded, and a flame channel suddenly appeared in the billowing smoke, and the flame spread to all directions instantly, covering up the sound of the sea stone handcuffs falling to the ground. Houston, thanks. Ace turned to look at Sherlock. Sherlock raised the corners of her mouth slightly. If you want to thank you, I would like to thank you for the straw hat. Ace pulled him out of the explosion. Fire Fist Ace officially joined the battlefield. Ace, released. Good job, Houston. Ace is finally saved. The pirate side, cheers one after another. They all waved their arms, their faces were filled with the joy of victory, as if all the previous sacrifices were worthwhile. Ace was saved. Finally saved. Many people were moved to tears. Ace is alive, at least it proves that the sacrifice of his companions was not in vain. Luffy, who was on Healing's back at this moment, also woke up. Although he was not healed, the injuries on his body surface healed a little, and he could finally continue fighting. He looked at Ace excitedly and shouted, "Ace, Luffy!" Ace also yelled back and sniffed at the same time, "You are the same as before. You never listened to me as a big brother. Ha ha ha." Luffy let out a hearty laugh and jumped off Healing's back, like a 100-pound child rushing into Ace's chest. The two brothers hugged each other, as if everything they had experienced before was a nightmare. Ahem. Sherlock coughed before Luffy noticed him and pulled him over, gathering three heads together. "It would be great if Sabo was here, and the four of us can do it like we did when we were young, ha ha ha." Ding, congratulations to host, successfully rescued Ace, talent value +1, cumulative talent 101. Ding, congratulations to host, for getting Luffy's friendship, talent value +1, cumulative talent 102. Ding, congratulations to host, for getting Ace's gratitude, talent value +1, cumulative talent 103. Can the talent continue to rise after 100? That is not to say that it is possible to obtain new skill points. Sherlock was a little excited. Immediately he heard the fat Papicia say, "The next level of talent is still 1,897 points short of being a master of death. Please host to work hard. Why is the gap so big?" Sherlock turned dark at the time, and he looked at Luffy and Ace and warned, "You will avoid Akainu for a while, otherwise don't think I will save it again." Houston and Luffy, both capable men. Ivankov said, moved. "That's great." Hancock watched Luffy reunite with them and was really happy for Luffy. "Luffy, you are finally saved. If you can escape safely, marry your concubine." "Marriage?" Healing seemed to hear some terrible words, and covered her blushing cheeks. "Houston will marry me? I do." Hey, I never said." Sherlock dropped a few drops of fresh sweat on his forehead. The Marines who raised their artillery rushed forward and besieged the 4, and MR3, who fell to the ground without any sense of existence. He muttered silently, "Great, MR2, I did it when I promised you. Unexpectedly, one day, I need you to save me." Ace looked at Sherlock and Luffy. After all, these two men were not as good as their own since they were young. One always fights with himself, and the other loves to follow his *** and needs his own protection. Sherlock's face was cold, and Luffy grinned. "Ace, one day I will surpass you." "Okay." Ace looked at Sherlock. Sherlock picked up his half-top hat from the ground and put it on his head. After spending a long time with Laran, he developed the bad habit of paying attention to appearance at all times. "Sorry, I may have run ahead of you," Sherlock said lightly. "Houston is really strong, but One Piece is mine." Luffy bulged up and activated the Rubberman characteristics, bounced back all the bullets that Marine had hit. "One Piece belongs to Dad." Ace smiled. Whitebeard was the only one he identified as one of the candidates for One Piece. Even the younger brother of Luffy can't take it away. Yanji Fire Pillar. I saw the golden flame of gas in Ace's arm, and the flame turned into a long burning column after rotating with his hands, and then instantly impacted the ground. The golden flames rolled on the ground like a fire snake, and the heat wave stirred up the besieging Marine, and at the same time surrounded the four people in the flame circle. Ha ha. Sherlock could only be right. I am not interested in One Piece. The E-126 glove pistol in his hand fired a hormonal bullet, hitting Marine's body, causing bullet-sized holes in their bodies, but they felt very refreshed. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth lifted and smiled. "Everyone cheer up, they are not easy to deal with. Houston is a cool fruit, Paramecia. Fire Fist Ace is fire, it is Logia. The Straw Hat Boy is rubber fruit, Paramecia." The Marines analyzed and raised their muskets again. "Don't think you are saved, this is the execution ground for the three of you." The bullet hit again, and Healing opened the white angel wings, fanned the wings, formed a storm, and directly rolled the bullet. "Don't want to hurt my Houston." "Healing, didn't I tell you not to waste energy?" Sherlock looked at Healing, who was in the state of a horse in the sky, and Ealing puffed up his mouth and looked at Sherlock grievously. Sherlock shook his head and sighed. "You have to get out quickly," Ace said, and Luffy nodded. Then the three of them started running, as if back in time when they were young. No, Sherlock didn't have a sense of participation. After all, he just stitched Houston's soul and possessed his memory, but it didn't mean he became him. Although Sherlock envied their brother's affection, he cared more about his own heart. He saved Ace, mostly because of Oz, thanks to Oz for his life-saving grace. In fact, Sherlock is a very simple person. If others treat him well, he will treat them twice as good. He doesn't care about those right and wrong. As long as he follows his heart, he can live comfortably. Ace ran, looking sideways at Luffy. "Luffy, you have become stronger." "Yep." Luffy nodded. The two looked at Houston, the weakest before, and Sherlock flipped Byakugan to them, meaning that I don't need you to praise me. If you continue to remember, I have no sense of participation. Although he always felt that he had changed, his badness was exactly the same as before. Ace and Luffy both laughed. Even Marine, who has learned to shave and moonwalk, is helpless with the three of them. Suddenly, Marine Admiral Aokiji appeared in front of the three. Ace stretched out his hand, blocking Luffy and Sherlock behind him. "Now, let me, the big brother, protect you." "Hee, I remember I seem to be a month older than you." Sherlock raised his eyebrows slightly. "Why are you a big brother?" The corners of Ace's mouth twitched. He did forget the fact that Houston was older. "Don't blame me for not reminding you, you can deal with Aokiji, you must run when you meet Akainu." Sherlock issued a friendly reminder again. Long-winded. Ace grinned. "You can't even see the sun tomorrow, and you can still laugh, and none of the three of you can escape." Aokiji put his hands in the pants Kabuto, frowned, and looked at the three of them. "Zanku Admiral." The Marines seem to see hope, and their strength can't stop them, but Aokiji is different. Aokiji stretched out his right hand, frost condensed from his fingers, and ice cubes covered his cheeks. Ice cubes. Luffy, Houston, step back. After Ace said, the two quickly moved away from him. A golden flame was burning all over Ace, and the hot temperature spread instantly. Storm Pheasant's mouth. A huge ice bird was released from Aokiji's right hand. The ice bird soared and flew straight to Ace. Wherever it went was frozen. Jing Huo Yan. From Ace's arm, a large swath of fiery flames burst out suddenly, burning into a huge wall of flames. In an instant, the ice bird collided with the wall of flame, and accompanied by a loud bang, white smoke separated the fire from the ice in the middle. To be precise, the ice bird was melting. The white air wave swept the surrounding tens of meters. Aokiji Admiral's ice disappeared in an instant. Marines said incredulously. "Unbelievable, their brother is so amazing." The prisoners of Impel downside while holding the phone worm. "Is it time to admire?" "You trash, fix the video phone bug." Buggy growled. "Yes." The prisoners in black and white stripes replied. Buggy the clown cracked open his mouth and said inwardly, "So, where can you escape?" The next thing is the highlight, the Straw Hat Boy. In short, if you take advantage of this riot and kill the dying Whitebeard, lousy is for emperors. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing. "It's so calm at this time, worthy of being our Captain Buggy." The prisoners admired Buggy for a while. "Why are you so gaff? I'm still here." Sengoku stood up from the ground, and Doflamingo let out a jealous laugh. "Just let them go, so that it will be interesting in the future. How can we even beat someone who can't even Admiral?" Marine had already begun to waver, and they were stunned by the strength of the three of them. "Don't panic." A low and hoarse voice came, and they turned to see Akaina's cold and serious face. "I will never let them escape. Leah D. Houston, Porgas D. Ace, Monkey D. Luffy, don't even want to live. Leave here. Don't hold back, face it." The Marines charged again. Kaka 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 dash dash, what sound is this? The Marines looked back and saw a huge pirate ship rushing into the square. "Everyone, get away. The enemy's ship is coming." Companion Marine shouted, "Don't come close, you use outer wheels to walk on land." The pirates also looked at the big ship in surprise. Skuyat, holding a broadsword on the pirate ship, stood on the bow. Behind him were the members of the Great Vortex Spider Pirate Group. "Father, everyone, run away. Leave it to us next." Skuyat shouted loudly, and the pirates behind him raised their swordsmen and shouted to boost morale. Whitebeard looked back at the group of pirates calmly. "That be asterisk 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 D. Don't be silly, Skuyat, you are going to die." The members of the Whitebeard pirates yelled. "Although that is the case, I did something like this to my father. Even so, I can't atone for it, but if I don't do anything, I will never be able to feel at ease." Skuyat said, looking back at his brothers, "I'm sorry, I got you involved." "Captain, we came here on our own initiative." "Yes, Captain, we are willing. It's our own decision to die here." None of the pirates flinched, making Skuyat feel more guilty, but as long as the old man can leave here alive, he feels that everything is worth it. "Take Ace, everyone, let's run away." Skuyat growled. Ace was stunned, looking at Skuyat. Marco had 2 holes in his body at this time, both of which were caused by Kizaru's light wave attack. He slowly stood up and his handcuffs were untied by his companion Skuyat. This be D, really messed up. Little ones, be enlightened. Skuyat led the hundreds of people from the Great Vortex Spider pirate group, shouting shock. Suddenly, the huge pirate ship stopped. The direction of progress was blocked by a huge force. Everyone was shocked. Stop the boat with one hand. This is Whitebeard. Whitebeard is seriously injured. Father. Squirt was stunned and looked at Whitebeard. At this moment, everyone's eyes are focused on Whitebeard, including Sherlock. Skuyat, don't you know how unfilial it is to let a white-haired man give a black-haired one? Whitebeard roared. Don't be too self-righteous. Your blow won't kill me. Everyone will die. Whitebeard said and turned around. Since our goal has been achieved, there is nothing for us here. Tada, with the sound of the black leather boots, Whitebeard stood in front of all the pirates. Listen to me, Whitebeard pirates, now we are giving the final captain's order. At this moment, all members of the Whitebeard pirate group, including more than 40 other pirate groups under his command, held their breath. Father, what is the final order? Don't say such unlucky things. Yes, Ace was rescued, we said yes, we want to go back to New World together. Father, let's go back together. Some were incompetent and furious, some were crying in grief, and they didn't want to admit that the era of Whitebeard was over. Cross flames. Ace knocked down Marine in front of him with a cross flame and looked at Whitebeard. Father, what are you talking about? You just separate from me here. Whitebeard continued. Everyone must live and return to the New World safely. As soon as the voice fell, Whitebeard's black leather boots stepped on the ground with a loud bang. I am the remnant party of the old age, and there is no ship that can carry me in the new age. Tears flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, and his arm muscles burst into blue. He waved his fist and smashed it into the air. There were numerous cracks in the airflow, and the sound of creaking and creaking spread throughout the square. Go, little ones. Suddenly, the ground shook and the mountains shook like a violent earthquake, and the surrounding marine fortifications began to crack, including the towering marine building. Countless marines have been involved in this shock. Whitebeard. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard from a distance, and he realized that this time, perhaps the last time he saw his old opponent. Unspeakable sadness arose in his heart. This emotion was like the death of an old friend for many years, and it was like the person who knew him best in the world would finally abandon himself and embark on an abyssal road alone. Whitebeard is using his last strength to cover all the pirates to retreat. In the thick smoke, Whitebeard turned to his side, looked at his children, and raised his mouth. Don't look back, times are changing. Looking at the black pirate flag floating in the air, Whitebeard could not help but recall the former Captain Roxty, Zebek, former partners Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Silver Axe, John, Akoku, former rivals Roger, Sengoku, Garp, Aeon the Mobile. The members of the pirates happily had a banquet together, and Whitebeard slurped and drank wine. Watching the sun singing and dancing, drinking and reveling, he raised his head and looked at the blue sky above the sea, the seagulls flying freely in the sky and the clouds that will eventually drift away. After a flash of memory, countless gold and silver jewels appeared in front of Whitebeard, but the young man was unmoved. His companion said, "Come and see, there are so many treasures here." Don't care about him. This guy is not interested in treasure. Why? These treasures are his credit. The pirate has no interest in treasure. What do you want? Newgate? Asked the companions. The blonde Newgate said nothing, just looking at the sea quietly. Countless fragments of memories flashed before Whitebeard's eyes. It's really a long journey, let's make a break. Whitebeard looked at Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru. The subship of the Moby D***K came over. Everyone, get on the boat, it's time to sail. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates keep landing on the subships. Whitebeard waved the clouds and cut, vibrating in all directions. Damn Whitebeard, he's hurt so badly, he still hides such terrifying power. He doesn't need to worry about Ace anymore. He intends to sink the entire marine fort into the sea, including his life. Sengoku said slowly. Farewell to this era? It was a good time. Garp stood up and patted the dust on his body. At this time, the crowd waiting for Sabayati Archipelago to watch the live became agitated. What happened after Whitebeard was assassinated? Has the Whitebeard pirates been destroyed by Marine? Ace's execution went smoothly. Damn it, it's all Clown Buggy grabbing the limelight, so we missed the wonderful content. When will the live broadcast continue? Why is there no signal at this time? Everyone raised a strong resentment towards Buggy. I don't know why this guy has to be a shitstick in the war. Buggy, won't your conscience hurt? Marineford, Square. The villains who escaped from Impel Down are all around Buggy. They are determined to fix the last video phone worm and convey Buggy's feat of beheading Whitebeard to the world. Let everyone know Buggy's unfathomable strength. Buggy smiled on the surface, and MMB in his heart, looking at the look in the eyes of many villains, he could only pray that the phone bug could not be repaired. Originally thought that Whitebeard was dying, and he could take advantage of the fire and destroy Whitebeard, but Whitebeard still retained such a terrifying power, 10 of them are probably not his opponents. But these prisoners who escaped from Impel Down are all villains among the villains. If you let them know that they have no strength and deceive them, they will definitely be hated by them, and finally they will be attacked by a group, and there will be no place to bury the dead. How to do? How to do? Buggy is waiting online, so anxious. Buggy watched these prisoners discuss how to fix the phone worm, and said it was burned with fire, frozen, and broken with a hammer. I really felt that the phone worm would not be able to hold on. Are you trying to fix the phone bug? You are going to murder. At this moment, Buggy's fate seemed to be tied to the phone worm. Buggy coughed twice. Little ones, the phone worms don't want to be brought here by Marine. Do you know how much they have suffered on this battlefield? Let it go, it's so pitiful. The prisoners looked at Buggy and said angrily, then the picture of the boss taking Whitebeard's first level can't be passed on to the world. The phone worm hiding in the snail-like shell was moved to tears. After so many years, someone finally understood our worm's bitterness. Suddenly, a miracle happened. The phone worm poked his head out moved, crying while looking at the clown Buggy. Is it you, confidant? Buggy. Boss. The phone bug has been conquered by the Buggy boss. The boss is indeed the chosen one. Yes. Boss, after the phone bug is fixed, you can broadcast the footage of you killing Whitebeard. The villains clamored one by one, and Buggy felt that he was not good. Does it need strength? A leisurely voice came from behind Buggy, like an angel's whisper directly hitting Buggy's heart, and it was like a demon's temptation, bringing unknown fear. Sherlock appeared next to Buggy and patted Buggy on the shoulder. Houston, why are you guys here? Buggy jumped in shock on the spot. In his eyes, Houston should be the most dangerous guy among the younger generation and the best guy to be imprisoned in Impel Down. Houston, what are you going to do to our captain? The eyes of the villains immediately locked on Sherlock. Sherlock spread his hands. I'm just here to make a deal. Trade. Buggy frowned and looked at Sherlock, who was thinking deeply. On the other side, all members of the Whitebeard pirate group are retreating. Except for Whitebeard himself, he knew that he was dead soon. In that case, he would use his life to burn the last candle and protect the power of New World to retreat. Whitebeard is dying, hurry up, shoot him. Go! Kill Whitebeard. The Marines constantly launched attacks on Whitebeard, artillery fire, knives and guns, all the means they could use. One by one, they were taken down by Whitebeard. Where did Houston go? Luffy suddenly realized that Sherlock had run away with him. He looked around and shouted, Houston. Luffy, Houston said you don't need to wait for him, just retreat with the Whitebeard pirates as soon as possible. He will go with Buggy. Ling flew away after helping Sherlock with her words, and she wanted to return to Sherlock as soon as possible. Luffy rubbed his nose. Okay. He looked back at Ace. Ace, we have to go. Ace's eyes always fell on Whitebeard, who was fighting alone. Ace, Uncle is already mentally prepared. Well, I won't waste my father's mind. After Ace said, he waved his hands with fiery flames to disperse the Marine beside Whitebeard. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and the flames surrounded Whitebeard and Ace, which were several tens of meters apart. Whitebeard turned his head and looked at Ace. Ace knelt down on both knees, almost lying on the ground, raised his head, and looked at Whitebeard. This is his way of expressing gratitude. After so many years of companionship, he has always regarded himself as his son, has always tolerated and endured himself, and saved his life at all costs. Ace knew that this kneeling was far from enough, but there is only this he can do now. In his eyes, the old man is already full of scars, but he is still stalwart and tall, like a giant. Whitebeard's golden eyes reflected Ace's face reddened by the fire. Ace, let me ask you, as an old man, am I still qualified? Ace was stunned, tears bursting out of the bank instantly. He clenched fists with both hands, hammered on the hot ground, and cried out sobbingly, of course. Whitebeard raised his head, his mouth raised, that's good. Whitebeard and Ace said goodbye. Let's go, Ace. Luffy pulled Ace up, and the two continued to run towards the pirate ship in the bay. It's really embarrassing to escape. Akainu's low, hoarse voice came. Is this a member of the Whitebeard pirates? He ran away in a hurry and left him here alone. Akainu's words pierced into the hearts of every member of the Whitebeard pirates like a needle. Don't fall into his aggressive strategy. Go away, don't let the father down. The pirates are still sober, reminding each other, so that the team will not stagnate because of Akainu's words. Although Ace was angry, he could only bite the bullet and rush forward. Akainu continued, that's right, there are just as many crews as there is a captain. Whitebeard is just the loser of the last era. Ace paused. No matter how hard his anger was to suppress, he turned around and walked towards Akainu. Ace, Luffy spoke with everyone at the same time, trying to stop Ace's actions. Who do you say is the loser? Ace questioned Akainu. Although I shouldn't say this from Marine's standpoint, Roger of the last era finished the Grand Line and opened up the era of the big pirates. I have to say that he is a well-deserved one piece. And what did Whitebeard do? Hiding in one place, adopted you rubbish, became the king of the cottage, and was finally assassinated by the so-called son. What an empty body, such a person is not a loser. If you want me to say, he will never be able to compare to Roger. How do you understand the friendship that old man has for us? You are not allowed to insult my benefactor. Ace waved the fire fist and rushed towards it. A sullen smile appeared on Akaine's face, and he met him with a magma fist. There was a loud bang. The hot magma collided with the fiery flames to form a 5-meter-high wall of igneous rock. However, the effect of Ace against Aokiji is completely different. Ace's flames are completely swallowed by magma. A huge force lifted Ace into the air, his body fell heavily to the ground, and his arm was scalded by magma. Ace is injured. The pirates were shocked. Luffy stretched out his hand to pull Ace forward, but he suddenly felt dizzy and his old injury recurred. His body had reached its limit and he couldn't move at all. He knelt on the ground, and a white piece of paper fell out of his arms. This piece of paper is called the Paper of Life. This is Ace's life card, which can record Ace's life state. When Ace gave himself this piece of paper, he said that you can find me by holding it. So, Luffy stayed with him all the time. Ace, Straw Hat, you all chose the wrong path. You shouldn't live in this world at all. Stay here today. Akainu said, leaping up and flying, bypassing Ace directly with a shaved step, and appeared in front of Luffy. The giant fist of magma, ready to go, was swung out. This fist was enough to penetrate Luffy's body with a fatal blow and no survivors. Luffy was stunned, he was about to pick up Ace's life card. However, in front of him was Ace's pale face and the body that was beaten through by Akainu. Akainu's dark red magma fist pulled away from Ace's body. At this moment, it seemed that everything was over. All the efforts were in vain, and the picture was frozen in Ace's dilated pupils. Ace spit out blood and fell into Luffy's arms. Why am I blocking it? Obviously I want to live so much. I'm sorry, father, your stupid son has let you down again, but I don't regret it, at least this brother I kept it. Luffy, I can't see the future, I hope you will take a look for me. Ace's thoughts were a little confused, and the pain made his vision blurred. He spoke hard and said intermittently, sorry, Luffy, you tried so hard to save me, but in the end you couldn't escape. Ace, no, you will be fine, doctor. Who will save Ace? Luffy touched the bloodline of Ace's wound, his hands trembled, and he was greatly stimulated. Ace, the pirates yelled and turned around. Their anger ignited their revenge. They ignored the order to retreat and began to attack Akainu. After a fierce bombardment, Akainu disappeared half of his body, but he was not dead yet. The Logia fruit ability almost possessed an immortal body, and his body slowly recovered. Whitebeard and Sherlock turned back together, looking in Ace's direction. Whitebeard was always in tears. Why did he do so much? Just to save Ace. But Ace is still dead. At this moment, Garp was in the same mood as Whitebeard. He stood up and walked towards Akainu. Sengoku was stunned. He immediately stepped forward and punched heavily before pressing Garp on the ground. Are you crazy, Sengoku? Stop me like this, otherwise I will kill Akainu. Garp gritted his teeth, tears falling. Garp originally thought that his heart had been trained to be as hard as steel. Even if he saw Ace being tortured, he would die because of his responsibilities. But at this moment, he found himself wrong. It is more painful to watch one's loved ones get their lives in front of them than to suffer any torture. How sad it is for a white-haired person to send a black-haired person. If Sengoku doesn't stop him, Garp will kill Akainu even if he discards his honor and abandons Marine's position. At this moment, Luffy was yelling, hoping someone could save Ace. Help Ace, take a look, come on. The ship doctor from the pirates rushed over, and he carefully inspected Ace's wound. His face was stained with clouds. Nothing saved, the internal organs were all burned out by magma. Help Ace deal with the wound. Luffy looked at the ship doctor anxiously. The ship doctor lowered his head and said the most reluctant thing to say in this life, I'm sorry, I can't do anything. Luffy shook his head, no, there must be a rescue. Ivan, you can inject him, just like you did when you saved me, save Ace. Ivankov, Jinbei and others stood together. He looked solemn and shook his head, it's useless, the Straw Hat Boy, the Ace Boy is already. Luffy. Ace's faint voice sounded, and Luffy hugged him, feeling the blood in his chest constantly spilling out. Ace. Luffy. My internal organs are damaged and there is no help. I can no longer speak to everyone. Next, I hope you can help me pass it on to others. Ace, you won't die, you promised me that you will never die. You won't die, you won't die. Luffy kept repeating the 3 words that he would not die, and hugged Ace tightly, as if he was not allowed to leave. I have no regrets. Luffy, I believe you, you can surely realize your dream. Ace recalled the scene of their bowing in childhood. After drinking this bowl of wine, we are brothers. Cheers. From now on, we must go to sea and be the freest person at sea. Yes, be the most free man at sea. Memories are always good in short. Ace returned to reality, eyes blurred, and slowly said, it's just that I can't see your dream come true. No, you can definitely see, Ace. We said yes, you will not die. Luffy suppresses the painful emotions and comforts Ace. Ace continued, before, I always thought that my birth was a mistake. Everyone didn't want me to live. They all wanted me to die. Because of the devil's blood flowing in my body, I kept asking myself in my heart, it's not that I shouldn't have come into this world. If it wasn't for Sabo, and your naive brother, maybe I would have died a long time ago. Now I have the answer, it's really great to be in this world. It's worth meeting my father, you, Houston, and everyone who loves me, a man with the blood of the devil, so much. I haven't come to this world in vain. Luffy, you have to live well, say to everyone for me, thank you. After Ace had said everything, the corners of his mouth rose, and his arm slipped from Luffy's shoulder. He closed his eyes and lay in Luffy's arms, completely losing his breath. Ace, Ace, Ace. Luffy's voice was hoarse, and he looked up at the pale sky, feeling drawn into the nightmare of infinite loop, and his whole body was broken. But Akainu will not pity them, he is ready to take Luffy away. He shook the fist of magma, and crimson magma spewed out. Just as he attacked Luffy, Jinbei appeared, and he rushed forward to block Akainu's attack. Jinbei, you should be very clear that you are not my opponent at all. Even if you delay for a while, I will never let you kill Luffy. Then look at your ability. Akainu launched a magma attack again, and this time Jinbei was directly knocked out dozens of meters away. This time, who else can save you? Akainu looked at the collapsed Luffy and threw a fist. The molten lava swept across the sky. Everyone thought that Luffy was dead this time. However, a frost arm blocked Akainu's attack, and the silver cyan frost condensed into a high wall, isolating the lava. Who can actually block Akainu Admiral's attack? The Marines sighed unbelievably, and their eyes fell on the young man behind the ice wall. The man has short brown hair, clear outlines, handsome eyebrows, and a dazzling D tattoo on his neck. Look, it's Leha sent Houston. It's him again. How did he do it? Is this the ability of Shuangwo? No, this is Armament Haki, the upgraded factor. Armament Haki. Has Haki awakened? Everyone was shocked, including reporters in front of the screen such as Sabayati Archipelago and ordinary citizens. Haki awakens. They saw it for the first time. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched. Don't you let you run away when you meet Akainu? Why don't you listen? Houston. Luffy's consciousness gradually recovered, but his body had reached its limit and he fainted. Sherlock picked up Luffy and threw it to Marco, the phoenix who came, and said, listen to the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, if Ace desperately wants to protect the person who is captured by Marine in your hands, that would be the disgrace of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco paused and shouted loudly, listen well, Luffy is Ace's will to live. We must protect him. We must not let Straw Hat Luffy die here. Yes, the pirates roared in anger and led Luffy to retreat quickly. Whitebeard furiously rushed into the crown. He appeared behind Akainu, not giving Sherlock a chance to continue to play, and directly punched Akainu in the face. In an instant, a force of compressed air exploded directly beside Akainu. His entire face was deformed, and his body was as thin as a piece of paper. He wanted to use paper arts to avoid the attack, but only blocked 5% of the attack. 10 injuries. His body still bears the remaining 50%, and it is the first time that Akainu, who is negative, encounters such a crisis, with bright red blood flowing out of his head. At the same time, the ground vibrated and the atmosphere shattered. Admiral, the Marine shouted, but no one dared to intervene in the battle between the two men. This monster, Whitebeard, has been so badly injured, why is it still so strong? Sakazuki Admiral. Whitebeard waved Kongyun to cut it off with a single knife. The white sword intent is like a beast roaring from hell, pulling out an abyss-like moat on the ground. The strong vibration caused the buildings on Marineford to collapse like dominoes. Sea water poured into the Marine base, the ground completely cracked, and the tall buildings collapsed, completely splitting Marineford into two halves. He completely separated all the pirates from Marine and fought Marine alone. Daddy, the pirates shouted. Even though many people were unwilling to leave, they had to obey the last order of the old man. Ding, do you want to perform soul stitching on the host? Pipicia's kiss sounded. Sherlock hesitated for a moment. No, is Ace still saved? Ding, the system prompts that there are clues, but it may not be valid, and you need to pay 10 million Baileys to purchase, and the balance of host is not enough to be read. There is a clue, which means that there may be a rescue. Since Sherlock had promised Oz to save Ace, he would never give up any hope. Sherlock carried Ace on his shoulders. Houston, you go too. With a big wave of his hand, Whitebeard slapped Sherlock directly onto Herring's back. He Ling looked at Sherlock excitedly. Houston, what can I do for you? Can your healing technique save him? Sherlock remembered that she could heal when he saw He Ling, but in terms of her treatment of Luffy, the effect of this healing technique was not as good as imagined. He Ling wrapped Ace with snow-white wings. After a while, the scars on Ace's body surface began to heal, but the internal organs were destroyed and no cure could be obtained. No. He Ling lost his head and shook his head. Sherlock sighed. It's okay. Sorry, Houston, I'm useless at all. He Ling blamed himself, with 2 tears hanging in his eyes. Sherlock shook his head. No, you will be effective soon. Marine, the Marine headquarters is going to collapse. The Marines looked at the collapsed building in horror. The Marine building, which has stood for 100 years, was cracked at this moment. The cracks continued to expand and began to collapse. Whitebeard really wants the whole Marineford to be buried with him. Too frightening. Help me, I don't want to die. In the face of strong earthquakes and tsunamis, countless soldiers were swept into the bottom of the sea, and some were crushed under the boulders. The scene was out of control for a while. Akainu and Whitebeard fought fiercely for more than a dozen rounds. After all, Whitebeard was defeated by Whitebeard and sank into the cracks in the earth caused by the earthquake. Under the crack is the vast ocean. Demon fruit power is buried in the sea. This may be the best destination, the fate that every demon deserves. Sakazuki Admiral. The soldiers watched Akainu fall into the sea but were helpless. At this moment, Whitebeard has already killed his eyes. The most painful thing in this world is to lose a child. The hatred made him forget the pain on his body. He released his anger as much as he could, burning his last life, and leaving life for the rest of the people. Ace, I'm sorry, I only have to stay here to accompany you, but my children, go back to New World. I will end everything here. Marine. Come on. Your opponent is me. Whitebeard yelled, tears from the corners of his eyes dry. If he has any regrets in this life, it is that he failed to save Ace. Marco knelt on the other side of the moat, looked at the back of Whitebeard fighting alone, and ordered with tears, everyone retreat. Father, I'm not leaving, I'm going to fight to the death with Dad. Do you want to disobey the last order of the father? Let the father sacrifice for nothing. There were disagreements in the pirate group, but in the end they were all persuaded and taken away by the captains. Father, please let me be willful again, just watch you like this. Marco knelt quietly on the icy ground, his gaze did not leave Whitebeard for a moment. Sherlock watched the Marines rush to Edward Newgate, who was covered with scars, and the blood that had been buried for many years was suddenly ignited. He always likes to use calculations and tricks to do things. For example, to save the Titans, he first collects information to make sure that the Titans are in the auction room, and then turns Luffy into an invisible companion. In addition, Kid and other pirate groups intervene to disrupt Vision, take advantage of the chaos to save people. Another example is Marineford. He planned for a full 2 years to make the entire location of Marineford master clear, including all the vice admiral and admiral lists that participated in the war. He almost knew everything well. Sending weapons and equipment, pretending to be sincere, but actually just wanting a ticket. He also knew in his heart that Sengoku didn't really accept himself, and even Marineford as a whole was a trap, but what he needed to do was more than the person who created the trap. Understand this, transform from a prey to a hunter. All this, he relied not on force and blood, but on tactics. What he has to do now is to wait for Blackbeard to appear, and Blackbeard defeats Whitebeard and obtains shock fruit. Then use his whole cards to leave this ghost place. But at this moment, he suddenly changed his mind. People are always like this, at a certain moment, because of something, inexplicably touched, inexplicably discover what they really want. Strength, freedom, and faith. Sherlock couldn't choose before, because he was too weak, and he could only survive if he tried his best. But now, he has the power, and he can decide for himself how to go on this road. Rumbling, the high wall of the naval headquarters building collapsed, and a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. Look! There is someone in the wall. The Marines looked at this giant human wearing black and white striped prisoners in surprise. It's San Juan Wolf. Isn't he impelled down? Having the huge island-like body that the whole world is terrifying, the prisoner of level 6 in the underwater prison, known as a huge battleship. Why is he here? Everyone was stunned. Yeah, I was found. San Juan Wicked Wolf looked at the tiny Marines with a dull face, and a group of familiar faces emerged from behind him. Each of these people has a high bounty of their own, and it would be insulting to describe it as heinous, because they are really evil. If evil has levels, then they are hell-level villains. Marshal A.D.A. Teach, nicknamed Blackbeard, Admiral of the Blackbeard Pirates, former member of the Whitebeard Pirates, defected after killing his companions, Logia dark fruit-capable person. He has a rough appearance and a burly figure. His skin has been baptized by the sun all the year round at sea. He has rough pores, thick hair, and black curly hair with a green headscarf. He wears a green jade necklace and a gold necklace with purple diamonds on his neck, gold chains on his hands and wrists, and different styles of jewelry rings on his 10 fingers. 3 flintlocks are pinned to the waist on the left side, and a bottle of strong rum is stuffed around the waist on the right, wearing a black coat. Giza's badges, the captain of the first team of the Blackbeard Pirates, nicknamed Champion. A brawny man with purple hair and long beard wearing a wrestler's mask. Shiryu, formerly the head of the deep-sea prison Impel Down, is as famous as Magellan, and Impel Down is also known as the Iron Wall because of these two trump cards. Because of his bloodthirsty, he often kills prisoners indiscriminately, and was sentenced to a suspended death sentence. Prisoner, detained in level 6 in the Grand Prison. He was wearing the clothes of Impel prison staff, wearing a pilot's hat, and dangling a cigar in his mouth. He was rumored to have amazing swordsmanship and used the weapon as the famous sword Thunderstorm. Van Oka, the captain and sniper of the No. 3 ship of the Blackbeard Pirates, was born in East Blue and uses the weapon Kinlu. Shooting targets can even hit targets several kilometers away silently. His monolithic telescope can see distant targets clearly. Avalo Pizarro, nicknamed the King of Evil Government, was originally detained in level 6 in the Great Prison. Unlike other fugitives, he did not wear a prison uniform, but a long white and dark brown fur coat and a light purple necklace. The eyes are cat-like, the cyan hair is wild mane, and the white horns are attached to the head by a black metal plate. His light blue beard hung under his shoulders, and his arms wore black and bronze metal gloves. The weapons are 3-barreled pistols and cannons. There are also the slender ghost security officer Reifa, the tall and burly Swanyu hunter Caitlin Kome, the big wine Baskchote, and the Shinigami Poison Q, all of which are creepy. Shiryu, you be *******D, what happened to Magellan? What happened to Impel Down? How did you get here? Sengoku looked at the group of villains who suddenly appeared on the battlefield and asked. Shiryu, smoking a cigar, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Didn't we answer your question by standing here? Marshal Sengoku. Blackbeard held his hands and laughed haha. Shiryu continued, if you want to know the specific situation, you will know it by yourself. In short, I want to join forces with these guys. Please give me some advice in the future. Marshal Sengoku, I have never had the opportunity to report to you. A seaman dragged his wounded body to kneel on the ground, gasping for breath, received the report, the Gate of Justice put in a warship without a pass. That's this group of people. Sengoku said slowly, but there should be Marines in the power room, and they have not been notified of the abnormal situation. How did they get here? Facing Sengoku's question, Reifa, the ghost security officer with pale skin but with a rose-red slogan, said with a smile, sorry, before that, I hypnosed the seaman in the power room, and asked him to open the door and put it in whenever he saw a warship at the Gate of Justice, as if it helped other people. Sengoku's brows puffed up, impossible. Before that, I sent someone to inspect the power room. I had already discovered the anomaly of this marine soldier, and it has been replaced. Lafitte was stunned for a moment, then looked back at Blackbeard and the others. Jahahaha, it doesn't matter, the result is the same, I got the title of Shishibukai at the beginning for today, now I don't need it. Jahahaha, Blackbeard laughed. Sengoku's thoughts are teleported. In addition to Blackbeard's conspiracy, there is also a Shishibukai. Shishibukai, Leha de Houston, who entered the battlefield with a conspiracy. Sengoku looked sideways at Sherlock, you did it. Sherlock neither admitted nor denied. He really did the things at the Gate of Justice. He didn't put Blackbeard in. How could he get the shock fruit he wanted? Only Blackbeard in this world knows how to draw the devil out of the dead body. Of course, Sherlock actually has a more secure way to directly stitch the soul with Whitebeard, which can also gain other Whitebeard abilities. But soul stitching has its drawbacks. For someone as strong as the old man, if the stitching is not good enough, his soul will be swallowed backwards. Then this era is really going to be called Whitebeard, unless you let the old man voluntarily be stitched up. So according to Sherlock's plan, it was to wait for Whitebeard to fight Blackbeard, and both were injured. The Blackbeard pirates killed Whitebeard together. Blackbeard used a mysterious traction technique to create shock fruit, and then picked up the leakage and snatched the fruit. On the way, Ling used her hypnosis technique to give everyone a large-scale magic show. Moreover, he is ready to deal with Blackbeard's venom. The unicorn venom plus Magellan venom, double insurance, ensure that Blackbeard is so happy that he can't take care of himself. But at this moment, Sherlock was shaken, because the blood of battle in him was completely ignited. In an instant, dark matter spread from Blackbeard's hands to the surface, expanding its range, covering the ground beneath Whitebeard's feet. Everything in dark matter is swallowed, which is similar to a small black hole. Seeing everything in the dark acupoint road sink and be crushed, most people are occupied by unknown fears. What is this ability? Why would you swallow people? Blackbeard Teach is a monster. At this moment, the Marines finally understood what kind of monster they had recruited. Compared with this dark and strange power, the abilities of other devil fruits seemed more acceptable. Father, Marco takes the form of a phoenix. He spreads his blue flame wings and prepares to fly over the canyon to help Whitebeard. Marco, you are not allowed to interfere. Whitebeard roared, and Marco froze for a moment, then returned to the ground, staring at Blackbeard Teach. At the same time, Whitebeard's body was sinking continuously in the dark matter. He waved his fist and hit Teach back with the power of shock fruit. Teach reached out his hand, no dark matter overflowed from the palm of his hand. It's useless, my dark water will invalidate everything devil fruit, ha 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 ha. The vibrating air current ball condensed on Whitebeard's fist gradually weakened, and finally disappeared in Teach's hand. Blackbeard Teach held Whitebeard before he could react, making a violent uppercut. Hey, Whitebeard was hit directly in the forehead, and then he was repeatedly attacked by Blackbeard Teach, hitting the abdomen, waist and chest respectively. Each punch was like a heavy drop. Father, I was hit head-on. Teach this monster. The onlookers were all amazed. Teach opened his mouth and let out a cruel laugh. It's over, Daddy, let me put an end to your era. After that, he jumped up, ready to give Whitebeard a fatal blow. Whitebeard waved the cloud and cut instantly, cutting through the air, and the pale blade light ran across Blackbeard Teach's body, leaving a blood-red mark on his chest. Teach's physique is different from that of ordinary people. Injuries will suffer twice as much pain as ordinary people. At this moment, he covered his chest and fell to the ground, screaming with pain. It hurts, it hurts. Damn it, Whitebeard, why didn't you die quietly? You have already suffered so badly. Teach, arrogance and recklessness are your weaknesses. Whitebeard pressed him to the ground and pinched his neck. A circular vibration wave appeared in his hand. Father, I am your son. Don't kill me. Blackbeard Teach felt that his life was threatened and started begging for mercy. Whitebeard was stunned for a moment and activated the shock fruit ability. With Teach as the starting point, the ground shook violently again, and the dust mist created when the rocks shattered blocked everyone's sight. Is Blackbeard dead? Everyone anxiously awaited the result. When the dust cleared, Blackbeard lay on the ground and slowly got up. Whitebeard stood on the spot, cutting through the cloud in his hand. Unexpectedly, he is not dead yet. Blackbeard is really a monster, and it's not dead like this. Why doesn't Dad move anymore? Dad, kill him. Kill him. The pirates shouted on the other side. Teach, the murderer, not only killed his comrades, but also killed Ace. The Whitebeard pirates were reduced to where they are now. Even if they die 100 times, it is not a pity to die. Only Sherlock, the closest person to Whitebeard, knew that Whitebeard's physical strength had reached its limit, and the battle was over. He was covered in wounds, with at least 200 stab wounds, 100 gunshot wounds and dozens of artillery wounds on his body. The most obvious were 2 blood holes in his abdomen, one from his son and one from Akainu. His life is passing fast. Whitebeard remembered the past again. At that time, on the blue sea, the young Edward Newgate looked at the sea in a daze. Friends holding gold and silver jewelry and asked him, "You don't want treasures, what do you want?" "What I want is family." Whitebeard laughed. That smile was so simple. Whitebeard was born in an unnamed village on an island in New World. This is a non-participating country that cannot join the world government because of poverty and cannot afford heavenly gold. Island. After the country fell, more and more children became unfortunate orphans, and Whitebeard was one of them, so he is very eager to have his own family. Compared with Roger's dream of becoming One Piece, his dream is simple, just to have his own family. On the sea, he took in many children that the world despised, regarded them as family and children, and included more than 40 pirate groups. Recall now, if someone asks him, "Do you have any regrets in your body?" Then, he would say frankly, "No, the dream has been realized, and this long life has come to an end." Whitebeard's eyes gradually recovered, and he looked at Blackbeard. "I once asked, Roger, what is D?" He said D is a kind of inheritance. I believe that Roger and others must not be you, Teach. Whitebeard raised his head and looked at Sengoku in the distance. Sengoku, even if Roger's blood is cut off, one day someone will inherit Roger's will, open the world's secret treasure, overthrow the world government, and set off an even more terrifying event. A huge war. One Piece really exists. Ha ha ha, good last words. Blackbeard pulled out his pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang, the bullet hit a silver ice wall. It's Sherlock's upgraded armament haki. Sherlock stood in front of Whitebeard and said lightly, "Next, I will be your opponent." "Captain, it's Houston." Unexpectedly, Leah D. Houston really dared to confront the demon Blackbeard. The prisoners of Buggy and Impel Down looked sideways, and the only working video phone worm shot this scene to the onlookers of Sabayati Archipelago. Leah D. Houston, why is he on Whitebeard's side? I heard he did Shishibukai. How much courage does this man have to stand among 2 monsters? There was a lot of discussion among the masses, and the journalists swiftly started writing, preparing to write an astonishing scene on the top of the war. The showdown of the strongest man. A duel between Whitebeard and Blackbeard. No, Whitebeard, Blackbeard and Leah D. Houston are fighting each other. Leah D. Houston, you are too overwhelmed. Blackbeard remembered this young man. He had seen him in the ocean 6 years ago. At that time, he felt that this man was indispensable, but Sora had an ambition that did not match his strength. Blackbeard believed at the time that people like Houston would die before anyone else. Shoot the first bird, especially the early bird who doesn't have the skills and loves to scream. Later, Houston disappeared, and most people thought he was dead. Who knows that he has been hiding in Logue Town? After his comeback, there are even conspirators who judged that maybe Logue Town and Roger's legacy and secrets were discovered by him, so he could once again make a blockbuster, leaving many supernovas in behind. This kind of conspiracy theory attracted many pirates to revisit Logue Town, looking for clues left by Roger, but Marine was swept away. Blackbeard Teach doesn't care if Houston has acquired Roger's heritage. In his eyes, Houston is a complete rookie. Like Ace, he has dreams but no strength to defend. He doesn't mind breaking the dream of a young man again, but this time, he will not hand Houston to Marine, he will directly obliterate him. Blackbeard stood up. He was much taller than Sherlock, facing Sherlock like an adult facing a child. Houston, this is not your battlefield, Whitebeard said, putting his hand on Sherlock's shoulder. Sherlock looked sideways at his scarred body. I am not a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. You are not qualified to order me. At this moment, Whitebeard seemed to see Roger's rebellious back, and Roger had said the same thing back then. Newgate, I am not your crew member, you are not qualified to order me. Whitebeard uttered the familiar gullah-la-la laugh unexpectedly. When I came to the end of my life, I could still hear the words of old friends, but Houston, you are still too young. If I defeat the man in front of me, can you give me your life? Let me inherit everything from you. Sherlock looked sideways at Whitebeard. Whitebeard was stunned. After a while, he asked, what is your dream? Is it a dream to be the most free person in the world, without any restrictions, and to live this life wonderfully? Sherlock smiled. Speaking of his dreams are somewhat similar to Luffy's, but Luffy thinks that the freest person on the sea is One Piece, so he wants to be One Piece, but Sherlock's ambition is greater. The freest person in the world must be standing on top of the pyramid. People, even 5 elders, can't be free. Gula la la, well, if you can defeat Teach, my life will be for you. Whitebeard realized that his body could no longer move, and he was struggling to die with dignity. Instead of dying in Teach's hands, he should give his life to Houston. At least he has the same will and dreams as his old friends. Of course, the premise is that Houston can beat Teach, but almost no one believes that Houston can beat Teach. Blackbeard stared at Sherlock, and Sherlock took down the black half-height politely and put it in He Ling's hand. No matter what happens, don't get close, believe I will never lose. But, He Ling nodded. She believed that Houston could do it. He never broke his promise, so she flew into the air with good manners. Behind Teach, Shiryu of Rain and the Evil King, who were originally going to act on Whitebeard, laughed mockingly. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Katrin Daime smiled. Young people nowadays are getting more and more interesting. Shiryu dang his cigar and slowly exhaled the smoke ring. Leah D. Houston, we remember your name. If I am free today next year, I will come to your grave for a drink because of your courage at the moment. The Evil King, said Abelo Pizarro. Sherlock rubbed his short tan hair and glanced at this group of villains. They are very capable, especially Shiryu and the Evil King, feeling that their power will not be under Teach. Jahahahaha, don't laugh at young people's dreams. People's dreams will never end. Blackbeard slowly approached Sherlock. The other thing that my dark gravity can absorb is the ability of Devil Fruit, Logia, Zoan, Paramecia, all the people in this world who are overconfident in their own abilities, but I have got the attack power that makes them unable to defend. It is not a happy thing to endure others. I want to be the freest person. I recognize this dream, but it is a pity that if you stand on my opposite side, let me personally destroy your dream. Sherlock frowned and the corners of her mouth raised. If you want to stand on top, you will encounter unreasonable provocations. Blackbeard froze for a moment. Gee ha 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 ha, interesting, interesting, it seems that you have grown a lot in 6 years, let me see your strength, Iron Fist Houston. After Blackbeard said, he waved his hand and hit the dark hole road, and a large amount of dark matter was released in an instant, forming a black mist Uzumaki on the ground. Once touched by Uzumaki, it will be swallowed. Sherlock's newly acquired demon curse skill has never had a chance to be used before, this time it happened to come in handy. He knelt down and pressed his hands on the ground. The black mist Uzumaki disappeared. How can it be? Blackbeard looked at Sherlock incredulously. The corner of Sherlock's mouth rose, and in time, the demon curse could only last for 15 seconds, but it was enough, because within 15 seconds, he would definitely be able to escape the Uzumaki encirclement. He stepped on Moonwalk and quickly appeared in front of Blackbeard. I'm sorry, your proud attack doesn't seem to have any effect on me. Ding, congratulations to host, successfully angered Blackbeard. Teach, talent value +1, cumulative talent value 104. Sherlock waved a refreshing iron fist and hit Blackbeard. Blackbeard caught Sherlock's fist with his palm and released the dark water at the same time. When the dark water touches the capable person, the opponent's Devil Fruit ability will be invalid, and it can also absorb fruit attacks, but it can only absorb small-scale attacks. However, Blackbeard never expected that dark water would not be effective against Sherlock. He took an iron fist steadily. Because the structure of his body is different from ordinary people, he feels both good and painful, and doubled. This feeling is very strange, but unspeakable. Houston, it seems I underestimated you. Blackbeard wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth and stretched out his hands. Liberation. In an instant, countless building debris and weapons, as well as twisted human corpses, rushed out of the black mist of his hands. These materials appeared beside Sherlock in a high-speed flight mode, falling like a meteorite. Once everything has the blessing of speed, it will become a weapon, not to mention that there will be swords, guns, swords, and halberds in it. Sherlock held his arms in front, forming a silver-white hacky barrier, blocking the attack. Gee ha 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 ha, can you only hide? Blackbeard used dark water to absorb everything nearby, and then released it to attack Sherlock using the liberation. In this way, he had a steady stream of weapons. Countless knives and guns stabbed at Sherlock, and Sherlock launched Marine 6 Styles paper arts, turning his body into a thin piece of paper, and evaded the attack one by relying on instinctive judgment of danger. The shaved flash was launched again behind Blackbeard, and he punched it down, but Blackbeard caught it directly. The corner of Blackbeard's mouth raised. This time he did not use dark water, but pure physical power, which directly twisted Sherlock's right hand. Scratching, the sound of broken bones. In the face of Blackbeard, who also possesses armament haki, Shylock obviously used haki, but he still couldn't make it. Before his right hand was completely twisted, Sherlock launched the gift of Tempest Kickstorm. An instant storm-like foot force swept Blackbeard, kicking him tens of meters away. Sherlock gritted his teeth, reluctantly, and straightened his bones. Next, let's make a break. Sherlock stretched out his hand, and the E-126 glove pistol instantly fired more than 30 hormonal bullets, hitting Blackbeard. Blackbeard uses armament haki to isolate, but hormones are different from physical attacks and cannot be blocked. These hormonal bullets pass through the body, bringing a sensation of paralyzing nerves. How can you not have an operation after anesthesia? The corner of Sherlock's mouth raised, and he drew the Azure Moon Shadow knife from his waist and swung it down. This knife actually followed the move that Whitebeard learned just now, and a deep crack appeared on the ground after it was cut. It's a pity that Blackbeard has observation haki, foreseeing his actions in advance, and avoiding the blow. Two masses of black matter appeared in Blackbeard's hands, which were two dark acupoints. At the same time, he released the dark cavern road and plunged the ground into a black swallowing layer in a large area. He had already noticed that the previous dark cave was restored after 15 seconds, which proved that Sherlock's restraint time was very short. As long as he covered a wide enough area and continuously released the power of darkness, Sherlock could not escape. Sherlock attacked Blackbeard again, but every time Blackbeard would predict his movements in advance. But his close battle with Blackbeard has shocked everyone. Unexpectedly, Sherlock has grown to this point. Will sighed. He still remembered that the day Sherlock went to sea, he said he was going to catch him upright in the sea. But, since when has the distance between each other been so great? Is it from Sherlock to sea from Logue Town? Or did he stand on the land of Marineford as Shishibukai? Or did he dare to face Garp and Sengoku? The people who were on the same starting line had thrown themselves far away without knowing it, and Will was not reconciled. 3 years ago, Sherlock and Will were in the bar to discuss where the wine is better and where the girls' skills are better. 3 years later, standing on the same battlefield, they can no longer face each other as equals. Once, Will thought he was better than Sherlock in terms of family, talent, and hard work. He joined Marine at the age of 15. Starting from a third-class recruit, it took 5 years to cross 10 levels and become the youngest major. He is East Blue's most famous Shinso major, and was enlisted to participate in the War of the Top. Originally, he thought he was the protagonist of this world and the most gifted person, but the Top War completely subverted his cognition. There are so many monsters hiding in this world, but these monsters are not enough to make Will's self-confidence collapse. After all, most of them are older than himself, and the person who is the most unacceptable to Will is exactly Sherlock. This Sherlock, who used to lack courage and always catch cheap rewards, likes to drink and drink at his own house, wants to treat himself to the Rose Theatre. Unknowingly he has been reborn. Sherlock had the courage to stand in front of Whitebeard and talk to him on an equal footing. He could fight Blackbeard Teach, who is known as the Devil, but he was still alive in that vainglory. At this moment, his self-confidence was shattered along with Marineford. He tremblingly clenched the gun in his hand, but his expression gradually became very firm. He looked at Sherlock's back and swears silently in his heart, "One day I will stand on the top of Marine, even if I step on the bones of my companions. I will climb up to gain stronger strength, become a truly strong man, and send you to prison with my own hands." The onlookers at Sabayati Archipelago were equally shocked. This is Houston's strength. Impossible, how could he be tied with Blackbeard? His bounty is clearly so far behind Blackbeard. Did Leah D. Houston always hide his strength before, or did he really get the clue left by Roger? What do Whitebeard's words mean? What does the D series stand for? What secret treasure is hidden in the One Piece that can shake the rule of the world government? This is simply the biggest news of the year. Hurry up, write it quickly, and let the world know. The journalists did not think the matter was too big, and immediately fought hard, and the typewriter made a crisp and coherent sound, tata-tata-tata. Isn't this execution meant to end the era of great pirates? Ending Roger's bloodline. Why does it feel that the war has developed in an uncontrollable direction? People talked a lot, and anxiety spread quickly, as if the bloody smell of the battlefield had been transmitted to the hearts of every onlooker through the big screen in Sabayati Archipelago Square. They felt the storm-like calm before the world was about to change, and wondered if Marine could control this change. Marine Ford. Houston, you are qualified to be my opponent. Teach and Sherlock kept fighting each other, and there was an emotion of appreciation in their hearts. I am also eligible to join the Blackbeard Pirates, how about it? Think about it, stand on top of the world with me and experience true freedom. Sherlock looked at Teach in silence. You, like me, have similar abilities. You are the nemesis of all arrogant people in this world. If you want absolute freedom, you can only stand at the top of the food chain. Come on, Houston, join us. Blackbeard Teach spread his hands, and the new members of the Blackbeard pirate group laughed behind him. Captain, we have to recruit another monster to come in. Ha ha ha, Houston, join us so I don't have to drink at your grave. The evil King Abalo Pizarro said, just follow me. Garp was about to step forward, and Sengoku pressed his shoulders. Garp, don't be naive, no matter which side Houston is on, it is Marine's enemy. Garp stopped as if a thorn in his throat. The era of Whitebeard is over. The next era is only Blackbeard. If you want, you can walk to the top with me and see the scenery of the world. If you don't want to, you can only bury Whitebeard. You can look back, he is already at the end of the crossbow, only hanging a sigh of relief, and I am the sun that has just risen. Only by following me can your dream come true. Blackbeard grinned. Although he had lost a few teeth, he didn't look funny at all. His ambition filled him with manly charm. Sherlock looked sideways, looking at Whitebeard. His face was covered with a shadow and remained silent. Since it is a dream, of course it is more valuable to realize it by yourself. Sherlock grinned and pulled out the golden battle axe from his back. The battle axe weighed a lot, and when it landed, there was a loud noise, and the ground was cracked. The golden battle axe is different from the azure moonshadow knife. It needs to be charged. It can only exert its strongest power once a day. It will also absorb a lot of physical strength from the host when used, so Sherlock is not easy to use. But Blackbeard had obviously begun to take it seriously, and he was a little sorry for this opponent if he didn't take out some unique skills. It seems that you have chosen to reject me, gee ha 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 ha, then let me send you to hell first. Blackbeard's hands caught in the air, and suddenly, dark matter surged in all directions, like a round sphere surrounding Sherlock. Sherlock was surrounded by boundless darkness, and dark matter began to swallow his body. Teach laughed again. The dark cavern road, endless abyss, swallowed and shattered in the darkness. Scream. Only death is waiting for you. The captain is serious. It's a pity, Houston, this wine can only be drunk at your grave, ha 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 ha. The Blackbeard pirates laughed and talked. Sengoku dragged Garp, do not impulse. Houston. Boone couldn't feel Houston's breath anymore, it felt as if he had completely disappeared from the world. Herring's pupils diminished and her body trembles. Houston, you won't. At this time, Whitebeard was emitting hot steam and his skin was red and hot. This was the last blow of his burning life, and he planned to take Teach away completely. Teach swallowed and backed away. He drew his gun and fired 2 shots at Whitebeard. Damn it, why don't you die at ease? Kill him, you guys, Blackbeard ordered. The monsters of the Blackbeard pirates swarmed up and launched a fierce attack on Whitebeard. Suddenly, a golden light rushed out of the endless abyss of darkness, like the dazzling light of the rising sun, dispelling all the darkness. Sherlock smashed the endless abyss of the dark cavern road with a golden great axe. In an instant, a high silver-armed wall was built to block all attacks. How can it be? Houston is not dead yet. Blackbeard looked at Sherlock in astonishment. After the golden battle axe had exerted its greatest effect, his whole body was dim and gradually corroded, which was equivalent to being abandoned. Sherlock shook his head and threw the axe aside. I said, Whitebeard's life is mine. Arrogant, kill him for me, Blackbeard ordered. Shiryu and others looked at Sherlock. Each of these villains has the strength that rivals Blackbeard. Sherlock's current strength is comparable to Blackbeard, and it is impossible to deal with so many villains. There is no way, one of the whole cards must be used in advance. Do you think that only you can help? Sherlock opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood. The internal organs were severely squeezed in the dark abyss, and the pain made it difficult for him to stand upright. Unexpectedly, the armed-colored hacky can't resist the dark matter of the endless abyss of Blackbeard. If he were to get shock fruit, he might really be invincible in the world. Sherlock will never allow this to happen. He and Blackbeard's beams are considered to have settled. If Blackbeard is allowed to continue to grow stronger, even if he escapes today, I am afraid that in the future, he can only live in the fear of being dominated by him, not as good as now. Just give it a go. Rox D. Zebek. Come out. Houston must be crazy, how can someone who has been dead for so long show up? Are you irritated? The Marines onlookers talked a lot, including the pirates on the other side, unable to understand his behavior. Sherlock straightened his back with difficulty, wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth, made a seal with his hands, and pulled out a gap in the space. The gap gradually became larger, and a tall black figure slowly walked out of the gap. Every time the black figure took a step, the earth was shaking, and a palpable sense of fear spread throughout Marineford. Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru, Aokiji and others all felt cold in their backs. Although Sherlock's mouth is definitely the name of the famous One Piece, no one believes that Rox D. Zebek is still alive, and no one believes that he will really come out. But the truth is that Rox D. Zebek really appeared. He is tall and straight, similar in shape to Whitebeard, but with long seaweed hair. His eyes are hidden in the bottomless city, his outline is clear, he has no beard, and he looks only about 30. Wearing a white shirt, a black and red jacket, and 2 silver rings on his hands. Boy, did you summon me from hell? Rox D. Zebek looked down at Sherlock. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched, and he didn't think that the person he had summoned would even raise his head and look up. What's wrong with this sense of oppression? It feels like he will be eaten by him in the next moment. Rox D. Zebek, do you eat people? Yes, help me kill them. Sherlock forced his composure and looked at the Blackbeard pirates. No, he looked at Blackbeard and the others, but also at Sengoku, Kizaru, and others. Sengoku swallowed and took 2 steps back. Garp, am I dazzled? No, it is Rox D. Zebek. Ha 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 ha, no one has ever dared to order me, but I want to thank you for bringing me out of hell, then I will do you a favor to solve the immediate trouble. Rox D. Zebek slammed a punch after he said, the punch fell like a meteorite, the ground exploded, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Half of Marineford was blown to ashes. None of the members of the Blackbeard pirates were spared. They were all lifted off by great power, or fell into the sea, or were buried in gravel. Sherlock could not imagine that there are people in this world who have stronger punches than Whitebeard. He was still complaining about Rox D. Zebek just now, and if he didn't hurry up, 30 seconds passed, but he didn't even use 10 seconds to deal with the Blackbeard pirates. Newgate, how long have I been away? You're so old. Rox D. Zebek looked at Whitebeard Edward Newgate in silence. Rox, I didn't expect to see you in my lifetime. Rox D. Zebek and Whitebeard looked at each other and smiled. It felt like they were reuniting after a century. The scar on this body is really embarrassing. Who hurt you like this? Marine. Rox D. Zebek grinned, took a jug of wine from his waist, took a sip, and handed it to Whitebeard. You must have never drunk this wine. Whitebeard turned to the jug and drank it, discarding the jug. Goo la la la, good wine. He raised his head and felt the warm sun shining on him, as if he had returned to his youth. Following the time of Rox D. Zebek, his life is finally over, long and wonderful, without any regrets. Slowly closing his eyes, he completely lost his breath. Daddy! The pirates on the other side of the gorge all shouted, tears splashing. They knew that the old man had really gone, and this time, he would never come back. Rox D. Zebek was stunned, shook his head, and then looked at Marine on the square. Monkey D. Garp, you are here, are you old enough? Rox D. Zebek pointed at Garp, and suddenly bent over with a smile. Ha ha ha, Garp, instead of being tortured by aging, let me just cut it for you. Rox D. Zebek wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and laughed, returning to his indifferent expression, a cold flash in his eyes. He really planned to take Garp away. Garp took 2 steps forward, clenching his fists. Rox D. Zebek, I don't know where you came from, but you no longer belong to this era, let me send you back. In the Valley of the Gods, I am already very guilty for letting you face him alone. This time, let me come. Sengoku patted Garp on the shoulder, and he took off the Justice Marine Daka, his figure sword, and his whole body seemed to be covered with gold, turning into the form of a big Buddha. Sengoku looked at Rox D. Zebek, just let me be your opponent. Sengoku, come on, my life in hell is too boring, just to take you down together and continue to be my opponent. Rox D. Zebek laughed. The great Buddha, the seal of Tathagata. Sengoku waved his palm, and a huge golden handprint rushed towards Rox D. Zebek. Everything that came into contact with this golden handprint instantly vanished. Rox D. Zebek also slammed his fist and caught the golden handprint on the front, igniting a huge shock wave to the sky, shaking the sky. The shock waves generated by the two rippled apart and covered the entire Marineford. This time, even the naval headquarters building that had always stood tall split from the middle, was split in half, and collapsed. Countless Marines were lifted by the shock wave, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates on the other side seemed to feel the end of the world. This kind of battle is simply inhuman. But their battle didn't last long, because Rox D. Zebek only had 30 seconds. Ding, remind host, there is a 54,321 countdown to the summoning spell failure. The cooling time is 1 year, and it cannot be summoned again within 1 year. The sound of Papicia's kiss immediately stimulated Sherlock's nerves. The cooling time was 1 year. Can this time be longer? Just like a one-time golden battle axe. The figure of Rox D. Zebek disappeared into the air. Sengoku was stunned. He spit out a mouthful of blood, and Garp stepped forward to support him. It's okay. Sengoku waved his hand. What is the problem? Houston seems to be a master with a strange ability, maybe a certain devil fruit ability, which can actually drag people who have been dead for so long to the battlefield. Garp analyzed. Sengoku felt that only this kind of explanation would work. After all the unexplainable phenomena in this world could only be attributed to devil fruit. Herring rushed to Sherlock's side. She actually endured it all the time. She wanted to rush down many times, but she restrained it because Sherlock made her believe him and she would never affect Sherlock's battle. Sherlock walked under the collapsed building and pushed away the abandoned pile of rocks. Blackbeard crawled on the ground, dying. We should go now. Ling held a timer in his hand to remind Sherlock that the red hair was coming, and that Sherlock needed a quick fight before the new variables came. He nodded slightly. He took out the bottle of Magellan and Helling's dual fusion venom from his arms, knelt down, opened Blackbeard's mouth, and poured it in. Just in case, if you want to live, I will be very upset. Blackbeard was already powerless to resist, but he couldn't think that Houston could be so despicable. He was already dying, and he even poisoned himself. He was most familiar with Magellan's venom. The last time he was in Impel Down prison, if it hadn't been for Liaxi to bring the antidote, he would be dead. But now, no one is around at all. Sherlock smiled and looked at Blackbeard. You are right. Dreams can never be shattered unless they are crushed. And I, the one who crushed your dreams, die with regret. St. Day. Blackbeard's eyes were about to stare out, but his body gradually lost consciousness and fell to the ground, but he had not completely died. Of course, it was only a matter of time if there was no cure. Sherlock looked at Sengoku and Garp. Blackbeard will be given to you. Now I will take Whitebeard away. If you stop, I don't know what more terrifying monsters will be summoned. By then, it may not be only Marineford that will be destroyed. Houston, you and Whitebeard, no one can leave. Sengoku said stubbornly. Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, who was rescued by Marine, stand behind. Redhead Shanks, the youngest 4 emperors. He has red hair, his left eye was injured by Marshal D. Teach and left 3 scars. There was a short stubble on his mouth, and his left arm was bit off by the King of the Sea for saving Luffy. Wearing a white shirt, half-buttoned, wearing a long black cloak, wearing brown cropped trousers with printed patterns, wearing flip-flops at the feet, and the famous sword griffin on the waist and hips. Behind him are the core members of Red Hair Pirates, the Deputy Captain Ben Beckman, the man who missed Houston. He has the experience accumulated in a long sailing career, a clear-thinking brain and extremely high combat effectiveness. As a figure whose strength can be comparable to that of Red Hair, even the strong of New World will tremble when they see him. The sniper Yasop, the guy who played observation hacky to the ultimate with outstanding marksmanship, is also the father of Ursub. According to Sherlock, the 2 fathers and sons will have a battle one day in the future. There are also Lucky Lu and others, each of whom is a bounty of hundreds of millions of people. Even if the supernovas of New World are added together, they are not as good as the Cotters of Shanks. Red Hair, come join in the fun too. Akainu threw a fist and was blocked by Shanks with a sword. Ace and Whitebeard are dead. Your goal has been achieved. If you still have to fight, then let us be your opponents. The red-haired stared at Akainu coldly. He was usually lazy and rarely showed such an expression, which made people feel the invisible oppression. At the same time, the corner of his eye swept to Sherlock, doubting in his heart, why is Houston here? What conspiracy does he have? Sherlock swallowed. If you want to say that the sky is not afraid, what is Houston's most afraid of? That's Red Hair Pirates, because the person he admired the most in the pirates before was Shanks, so he knew his power. And Sherlock didn't plan to waste his whole cards on redheads. In the attitude of the war on top, Sherlock and Shanks are the same, and both want to end this war as soon as possible. In other words, they are on the same front. Just based on Shanks's understanding of Houston, he is by no means a pacifist, but a speculator. It is still somewhat difficult to prove to Shanks's position in the war. Ding, the system has detected that the host is in fear, and the luck value of 100 meets the requirements of turning on the hidden auxiliary skills reversal. It can reverse the other party's attitude towards themselves, but it can only be used once. May I ask the host, do you use it? What does it mean to have and use it once? Sherlock asked. 100 chi luck can only be used once. Although the chi luck will not decrease after use, the skill points will be cleared. If the host wants to use it again, unless the luck drops to 100 again. After Papicia finished his explanation, Sherlock knew everything in his heart. The fear of raising the air luck value to 100 plus host can inspire the hidden auxiliary skill reversal, which is limited to one time, and then you want to turn it on. Unless the soul is stitched to consume the air luck value, each time the soul is stitched, the air luck value will be consumed 30 ranging from 100 points. Sherlock did not hesitate to use the reversal skill on the red hair owner of facial fruit. The red hair was stunned, looking at Sherlock, and remembering the days when we went to sea together, feeling very kind. I really missed that time. I never thought we would meet again, Houston. Ding, congratulations to host, for successfully reversing Shanks's attitude. At this moment, you are a memorable companion in his eyes, Papicia Pro prompted. Sherlock breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the devastated and corpse-ridden Marineford silenced Sengoku. If you feel that Marine is not dead or injured enough and want to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates, we don't mind joining the battle, Ben Beckman said slowly, smoking a cigarette. Akainu was about to attack and was stopped by Sengoku. Enough! So that's it. Now that the execution has been completed, Whitebeard and the riot ground has also been punishable. This war is over. Sengoku picked up the phone worm, everyone obeyed, Ace and Whitebeard are dead, and Marine is victorious. The war is over. In an instant, all the surviving Marines broke free from the emotion of killing, pain and exhaustion spread all over their bodies, tears filled their eyes and cheered. They finally survived this cruel war. Marine finally won. Amidst the overwhelming cheers, the war finally ended. Sherlock walked to the center of the square and resisted the huge body of the demon Oz. I want to take it away. Sengoku stopped Akainu, a dead man, let him go. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates followed Sherlock and evacuated. Since the bodies of Ace and Whitebeard are on the backs of Helling in unicorn form, they can only follow Sherlock. Sherlock handed Luffy to Lau, the captain of the Red Star pirates who came from Sabayati Archipelago. I heard that you are a doctor, Luffy will ask you. Yep, Lau said lightly and took Luffy back to his boat. The last time Sabayati Archipelago fought celestial dragons together, they reached a certain degree of understanding. Sherlock and others boarded the evil, which had been hidden in the sea for a long time. At this time, the evil had already emerged from the water. Behind the evil, there were several large ships newly purchased by Laran. Enough. Pack the surviving pirates. Sherlock turned around and glanced at Buggy. Keep up. The corners of Buggy's mouth twitched, and he didn't expect Houston to be more dangerous than he thought. Captain Buggy, what is your relationship with Houston? Why is he calling you to follow? The villains asked puzzledly. Buggy coughed twice. Houston is it's my disciple. He invited me to his site and developed the island with him. Worthy of Captain Buggy. A strong man like Houston was taught by Captain. Didn't you hear that Houston is Garp's disciple? It must be because I think Garp is not as good as Captain Buggy, so I worshipped Captain Buggy as a teacher. The prisoners talked, looking at Buggy with admiration. Buggy was sweating, thinking of his deal with Houston, suddenly felt a sense of signing an agreement with the devil. Then what are we waiting for? Houston is his own, and Whitebeard is dead. It doesn't make sense for us to stay here. As the prisoners said, they surrounded Buggy and boarded the devil. The corner of Sherlock's mouth rose, and the soul storehouse had begun to stitch Whitebeard's soul. Whitebeard did not resist, the stitching went smoothly, and Sherlock didn't feel any discomfort. And Blackbeard Teach, even if it is not poisoned to death, will sit in prison. Sherlock felt that he had made a profit, and he hadn't even used the last hole cards. This was a 10 billion hole card. To Sherlock's surprise, red hair pirates also followed. Who asked them to follow? I did not welcome you. Buggy picked up Shanks by the neckline and scolded, you guy, you actually threw Roger's straw hat to Luffy. Give me the straw hat if you don't want it. Haha, I just think he wears that straw hat very suitable. Shanks was pestered by Buggy, nagging all the way. Sherlock breathed a sigh of relief, thanking God as long as Shanks didn't bother him. It seems that the effect of the reversal is great. No side effects at all. Ben Beckman walked slowly to the deck, he lit a cigarette and handed it to Sherlock. Sherlock turned out a cigarette, took out a lollipop, opened the shell and handed it to him. Li Shang exchanges. Ben Beckman with a serious face actually put the sugar in his mouth. Sherlock also smoked 2 cigarettes, even if his body was allergic to such things. Just like Ben Beckman is not used to the taste of sugar at all. The two of them stood on the deck and said nothing. The silent atmosphere didn't break until Shanks appeared, and he put his hand on the shoulders of the two of them. Houston, listen to Buggy, we are going to your site. Sherlock is sweating. Buggy, this big mouth, must be the red hair he invited. I actually don't want to take you there. Sherlock is also very direct. Shanks laughed, ha ha ha, Houston, you are really as careful as ever. Well, you have been chased and killed, and you will feel how I feel, Sherlock said lightly. Back then, what you did touch my bottom line, but I feel that you have changed now. It's strange to say, it's like seeing another person. I think you must have experienced a lot of adventures before you will be reborn. Shanks patted Sherlock on the shoulder. Although I will never let you return to red hair pirates, I will not be your enemy. Yes? Well, Beckman killed you once, and now Houston is a brand new Houston. Shanks laughed. Sherlock raised his brow slightly. This reversal skill is really easy to use. This effect will not be two-way, right? Why do you think red hair is so cute? He seems to know everything. Houston is indeed dead. Now I am only Sherlock, but I am not a different person. In that case, you can call me Sherlock from now on." Sherlock threw the cigarette butt on the ground and trampled it out. Sherlock, a good name, it sounds very literary. Shanks teased. Sherlock. Ben Beckman slowly said Sherlock's name and nodded slightly, agreeing that it was a good name. Immediately, the members of the Red Hair Pirates crowded up to make an appointment with Houston. "Houston, it's been a long time since I had a drink with you. When these things are over, you must have a good drink." "That's right, Houston, we haven't had a drink in a long time." Sherlock couldn't think that they would see this attitude again when they saw him again. Shouldn't they be very despised or hated by reason? But think about it carefully, the reason why Houston violated the bottom line of Red Hair Pirates is because he looted and killed, and Blackbeard killed his companions to steal treasures is fundamentally different. Houston has never done anything to betray his peers. Red Hair Pirates has a rule that only robs during robbery, neither S*X nor murder, except in special circumstances. If you encounter a group of guys with bloody hands, the pirates will never be soft, but Houston is different. He not only robbed money but also robbed S*X, but also killed people after the robbing of S*X. He doesn't kill a woman, but he kills the woman's husband or lover. In short, the woman he has slept with can only have him as a man. Houston is such a selfish man unless he is his brother. Once robbed a merchant ship, Houston killed all the men on board despite the opposition of the Red Hair, leaving only the elderly, women and children. In his eyes, these disadvantaged groups are not worthy of his actions, and he will die. And Houston always likes to shoot against Marine, provoke the government everywhere, and proactively cause a lot of unnecessary troubles. So Red Hair drove him out, and his approach is simply incompatible with Red Hair Pirates. Houston just left, he also abducted his brother's lover. Who can bear this? Who is this lover? It was Ben Beckman, named Annie, a beautiful blonde woman who was rescued by Ben Beckman in a shipwreck. She fell in love with Ben Beckman at first sight and became Ben Beckman's lover. But Ben Beckman is a man of incomprehension. It's not as good as Houston who can provoke women and get along with Houston. When Houston left, she did not hesitate to follow Houston. But Houston didn't put her on the worst. Houston didn't care about her. It was purely a kidney. After knowing that he abandoned Ben Beckman for himself, he abandoned Annie without hesitation. Houston is such a ruthless man. He just can't resist the temptation of a woman, but he doesn't really want to betray his brother. Of course, no one would believe this. Ben Beckman showed mercy to his men in the end, and he also cared about brotherhood. But his character is really not suitable for Red Hair Pirates. Red Hair can't help him achieve his ambitions, so they are destined to part ways. When we meet again, neither Ben Beckman nor Charlotte mentions Annie, which is considered a grudge. In this world, there is always a person who has completely different ideas from yours and is full of shortcomings, but somehow becomes your friend. And this kind of feeling doesn't need too much words, the other party can understand it with just one action and one look. This is the case with Ben Beckman and Charlotte. Since Whitebeard has just passed away, everyone is still immersed in a sad atmosphere, so they didn't say much. Marco and his friends even had tears in the corners of their eyes. "Houston, thank you this time." Although the old man still did not escape the fate of death, Houston at least helped him die with enough dignity, and also personally solved Blackbeard, avenging the Whitebeard Pirates' fourth team captain Sachi. You should thank him for both reason and emotion. General Information Administration. Headquarters, report to headquarters, there is an urgent report from Marineford. Whitebeard died in battle. Really? Is it really Whitebeard? Are you right? No, absolutely right. All the news reporters and editors were stunned, and couldn't believe that the most powerful man in the world was rumored to have died. They have written numerous reports about Whitebeard, but they never thought that the news of his death would be released today. This terrible news quickly spread all over the world. The Whitebeard Pirates failed to rescue Roger's son Ace. The legendary invincible Whitebeard lives and died. At the same time, it is even more shocking that Blackbeard, the promoter behind the scene, has lost his Shishibukai identity and will be imprisoned and impelled down. And the one who defeated Blackbeard turned out to be the new Shishibukai, Leah D. Houston, the representative of the era of extreme evil. Houston became famous in World War I and became the one who the world government thought might finally inherit Roger's will. At the same time, he gave up his Shishibukai identity. Because Roxdy Zebek appeared for a short time and was densely smoked during the battle, the crowd of onlookers at Sabayati Archipelago did not recognize that this is the legendary Great Pirate Rocks. The official also deliberately hid it for fear of causing more unnecessary shocks. But Marine no longer hides for Houston the fact that he beat the Celestial Dragons. No matter from which point of view, Houston has become a figure that Marine and the world government have to pay attention to. There are even news reports. Houston is likely to become synonymous with this era. For a while, his bounty soared to 1 billion. It is rumored that Buggy the Clown also showed great strength in the battle, because he led a group of elite soldiers, each of whom was a villain who escaped from the recommended city, and his strength should not be underestimated. Straw Hat Luffy is both a representative of the extremely evil era and the main criminal who beat celestial dragons. In addition, he is also a descendant of the revolutionary dragon. World government and marine can no longer ignore his existence. The evil ship brought Marco and others back to Titan Island. Although the fallen leaves return to their roots, if you don't want Whitebeard to be disturbed, you should find a hidden place to bury it, right? Shylock said to Marco. Marco nodded slightly and looked at the pristine scenery on the island, thinking that this was also a good home. The people of the Tata tribe warmly entertained them. Now their language has reached a state where they can basically communicate. If it is not good, they can still make gestures, and Kemu can also act as an interpreter. Most of the pirates were injured, and they happened to be able to cultivate for a while on Titan Island. Since their skins have basically been baptized by the hot sun on the sea, they have a bronze texture and are very popular with Tata women. Sherlock estimates that there will be many more villains on the island a year later. Although everything was simple at Whitebeard's funeral, countless pirates came, including his children, Shanks' red hair pirates, Buggy and impelled down prisoners, Sherlock and the members of the Hellfire. The rain was pouring down, as if seeing off Whitebeard. The black coffin was slowly buried in the soil, accompanied by countless cries. "Father, go well." Marco put a white rose on his coffin. Immediately after Diamond Jaws, Foil Bista and others put a white rose one after another. Under the black umbrellas, they all wore pure black clothes and black sunglasses, surprisingly neat. "Father, go well. Father, go well." Soon, the black coffin was covered with white roses, which was then covered by Lois. The tombstone says the tomb of Daddy Edward Newgate. Sherlock looked sideways, and Lobren nodded, serving everyone a bowl of wine. "We respect my father for this glass of wine, and his will be inherited by everyone in the future. I hope you can protect your family well." Sherlock raised the scarlet shallow bowl and drank it. Shanks, Marco, Buggy and others all drank this bowl of wine. "If the Whitebeard pirates needs it in the future, you can come to me for help," Shanks said. "Thank you, but we will wait for each other and will never shame the Whitebeard pirates, so you shouldn't need your help." Marco declined the red hair. Shanks smiled, not feeling embarrassed. Marco looked at Houston. "Houston, you will be our family from now on, please mention it whenever you need it." "Yes, Houston, the moment you stand in front of Daddy, you are already our family," the members of the Whitebeard pirate group said excitedly. Sherlock was stunned and nodded. "If you need it, please feel free to find me." For some reason, although many people in Baituan have strange shapes, he has an inexplicable sense of intimacy. If they really need their own help, Sherlock will never refuse. He originally wanted to conquer the Whitebeard pirates and reorganize their crews, but considering that they had only lost a leader like Whitebeard, they couldn't accept anyone for a short time, so it's better to wait for them to digest it by themselves. Without Whitebeard, they are likely to become a dish of scattered sand, or they may be swallowed by other powerful forces. When you need to make a shot yourself, and then take it in one fell swoop, perhaps it will be more acceptable to them than to say that you follow me directly. As for Titan Island, Sherlock is not worried that it will be brought under the jurisdiction of the world government or send troops to invade and occupy it. First of all, the island belongs to the edge of New World, surrounded by strange currents, forming a natural barrier. Secondly, he has reached an alliance with Buggy. Marine has sent an invitation to Buggy, and he has also agreed to become the new Shishibukai. Shishibukai governs its own territory, and the government will not intervene. This is also one of the reasons why Sherlock and Buggy reached a deal. The island is apparently under the name of Buggy, but Sherlock is still the actual ownership. He didn't worry about Buggy's embezzlement, because Buggy didn't have that strength at all. Buggy brags that Houston is his disciple, and Marine and world government don't know it, and it is only used to deter the villains who came out of Impel Down. Sherlock did not expose him, and could help him to deter disobedient men at critical moments. Of course, Sherlock does not make a loss-making business, and these Impel Down prisoners have to work for him in disguise. He suggested that Buggy set up a pirate dispatch company, Buggy Express. Sherlock provided the venue and successfully invested in shares. The ore company established by Sherlock Buggy also cheekily bought a share. This is a win-win situation, everyone is a community of interests. As Sherlock expected, the demon blood was tenacious, and Oz still sighed. Ling's healing technique finally worked and brought Oz back to life. Oz decided to stay in front of Whitebeard's tomb and be a tombkeeper for 3 years. At the same time, in return for Sherlock's life-saving grace, he helped the Tata tribe to build Tata Island. In the luxurious tree house exclusively owned by the patriarch, Sherlock lay in the bathtub, enjoying a warm bath. In the white foam, a fat bat with black lacquer round and fluffy suddenly appeared. Papicia kissed her short leg, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, imitating Sherlock's usual appearance. "Ling, come, squeeze your shoulders." Sherlock hit its head with a punch. "Enough for you." A gleaming bump protruded from Papicia's head, and he glanced at his mouth. "Host, you only care about your own enjoyment, and completely ignore the feeling of hitting a worker. Don't be weird, I want to check the system panel." After Sherlock said it, a specific number appeared in his mind. Death title, Rising Star skills, Soul Stitching, Devil Curse, Summoning Stitching the Soul, Leah D. Houston, Edward Newgate Wealth, 302.4 billion Edible Fruit, Shuang Fruit, Shock Fruit Devil Fruit Capacity, 23 Luck Value, 60 Talent Value, 104-2000 Strength Value, 9000 Bloodline, Abyssal Tyrannosaurus Hybrid Ice and Snow Dragon Bloodline Haki, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki Physique, Marine 6 Style Sword Skill Comprehension Ability, 100 Weapons, Azure Moonshadow. Knife, Soul Chamber, E126 Fist Pistol. Sure enough, after stitching a spirit soul, the luck value will drop. But as long as it doesn't fall below 50, Sherlock can accept it. I have a question, why is Deo power only 9,000? I had 8,000 before, and Devil Fruit's abilities are superimposed. Why is Deo power only increased by 1,000? Sherlock kissed Papici, who was swimming in the fish tank, and kissed him. Papicia puffed up her mouth and spit the bath water onto Sherlock's face. The power value cannot be superimposed, only calculate your own power value. Your increase of 1,000 power value during this period is already very remarkable. Whitebeard's power value cannot be converted into your power value. After all, you just stitched the soul, but didn't get Whitebeard's body. Sherlock wiped the water stains on his face, soaked Papicia back into the water, and picked it up again. Originally, Sherlock wanted to punish the fat bat as if he was drowning, but found out that this guy was a trembling player and had a great time. Oh, will that power affect my ability to use Shock Fruit? Tau power can reflect a person's combat effectiveness, but it cannot completely determine a person's strength and will not affect it. Papicia shook the fur all over her body, suddenly got out of Sherlock's hand like a loach, and jumped onto Sherlock's head. Host now has 500 million wealth to use. May I spend 10 million Baileys to exchange clues? Exchange. Sherlock did not hesitate. Now that he has brought Ace back, he must be rescued, otherwise he would have broken his promise. If Sherlock said it, he would definitely do it, unless he deliberately deceived, which was another situation. Ding, congratulations to the successful exchange of host. Legend has it that there was a mysterious island in the world, the Emines Islands, 100 years ago. Therefore, the land is filled with heavy fog all year round, and it is also known as the Misty Island. Sherlock's eyes were sharp unexpectedly. There is such a mysterious island in Pirate World. Is there a magical medicine for reviving the anger on this island? Ding, the system prompts, do you spend 10 million Baileys to continue redeeming clues? So are you waiting for me here? Change. Sherlock has 500 million wealth to squander, how could he not be willing to spend 10 million Baileys? Ding, congratulations to the successful exchange of the clues by the host. Legend has it that the ancestor of the Eudemons lives on the Misty Island. Go on. Sherlock watched Papici press the kiss. The fat bat showed a humble expression. Ding, the system prompts, do you spend 10 million Baileys to continue redeeming clues? Sherlock is sweating, so do you have to sell a clue separately? This system is really poisonous. Just say, how much does it cost to buy this clue in one go? Let's calculate it. Papicia raised her paws in a decent way, 17 gets 7, 274. Finally raised his face and opened his hands solemnly. I didn't figure it out. You die for me 10,000 times. Sherlock pressed Papicia into the water again, and it made a gurgling sound in the water. Kurt the Abyssal Messenger. Sherlock froze for a second, took it out of the water, dried it with a towel, and then offered a glass of red wine. Continue to buy. Papicia snorted, took a sip of red wine, and raised Erlang's legs contentedly. Congratulations to the host for the successful exchange of clues. It is rumored that among the ancestors of these phantom beasts, there are phoenixes, unicorns, Medusa, Tyrannosaurus, Yachi Orakai, etc. Seeing Papicia kiss the gold-swallowing beast silent again, Sherlock said with pain, keep going, finish talking at once, deduct the money yourself. Papicia kissed her eyes and nodded. Among them, the ancestor of the phoenix had a way of rebirth from nirvana to resurrect the dead, provided that there is still a breath, but Ace is obviously not satisfied. His body is now preserved in good condition by relying on Helling's Eudemon feathers. Only the soul exists. The heartbeat and breathing have stopped. Then what to do? Sherlock asked. Be patient and listen. The ancestor of the unicorn has a way to resurrect him as long as the soul exists. It is called reincarnation. The corpse is used as a container to summon the rebirth of the return of the soul. If the corpse of the dead cannot be used, you can use it. The body of a living person replaces it. Similar to Hokage Impure World reincarnation? Sherlock curiously asked. Papicia ignored his words and continued, there is a downside to this method. If no one in this world remembers this person, he will die immediately. That's okay, at least for decades, no one will forget Ace, how to get to this island. Friendly reminder, the records on this island are marked with this legend, which means that the credibility is only 1%. Maybe you can't find the ancestor when you reach the island. It's probably the person who possessed these devil fruit abilities back then. I have stayed on this island and left behind a legend. Papicia said to himself, besides, 100 years are so long, maybe the first ancestor on the island is dead. Finally, if you want to go to this place, it is best for host to increase your luck to the top, which will help increase your probability of survival. Sherlock was sweating. I will judge these. Tell me the address. There is no redeemable clue about the address system, but someone in Impel Down knows it. Impel Down. Sherlock frowned. I just made a big war on the top and went to Impel Down again. Not suitable. Moreover, Impel Down prison has just gone out of the big event of escape, and it must be better guarded now than ever. Sherlock wouldn't pick Impel Down even if he wanted to test the power of Whitebeard shockfruit. Impel Down, the sixth layer of eternal hell, there is a person locked down. Pipitia raised her brow slightly. Is a great adventurer, navigator, and revolutionist, once also a colonialist. You are not curious who it is? Sherlock shook his head. Who is he? What does it matter to me? I'm not interested. Impel Down, I won't go now. Is there any other way to find the location of this island? Pipitia glanced at her mouth, handed the empty wine glass, and asked Sherlock to pour it another glass of red wine. Pamela Helling is the clue. I have asked her before that she can't bring people back to life, and she is an orphan and has no memory of her parents. 7 years ago, the small town of Navigali, which is an unknown town in South Blue, covered the entire block with snow in winter, and silver-white edelweiss were worn on the roofs and treetops. Children wearing thick cotton-padded jackets ran, frolicked, made snowmen, and had snowball fights on the streets. Smoke rises from houses of different heights, ready to open the door at any time, calling out their children to go home for dinner and bring their playmates by the way. Saying goodbye to the gentle girl, Houston pushed open the door of the Rose Theater, stepping on the soft snow, preparing to return to the boat. Whenever he went to a place, he always did not want to miss the Rose Theater, where there are beauties, wine, and information. Suddenly, a petite figure came out from the alley and hit him. This is a skinny girl with sunken eyes, thick dark circles, and a pale face. Even in winter, she only wore a thin patched white dress. Her body was blue and purple with cold. A black necklace was tightly tugged in her hand, and a drop pendant that looked like a sapphire hung on the necklace. Captain, it's a beggar, Lobren said, ready to directly deal with the girl who was blocking their way. Houston stopped him. Gentlemen, you shouldn't attack ladies. Yes, Captain. Laurent stepped back and put away his pistol. The girl got up on the ground, and the two gangsters had already chased her. Dead thief, stinky beggar, give us the necklace. These are two muscular young men. They are all drunk, obviously because of the necklace in the girl's hand. This wasn't something I stole, it was originally mine, the girl said tremblingly. Houston's mouth raised, and he reached out, and Lobren handed him the pistol. Houston squatted down and put the pistol into the girl's hand. Since it is your own thing, you need to rely on your own strength to protect it. The girl was stunned. The little b asterisk 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 d spit, little white face, be less nosy. That's it, stay away from the acquaintance. This necklace belongs to us. The other gangster opened his mouth, spitting out a breath of alcohol. Houston seemed to not hear them at all, and taught the girl to raise the pistol and aim at the two gangsters. Just like that, shoot, they can't take your things anymore. Mad, crazy. The two gangsters turned and ran away in fright. Houston shook his head. It's boring, I'm leaving now. Bang bang. With two gunshots, the two gangsters fell into a pool of blood. The girl turned her face innocently and looked at Houston. Is that right? Ha 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 ha. Houston laughed. Interesting, interesting, you will follow me from now on. Houston took off his coat and put it on the girl's shoulders. Do you have a name? The girl shook her head. Pamela Helling, you will be called Pamela Helling from now on. The girl was stunned for a moment, then she was holding Houston's thigh and weeping. Houston picked up the 7-year-old girl and let her sit on her broad shoulders. Ha 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 ha, don't you like it? Pamela is my mother's surname. I think it is a good surname. Ha ha ha. Sherlock's thoughts are confined, and maybe this is the reason why Helling has been following Houston. The unicorn phantom beast fruit awakened her to the blood of the unicorn. If you are willing, you can dig out her brain. Sherlock was surrounded by members of the Red Hair Pirates, groaning and drinking it into Guangong's face. Ha ha ha, Houston, let's not get drunk or go home today. Houston, you can't do it. Will you get drunk just drinking this little bit? Who said, I'm not drunk, I can still drink. Sherlock raised the glass, and Lobren poured the wine for him. He pulled Lobren down and sat down. Don't be busy, come and have a drink together. Okay, Captain. Houston, come, I toast you a drink. Marco, holding the wine glass, walked to Sherlock. Sherlock nodded. The wine glasses collided and drank it. Ace, is there any help? Except Marco, everyone else is also curious why Sherlock never bury Ace. Sherlock's original words are because Ace is Luffy's elder brother. He wants Luffy to take a look at Ace one last time and then bury him. Before that, Ling can use the power of a unicorn to keep his body from decay. But they still have a glimmer of expectation in their hearts. Perhaps it was because I saw Ace lying in the treehouse. I always felt that he had never left. Maybe, hopeless, but I will try my best. Sherlock said, don't expect too much from me. It's enough to have you need help, just speak up. Marco said that he drank the rum. The rum tasted even more throat-scorching. It was made by Sherlock based on the East Blue Sweetheart bar owner's recipe with local plants. Although the degree is the same, the taste is more spicy. Tata people don't like to drink, only Sherlock, who stays in East Blue all year round, likes it. Now Marco and they are also in love with the taste of this rum. The strong wine enters the throat, like a fire, but it has a mellow feeling after it is burned, and there is a sweet aftertaste. This wine is suitable for pirates who have experienced strong winds and waves. Elaine wanted to taste it too, but because she was still a minor in Sherlock's eyes, she only offered her fruit wine, so she could only accept it obediently. According to Sherlock's standards, Holling must be 18 years old to be considered an adult. Therefore, she was also ordered to ban the use of Sherlock's bed. Houston, no, Sherlock. The red hair raised the bull. I hope we will never be enemies. That's hard to say. The corners of Sherlock's mouth raised, clinking glasses with the red hair. I hope we can all realize our dreams. Cheers to dreams. Wrightson also raised his glass, and everyone shouted. Cheers to dreams. Daddy's will be inherited by us. Yes. After 3 drinks, Sherlock lay on her back on the beach, feeling something poking herself. He slowly opened his eyes, and a seagull looked at him with a stack of reward orders and newspapers in his mouth. This is waiting for his touch. Sherlock sat up and held the seagull's head lightly. Good job. The rewards are from Blackbeard, Luffy and Houston, and the basic rewards are not different from previous newspaper reports. But the latest news in the newspaper reads, Blackbeard Teach successfully captured lion fruit and became the first person in history to have the ability to double devil fruit. He threatened to gain the strongest power in the world. This era is called Marshall D. Teach. The era of extreme evil has come. Sure enough, is history irreversible? Blackbeard actually obtained the devil fruit of the golden lion monster, which means that the monster is dead. Sherlock shook his head, feeling that he was really a strong enemy. Lion fruit's ability is not weaker than shock fruit. Dalmizia, Rob Lucci and Monkey D. Garp were successively summoned by the military court for unknown reasons. The old man himself played a game with me, and he should not be suspected. I guess he just walked through the scene. It's hard to say that Madara points the dog Vice Admiral. Have you formed a beam? Sherlock continued to read the newspaper. Leah D. Houston has been listed as the most dangerous person by the world government. The nobles of the world said that they must catch this villain. The whole world has begun to investigate all people related to Leah D. Houston, and he has been arrested. 36 mistresses. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly, but Houston's mistress had nothing to do with him. Over the years, I have deliberately kept a distance from Houston's ex-girlfriends, and they have little information to disclose to the government. Lobren, can you reach Donna? Sherlock suddenly thought that the only Houston mistress he had contacted recently was Donna. Don't worry, Tang Da's head also has a family business in New World, and he has moved to New World. Lobren said with a smile. Sherlock nodded. Boone and Will, are they not affected? This is something within Marine, and I don't know it. Laurent said slowly, but since Boone doesn't want to follow us, he must also know what path he has chosen. Sherlock twisted his neck. Yes. Sherlock. The red-haired Shanks rubbed his hair and got up from the ground. Ha ha ha, I drank too much. I just fell asleep. He took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Sherlock. Ivan Kofi asked me to help bring it to you. Sherlock took the envelope and opened it suspiciously. Why is he writing to me? I don't know anymore. Okay, Sherlock, we've bothered you here for a long time, and it's time to say goodbye. Redhead Shanks stood up. Hearing that they were leaving, Sherlock suddenly felt a little bit reluctant. Shanks and his crew were very good at chatting. They were a very interesting group of people. Shanks were particularly good at drinking, with a lazy personality and informality, suitable for being friends. Especially Ben Beckman, who doesn't talk harshly, and has an appetite for Sherlock. Really not considering letting me go back? Sherlock asked with a smile. My boat is too small, I'm afraid it can't accommodate your ambitions. Ha 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 ha, Sherlock. Shanks patted Sherlock on the shoulder. If the red-haired boats are small, isn't my evil ship a canoe? Sherlock teased. Shanks shook his head. Since you are already a captain, don't say so depressed. Ha ha ha, next time I meet, I hope I can have a good drink. Good. Sherlock stood up and watched red-hair pirates leave. Ben Beckman also patted Sherlock on the shoulder. Houston, see you on the sea. Sherlock nodded. Okay. Houston, I heard that you have practiced good marksmanship. Next time we have to compare. Yasopp said. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched. No. Don't refuse me so mercilessly. Ha ha ha, where does this put my man's face? Yasopp smiled helplessly. Unless you are willing to use your star cloak as a bet. Sherlock opened his mouth. Ha ha ha, it turns out that I fell in love with my cloak, which was given by my best friend. After Yasopp said, the other crew members also laughed. Amidst laughter, red hair pirates successfully left the waters of Tata Island under the guidance of Lobren. Then the members of the Whitebeard pirates also bid farewell to Sherlock, and they looked much deeper. The members of the Buggy pirate group and the natives of the Tata tribe are left on the island. Oz stayed on the island. He was about the same size as the Titan, and the two became friends. Sherlock bid farewell to the people and returned to his tree house before reading the letter carefully. This is not so much a letter as it is an invitation. Ivankov hopes that Leah D. Houston can meet Long and join the Revolutionary Army. If he agrees, make an appointment again, and if he doesn't agree, he will assume that he has never seen this letter. Sherlock put the letter on the mahogany table, leaned back on the grandfather's chair, raised Erlang's legs, and hung a lollipop in his mouth. Monkey D. Dragon, isn't that Luffy's father? At this time, Baccarat opened the door and walked slowly into the house with an exquisite tray. On the tray was a pot of hot black tea and a layer cake with 2 fresh strawberries inlaid on it. Today, she is wearing a light green sling with a deep V neckline and off-white jeans, which outlines the exquisite curve, swaying when walking, which is even more bloody. Unfortunately, in Sherlock's eyes, she was just a big white radish. At this time, Sherlock saw the white radish sitting at his desk, put the black tea and snacks away, and picked up the letter on the table. What is this? An invitation letter. It's actually a letter written to you by the Ladyboy King Ivankov, the Revolutionary Army, want to invite you to join. Baccarat's beautiful eyes were incredibly unbelievable. Sherlock nodded, picked up the black tea, took a sip, and began to enjoy the layer cake. Isn't the famous Revolutionary Army scornful of pirates? Why did you invite you to go to war this time? What exactly did you do in Houston? Isn't it all written in the newspaper? Sherlock put the cake in his mouth, feeling like it melted in the mouth, and said in surprise, it's actually ice cream flavor. Has our chef changed? The chef didn't change. I personally cooked this for you. Knowing that you like sweets, I learned a lot of cooking. Baccarat used to be able to easily capture Houston by relying on beauty, but now he has to rack his brains to please this man. Thinking about it, the more he lives, the more backward he goes. It tastes great, Sherlock praised. How do you like it? Baccarat raised the corner of his mouth, picked up a straw hat on the cake, bit between his red lips, and lowered his head. Normally, at this time, Houston would kiss and enjoy the wonderful taste of her lips blending with strawberries. However, Sherlock quickly ate the mullet cake while she was eating strawberries, almost licking the plate. Baccarat looked dumbfounded. Sherlock wiped his mouth contentedly and continued to take a sip of black tea. Do you think I should join? Baccarat swallowed the strawberries, feeling choked. She slowly analyzed. The Revolutionary Army is led by Monkey D. Dragon, with the purpose of overthrowing the celestial dragons that dominate the world government. In recent years, the Revolutionary Army has gained momentum. It has successfully overthrown the regime of the country Sandoria in South Blue, and has also liberated many enslaved Nana nations. I heard that the Revolutionary Army regards Nico Robin, the survivor of the O'Hara incident, as a revolutionary lamp. They have been looking for her whereabouts for many years and wanted to invite her to join. Maybe it was because of Houston's courage and ability that you wanted to call you to join. After all, you had a lot of trouble at Sabayati Archipelago before. Just joining the Revolutionary Army is tantamount to being openly enemy of the world government. We are pirates, the world government and Marine are our enemies. Sherlock picked up the teacup and looked at himself reflected in the black tea. To be honest, sometimes he couldn't see himself clearly. Perhaps it was affected a bit after stitching with Houston's soul, and now even more so after stitching with Whitebeard. He always felt a sense of intimacy when he saw Marco. This feeling was like all his sons. So when she sent them away, Sherlock was very relieved, and didn't even want to see them so soon, otherwise this strange feeling would make him very uneasy. Suddenly there are so many weird children who are older than themselves. Who can bear it? That said, but I don't think you will agree. Baccarat's voice interrupted his thoughts, and he raised his eyes. Oh? Why, how can people who fall in love with the sea be willing to be restricted by restrictions? Whether it is the government or the Revolutionary Army, it is a regular army and it is not suitable for you. A woman's sixth sense is really terrible, as if you know what I think in my heart. Sherlock smiled and drank the black tea, and handed the cup to Baccarat. Dear Baccarat, can you refill it for me? Of course, my captain. Baccarat poured another cup of black tea for him and suddenly said, Marine has done a good thing. What? Sherlock asked curiously. Don't you know? Your mistresses have all been arrested. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly. Baccarat, how strong is the jealousy of this woman? Why are you so happy that they were caught? Sherlock felt incredible to mention these mistresses, because 6 years ago, Houston was only 14 years old. Even in pirate world, he was just an adult. You sleep with more than 30 women a year. Do you really consider yourself a stallion? Aren't you worried about them? Baccarat asked tentatively. Sherlock shook his head. Don't worry, Marine can't find out anything, so naturally he will let them go. Houston, you are really ruthless. If I get caught one day, will you do the same? Baccarat approached Sherlock and lifted his chin. You are different from them, Sherlock said and picked up the teacup. Who will pour the tea for me if you are caught? Do I only have the value of pouring tea? The corners of Baccarat's mouth rose. Of course, you are still my lucky girl, goddess. Is there any news over there? Sherlock immediately changed the subject and continued on this topic. Baccarat probably wanted to vent on himself again. However, in Sia Kerslak's eyes, her cute radish posture, she was unwilling to go to bed with the radish after killing Sherlock. It was very weird, okay? There is a message from Joker, saying that it will take a period of investigation on you before you can join the underground world. The investigation will last for 1 year. If you can't wait, he is willing to help you with a personal relationship, but the premise is that you have to promise him a promise. What promise? Sherlock asked lightly. I didn't say it for the time being, I said I will tell you later. Baccarat shook his slender thighs, but Sherlock, who had a will of steel, really didn't see it. That is not equivalent to a ticket exchange. It seems that Brother Ming wants to trade privately with me. Sherlock touched his chin. Doflamingo is indeed a thief. It takes a year to enter the underground world. Is it because he is trading with Kaido? Or is it because I don't have anything to impress him more? It seems that the mining of BA Quarry has stepped up, and I have to have a better bargaining chip. The businessman is chasing profit, so he can't let him fail to see my commercial value. Okay, then you tell him that I want a complete unicorn brain. If he can do it, I will meet his conditions in the future, but it must be within my ability and not against the premise of my personal wishes. Down. Okay. Baccarat stood up from the desk and left Sherlock's treehouse while twisting his waist. Sherlock's slender fingers tapped the bookshelf rhythmically, searching for the familiar red-skin printed notebook from a pile of books of varying heights. He picked up the pen on the abdomen on the desk and started to write a diary, recording what happened to him in Hyuxia. At the same time, he sorted out the obsolescence in the battle and what to do next. Although these things have been in his mind many times, but for some reason, since he came into this world, he has suffered from diary writing. Perhaps it is because only a diary can connect him with the original world. Topping up the deficiencies in the war, first of all, revealing strength too early and attracting unnecessary attention. Secondly, he didn't kill Blackbeard, leaving himself a monster opponent. In the end, even though Marine was blown up, no one dared to buy armor from him. In the future, he had to make other weapons to save his merchant's credibility. Although Luo listed many existing problems, Sherlock knew that he would definitely not lose in this top war. The reason for Whitebeard's failure was his innocence. In other words, he was stubborn and arrogant. He had great strength but no ambition to match it. Whitebeard achieved hegemony before the throne, but he suppressed this thriving force with a utopian family management philosophy. He neither claimed the king nor directly opposed the world government, but settled in the new world and derailed from the big era. As a result, the people in the Whitebeard pirates who yearn for the throne, those who expect Whitebeard to sit on the throne, and even those who want to attack the throne, they inevitably come to the opposite of Whitebeard. So Blackbeard's disappointment with Whitebeard is not only because of his old body, but also because of his stubbornness and arrogance. He is clearly the strongest man in the world, but he has no ambition to dominate. As a result, Blackbeard attacked his partner, took dark fruit, planned a conspiracy, and attempted to capture Whitebeard's shock fruit through the top war. And Ace insists on hunting down Blackbeard. His rebellion comes from his inner desire for Whitebeard to awaken his desire for hegemony and uphold the laws of the Whitebeard pirate group. In the end, Whitebeard innocently led all the members of the White group to Marineford to save their lives, right in the arms of Marine, and the White group was eventually destroyed under the tide of the times. Sherlock put away his diary. He likes to record the reasons why others fail, so as to learn from himself. He wants absolute freedom, which means that he must be on top of this world, and he will encounter the same problem in the future. So he chose to stand on the shoulders of giants, learn from the lessons of the predecessors, not forget the past, the teacher of the future. Sherlock put the diary on the shelf and twisted his neck. The next step is to receive my reward. As soon as his mind turned, he entered the system plane. In the dark space, the inverted pyramid exudes golden light. Opposite the pyramid, next to a 3-story building, the fat Papitia is opening a swimming pool for himself. The heavy sweat on its forehead slipped, panting with exhaustion, and lying in the hollowed-out pit. Sherlock squatted on the pit it had dug and found that Papitia was digging up the soil again. Are you trying to dig a grave for yourself? Sherlock teased. Papitia got up and said, Bah, we are digging a swimming pool. Your bathtub can no longer hold my stalwart figure. Sherlock was sweating, and he visually observed that the pit that Pippi dug was only enough for it to soak by itself, not as big as its own bathtub. Host, do you want to consume? Papitia got up from the pit flexibly, her eyes piercing. Sherlock nodded. Is there a way to directly remove the curse? What curse does host want to remove? Are you afraid of the curse of ants? Or is it a militant curse? Papitia asked clearly. Sherlock followed it to the second floor of the big player gamble paradise. Only bet on blessings, no others. Sherlock decided to spend the remaining 200 million on his sexual life for the rest of his life. Papitia sat at the opposite side of the gaming table, raised his eyebrows. and his little paw grabbed the card that appeared. Are you sure you only gamble on blessings? Sure, Sherlock nodded, holding the thin poker with both hands. But blessings are random blessings, and sometimes, there are often unexpected effects in business. Papicia didn't know when he picked up a cigar. In the first game, Sherlock lost 10 million Pele. The second game, the third game, and the fourth game consecutively lost, so that Shylock's mentality was a little broken. At this time, if you can bring in Baccarat, the lucky carrot, you might not lose all the time. Can the system plane bring people in? Sherlock asked suddenly. Papicia touched her chin. Please don't call this the system plane. The one with a name here is called Yuantu. Yuantu. Sherlock stared at Papicia. Yes, if you want to gain Yuantu's access to the outside world, you must be after you reach the level of being a master of death. Unexpectedly that Yuantu could really let other people in, Sherlock was instantly excited. Is Xingxing Empress the Grand Master? No, the Queen of New Stars is a master, the Queen of Masters is a master, and the Queen of Masters is a great master. Papicia introduced himself. You still have a long distance. Then after reaching the Grand Master, I can take everyone into the deep soil. If so, isn't it the equivalent of opening up a small world that belongs to you in Pirate World? Yes, when the time comes, the host can take people into the deep soil in a single thought. Papicia reminded her family and friends, however, the more people enter Yuantu, the closer the connection between Yuantu and the real world will be, which may not be a good thing for host. Why do you say that? Sherlock asked, and Papicia put on an inscrutable appearance, saying blessings and misfortunes rely on, and the trash of one person is another person's treasure. One person's luck is the disaster of a group of people. Everything in this world has its own laws of balance. Understand, you will naturally know when the time comes. Sherlock rubbed his eyebrows. This guy actually knew ancient Hyuxia. It's just that if it says so, it always feels that Yuantu is not a good thing. It is still said that Yuantu is a good thing for himself, but not for others. This system is really poisonous, especially Papicia, which is extremely poisonous. Is Grand Master the pinnacle title? Sherlock continued to ask. Host's current level, you don't need to know so much, you can check up to 3 titles before and after the level. Papicia kissed on an expression that was not negotiable, and Sherlock stopped asking. Can you change your gambling method? Without a big turntable, scratching is better than yours. Sherlock murmured. He found that although Papicia is a fat bat, he basically wins 9 bets, and it is difficult to lose to himself. Compared with its luck, it is not as good as the big turntable, but the big turntable has been banned. Scratch, are you sure? Papicia kissed a pile of scratching music. 1,000 Baileys, how many do you want to buy? Really? Sherlock wiped the sweat from his forehead. Can you shave a blessing? Papicia nodded her head. Like the big turntable, it has everything. Then I'm not welcome. Sherlock bought 10 of them at once. Ding, congratulations to host, you have received blessings from the insect master, and insects are friends with you. Unexpectedly, the first scratched out is a blessing card, which means that you don't have to be afraid of ants in the future. Sherlock swept away all the scratch cards. Thank you for participation. Ding, congratulations to host, you are cursed, humility makes you progress, and once someone else gives you an opinion, you can't help but want to accept it. Ding, congratulations to host, get a vision stone. Ding, congratulations to host, get a fruit of luck. Ding, congratulations to host, get a talent fruit. Ding, congratulations to host, get a random blessing. Thank you for participation. Sherlock held the scratch card with blessings on it, and laughed out a pig. Hey, come on. Ding, congratulations to host, the curse of belligerence has been lifted. What? No, I want to lift another curse. Sherlock resisted. Papicia didn't know when he actually made a pot of tea. He handed Sherlock a cup of tea and explained, some human souls have specific sins. When you stitch to this type of soul, you will be accompanied by corresponding sins when you gain power. Therefore, you often have a companion curse. Other curses can rely on. The blessing is lifted, but the body curse is not allowed. Didn't you find that since the soul stitching with Houston, your desire for women has become stronger and stronger? That's because Houston's soul sin is lust, so your companion curse is born. In fact, the real name of the curse is chastity. Sherlock had only 2 words in his mind at this time, if***k. He looked at Papicia, meaning that the curse can't be solved. No, have you always heard of the kiss between the frog prince and the princess? The curse can be lifted, as long as you meet your true love, you can lift the curse. You play with me, how can there be true love in a bunch of carrots? Sherlock growled. Papicia raised her eyebrows. Is it really a bunch of carrots? Sherlock felt as if he had realized it instantly. Could it be healing? She is a normal person in her own eyes. But she had detoxified herself before, and had kissed countless times, and didn't help herself to lift the curse? Then how can I find true love? I don't know this. You have to look for it slowly. Don't worry, besides, you now have another body curse called modesty. Chastity and modesty corresponding to arrogance. Sherlock suddenly thought of the 7 deadly sins. Could it be that the souls Sherlock wants to stitch are not random at all, but arranged by the system? Sherlock suddenly thought a little bit terrified. You don't have to be afraid. Sefer, jealous of Leviathan, raged Samael, lazy Belfinger, ravenous Mammon, glutton Beelzebub, and Asmodeus are all demons from the abyss. You can only stitch these 7 together. Kind of souls will receive the body curse, other souls will not. Combining the name of the toxic system, the abyss villain, you will die if you don't die. The criteria for choosing the soul and the curse of companionship are indeed not difficult to understand. It's just that Sherlock doesn't want to be an ascetic for a lifetime. What if you are the only girl with a flat breast in this world? Papicia gave a friendly reminder. No, there are mermaids in the sea waiting for me. Sherlock suddenly wanted to understand that the curse was only for humans of pure blood. Except for the flat-breasted nurse Ling, the mermaids are also normal girls in his eyes. The sea, really, are you my home? Sherlock closed his thoughts and withdrew from Yuan-Tu. 1 month later. In the morning light, the Tata teenagers on the Golden Beach are following the pirates of the Buggy Pirates in their morning exercises. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps on the beach, there is a crackling sound when they collide with weapons. In addition to exercising, Sherlock hopes that they can still have the power to fight. Because when this island connects with the world, it was when Blackbeard attacked it. Originally, the two had formed a beam, plus this was a piece of fat. Even if Buggy stayed here, it couldn't stop Blackbeard's army. Sherlock's intelligence network shows that Blackbeard has eroded most of the former territory of the Whitebeard pirates, and many pirates have turned to Blackbeard. Kaido and the Ant of the Beasts also took advantage of the fire and began to consume Whitebeard's other forces on the sea. When Whitebeard died, New World lost a strong control, causing countless pirates to flood into New World. They either had the dream of finding One Piece or wanted to win the throne of the sea. New World was reduced to a sea of ambitions, the main battlefield of thieves. This development greatly exceeded the expectations of the world government. Shishibukai's deterrent to the sea is getting smaller and smaller. Of course, it is not without influence, but Jinbei, Alligator, Emolia, Houston, Blackbeard are no longer 75 Cs. Hancock takes Luffy back to the Amazon Lily Kingdom, which is clearly opposite to Marine. Hawkeye's attitude towards the government has always been perfunctory. Doflamingo belongs to a man of conspiracy like Sherlock. He is still Shishibukai just to maintain the official title. In fact, in the underground world, he has been selling war. Pakistan Suo Luo Misyong is actually a revolutionary army, this has been confirmed. The future is definitely bloody, and Sherlock's Tata Island has already seen its scale. He must let himself have the power of the first battle before the storm completely comes. It is not enough to improve his strength, but he has to make his partners strong enough. After Sir Crocodile followed Sherlock to this island, he began his own practice, and the Titans acted as his opponent. The war on the top made him realize that the gap between him and Houston is getting bigger and bigger, and trying to shake his captain's position seems to have become a challenge. Of course, Sherlock doesn't really care about the position of the captain. If Sir Crocodile wants it, Sherlock can give it to him at any time. However, Sherlock knew that Sir Crocodile's ambition was never the position of a captain. What he wants is to be the One Piece, just like his codename Crocodile. He is the man who wants to stand at the top of the food chain. That's why he longed for power, longing for infinite power. And the reason why he chooses to follow Houston now is the same as the reason why Yujai Ruxy chose to follow Blackbeard. Like-minded. He believes that one day Houston will realize his dream, and he will realize his dream too. The battle at the top of the war thoroughly demonstrated Sherlock's strength, which Crocodile admired. However, if Sherlock showed a cowardly side in the future, Sir Crocodile would not hesitate to kill him and take his place. This is Sir Crocodile, a double-edged sword. Buggy is also practicing quietly, mainly because he has been stared at by a group of scowling villains, which makes him feel a sense of crisis that he will be seized of power all the time. Laurent has been in his 50s, and his abilities will no longer have any substantial growth. But Wrightson is different. He is still researching and inventing. After Sir Crocodile heard that he might know the Pluton drawings, he used force to force him. I hope he can think of it, but he actually doesn't know the Pluton drawings, so he can only make some weapons himself. These weapons disappoint Sir Crocodile every time. Come with Sir Crocodile, and Mr.1. Baccarat is not interested in practice. She is busy practicing her cooking skills. Of course, there are many bulls around her. These bulls are willing to be enslaved by her. They named themselves Baccarat guards. They basically the above all come from the prisoners of Impel Down, so the fighting power is amazing. Ling's healing skills can only be improved through the bloodline awakening again, and she must find the Misty Island if she wants to get the bloodline awakening again. Inside an empty tree house, Sherlock set up the iron pot and poured the complete brain of the unicorn, 100 ml of the blood of the witch, night vanilla juice, dripping poisonous pansy juice, Dracaena powder, and kapok into the iron pot. Fry these things together in the simplest way of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The shape of the unicorn's brain is similar to that of the human brain, but the surface is covered with a starry sky-like splendid coating. Poke this coating, and the inside is full of purple liquid, which is much less dense than the human brain and is closer to mercury. So when a brain is in the pot, it's like boiling soup. Originally, this pot of brain soup presented a mysterious and gorgeous color like a starry sky, making Sherlock feel like she was stirring a galaxy. As a result, after the witch's blood entered the pot, the whole brain soup turned bright red, like a drop of red ink dripping into a water cup, immediately swallowing all the colors and turning into blood red. Night vanilla juice, drip poisoning pansy juice, dracaena powder, and kapok also failed to change the final color of the liquid. Sherlock boiled for half an hour before the soup turned into a thick red liquid. It's done. Baccarat and Herring looked at Sherlock excitedly. Sherlock nodded slightly and dropped the liquid into the test tube. Walked to the world map spread out on the ground and placed the permanent pointer on it. Sherlock chanted the spell in the ancient dragon language he now learned. Great Witch Morgan, your devout believer asks for strength, guide me where I go, and find me the location of the Misty Island. If she read this passage in Huxia, Sherlock would feel that he was a complete sacred stick, but when she read it in ancient dragon language, Sherlock felt inexplicably sacred. Afterwards, he dropped the red viscous liquid in the test tube onto the world map. This liquid actually seemed to have consciousness and began to look for the location of the Misty Island on the world map. The permanent pointer starts to rotate, and records where the map will eventually point. In this way, the ceremony is complete. Sherlock successfully obtained the location of the Misty Island, and now only needs to draw a route according to the map, and then prepare food and supplies to go to this mysterious island. Success! He Ling looked at Sherlock excitedly. After she ate the unicorn-shaped fruit of devil fruit, she often thought of the hometown of unicorns to take a look. She always felt that she was also a member of them, and she couldn't think of this dream soon. Can be achieved. Baccarat held up the red wine and handed it to Sherlock. Can we celebrate? At least this proves that the unicorn brain given by Ming Ge is true. Sherlock smiled and took the wine glass. Holling watched them drinking and wanted to join him. Baccarat handed her a glass of orange juice. You drink this. The evil Yang Fan is about to set sail. The route of this voyage is actually New World. After going around for a long time, this island is still a New World. Sherlock sighed and pushed a piece of fruit candy away, threw it in his mouth, and snapped it into pieces. Houston, you can rest assured, I will help you guard this island. Buggy put on a reliable expression on me. Patriarch, you can go with peace of mind, we will stay here and wait for you to come back. The old patriarch of the Tata tribe waved with tears. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched. Boss, don't worry, I will be optimistic about the mine. Kemu pushed his thick glasses, hiding behind the old patriarch, and said weakly. Sherlock glanced at Lobran, and Lobran nodded, dragged Corm by the neckline, and carried him onto the boat. Explorer, we are going to explore the Misty Island this time, how can we miss you? Sherlock grinned and showed a smirk. He is also exquisite to bring calm. One is that Calm Grandmaster has many languages, and the other is that he does have experience in exploring various places, including botany and mineralogy. Although Sherlock had a system, the toxic system required money for everything, and all his 500 million assets had been spent, so he must bring a talent like Calm. Kerm's legs trembled and he swallowed. Get him some extra pants. Sherlock joked, and the pirates all around laughed. In this adventure, Sherlock took a total of 49 crew members, except for Calm. Everyone was a pirate who had experienced strong winds and waves at sea, but he left Baccarat and Wrightson on the island. Baccarat needs to deal with many things on his behalf. With her brain and talent, Buggy is not an opponent at all. Of course, Sherlock wanted to bring Baccarat with her at first. After all, even if she did nothing, she was lucky enough. But Law and Thoughtfulbun suggested to keep her on Titan Island, as Houston's eyes and hands, and the Humility Companion curse attacked, so that he could not help listening to other people's opinions, so B.A. Kara became a left-behind child. Wrightson has to make more robots to supplement the island's armament building, and it is necessary for him to stay. Set off. With an order from Sherlock, the evil vessel set sail. Crocodile was standing next to Sherlock, and as the vice-captain of the evil, he was qualified to stand next to Sherlock. I heard that it is an island with no return, Crocodile said slowly, smoking a cigar. Then you still accompany me? Sherlock put his hand on Crocodile's shoulder. It's also an island full of power. Maybe I can find what I want, Crocodile said, looking towards the blue sea. His black coat was blown by the sea breeze, longing in his eyes. Captain, hand over Tata Island to Buggy, is it reliable? Cam felt the red headscarf, wondering. A smile appeared at the corner of Sherlock's mouth. Isn't there Baccarat watching him? Well, the first officer looked at it, and he was really relieved. Cam's back chills when he thinks of the group of Baccarat guards who usually follow behind Baccarat. The last time he just wanted to ask Baccarat to borrow some money and gamble with the name of the village on the island, he was violently beaten by the guards. According to them, anyone approaching Baccarat with purpose should be sanctioned. Locke, you guys, are you really going to the legendary Emine's Islands? Kerm asked nervously. You deserve to be an explorer, you know? Sherlock turned around, leaning back against the ship rail, with a lollipop in his mouth, and his blue eyes fell on Kerm. 20 years ago, I went to O'Hara in West Blue with my father, where there is an all-knowing tree. Kemu recalled the scene when he saw the giant tree, and still feels that his memory is still fresh, especially the countless classics hidden in the giant tree, which he has never forgotten. His father was an archaeologist and was invited by other scholars to come to O'Hara Island to study historical subjects together. Since he lost his mother since childhood, he also followed his father. On the Tree of All-Knowing, he saw many ancient books, which contained not only historical records, but also all kinds of bizarre things, which gave young Com the idea of becoming an adventurer. When you grow up, you must venture around the world and explore the world in the book. 18 years ago, O'Hara Island encountered Buster Call. Com happened to be on vacation at East Blue's aunt's house and escaped, but his father was not so lucky. As a history lover, he swears to protect that one. The great tree of omniscience finally destroyed with the island. Com's eyes dimmed suddenly, but he continued, on the Tree of All-Knowing, there is an ancient book. It records such a legendary island, the Misty Island, the Emmines Islands. This island was originally connected with the Red Line, and only after a terrible disaster did it sink to the bottom of the sea, and because of the rising currents of New World, it was lifted into the air. The original island was washed away and became a group of islands. In the island group, each island has a Shinigami who rules the island, known as the ancestor of the Eudemons. When Com said this, he seemed to recall a very horrible thing. His figure was weak and his pupils dilated. The pirates on the boat were all attracted by Com's words, and they came to the deck one after another, pulled up the small bench, and sat together in twos and threes. Some still hold a hip flask in their hands and take a sip from time to time. Among this group of pirates, only Healing was a girl, and the others were 5 big and 3 thick men. Hearing was particularly happy to discover that Houston only brought himself this time. He also secretly used Baccarat's cosmetics and painted himself as Buggy's sister, Buggy, and almost put on a red nose. Sherlock seriously suspected that it was because the group of people who worshipped Buggy without a brain had affected Healing's cute aesthetic. Her lipstick was almost applied to the cheekbones, which, more than a white radish, Sherlock couldn't bear to look straight. A sense of sight of a bear kid stealing his mother's lipstick, and then he raised his head and asked his father, "Am I good looking?" Sure enough, Healing jumped in front of Sherlock like a white rabbit and raised her face. "Sherlock, am I a little different today?" Kemu, who was almost scared to cry by himself, broke his defenses instantly, clutching his stomach and laughed. Except for Crocodile and Mr. One with a facial paralyzed face, the pirates all laughed. The confident Helling didn't care about their laughter at all, and looked at Sherlock eagerly. Sherlock wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Who will show her a mirror?" "Ha ha ha ha, Helling, you are still not suitable for makeup," Cam said with a smile. Healing puffed his face and looked at Sherlock dissatisfiedly. Isn't it ugly?" Who gave you the confidence? Is it Apollo, the sun god?" "I immediately went to Ho Yi and shot him down." Sherlock slandered inwardly, but still couldn't say anything too hurtful. It's better to continue listening to Com talking about the Emmines Islands. Sherlock avoided Nanny Helling's questioning by changing the subject. Herring found that only Crocodile and Mr. One did not laugh at him, so he jumped in front of them. "Am I not good looking?" Sir Crocodile glanced at Healing. He hadn't seen him for a few years and found that the girl had grown a lot taller. "Fine," he said lightly. Mr. One nodded slightly. Hey, Crocodile, what is your aesthetic? It will spoil the child." Sherlock couldn't help but complain. Com wiped the tears from his laughter and returned to his serious expression. "Legend, very few people can find that island. The people who can find the islands are dead. This is a group of dead islands hidden in the depths of New World. No one can come out alive. Even the mist near the outer layer of the island group will be cursed and will never get out. No one came out, how can there be records?" Sherlock broke through the loopholes in Com's words. Com pushed the thick spectacle lenses. "Most people think that the Emmines Islands do not exist at all, so the word legend will be added before the record about it. As for who passed it on, it has a long history and cannot be verified. Maybe only the blank paragraph 800 years ago. Only by uncovering history can we understand the truth about this island." A researcher in the world government believed that something happened in the Emmines Islands, so he set up an archaeological institution HS to collect legends and clues, hoping to find this place. Unfortunately, a lot of financial and material resources were spent, but nothing was gained in the end. Com touched his chin and said, "The government cancelled this department and issued a statement stating that there is no Emmines Islands in this world. I also hope that adventurous people will not listen to rumors and waste their limited lives. So, later generations say that the legends made up of the Emmines Islands just to scare children are as funny as the ghost stories before going to bed." "Then why are you so scared?" Sherlock teased. Kerm swallowed, lowered his voice and said, "There is also an unconfirmed rumor that HS found this place, and as a result, the entire army was wiped out. No matter how much power the world government sends, it will directly explain it inside. Every year, the island will move once. It is a living island, so the government directly announced to the outside world that this place does not exist at all. The eyes of Kemu's thick glasses were filled with gloomy light, as if he had been in this terrible legend. If this is the case, the government has lost so much power in it, so it should be made public, so that pirates and civilians can explore this muddy water and help them get it, right? The pirate asked inexplicably. Calm shook his head. No, danger and opportunity exist. Once someone walks out of it, his life will be completely rewritten, so even if the government can't find it, it won't let other organizations find it. So the Emmines Islands, like One Piece, is the most taboo word in the world government. The corner of Sherlock's mouth rose. One is the secret technique of resurrection from the dead, and the other is the endless wealth and the power to destroy the world. It is really exciting. After listening to Sherlock's words, many pirates cheered. What they ventured in New World for, it was for these life-saving adventures. Pirates are gamblers. If they win the gambling, they can have an infinite future. If they lose the gambling, they will be swallowed by the ruthless sea. What excites them most is that even the world government can't find the location of this archipelago, but Leah D. Houston, their captain, has found it. Regardless of whether the Emmines Islands are so evil in the legend, as long as they can be found, it will be enough for a lifetime. Kerm looked at the excited pirates, and his heart was cold. You want to die, but I don't want to go. I want to live a few more years. Why don't you let me go back? Don't worry, you won't be sent to death. Sherlock patted Kerm on the shoulder and looked at Lobrin. Can our ship membrane support 10,000 meters to the bottom of the sea? Lobrin shook his head. When the boat arrives at Sabayati Archipelago, it will take a day off. Use ulcum and mangrove resin to coat the boat, then dive 10,000 meters from the archipelago, pass through the huge hole under the Red Continent, and arrive via the submarine route to Fishman Island, New World, and then move on. Com felt that the whole person was bad. The submarine route, the survival rate was only 3 floors, okay? Coupled with the Emmines Islands they are going to after entering New World, the chance of survival is 0. Com fell on the deck and groaned. Well, I'll leave him at the Sabayati Archipelago when the time comes. Anyway, the captain hit the celestial dragons on the islands. Celestial dragons should also treat the crew of the Hellcat well, Lobrin said with a smile. Kerm got up from the deck and patted the dust on his body. Maybe it's just seasickness. It's better now. In fact, it would be safer to walk through the air. Sherlock knew that the flying pirates of the Golden Lion Shiki back then were the flying pirates, which could fly in the sky. In this era without planes, it was very exciting to think about it. Now, Blackbeard could do it too, and Sherlock couldn't even think deeply about it. It was all his indirect sin. Although the extreme evil can barely fly for a period of time after being upgraded, but the limit time is only 30 minutes, and the speed is far less than that of an airplane. In addition, the hull is too heavy and its shape is close to that of a fat whale, rather than a flying eagle. Without supernatural powers like lion fruit, it is impossible to cross the red line and head to the New World. So I can only choose the most primitive way, the Fishman Island submarine route starting from Sabayati Archipelago. Sabayati Archipelago's marine is evacuating during this period. As expected, this will be even more chaotic in the future. Lobrin handed Sherlock and Crocodile a cup of coffee, and made a cup of coffee himself. In that case, don't log into the Sabayati Archipelago. Find a place to park nearby and hire the coating boatman. At this point, please don't attract Marine's extra attention. Sherlock drank coffee and said lightly, drinking coffee in the morning, feeling refreshed. Okay. Laurent nodded. He agreed with Sherlock. I think it's better not to be extravagant in this matter. One is because there is still an ace lying on the Hellfire. The second is that Houston was violently beaten celestial dragons and played a war on top of Marine once again, which made the world government and Marine disgraced. No matter whether Marine wants to withdraw from Sabayati Archipelago or not, encountering Houston will definitely become a firecracker that will explode instantly, making it easy to chase and kill. Although Houston's current strength is not afraid of General Marine chasing and killing, he knows that the address of the Emmines Islands that the world government wants to find is a heinous crime in itself, plus a crime that is enough to cause the world government. 5 elders, the supreme ruler behind it, paid attention. By then, the people who chased Houston were all monsters among monsters. In Lobrin's consciousness, 5 elders is already standing at the pinnacle of power in the world. But Sherlock knew that there was another master above 5 elders. Sherlock didn't want to attract that person's attention for the time being. After such a big incident, the best way is to find a place to hide it in a low-key manner. At this time, treasure hunting is perfect, especially to explore the mysterious islands that the world government can't find. After finishing the coating near the Sabayati Archipelago, the extreme evil began to head towards the seabed. This is a thick bubble film wrapped around the hull of the ship. It is about 3 centimeters thick. It has very good elasticity and can block the seawater. It can also keep the original air in the ship and breathe in the sea. It's not the first time Sherlock dived into the sea, but every time she felt very strange. It feels like being in a huge aquarium with all kinds of fish swimming by at any time. The sunlight on the sea surface is refracted along the water flow and falls on the body surface of the coral reef, presenting the colorful world of Madara. Suddenly, a group of large predator killer whales rushed over menacingly. In the world where Sherlock was once, killer whales are already the overlords of the sea, and even great white sharks can only be reduced to their food. But in this world it is completely different. Before the killer whales had time to rush to the side of the evil, they were swallowed by a huge sea beast. This is a brown octopus sea beast, larger than a giant octopus. Any one of its tentacles stretches out, and it is the thickness of a century-old tree. Captain, this is. Calm was so scared that he was paralyzed on the ground. He had never seen such a big sea beast. The other pirates on the ship are not much better than Calm. The size of this monster is comparable to Sea King's. This is really a big guy, don't be caught by it. A group of killer whales have no resistance. They were eaten like this. They should be full, right? Cam discussing with his friends. At this time their ship had dived to a depth of 200 meters, and the light in the sea was gradually dimming. The pirates in the control room immediately began to speed up, and soon the evil voyage dived to a depth of 400 meters, throwing away the giant octopus. This depth is completely invisible, and the splendid beauty of the sea instantly turns into fear and darkness. The extreme evil turned on the ship's lights, and then he could barely see the surrounding environment. And as soon as the light was turned on, the huge face of the brown octopus sea beast appeared in front of everyone. It has been following it all the time. And its expression, it feels like laughing, sneer. This is definitely a mockery. Stupid human beings cannot escape from my palm. Kemu fainted, and many pirates were also in cold sweats. This strange picture was simply extremely cold. Horing jumped on Sherlock in shock and hugged his neck. Sherlock coughed twice, and she hugged tighter. Houston, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly, holding Yiling, and walked to the bow. Captain? The pirates looked at Sherlock in surprise, and Lobren shook his head, his mouth raised. I don't know what you are worried about. The captain is a man who even Sea Kings would be afraid of. She saw Sherlock walk to the sea beast, with a cold look. His body released a violent haki like a tyrannosaurus. The brown octopus sea animal seemed to see the dragon of hell coming from the abyss, and instinctively trembled. In the next second, it turned around and slipped away, extremely fast, without giving any chance to retain it. Yiling patted his chest and exhaled. It's okay, it scares me to death. Sherlock put her down and looked at Lobren sideways. Probably how long will I get to Mermaid Island? Go ahead at full speed, it should be here soon, Lobren said with a smile. Sherlock nodded slightly. The haki he just released not only scared away the octopus sea monsters, but also the other sea monsters hidden around him. The whole sea area was surprisingly quiet. Fortunately, the luck value did not fall below 50, otherwise the fire on the seabed would definitely not be able to run. Sherlock sighed. The extreme evil came to a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea, and suddenly received a strong suction force that sucked the entire extreme evil. Captain, do you want to fire a wind cannon to avoid the whirlpool? The pirate in the control room asked nervously. Most of the people on the boat fell on the deck because of loss of balance, only a few of them remained standing. No, if I guess it's correct, Uzumaki was caused by a cave on the bottom of the sea. When I rushed in, it was Mermaid Island. Sherlock looked at Lobren while talking, and Lobren nodded. He thought so too. Yes. The evil rushed into Uzumaki along the ocean current, and the bubble ship membrane was almost squeezed and deformed. The body of the crew also bears the pressure from the outside to some extent, even if it is only the actual 1001, it makes them very uncomfortable. Coupled with the weightlessness caused by the high-speed rotation of the hull in Uzumaki, anyone with hypertension and heart disease was basically taken away in one wave. This tormented state lasted for about a quarter of an hour. This quarter of an hour caused many people to fall into a coma, and many pirates who had never been seasick experienced the joy of seasickness in their lives. Only Sherlock, Sir Crocodile, Mr. 1, Lobren, and Helling were not affected in any way. Kemu, who had been in a coma for a long time, was also a blessing in disguise, and survived the long and difficult quarter of an hour, but his physical fitness was not as good as the pirates. At this moment, he felt that his internal organs were hurting, and he coughed slightly and coughed up bloodline. Kerm fainted again in shock. His aunt's pale face and withered hands appeared in his mind. Auntie, are you trying to pick me up? After that, his pale face suddenly changed to Yiling's appearance, and Kemu felt his heartbeat speed up in an instant. Angel? The angel came to pick me up. After that, Yiling's face turned into Sherlock's stern face, and the cold eyes seemed to say, did you die? Throw it down to feed the sharks when you die, don't waste the resources on the ship. Kemu was so scared that he immediately sat up from the deck. Boss, I'm still alive, I'm not dead, don't feed me sharks. Sherlock was stunned. Did I say to feed you a shark? He patted Calm on the shoulder. The physique is too bad, you have to work harder when you go back. Calm nodded like garlic. Okay. Sherlock looked at He Ling suspiciously. You didn't do anything strange when you healed him? He Ling shook his head and stuck out his tongue with a guilty conscience. Well, check the status of other people. He Ling obediently walked in front of the others. The old ship doctor did not follow because of his poor physique, so He Ling now took the place of the ship doctor. Moreover, her healing technique is more direct and effective than that of the old ship doctor, saving resources, and basically does not require medication. It's a pity that she has had a lot of psychological shadow since she went to war last time. I always feel that my healing technique is too bad, so every time the healing is over, she will give a hypnosis technique to let the wounded see the most feared person or thing, thereby inspiring the wounded to survive on their own. The advantage of this is that it can make the injured wake up from fear. The downside is that it is easy to shorten the lifespan if you are too scared. The evil is carried to a sandy beach by the Uzumaki current. It is hard to imagine that this underwater world has plenty of sunlight and air. The warm sunlight hit the unprepared Sherlock's face, as if saying, "Welcome to New World. Ding, congratulations to host, start a side mission, the adventure of Mermaid Island." Sherlock covered his forehead with one hand. Please don't open some weird side missions, I'm just passing by. Captain, who are you talking to? Laurent looked at Sherlock curiously, and Sherlock waved. It's okay, let's go, and see what's going on the island. Laurent nodded. They also need to rest for a while before they can continue to set off. Especially the water and food on the ship are almost used and need to be replenished. Having been lonely at sea for half a month, the big pirates urgently need to find a bar to have a drink, and it is best to solve their physical problems by the way. The Hellcat moored to the port, and Sherlock and his party officially landed on Mermaid Island. A huge double-layer semicircular bubble film shield surrounds the entire island, and there is an air layer between the two shields, which is a double-layer protection mechanism. If the evil is breaking into the Fishmen Island following an incorrect path, the coating will automatically peel off and fuse with the shield on the island. Even if it successfully breaks through the shield, it will be washed away by the seawater in the shield. Fortunately, before Sherlock came, he had contacted Cammy and obtained the correct way to pass. Cammy, Xiao Ba, and Papago are already waiting for Sherlock and others at the entrance. This is the friendship formed by beating celestial dragons last time. Cammy jumped over happily. Her pink fishtail has a talent for walking upright. Houston, welcome to the Fishmen Island. When Sherlock saw Cammy, her mood instantly became beautiful. Cammy, long time no see. Sherlock was about to say a few flirting words. His deputy captain Sir Crocodile walked over, a mouth that the whole world owed him 8 million, and Cammy was scared to hide behind Xiao Ba. Sir Crocodile. Papago cried out in surprise. Shishibukai. It was already trembling, because Sir Crocodile was rumored to be a heinous guy. Not anymore. Crocodile said lightly, lit his cigar, and took a sip, his whole body exuding an aura that would cause death if you get close to it. Hey, how do I soak fish like you? Sherlock smiled awkwardly. This is Zayasha, my partner. Although he is a bit fierce and not soft in his heart, he is very reliable. Yes, Crocodile is very reliable. He never blinks when he kills. He raises the knife and drops it. It is not verbose at all. The only time I was verbose was to fight with Straw Hat Luffy. As a result, he was overwhelmed because of his words. Sherlock added inwardly, Zayasha? Are you serious? Sir Crocodile turned his head and looked at Sherlock. His golden hook had been raised. Sherlock blinked at him. You can also call me Zyoxia. I'm not interested in your name, Crocodile said coldly. Sherlock waved his hand. All right. It turned out to be so. Cammy was easily persuaded. She looked around. Didn't Luffy come together? No, we don't belong to a pirate group, Shylock said honestly. The pirates were following Sherlock happily, and they were already discussing the price of the mermaid. Sherlock glanced at them sideways before they shut up. Herring followed Sherlock quietly. Except for Houston and her familiar crew, she was actually not good at chatting with other people, and she didn't even have the desire to join in. In her eyes, as long as Houston is enough, other people don't need her to waste time communicating. So when Houston talks to other people, she never intervenes actively and rarely shows curiosity. She was so obedient and sensible that Sherlock didn't know what to do with her. Houston, let's go, take you to my place for a meal first, Xiao Ba thoughtfully said. Before this, you must go through an immigration review. This is a temporary ID card and pass prepared for everyone. The contradiction between Murlocs and humans is a legacy of history, and racial discrimination has a long history. Before arriving at the Fishmen Island, Sherlock had forcibly instilled the concept of not discriminating against Murlocs to his men, otherwise the blood of this group of pirates would still have a sense of superiority that non-my races are playthings. As for how Sherlock forcibly instilled the idea of getting along well with Murlocs, it was of course relying on his fists. Sherlock now realizes the superiority brought by power. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will roll. If you can't get along well with the fish, then don't stay on my boat. Based on this, Zyohachi and Cammy felt that Sherlock and the others should not be allowed to enter as human beings, otherwise it would only cause more trouble, especially during this sensitive time. The security on Mermaid Island is stricter than usual, and the Poseidon army is patrolling at any time, and pirates are never allowed. So Xiao Ba went to the black shop on Fishman Street to get a fake ID card and bought some equipment. When the pirates saw these equipment, their smiles solidified on their faces. Zioba carried a big bag in his hand, and Cammy pulled out many sequin fishtails from the bag, each of which looked colorful in the sun. This? Sherlock looked at Cammy's excitement and suddenly had a bad feeling. The mermaid tail is made of fish scales, but you can rest assured that these are dead fish resources to donate fish scales. They are not forced to donate fish scales after death. The shop that buys fish scales will give their families a sum of money. This kind of exchange shop is called Byland Shop. The fishtails sold in the shop are very beautiful and popular with women on Mermaid Island. If you feel that your fishtail is not beautiful enough, you can buy a colorful fishtail to wear it. Discomfort, Cammy introduced with a smile. Hey, this is not the problem, it's shameful. Which big man would wear something like this? Sherlock wiped the sweat from his forehead. Cammy handed the fishtail into Crocodile's hand with joy. This is a fishtail made of blacktail fish scales, which is perfect for you. No, it's going to die. Sherlock's first reaction was to reach out and try to stop Cammy, but it was too late. In Sherlock's mind, Crocodile had killed Cammy n times with a hook. In any case, Cammy had no chance of surviving. I am most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. The atmosphere between Crocodile and Cammy has reached the limit. Suddenly, Mr. One took the black fishtail in Crocodile's hand and put it on him silently. Mr. One, who is tall, muscular, with a long head, and a long scar on his face, still maintains that facial paralyzed face, but his movement of wearing a fishtail is like running water, which feels so strange. Sherlock and the pirates behind him put away their jaws that were about to fall to the ground. Cammy zips up Mr. One excitedly and accidentally bumps into his broad chest. Mr. One's cheeks are slightly red, and there is an indescribable sour smell in the air. The 5 big and 3 thick pirates didn't say a word, picked up the fishtail from the bag, and turned them into strangers. Little Cammy, I can't put it on, come and help me. I can't put it on either, help me quickly. And me Sherlock looked at them contemptuously, spitting out 2 words, inferior. He-Ling chose a red fishtail, put it on her body, and came to Sherlock in one jump. Does it look good? Wow, is this Houston's lover? So pretty. Cammy did not hesitate to praise He-Ling. She is indeed beautiful, just like an elf from a fairy tale, especially when she spreads her wings. There is a kind of holy light on her body. Now put on the fishtail, it is like a mermaid that I see pity. Unfortunately, she has no breasts. Sherlock guessed that it was because she was still young and did not develop well. Faced with such a flat-chested girl, Sherlock couldn't do anything anyway, so let's raise it slowly. Lovers? Herring's cheeks flushed, looking at Sherlock. I do. Hey, I didn't say anything? The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly, haha. It seemed that it was this lover's words that broke the barrier between Cammy and He-Ling, and the 2 cute non-human girls began to chat. Why is there clearly a deep ocean here, but there are sky and clouds? He-Ling asked vaguely that her ability to communicate with outsiders needs to be improved. There is a sun tree in Eve here, which can transmit sunlight from the ground to the Fishman Island, so even if we are in the deep sea, there will be changes in sunlight in day and night. We all think this is the blessing of the sun, Cammy explained with a smile. Xiao Ba nodded. The world hasn't completely abandoned us, at least the sunshine explains it. Hopefully, one day, we can live on the ground, just like human beings. Papagus said, wiped his nose, and said, Houston, why did you fight celestial dragons last time? I can't bear it, so I hid it. Sherlock smiled and patted Papago's head. I believe that there will be such a day. Papago nodded, moved. At this moment, only Sherlock and Crocodile have not put on their shameful fishtails. Even the explosive maniac Laron, who usually pays great attention to etiquette, have put on Madara horse-striped fishtails, and they are serious about Sherlock. The thumb means it feels good. Sherlock and Crocodile looked at each other, and the latter turned silently. I'll go back to guard the boat. Cunning guy. Mr. One saw Crocodile go back, took a step forward, and with a click, the tail of the fish cracked. He seemed to have completed the task, took off the broken fishtail, handed it to Cammy, nodded slightly, turned and followed Crocodile back to the boat. All the pirates wearing fishtails want to scold their mother. Are you deliberate? They were about to take off their fishtails, and Sherlock glanced at them. They are all dressed. But Captain, why don't you wear it? Cam protested. Cammy and He-Ling both looked at Sherlock expectantly, hoping that he could put on the fishtail. Papago also specially picked a pink fishtail for Sherlock. This must be a good fit for you, Houston. Sherlock suddenly wanted to follow in Crocodile's footsteps and return to the boat to avoid him, but he didn't want to miss the chance to get along with the beautiful mermaid. Captain, we are all wearing it. It feels quite comfortable. It doesn't bind our feet at all, Eugene Bustus said with a big beard. Sherlock squeezed his eyebrows. Cammy had already put the fishtail on him. Sherlock's gaze fell on her raised double peaks, swallowed, shame ashamed, mermaids, here I am. Ling realized what Sherlock was paying attention to and compared the gap between himself and Cammy, and suddenly felt a strong sense of loss. She lowered her head and said nothing. After Sherlock put on the fishtail, he found that the fishtail did not bind his legs and feet at all, but was very comfortable, especially when it encountered water. It also brought some buoyancy to make the swimming faster. This may be due to the production method and material of the fishtail, otherwise the fishtail of a circus on land would definitely not have this effect. But no matter how comfortable it is still inconvenient to walk, and dozens of members of the pirate group instantly turned into a zombie brigade, advancing leaps and bounds, and the scene was once comical. After checking the documents of Sherlock and the others, the soldiers at the gate of Mermaid Island exchanged a few words with Cammy before putting them in. The streets were not as prosperous as Sherlock imagined, but a sense of bleakness was revealed. Most of the various structures built on coral reefs are tied with white streamers. Cafes, bars, and grocery stores also have closed doors. The Whitebeard pirates team was defeated, and the old man died. The king issued a decree. The people in the city mourned for 3 days. They chose whether to take a 3-day holiday and went to the church to pray. So many shops have not opened recently, Xiao Ba explained, and then Cammy and Peipaku both showed sadness. The Whitebeard pirates used to be the protector of Mermaid Island. Now, when Whitebeard dies, the fate of Mermaid Island is not known in what direction. Lobren was about to say something, but Sherlock stopped it. He just passed by, at least for now, can't give any promise to Mermaid Island. Suddenly, a harsh alarm sounded. This is someone invading Mermaid Island. Cammy looked at Xiao Ba nervously, and Xiao Ba patted Cammy on the shoulder. Don't worry, let's see what happens first. Cammy. Peipaku also looked serious. The mermaid on the street hurried home and closed the door. The soldiers of the Poseidon army swam across Barker Street with tridents in their hands, all looking nervous. Heim, what happened? Cammy met an acquaintance who was a 3.3 high soldier. He solemnly said, hurry up and hide. A pirate group has invaded. What pirate group? Sherlock asked. In his impression, the Ants pirate group shouldn't have arrived so soon. It should be other pirate groups who wanted to seize the Fishmen Island after learning that Whitebeard had died in battle. It's not early or late, but it's when I arrive. Na Yuan. Mobia pirates. The captain is the prisoner Mobia who escaped from Impel Down. Impel Down escaped? Sherlock raised his eyebrows slightly, and the big prisoners that Impel Down escaped were all taken in by Buggy? In other words, there are still brains among the Impel Down prisoners, and they have come out to do it alone? Or under the guise of Impel Down, bluffing and intimidating others? Mobia, the prisoner in the blazing hell on the 4th floor, had a bounty of 200 million. He didn't want to be Buggy's subordinate, so he escaped by himself. Papicia reminded himself, adding a sentence at the end, free information, you are welcome, but I will have another takoyaki. Sherlock nodded slightly and said, it is related to the side mission? Papicia nodded her head. Ding, after host defeats him, you can get the gratitude of Mermaid Island and increase your luck. Sherlock nodded, and the system panel in his mind suddenly changed. Death title, Rising Star skills, Soul Stitching, Devil Curse, Summoning Stitching the Soul, Leah D. Houston, Whitebeard Wealth, 302.4 billion territory, Tata Island Edible Fruit, Shuang Fruit, Shock Fruit Devil Fruit Capacity, 23 Luck Value, 61 Talent Value, 105-2000 Strength Value, 9000 Bloodline, Abyssal Tyrannosaurus Hybrid Ice and Snow Dragon Bloodline Haki, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki Physique, Marine 6 Style Sword Skill Comprehension Ability, 100 Weapons. Azure Moon Shadow Knife, Soul Cage, E126 Fist Pistol, Vision Stone. Accompaniment Curse, 27, Chaste plus Modesty, Warm Reminder, obtaining 7 accompaniment curses can turn on the Sage mode. Sherlock noticed the changes in the system panel, adding 2 territories and the Curse of the Companion. What made him pay particular attention to was the Sage mode. Will the Sage mode be invincible after it is turned on? Sherlock asked curiously. Papicia squatted on his shoulder, licking a candy and said, understanding the Sage mode requires at least 5 companion curses, you only have 2 curses now, and the authority is not enough. Sherlock was speechless. The Mobia pirate group consists of 6 giant-coated sailing ships, each with 50 tall pirates standing on board. It can be seen that before entering Impel Down, Mobia was also a great pirate, otherwise he would not come out soon and recruit so many elite soldiers. They all hold heavy artillery or steel knives, ready to rush into the foam-protective layer of the Fishmen Island at any time. Dragon Palace. Located on the top floor of the Fishmen Island where you can see the sun, it is built of large coral reefs, shells, gum bubbles and other special building materials. There is a large luxury palace entrenched by dragons. Wearing a crown, sturdy body, with lush orange hair and beard, arms with flame-like tattoos, and the king of the Fishmen Island with thick body hair, Neptune has a solemn expression. Daddy just died. Have pirates stared at the Fishmen Island so soon? The Fishmen Island is on the seafloor, so they got the news of Whitebeard's death later than in land-based countries. Most of the news came from the Fishmen Street area. Murlocs prefer to operate at sea than mermaids, and there are many famous pirates among them. Father, I have assembled an army, and I will never let them step into the Fishmen Island half a step, said the shark star with the sharp teeth and gill clefts of a shark, long wavy hair, and a straight face holding a trident. He is the eldest prince of the Dragon Palace Kingdom of the Fishmen Island, the eldest of the 3 brothers of the Poseidon Star, and the heir of the next king of the Fishmen Island, Princess Otoim. Behind him stood his 2 younger brothers. They were the Emperor Star, who was slender, with a bunch of long hair on his head, and liked to sing, and the Sun Star, who was fat and lovable in appearance and liked to dance. Compared to their brother, their appearance is closer to a Murloc. The Minister Zoe, who wears a top hat, single-sided glasses on his left eye, and a horn cane in his right hand, exclaimed, "I can't bear it, this group of pirates is too impatient. Whitebeard has just left and can't wait to carve up the Fishmen Island. The child will beat them back." The 3 brothers, Poseidon said, wearing armor, left the hall. The old King Nippa nodded his head. At this time, let the 3 brothers exercise. After all, the Fishmen Island will have to face many such situations in the future. The mighty Poseidon army departed from the Dragon Palace and followed the fast lane to the border of the Fishmen Island. Just in time to catch up with the Mobia fleet through the protective layer, they drove this huge turtle and sea beast. The turtles and beasts inhaled all the seawater between the 2 protective bubbles of Mermaid Island, allowing the pirates to enter the Mermaid Island smoothly. The leader of the Mobia pirates drove straight in, and 6 large pirate ships landed on Mermaid Island. The guards rushed forward and were bombarded to the ground by the gunners on the ship before they could fight Mobia. Most of them lost their lives, and a small part became disabled and groaned in a pool of blood. "Stop!" the shark shouted, and the Poseidon army stood in front of the Mobia pirates. "Take the wounded for treatment. The civilians should stop watching and go home quickly." Shark commanded that the flounders who knew medical care swam over quickly and carried the soldiers who had fallen on the ground onto the stretcher. Kami, Ziohachi, Peipaku, Sherlock and others happened to be the onlookers mentioned by Shark. "Houston." Herring pulled Sherlock's sleeve. Sherlock nodded slightly. She walked to the soldier who fell on the ground and groaned, and treated him with the healing technique. Since Healing awakened his healing power, he couldn't help but want to lend a helping hand when he saw the injured. Shark saw that Healing could help heal the Murloc soldiers, so he stopped driving them away, but only told them to step back to avoid being affected by the fighting. The 5,000-man Poseidon army faced the pirate army of Mobia 300. Obviously, the Poseidon army has an overwhelming advantage in number. Unfortunately, this is not the first half of the Grand Line. A pirate named Mobia walked onto the deck. This was a tall and burly pirate with a scar on his face. His tongue was very long and he was drooping outside. He was wearing a leather half-armor, showing strong arms, and on his arms, it was tattooed with the logo of the Mobia pirates, and a gourd was tied around his waist. "Ha ha ha ha, New World, here we are. Starting today, the Fishmen Island is my site in Mobia." Shirahoshi was called out. "I have long heard that she is a woman more beautiful than Hancock in this world, so let's be Laozi's bride." "Don't think about it. It's just a dream. The Fishmen Island is not where you should be." Shark finished speaking, and his 2 younger brothers have rushed up with the assault team. Mobia roared. It was Conqueror's Haki. The assault team was completely wiped out. Although the 2 brothers, Sunstar and Huang Xin, were not affected, they were entangled by a pair of hideous-looking twin pirates who stood in front of Mobia. The 4 fight together, and it's hard to tell the winner. "Superior," Shark gave an order, and thousands of Poseidon troops rushed out. Mobia took off the gourd around his waist and took a gulping sip of wine. Immediately, he waved his arm. "Little ones, kill me all the Poseidon army. Mermaid Island is ours." "Ha! Ha! Ha!" The pirates cheered loudly and rushed off the pirate ship with their weapons, officially starting the war with the Poseidon army. Kami. Peipaga had never seen such a bloody scene. Kami held it, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. "We have to listen to His Royal Highness, and get out of here as soon as possible." Ziohachi pressed Kami's shoulder. Kami nodded and looked at Sherlock. "Houston, let's go. The 5,000-man Poseidon army won't be able to defeat 300 pirates." Sherlock guessed so he nodded slightly and prepared to call Shang Helling to retreat. He didn't want to be nosy, especially when the curse of modesty happened. Inexplicably, he felt that what Kami said made sense. "Healing, let's go." Hearing heard Sherlock's voice, ended the treatment, and stood up. Thank you, you are such an angel." The cured soldier sighed, and Healing's cheeks were reddish. "No, you're welcome. Ha 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 ha, there is such a beautiful mermaid here. It's really a surprise. I don't know who is more beautiful between you and Shirahoshi. Why not be my bride?" Mobia's rough voice came. Healing turned his face and glanced at him faintly. "Your opponent is me, don't want to touch our people on Mermaid Island." Shark saw Healing's colorful fishtail and mistakenly thought that she was also a mermaid. He waved his trident and rushed forward, but Mobia slapped him away. "Stop getting in the way. My bride, here I am. Mobia jumped out of the pirate ship. His weapon was two huge axes, which slashed on the ground, directly smashing the shrimp soldiers and crabs of the Poseidon army several tens of meters away. An unobstructed passage formed between him and He Ling. He Ling picked up the soldier and said, "Bride? I will only be Houston's bride." Sherlock suddenly remembered a snowy night 6 years ago. He Ling hid under his quilt and shocked him. "Houston, don't be afraid, I will be your bride from now on." He Ling's voice still has the childishness, but the tone of speech is very sure. At the time, Sherlock didn't understand why He Ling had to pester Houston. He didn't know that He Ling was picked up by Houston until the soul stitching was completed, so he regarded Houston as his only family. She once asked Laurent, "In this world, how can two people never be separated?" Laurent thought for a while, then replied, "Maybe there are only lovers. Lovers who have experienced a sacred marriage. Even if the sky is separated, their souls will be entangled forever, like a contract in fetters, and they will never be separated for a lifetime. Then I must be Houston's bride, so that I can be with him forever." Sherlock heard the conversation between the two at the time, and only felt that He Ling was a childish word, but she did not expect that she would still remember to be the Houston bride. "Ida s just that Houston is dead. How can I help you realize your wish?" Sherlock shook his head. "Ha ha ha ha, Houston? Are you talking about Leha de Houston? He is now wanted by the world government and marine, and his mistresses have been arrested, and he is not seen. Such a coward, why are you marrying him?" Mobia said, licking the wine stain on his chin with his big tongue, and approached He Ling. He Ling frowned slightly and was about to do something on him, but Sherlock stopped it. Sherlock walked between the two and twisted his neck, speaking badly in front of yourself. "Your guts are okay. Houston." The starlight in He Ling's eyes seemed to be lit. "Houston." The members of the Mobia Pirates group were stunned. The three representatives of the Evil Age, Blackbeard, Houston, and Straw Hat, are all people who made a name for themselves in the war. This face can't be wrong. Now he is wanted all over the world. Except for the Mermaid Island where news is blocked. But what happened to his pink fishtail? Ha 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 ha. The pirates all laughed mockingly. Unexpectedly, Houston has such a hobby. Rewind. This is the mission of our Poseidon army. The civilians retreat. You are not opponents. Shark was deceived by Fishtail. Isheim thought these were mermaid people and didn't understand what the pirates were talking about. The corners of Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly. He originally thought that the 5,000-man Poseidon army would always be able to deal with the 300 pirates, right? Who knows that the current situation is that the 5,000 Poseidon army was rubbed on the ground by the 300 pirates. In addition, the other party is provoking him, and if he doesn't give him some color, is it true that Sherlock has no temper? Sherlock still instinctively took 2 steps back, and the Poseidon brothers were beaten up by Mobia before they stepped forward. Unexpectedly, the pirate who came out of Impelled Down would be so strong, Papagoose said in horror. The 3 princes are actually not rivals. Cammy gritted her teeth. Impelled Down came out 2 times. The pirates of the evil number commented. The Mermaid Island has been under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates for a long time. No one dared to invade it. It took too long to enjoy peace and enjoyment, and even its own army became so unbearable. Lobrin shook his head and sighed. Don't want to start with the people of my Mermaid Island. Shark fell to the ground, stretched out his hand, and grabbed Mobia's foot. Mobia raised his axe, preparing to give him a fatal blow, ending the short life of the overweight mermaid prince. He turned the great axe in a circle, and looked at Sherlock proudly, as if showing off his power. Kill him, you will be the next one. I'm going to look at the rumors of Houston, how true he is. Oh. Sherlock nodded coldly, took out a lollipop from Kabuto, and threw it over. The lollipop collided with the giant axe, making a crisp sound. The sugar is broken. Everyone takes it for granted. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. The great axe is also broken. How is it possible? The captain's unparalleled tomahawk. It was broken by a candy. Is this Houston's strength? The pirates of the Mobia pirate group looked at each other, and their fear made their discussion less and less. What are you afraid of? The 5,000 Poseidon army is not our opponent, but a mere Houston. Mobia roared angrily, and then haki broke out again in his body. This haki made everyone present feel uncomfortable, except for Sherlock. Sherlock was unaffected. He took off the pink fishtail, walked to Shark's side, and helped him up. I am not a native of Mermaid Island, so don't worry, Sherlock said with a smile. Are you human? Shark frowned. The prince, he is my friend, Cammy said immediately, and Zioba nodded. Houston has absolutely no malice towards us on Mermaid Island. Shark put his guard down. He calmly said, I have sent someone back to ask for support. Sherlock nodded. He meant that it was enough to delay the time, but Sherlock looked at the strength of the Poseidon army, and it had nothing to do with Marine, let alone this group of pirates. Mobia, right. Sherlock looked at this guy with a bounty of 200 million and was able to impel down. Even if it was a pirate, he must have his skills. But for Sherlock, who now has 2 fruit abilities, his strength is not enough. Sherlock raised his lips. You will regret meeting me here today. Houston, arrogant, grandpa, when I was out calling for rain and wind, you were still breastfeeding in your mother's womb. I have been in Impel Down for so long, and this world has changed. The bounty of your little white face is over 1 billion? This Bailey is getting less and less valuable. After Mobius said, the 300 Spartans behind him also laughed. Ha 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 ha, the captain talked nonsense with him, caught him, and collect the bounty for Marine. 1 billion bounty. We met him today because we had good luck. The pirates laughed wildly. Laurent frowned slightly, preparing to give them a lively explosion. Before that, he didn't forget to ask Sherlock for advice. Sherlock shook his head slightly, and he decided to take it personally so that they could realize what the world is not worth. After all, He-Ling was still staring at herself at this moment. Sherlock's body exudes conqueror's haki. This haki is like Hell Tyrannosaurus, covering all the members of the Mobia pirate group. They instantly felt a strong sense of oppression, as if being looked down upon by a giant dragon, feeling fear from the depths of their souls. This power was many times stronger than Mobia's haki. The pirates who had lost their combat power were crawling on the ground one by one, including Mobia with a long tongue. Sherlock walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Thank you for sending me Bailey. Mobia was trembling. He couldn't think that the gap between him and Houston was so big. Houston, you monster. Sherlock raised the corners of his mouth slightly and pointed the E-126 glove pistol at Mobia. Although it will shrink Pele by 30%, I don't want to reveal from your mouth that I have been here. Boom with a gunshot. Mobia's head was pierced and he died on the spot. Captain. Seeing that Mobia was dead, all the pirates of the Mobia pirate group felt the fear of Shinigami. With Sherlock's head slightly tilted, the evil pirates took off their fishtails, took up their weapons, and patched up the guns for the 300 Spartan warriors, leaving no one alive. Sherlock has no mercy for them, and when you raise the butcher knife, you will surely die under the butcher knife. The 3 Shark brothers were stunned. They knew that the strength of the man in front of them far surpassed the Mobia great pirate who escaped from Impel Down, but is this luck or disaster for Mermaid Island? What if this man's purpose is the same as Mobia? He wants to occupy Mermaid Island. Don't think too much, we're just passing by, we'll take a rest, and we will set off immediately. Sherlock seemed to see Shark's concerns and took the initiative to break the deadlock. You are also pirates? Shark asked. Sherlock nodded, yes. Is the purpose of coming to Mermaid Island really just to rest and be so simple? Of course not, we also want to go shopping in the Mermaid Bar and buy some supplies, ha ha ha. Eugene Busta smiled, and the other pirates nodded, yes, the beauty of Mermaid Island is the best in the world. We want to see you too, haha. Sherlock shook his head helplessly. Brothers like me have been at sea for half a month and want to taste the specialties here. The Emperor Star and Sun Moon were very alert when they heard that they were pirates. They were about to do it, but were stopped by Shark. Since it is Cammy's friend, it proves to be a human being who is not hostile to Mermaid Island. But they are always human, said the flipper. Shark looked at him seriously. Have you forgotten your mother's last wish? The mermaid and human beings will one day reach peace. Human beings who are not hostile to us are friends. Sherlock was stunned for a moment, and she didn't think that the peace-loving Princess Otohim had been dead for so long and her influence had already existed. Yes, Houston is our friend, he played Celestial Dragons last time, Papagus said excitedly. What? Hit Celestial Dragons? The 3 Poseidon Star brothers and the entire Poseidon army looked at Sherlock in astonishment, as if they had seen a monster. Celestial Dragons are world nobles. Even if they live in the underwater world all the year round, they know that Celestial Dragon status is unshakable. However, Celestial Dragons are also their feud. Because Celestial Dragons regard mermaids as first-class pets, so many stowaways come to abduct and sell mermaid girls, causing countless families to be fragmented. The world is like a pyramid. Celestial Dragons stand on the top of the tower, while the Merman tribe is at the bottom of the pyramid. They cannot really get the sun, feel the air on the land, and cannot venture out like normal people. The nearest Sabayati archipelago is. As long as there is a mermaid or murloc, they will be caught as a slave. Their hatred of Celestial Dragons is no less than that of the Revolutionary Army, but at the same time, they are also afraid of Celestial Dragons. Perhaps this is a habit that has been cultivated for hundreds of years. After being ruled by a race for a long time, it will naturally be afraid. Papagus seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing, but he didn't know how to recover it at the moment. Sherlock smiled faintly. I have heard of Princess Otohim, and I appreciate her will. Do you know my mother concubine? Shark asked in astonishment. Sherlock flicked and quickly let the 3 brothers put down their guard against him, thinking that he was also a comrade who supported the peace between the human race and the mermaid race. Neptune personally brought the army to come to support, and happened to hear Sherlock's words. I never thought that in my lifetime, I would meet a human who has the same idea as Otohim. Sherlock turned his head and saw Mermaid Island King Neptune wearing a crown, a sturdy body, and a trident. freedom, democracy, harmony, prosperity, and strength are all I yearn for. Sherlock took off his soft hat, placed it on his chest, bowed slightly and bowed. I have seen King Neptune. A strange brilliance suddenly flashed in Neptune's eyes, and he held Sherlock's hand in shock. Freedom, democracy, harmony, prosperity, this is simply to perfect Odohim's philosophy. Is there such a country in this world? This is the case in my home country, Sherlock said lightly. Your home country? Where are you from? Neptune asked curiously. Sherlock looked up at the sky. Another world. Boy, you are so humorous. Neptune only thought he was joking. Even if Sherlock said he came from the Holy Land Marie-Joys, it would be more convincing than another world. Father, he defeated the Mobia pirates. Shark said. Neptune nodded and looked at the Poseidon soldiers. Everyone has worked so hard. Quickly send the wounded soldiers back for treatment. The others also cheered up. Without the protection of my father, we must strengthen ourselves on Mermaid Island. Yes. The Poseidon army answered neatly. What is the name of the warrior, please? Neptune asked. Houston. Cammy replied in place of Sherlock, and added proudly, Houston is my friend. It turned out to be Cammy's friend. How can we not invite to the Dragon Palace as a guest? Ding, congratulations to the host, get the gratitude of Mermaid Island, luck value plus 10, accumulated luck value 70. Papicia Pro prompted. Sherlock nodded slightly, and now his luck value returned to 70, basically far away from your random bad luck. Neptune invited them to board the Flounder sightseeing car. What about this turtle and sea beast? He Ling looked at the turtle and sea beast stunned by Hacky, and Sherlock thought for a moment. You hypnosis it, let it stay here in the future and be a guard. He Ling nodded. She fanned the white wings and flew to the turtle to hypnosis it. The three brothers of Poseidon stared at He Ling blankly. Is this an angel? What a nice view. There is such a beautiful person in this world. Except for the three of them, almost never saw the mermaid soldiers with their backs and wings all dumbfounded. They have a feeling of rapid heartbeat, as if a fish was born full of illusions about the sky, and when they saw a flying angel, it was inevitable that they would not be moved. All right. He Ling flew back to the Flounder sightseeing car and sat beside Sherlock. Noting the hot gazes of the men around, she touched her face. Houston, are there flowers on my face? No, they just haven't seen a flying milk angel. Sherlock smiled. Shark's cheeks were slightly red, and he looked sideways at He Ling. I take the liberty to ask, may I have a marriage match for the girl? Have. Herring leaned her little head on Sherlock's shoulder. I'm Houston's bride. Hey, I didn't admit anything. Sherlock wiped the sweat from his forehead. Helling is still young and doesn't understand what a bride is. Houston, you are such a romantic man. Neptune laughed. Suddenly, the water was surging, and a shark was seen swimming from a distance. Macarlo, why are you here? Neptune asked. It was a shark in a red vest. It opens its mouth and emits a low-frequency tone. You mean Shirahoshi is worried about us, so I call you to come and see? Don't worry about me. Oh, go back and tell Shirahoshi that Mermaid Island is good. After Neptune said, the shark who called Macarlo nodded, turned, and swam away. Sherlock touched his chin, and suddenly remembered Mobia's words, who is more beautiful, Helling or Shirahoshi? Now that we are on Mermaid Island, how can we not visit Shirahoshi? I heard that many shops are closed. I don't know where we can buy these supplies. Laron asked Shark politely. Shark laughed. You saved Mermaid Island. It is our benefactor. You make a list of the supplies, and I will send someone to buy it for you. Okay, this will trouble your Royal Highness. Lobren smiled and took out the list. He actually made it long ago. Shark's results list, handed to his men. Go and prepare. Yes, Your Highness. The group of people came to Dragon Palace City and saw the magnificent palace built of coral reefs and shells. The pirates couldn't help but sigh. Calm took out his camera and started taking pictures. The pirates all put on poses one after another. Photographer, look here, the beautiful scenery is here. Calm is sweating. What is the beauty of a group of greasy men? Who gives you the confidence? I just want to take some pictures of the underwater world and record that I have been to this mysterious mermaid island. Captain, let's take a photo together. The tall Cam pushed Sherlock over, and a group of people stood at the gate of the Dragon Palace and began to stand in formation. Sherlock suddenly felt the sight of a tour group visiting here, and Neptune also voluntarily came to squeeze beside Sherlock, and the three brothers of the Poseidon Star surrounded Helling. With a click, Calm recorded this beautiful moment. When the crowd came to the banquet hall of the Dragon Palace, Neptune ordered the people to deliver a variety of delicious food. Although the mermaids do not eat fish, they have a lot of seafood, such as scallops, oysters, lobsters and crabs, as well as small sea kings. Because sharks have shark blood, it is impossible for them to be vegetarian like Shirahoshi, which is convenient for Sherlock and others. You should know that the pirates of the evil pirate group are basically meatless and unhappy. Asking them to be a vegetarian is as cruel as asking them to go on a hunger strike. Houston, are you a pirate too? Neptune asked suddenly. Sherlock was peeling shrimps for the handicapped Helling. He put the peeled shrimps on Helling's plate and nodded slightly. Yes, but I can see that you are different from them, Neptune said, raising his glass. Come on, for our common philosophy, have a drink. Sherlock raised his glass and had a drink with Neptune. Neptune laughed habitually and said, Houston, would you like to plant the pirate flag on Mermaid Island? Sherlock was stunned for a second. She didn't expect Neptune to be so direct, but Sherlock knew how many pirates were staring at the fatty meat of Mermaid Island. Soon the ant pirates will come to swear the management of Mermaid Island. Do you want to grab the site with the ant first? Before reorganizing the Whitebeard pirates, Sherlock didn't want to confront the four emperors so quickly. You must know that within this year, he could not summon rocks. Captain, don't hesitate. Cam, Eugene and others were all excited. After all, Mermaid Island is indeed a good place. Laurent still kept smiling and silent, and according to what he knew of Houston, he would not easily agree. Sherlock frowned, decided not to hesitate anymore, and said, I do not consider taking over Mermaid Island for the time being, because my identity is very sensitive during this period. If you read the latest newspaper, you should know the attitude of the world government towards me. After Sherlock said, everyone was disappointed, including Cammy, Xiao Ba and Papago. Sherlock did not lie. One is that he is sensitive and does not possess the strength of the four emperors, and the other is that he only wants to go to the Emmines Islands and has no time to care about Mermaid Island. Well, since Houston has no intention of taking over Mermaid Island, forget it, you are still our friend on Mermaid Island. Neptune did not lose his attitude because of Sherlock's rejection. He has a broad mind and correct three views, and he will not feel resentful because of rejection by others. But I have a way, I don't know if you want to listen. Sherlock looked at Ling's small open mouth and stuffed the shrimp in, thinking that the nanny was getting offended more and more. Ling licked his tongue and excitedly pushed a giant lobster in front of Sherlock. Houston, I want more. Why didn't you find that you can eat so much before? Sherlock shook his head. Houston, you said. Neptune asked, and the three sharks also set their sights on Sherlock. Shanks said before that if I need help, I can find him. I can forward this promise to you. I will write a letter for you, and you will send someone to the redhead, and they will help you. As soon as Sherlock finished speaking, he heard Papicia's familiar voice, ding, congratulations to host, successfully pulled the red hair Shanks into the water, the talent value is increased by 1, and the cumulative talent value is 105. This is also okay? Sherlock touched his chin, but it was a pity that his talent for death was added too little every time, and there was still a long way to go before he could reach the Master of Death. Houston, thank you so much. Neptune held Sherlock's hand again, and Sherlock smiled awkwardly and politely. It's really not necessary to shake hands every time, and it's not a meeting with the United Nations. Sherlock's heart is slanderous. In addition, to build a dessert factory on the island, if the red hair does not receive the news, or it is too late, you can ask the Ant Pirate Group closer for help. Auntie loves desserts and cakes. You have to be mentally prepared. Rather than let the ant take the initiative to conquer Mermaid Island and abuse the Poseidon army again, it is better to let them take the initiative to rely on. Although the ant is terrible, she will not be too embarrassed on Mermaid Island as long as she does what she likes. At least, choose between Kaido, miscellaneous fish pirates and Ant. Ant has the simplest character and the easiest to grasp. As long as there are enough desserts, the ant will not run away, nor will she mess up the population trade on Mermaid Island. This time Sherlock did not receive a reward from the system. Sherlock guessed that it was only a matter of time before the Ant Pirate Group announced that it would take over the Fishmen Island. In an inevitable historical event, he could not get rewards. Houston, you are so far-sighted. The people on Mermaid Island once again looked at Sherlock with admiration, feeling that he was not only generous, but also wise. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully won the favor of Neptune. Do you want to start a side quest to raid Shirahoshi? Raid Shirahoshi can get rich rewards. Papicia leaned into Sherlock's ear and said, forgot to remind the host before. Please save 100 luck for the host before heading to the Emmines Islands, otherwise the survival rate will be greatly reduced. Is it so dangerous? Sherlock snorted in his heart. His current luck value is 70, which is still 30 to 100. According to Papicia, how can Shirahoshi get luck? That would be easy. After the stop on Mermaid Island, Shylock and the others went directly to the Emmines Islands. Before that, they used Shirahoshi to fill up their luck. If you really want to thank me, I want to meet Shirahoshi. Sherlock picked up the glass and took a sip of Dragon Palace's homemade fruit wine. This taste is very unique, even a kind of oyster taste. The three brothers of Neptune and Poseidon stared at each other, their worried emotions hidden between their eyebrows. Sherlock noticed the subtle change in the atmosphere, and did not rush to explain it. Cammy swallowed and said, Houston has no other meaning. When he first arrived, he said that he wanted to see Princess Shirahoshi. It must be because of admiration. Houston already has a fiancé copyrightee, not a man to mess around. Xiao Ba also patted his chest and promised. Hey, who has a fiancé? The nanny hasn't grown up yet. Sherlock wiped the sweat from her forehead and watched He-Ling confront the giant crab in front of her, as if she had been completely attracted by the food. She picked up a large pair of tongs, ready to chew it open with her white teeth. Sherlock was sweating, took the pliers in her hand and squeezed it lightly, breaking the shell open. It will taste better this way. Herring nodded and bit on the crab meat excitedly. This is a bad habit of a kid who doesn't know what to eat. She has developed a bad habit since childhood. Sherlock still remembers the first time she saw her eating seafood. She almost knocked out a tooth, and was laughed at by the crew of the Evil for a long time. Neptune was relieved when he saw Sherlock's attitude towards Herring. There are too many people in this world who covet Shirahashi's beauty and strength, especially the pirates. For example, the great pirate Banta Deacon 9 who owns the target fruit, he has been chasing Shirahoshi. Houston laughed, mainly because the little girl has been troubled a lot over the years. Neptune explained that he looked solemn and recalled the experience of his beloved princess. More than 10 years ago, when Otohim collected signatures from the islanders on Gironda Square, an accident, or assassination, occurred. At that time, the villain pirate Vander Ditchkin 9 rushed into the crowd and touched the young Shirahoshi with his hand. Because he is a person with the ability to target fruit, he can locate Shirahoshi no matter where Shirahoshi goes. At first the villain just threw the letter of proposal to Shirahoshi, and Neptune told Shirahoshi to ignore it. Later, many weapons and traces of attacks appeared at the door of Shirahashi's room. They were all weapons thrown by Deacon 9. If the proposal was not made, he took an extreme approach and threatened. Neptune immediately ordered him to be hunted down, but it still didn't help. In order to avoid Deacon 9 as sniper, Neptune had to hide his beloved daughter in a hard-shell tower for 8 years. Shirahoshi can't even attend the funeral of his mother, usually no more than 5 minutes when the soldier delivers the meal or the minister reports something. As a result, she is now very courageous and very fragile. Apart from Macarlo, she has no friends. There is no way to be like children of the same age. Even if they can't go to land, at least they can live freely on Mermaid Island. Whenever he thinks of this, Neptune feels that he owes Shirahoshi a complete childhood. He didn't know whether he was right to protect Shirahoshi in this way. Sherlock patted Neptune on the shoulder. I guess I will leave tomorrow. So urgent? Neptune asked. Sherlock nodded, and Neptune hesitated for a moment, but still agreed to Sherlock's request. But Shirahoshi is very courageous, so she can only let Sherlock and Helling go together, and it has to be when delivering the meal. This is enough to show Neptune's trust in Sherlock. On the other side, Crocodile and Mr. One did not stay on the ship obediently, and they found the historical stele hidden deep under the sea. Unfortunately, neither Crocodile nor Mr. One could understand this ancient text. Do you want to take it away? Of course, Sherlock didn't come here purely for Shirahashi's beauty. Shirahoshi, who has the Poseidon ability, is definitely worth making in advance. Most importantly, there are side mission rewards. Shirahoshi, just be my tool man. Sherlock's mouth rose slightly. You? Shirahoshi is obviously much larger than Sherlock and the others, but she instinctively hides behind Aisha Macarlo. Apparently Macarlo can't cover her huge body. He is the warrior Houston who just saved our Poseidon army. The food delivery soldier said. Shirahoshi was startled. Warrior? Well, the warrior asked to see the princess, and the king agreed. The soldier explained. Sure enough, he was a coward like the rumors. It's a pity that I'm not a giant. Sherlock complained silently. He-Ling looked at Shirahashi's plump upper body in surprise, and then compared his flat sand dunes, and instantly fell into a deep inferiority complex. Sure enough, she is the type that Houston likes, and she can't match a few coconuts. Macarlo nodded to Shirahoshi, and Shirahoshi asked timidly, Master Houston, thank you for saving the Poseidon army. Excuse me. Well, what can I do to repay you? Repay? Houston took out a few candies from Kabuto and handed them to Shirahoshi. This is our first visit to Mermaid Island. Can you accompany us to stroll around? Shirahoshi took the candies. These colorful fruit candies are not seen in Mermaid Island. This is so beautiful. Can it be eaten? Certainly. Sherlock peeled off a candy wrapper and threw it into his mouth, looking contented. Shirahoshi swallowed his saliva, peeled off the colored sugar paper, and stuffed fructose into his mouth. She has piercing eyes and it is delicious. Ding, congratulations to host, get Shirahashi's favorability score +5, luck score +1, and favorability score 80, and you will complete the strategy task. The soldier looked at Shirahoshi nervously, seeing that there was nothing unusual about her, and then heaved a sigh of relief and said, Houston warrior, you can't take the princess out. Your Majesty has ordered that the princess can't leave the hard shell tower. It doesn't matter, I will send the princess back safely. After Sherlock said, with a faint look, the soldier fainted, so there was no need to make extra explanations. Haki is so easy to use sometimes. Shirahoshi looked at Sherlock nervously. Can I really go out? Certainly. Sherlock reached out his hand. Shirahoshi carefully stretched out a finger and touched Sherlock's hand. Her cheeks were stained with a faint blush, and she inexplicably felt that Sherlock was a very reliable person. Ding, congratulations to host, get Shirahoshi's favorability score plus 20, cumulative favorability score 25, luck value plus 1, cumulative luck value 72. Shirahoshi held Sherlock and Harrington in his hands, and McCarlo followed her and, at the encouragement of Sherlock, swam out of the hard shell tower. Without exception, the guards were directly stunned by Sherlock's haki. Shirahoshi swims happily in the sea, and Sherlock and Yiling wear bubble waterproof suits and go unimpeded in the sea. As a tour guide, McCarlo led the three people in front. Along the way, Shirahoshi's favorability for Sherlock continued to increase, reaching 35. Suddenly, a huge abandoned pirate ship rushed over and was about to hit Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi froze in fright. Ding, remind the host that Shirahoshi is frightened, with a favorability rating of -5, and a cumulative favorability rating of 30. Sherlock is sweating, is this all right? He stretched out his hand, there was a loud bang, and the pirate ship in front of him instantly turned into dust. This is when he uses the power of shock fruit to make the hull shake violently, which collapses from the inside. Never mind. Sherlock stood on Shirahoshi's shoulder and said lightly, Ding, congratulations to host, I got Shirahoshi's favorability score plus 10, cumulative favorability score 40, luck value plus 1, cumulative luck value 73. Sherlock was proud. At this speed, it would not take long to capture Shirahoshi, but then, not only the dilapidated old ship, but also huge dolls, axes, knives and forks, the targets were Shirahoshi. Ding, remind host, Shirahoshi was frightened, and his favorability is -15. Ding, Shirahoshi is frightened, with a favorability rating of -5. Ding, favorability -10. Hey, don't drop it anymore, it's a negative number again. Sherlock covered his forehead with one hand. He really wanted to catch Deacon 9 this guy out for a violent beating, telling him that throwing things in the sea is destroying the ecological balance, the felony. Sherlock smashed all the rubbish, but because Deacon 9 hit it very deep, or that she was not in Mermaid Island at all, she had no choice but to take him. Ding, congratulations to host, get Shirahoshi's favorability plus 20, cumulative favorability 30, luck plus 1, cumulative luck 74. What the hell is this? Yiling asked puzzledly. Shirahoshi bit his lip and told Yiling what happened to him, and at the end he kept apologizing, I'm sorry, I have troubled you all. Yiling clenched his fists angrily, unreasonably, this Deacon 9 is too damn it. Shirahoshi rubbed his red eyes, and because he thought of not attending his mother's funeral, he was so sad that he started to cry. Yiling thought he had made Shirahoshi cry, and looked at Sherlock at a loss. What to do? Sherlock had a bad premonition. He heard the sound in the water, and at a distance of tens of nautical miles, there was a huge monster approaching. Sure enough, Shirahoshi's crying will attract giant sea kings. Don't cry, I'll take you to a place. Sherlock looked at Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi was stunned, and wiped his tears. Master Houston, where? Just follow me. Sherlock took out the map from his arms. This was the tourist guide that he asked for when he logged on to Mermaid Island. This time it came in handy. According to the map, Sherlock led several people to the cemetery. This is the place where Princess Otohime was buried. Shirahoshi was stunned, and it took a long time to recover, crying bitterly in front of his mother's gravestone. This time, sea kings did not approach, and Sherlock didn't understand the reason, but observation haki made his ears extremely sensitive. Ding, congratulations to the host, I got the gratitude of Bakesing, favorability plus 30, cumulative favorability 60, luck value plus 1, cumulative luck value 75. Papicia reminded her that Sherlock's mouth raised up, and she knew that she was victorious in all battles. If you want to attack a woman, you must first understand her. Master Houston, thank you, Shirahoshi said gratefully. No thanks, aren't we friends? Sherlock said with a smile. In the face of innocent Shirahoshi, the word friend should be the most motivating thing for her, because she has always been lonely. Friend, Shirahoshi stared at Sherlock blankly. Master Houston. Sherlock nodded slightly, you are so big, you can only be friends. Aha. Shirahoshi wiped his tears and nodded heavily. Master Houston, you are such a gentle person. Sherlock and Helling stayed with Shirahoshi in the cemetery for a day. Sherlock also told Shirahoshi many of his adventures, which made Shirahoshi very yearning. Except for the occasional wedding gift thrown by Deacon 9, they did not encounter any danger. In just one day, Shirahoshi's affection for Sherlock increased, and he especially hoped to take risks with him. Unfortunately, Shirahoshi's courage is still too small, and hope only stays in hope. After Sherlock left, she would still be hidden in the hard shell tower. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully scoring Shirahoshi. Favorability reached 80, luck value plus 5, accumulated luck value 80. Papicia gave a thumbs up to Sherlock B, expressing his efficiency. Sherlock looked smug. Who is brother? Ida not too simple to walk through a silly Shirahoshi without a leaf touching it. Ida just that the luck value is still not full, these 20 points, only rely on the system to scratch the fun. Sherlock's wealth is still growing, and the main sources are divided into 4 places. First, the development of Titan Island, economic income will be counted in the system. Second, the gains from defeating the Mobia pirates. Third, the pirates killed by Lao Sha. Fourth, the revenue of Buggy Express delivery. Although it is still 0 at present, it will definitely be considerable in the future. Now that Sherlock has accumulated another 500 million worth of wealth, he can buy 50 scratch-offs, and he can always increase his luck. Shirahoshi, we have to go. Sherlock sent Shirahoshi back. Shirahoshi gritted his teeth. Houston, can we meet again? Of course, I will meet again in the future. Sherlock smiled and said. Shirahoshi also showed a charming smile. Then we pull the hook. Sherlock was stunned, stretched out his hand, held hands with Shirahoshi, and hooked. I also want. Herring looked at Sherlock with a serious face. Sherlock sweats. It's a promise to pull the hook. Then we make an agreement. He Ling's uncompromising appearance made Shirahoshi and McCarlo amused. Then what agreement do you want? Sherlock asked. I haven't thought about it for the time being. You can pull the hook first. He Ling stretched out his hand, and the emblem of the evil pirate group was tattooed on his white arm. On the 5 fingers are the abbreviations of Houston's name, which surrounds her little hand like 5 rings. Sherlock stretched out his hand and hooked their little fingers together. Is this okay? Aha! He Ling nodded in satisfaction. Saying goodbye to Shirahoshi, Neptune, Kami and others saw Sherlock off. The border area of Mermaid Island. Sherlock wiped his eyes, and there were many pirate boats moored beside the evil. When did this become a port? Sherlock muttered to himself suspiciously. Sir Crocodile stood on the bow with a thunder of face. Neptune looked at the shark. This is. Shark immediately asked the Poseidon army to check and found that the pirate ship was all dehydrated and dead. Boss Sha. Com stammered and explained. Some other pirate groups suddenly came out and said they were going to occupy Mermaid Island. Boss Sha felt it was an eye-opener, so he killed them all. Kerm seemed to recall the terrifying picture and finished tremblingly. This, okay. Sherlock found that Crocodile was more ruthless than himself. Just because he couldn't understand it, he killed the pirates who were about to invade Mermaid Island. Mummy, can I still get the bounty? Sherlock asked Lobren on his face, and Lobren touched his chin and said, the essential characteristics have not changed. It should be possible, but we are going to the Misty Island. I am afraid there is no time to exchange bounty. Sherlock thought for a moment and looked at Zioba. It seems that you are the only one to exchange the bounty. Xiao Ba patted his chest. Don't worry, Houston, I will help you replace these pirates with bounties. Sherlock nodded slightly. He still trusted Zioba's fish products. Kami reluctantly said, unexpectedly, Houston, you are leaving so soon. Yes, we all failed to get together. Papago also expressed regret. Sherlock smiled, bid farewell to everyone, and embarked on the worst. I'll come back to see everyone when I have time. Well, Mermaid Island will always be your friend, Houston. Neptune smiled and waved, and the 3 sharks also waved to give away the warrior Houston of Fish Island. It's a pity that Sherlock didn't help them solve Deacon, otherwise they had planned to build a statue on the city center square to commemorate as a warrior. Sherlock's ideas about democracy and freedom have greatly influenced Neptune, giving Neptune a hope for the future of Mermaid Island. The extreme evil set sail again, and the supply resources were in place. Although the pirates failed to find a mermaid girl to have fun, they also visited the Dragon Palace for a day, with big fish and meat, good wine and delicacies, and a comfortable sleep, which was a great mental relaxation. And they also took a lot of pictures with Kami. Before leaving, they didn't forget to pack all the fishtails they had worn. Sherlock really suspected that these big masters have serious transvestism, no, women's wear. Sure enough, there are only 0 and countless times for women's clothing. Whenever he thinks of the evil ship, from time to time he can see a 3-meter-tall man wearing a colorful fishtail slopping in front of him. He regrets coming to Mermaid Island to look for Kami, even thinking about it. Captain, are you uncomfortable? Cam looked at Sherlock with a worried look. Sherlock covered his face with one hand and shook his head. No, I just thought of the discordant picture. Boss, why not directly declare that Mermaid Island is under our jurisdiction? Eugene asked curiously. The other pirates were also very curious. It was obvious that the king of Mermaid Kingdom had taken the initiative to hope that Houston could take over them, but Houston refused. This is tantamount to giving the fat to someone else. You know, the Fishmen Island was previously under the jurisdiction of the Whitebeard pirates. If it is announced that it will be taken over by Houston, then Houston's reputation at sea will be louder and even closer to the 4 emperors. Because I have no energy for the time being, I will only consider expansion when Tata Island's business is on the right track and the base camp is stabilized. Sherlock said honestly, and Lobren poured him a glass of red wine and served him a plate of exquisite desserts. The Mermaid Island is indeed a good place. If we come back from the legendary island, I think the captain can consider it. Sherlock nodded, picked up a snack, and put it in his mouth. It's really good. How do you know? I will look for the historical text. Crocodile squinted at Sherlock, and the corner of Sherlock's mouth rose slightly. Observation hacky, the power of listening can be used to ultimate, and you can predict the future. Do you believe it? Crocodile was stunned unexpectedly. Your observation hacky is so strong. Ha ha ha, tease you. I really believe that, based on what I know about you, you want to get Pluton so much, and you will definitely not miss any piece of historical text. Sherlock grinned, showing white teeth. Robin Crocodile's face was gloomy, and the golden hook on his left hand couldn't wait to unscrew Sherlock's head. Sherlock patted him on the shoulder. But you can't read the text of the history. It doesn't matter, I found someone for you. Nico Robin. Crocodile asked in surprise, in his consciousness, if there is anyone in this world who can detoxify the text of history, it is Nico Robin. Do you think she is the only one in this world who can interpret the text of history? Sherlock asked rhetorically. Sir Crocodile nodded. At that time, O'Hara was burned to the torch by Marine's Buster Call, causing the tree of omniscience and scholars who could interpret the text of history to almost disappear. Only Nicole Robin survived, which is why Crocodile recruited Robin in the first place. Unfortunately, Robin finally betrayed him and chose the Straw Hat Luffy. Crocodile's only dissatisfaction with Robin's betrayal is that he can no longer find someone who can help interpret the text of history. But according to Sherlock, there are other people in this world who know how to interpret the text of history. Crocodile was excited in an instant. He looked at Sherlock. What do you mean? Yes, it is not only Nicole Robin who slipped through the net of O'Hara. Kemu also lived in O'Hara and studied ancient Hyuxia characters. Sherlock said with a smile. This information was not exchanged from Papesia, but was judged from Calm's usual words. Calm swallowed. Can you just keep a low profile about this? Why do you want to say it? And I only told you that I have read on the Tree of All-Knowing. Why would you know that I have studied ancient Hyuxia? Kerm looked at Sherlock annoyedly, not knowing when he saw through himself. This kind of feeling, it was like being stripped naked and pushed onto the deck, ready to push down to feed the sharks. No, feed the crocodile. Kerm found that Sir Crocodile's eyes had changed when he saw him, and his original disdain and contempt had become hot. It seems to have discovered the colonists of the New World and swore with his eyes that this land belongs to me. The natives here will be my slaves. Sha. Boss Sha, I did learn a little bit, but there is no guarantee that it can be translated, Kemu said with trembling legs. After seeing Sir Crocodile unilaterally slaughtering the pirates who invaded Mermaid Island, Kemu's fear of him has reached a critical value. It feels that the official reward for Sir Crocodile is absolutely low. Seriously underestimated the strength of this villain. The corner of Crocodile's mouth raised, and he lifted Calm up with one hand and dragged him into the cabin. No! Boss Sha, save me, Captain, Boss, Sherlock. Kerm made a cry like a pig. Just let you interpret the text of the history. As for, Sherlock complained about the timid reaction in his heart, but followed him into the cabin. What if Lao Sha has any special hobbies? It's better to look at the people you hire yourself. This is called a sense of responsibility. Kerm's room was narrower than the captain's room. Thick books and manuscripts are neatly placed on a simple square wooden table, as well as a black camera and a stack of photos. With the addition of a single bed, the space is almost occupied, leaving only the aisle for one person to cross. At this moment, squeezing three big men, plus a Sherlock's little tail healing, it looks even smaller. Papesia stood on Sherlock's shoulders, vomiting. Such a small room is not enough for me. Sherlock vaguely felt that Papesia was complaining about abusing employees. Calm, didn't you let you change to a bigger room? In fact, Sherlock mentioned that he would change the room before, because Calm himself did not want to move. In Calm's words, the smaller the space, the more it can bring him a sense of security and put himself on the worst. The sense of existence is reduced to zero. It is best not to think of yourself. But now Kemu suddenly doesn't think so, because he has been targeted by Lao Sha. Lao Sha's severity is far higher than Sherlock's, and the two evils are lighter than the choice. Is it really possible? I want to move to the captain's room. Calm seemed to have grasped the life-saving straw. If he had a room with Sherlock, he wouldn't have to face Sir Crocodile all the time. Although Sherlock's bounty is ridiculously high and he always likes to scare himself, he has a very strange character. Generally speaking, if others don't take the initiative to provoke him, he will not take action, and he also lends a hand to help the disadvantaged groups from time to time. Calm considers himself to be a vulnerable group of extremely evil names, and in particular needs Sherlock's protection. He pursed his mouth. Do you want to be the captain? No, don't get me wrong, there is a small side sleeper in the captain's cabin. Can I live in it? Kerm swallowed and asked nervously. Sherlock touched his chin, but he didn't care. He was about to promise, but was interrupted by Herring. No, why? Kerm looked at Helling in frustration. He glanced at his mouth. Because I am going to move in. Sherlock wiped the sweat from his forehead. Can't this tale be shaken off? Well, don't interrupt. What exactly is written in this historical text? Crocodile felt that his patience had been smoothed out, and the narrow space made him even more irritable. Calm sighed, picked up the photo on the table, and studied it carefully. Boss, give me some time. Well, you better translate it quickly. Crocodile stretched out his hand, and an arm made of yellow sand was attached to the steel plate in the room. Boom! The steel plate was directly hit by the palm of Huangshe's hand, and the pirate next door, who was solving physiological problems with his hands, looked at several people with a dazed expression. Sherlock could cover He Ling's eyes. The pirate was full of question marks, holding the small mushroom in both hands. This room will be yours from now on. Sir Crocodile glanced at Calm. Calm swallowed. This physical expansion method made Calm very impressed. Boss, what should I do? The pirate looked at Sherlock aggrievedly, and Sherlock covered his face with one hand. Put your pants on and find a new room. He immediately lifted his pants, scratched his hair, and said embarrassedly, okay. Papicia jumped onto the square table, leaned close to the photo, and studied it with Kerm. This is not the text of history, this is a confession. Kerm and Papici said in unison, but only Sherlock could hear Papici's kiss. Sherlock's biggest blind spot to the pirate world lies in the historical text. Because of this piece of content, whether it is the memory of the past life or the memory of Houston in this life, I have only heard it. After incorporating Whitebeard's memory, Sherlock knew that Mermaid Island had sent a piece of historical text in order to obtain Whitebeard's asylum. Therefore, this part of Mermaid Island is not history, but Joey Boy's confession. Sherlock guessed that now this piece of historical text is either in the hands of Marco or it has fallen into the hands of Blackbeard Teach. Crocodile frowned. Are you sure? Calm nodded slightly and pushed his thick glasses. The specific content is like this. My comrade in arms, forever friend, the king of sea kings, the kind mermaid princess, the great Poseidon, the sinner Joey Boy could not ask for your forgiveness, but for the entire Merman and Murloc, I must repent. You have fulfilled your promise and have always stood in the righteous camp in the Great War, defending the dignity of the great kingdom with your blood and strength. I once promised that after the war, let the fish and the fish people ride on Noah to land, and share the sun and moon, soil and nature with our human race. But I eventually became a sinner of history, and I broke my promise. Because of my lack of personal ability, the future we had originally imagined can only become a dream bubble after all. The Terran, the Murloc, and the Mermaid should share the red line, communicate as equals, and share prosperity. Just like you and me, we are eternal comrades in arms. Even if the races are different, we can still give our backs to our partners. But this dream cannot be realized in my lifetime. I know that no matter how I repent, I can't atone for my sins, and I can't let you complete the account of the mermaid and the mermaid. King of the sea, Noah could not land on land, sorry. I know the painful price the Murlocs paid for the Great War. I know that you have lived in the dark sea for a long time. I know that you are eager for blue sky, white clouds, sunshine and rain more than anyone else. Sorry, your king did not deceive you or induce you to join the war. If you want to resent, just hate me. I am an incompetent person. For whatever reason, it is my fault for not fulfilling the promise. Sincerely, Joey Boy, the sinner of history. There are some words I didn't understand, but they were connected based on understanding. Calm honestly explained that as an adventurer, he mastered many languages, including ancient scripts. However, the ancient civilization is vast and profound. Even Calm, without the help of reference books, it is difficult to accurately translate word by word. Sherlock looked sideways at Papicia, and it nodded, it's roughly correct. Crocodile frowned slightly, and said lightly, Poseidon. Unexpectedly, the mermaid princess is actually Poseidon, the legendary ancient weapon. Calm sighed and recorded his thoughts in his notebook. This was a habit he followed his father as a historian since he was a child. Are there any clues to Pluton mentioned above? Crocodile asked. Kerm shook his head, no. The mermaid princess has been dead for so many years. The Poseidon who can control the sea kings no longer exists, but Pluton, I must find it. Crocodile said to himself. Go to the Emiens Islands, there may be clues you want. Sherlock patted Crocodile on the shoulder, comforting. Papicia climbed onto Sherlock's shoulder and rubbed her eyes. That's not necessarily true. It is recorded in that ancient book that the patron saint of an island on the Emiens Islands is called the Thousand Eyes Beast. It is a prophetic beast. It is said that he knows everything. His eyes are spread all over the world, even the past and the future. I can give you the answer. Calm finished speaking and added, but this is also a legend. Maybe we can't even find the Emiens Islands. Don't worry, you will find it in the Emiens Islands. Sherlock raised his mouth confidently. Calm shook his head and sighed, praying in his heart, don't find it. He Ling looked at Sherlock longingly, a sacred picture of Sherlock taking herself back to his hometown and completing the wedding under the witness of the elder unicorn. She covered her small face and whispered, I do. Hey, don't fantasize about weird things. Sherlock glanced at He Ling and thought the child was hopeless. According to the nautical chart, Lobren commanded the evil ship for another half a month. During this period, he defeated many sea beasts and pirate ships, and was overwhelmed with obstacles. Finally, he came to the place recorded by the Witch's Guide. What you see is a vast sea, boundless and blue. There is no legendary island, and no fog. This? Lobren looked at the map and the permanent pointer. Why isn't the ocean current rising? The pirates on the evil ship also showed disappointed expressions one by one, looking up at the dense clouds in the sky. At such a height, even if the evil ship had wind cannons, they could not fly up. He Ling approached the sea. Her ears seemed to hear illusory sounds, intermittently, as if singing and crying. Only the voice she could hear. He Ling felt that this must be the ancestor calling herself. He Ling transformed into a centaur form with a height of 3 meters. She stepped on the hoof of the beast, walked to Sherlock's side, and obediently waited for him to ride. Sherlock leaped and jumped onto Herring's back. Go, let's go and see first. He Ling nodded, waved his wings, and flew towards the sky. This time, Lu Chi Helling didn't get lost, and followed his intuition to fly upwards, passing through the layers of clouds and fog, and saw a cloud of colored fog from a distance. The islands are wrapped in this layer of colorful mist, as if embedded in a huge rainbow ball. The situation of the islands in the colored fog is not clear, but what is certain is that this is the Emine's Islands. The permanent pointer points to it, and He Ling's intuition also points to it. Houston, shall we go in? He Ling asked excitedly. Sherlock nodded slightly. Go in, find the way first, and then pick them up. He Ling nodded. The two approached the mist cautiously. The colored fog seemed to feel someone approaching, and it automatically opened a gap. Sherlock was stunned. He stopped He Ling, and many more. This kind of welcoming posture is too abnormal, completely different from what Com said. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster, so be cautious. Sherlock decided to ask Papicia first. Time froze in an instant, and Sherlock entered the deep soil. Papicia was lying on the lazy chair, holding a notebook in his hand, reading with gusto, noticing that the host came in, then slowly raised his head. What's the matter? I have found the Emine's Islands. Sherlock briefly described the current situation, and Papicia sat up from the lazy chair. Did you find it so soon? Sherlock nodded. The route is correct. It took a month to arrive. Isn't this fast? The mist opened automatically, Papicia asked back. Sherlock nodded again. It should have been aware of the blood of the unicorn on He Ling, so I opened the channel, but I must remind the host that the Emine's Islands may be the original Devil Island, and all the Devil Fruit abilities cannot be used on the island. Papicia kissed her serious face. Why didn't you say it earlier? Sherlock frowned. I said earlier, would you not go? Papicia asked suspiciously. Sherlock glanced at his mouth. So, don't think about exploring the road alone. You need your partners. There will never be too many people on an island where devil fruit cannot be used. Papicia brought out Sherlock's system panel and checked it carefully. Death title, Rising Star skills, Soul Stitching, Devil Curse, Summoning Stitching the Soul, Liha to Houston, White Beard Wealth, 303.2 billion Edible Fruit, Shuang Fruit, Shock Fruit Devil Fruit Capacity, 23 Luck Value, 100 Talent Value, 105-2000 Strength Value, 9050 Bloodline, Abyssal Tyrannosaurus Hybrid Ice and Snow Dragon Bloodline Haki, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki Physique, Marine 6 Style Sword Skill Comprehension Ability, 100 Weapons, Azure Moon Shadow Knife, Soul Cage, E126 Fist Pistol, Vision Stone. Accompanying Curse, Chastity, and Modesty. Papicia nodded and said, the luck value is full, the survival rate of the host is greatly improved, and it is possible to pick up all kinds of treasures. Go. Sherlock breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew from the deep soil. He Ling walked on top of the snow-white clouds. The beast's hoof stepped on it, causing layers of white ripples. This sea of clouds can be heavy. Sherlock nodded slightly, and after exploring the surroundings, he found that there were no creatures or suspicious buildings. It seemed to be just a sea of clouds that could simply bear weight. He threw the vision stone into the mist and used the vision stone to check the situation on the island. The vision stone hovered above the islands, sending the picture back to Sherlock's eyes. The Emine's archipelago consists of 8 islands, each of which has a different shape. It does not look like the shape formed by the impact of rising ocean currents. It is like this shape by nature. Their shapes are phoenix, dragon, and dragon. Unicorns, yaki or akai, gold-winged birds, thousand-eyed beasts, medusa, and bats. Could it be, there is no such thing as an ancestor at all, it's just that the shape of the island is similar, so it has been misinformed, Sherlock guessed. He was going to continue to observe through the vision stone, but found that a mysterious force blocked his connection with the vision stone. Boom! The vision stone exploded. The bright light of the explosion almost made Sherlock temporarily blind, and he immediately closed his eyes. What on earth is there in this archipelago? Papicia, wearing a black cloak, stood on his shoulders. Ding, congratulations to host, start a side mission to explore the mysterious Emmons Islands. Houston, are we going in? He paced back and forth, as if she couldn't wait. The voice in her ears became clearer and clearer, as if her mother was calling her child home. No, bring them all. Sherlock still chose to listen to Papicia's proposal, and the two returned to the Devil. Captain, how is it? Lobren asked. Sherlock looked at the 49ers, and there were many newly recruited pirates inside. The Emmons Islands do exist, right above us. After Sherlock said, the pirates all beamed with joy, raised their weapons, and cheered. Aha! As expected of Captain Houston, he actually took us to the legendary Emmons Islands. This is a place that the world government could not find. I think I will be able to blow the bullshit for a lifetime when I go back. Yes, as expected of the boss. The pirate sighed. Even Crocodile rarely showed a smiling face. The golden hook in his left hand was slightly raised. Is it finally? Sherlock jumped off Herring's back, stood on the deck, and took off the black cloak. The Emmons Islands are full of unknown and death. If you want to follow me, you must be determined to die. Otherwise, you can turn around and go home now. Sherlock glanced at Lobren, who nodded slightly. The lifeboat, supplies, and Bailey can be distributed to you, and those who want to leave can bring it up now. Follow the captain to the death. The pirates shouted neatly. Crocodile shook his head. Houston, you have become indecisive. Yes, the treasure is just ahead. How could we give up? Cam raised his sword and said excitedly. Man, he should die in an adventure. Can I go back? Com stammered. Lobren touched his chin and smiled. You can't let them go. You still have the ability to protect yourself. If you live in New World, let you leave, I'm afraid you will be killed the next day. The pirates all laughed heartily, thinking that Lobren made a lot of sense, that Kemu, a weak chicken, was useless except for a better head. In that case, follow me to explore the Emmons Islands. After Sherlock said, he clenched his fists with both hands and punched them in the air. There was a loud bang. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the space, and the air current vibrated and spread toward the ocean. The sea surged in an instant, and all the pirates on the evil ship were shocked. Hedgen, boss has gained the ability of shock fruit. How is it possible? How can one person obtain 2 devil fruit abilities? Doesn't Blackbeard Teach also have 2 fruits? As expected of Captain Houston, our role model. The rising ocean current caused by the sea quake. The boss is too smart. Laurent looked at Sherlock with shining eyes, full of admiration, and even regretted it, regretting that he had questioned the captain's getting shock fruit, but it didn't work. Now it seems that Sherlock may have become an earlier than Blackbeard. Double devil fruit holders in this world. His future will only become more and more exciting. At this moment, in the eyes of Lobren and many pirates, it seemed that a holy light had descended, covering Sherlock. Let them think that Leha de Houston is the real son of heaven. Following him, you can definitely stand on top of the world. Amidst countless cheers and praises, the evil ship rushed into the air on Sherlock's self-made rising currents, and Kemia screamed like a pig again. The evil number steadily fell into the sea of clouds. After experiencing a burst of vomiting, Com could see the scene clearly. When it comes, I can't think that the legendary Emmons Islands really exist, and it's in the sky. Haha, Com, there is progress. This time I didn't pee my pants. Eugene patted Com on the head and smiled. Kemia scratched his hair, his cheeks were reddish, and he was so scared so often that he became more courageous. Okay? Through this colored fog, you will see the Emmons Islands, Sherlock said lightly. But I must remind everyone that after entering, Devil Fruit's abilities may be limited, it may be completely unusable, or it may only play a little role. Yes, Captain. The pirates packed their weapons, water, and food, and were ready to go. Com, if you don't want to go in, just guard the boat here. Although Sherlock needed Com's common sense very much, considering that it was indeed dangerous here, he finally let Com decide for himself. Kerm gritted his teeth. Since everyone is here, let's be with everyone. Ha ha ha, although you are timid, you still have the blood of an adventurer in your body, Cam teased. Com swallowed, and immediately began to regret it. Well, the 3 of you, Berger, Fader, and Nim, stayed to guard the boat for half a month. If we haven't returned, you will be free, Shylock ordered. The 3 nodded and held up their weapons. Yes, Captain. Sherlock ordered people to take out many gas masks from the cabin. Take them all, this fog is weird. Papicia also picked up a gas mask and put it on her face, looking at Sherlock seriously. Host, go. Sherlock sweats. Why are you joining in the fun? Cam and Eugene, known for their agility, were the pioneers. They wore gas masks and took the lead in exploring the colorful fog. Although both of them are tall and mammoth, they reacted very sensitively and ran away very quickly when faced with danger. Sherlock's original plan was to follow Papicia's reminder to enter the crevice of the mist together. However, Laurent suggested that in order to reduce unnecessary sacrifices, the island should be treated with awe, or send a vanguard to find out. Sherlock adopted his opinion when the curse of humility broke out, but there was a trace of anxiety in his heart. As soon as you find a danger, withdraw immediately. Shylock demanded. Cam and Eugene nodded and laughed. Don't worry, boss, we are very cautious. These two are the original members of the Evil, who have accompanied Houston to explore a lot of dangers and have rich practical experience. Sherlock watched them walk into the crevice of the mist. But the gap is too narrow, and the situation on the island is basically invisible, and we can only wait for news from the two. As time passed, everyone had already escaped from the extreme hell and walked into the sea of clouds, which can carry a certain weight, and the gravity is not much different from that of the ground. Houston, I heard a voice calling me inside. Ling changed back to a human form. She wore a white dress and stepped on the clouds with her bare toes. The white wings on her back were half open and half closed, perfectly blending with the environment, just like the one who originally lived on the sky. Aboriginal. Hold on. Sherlock looked at the colorful fog quietly. Papicia rolled around in the sea of clouds, and began to pile marshmallows with clouds, took a bite, and vomited. Bah, this is the most unpalatable marshmallow I have ever eaten. No problem, come in. Cam's familiar voice came, and the pirates were relieved. Sherlock nodded and waved, and the crew of the Evil One went into the colorful fog. After entering the mist, Sherlock was stunned. The fog is so boundless. I thought that passing through the fog was the Emmines Islands. As a result, the scene displayed by the Vision Stone was still so far away from me. Where's Cam? Sherlock frowned. Captain, I am here. Cam's voice sounded again, and everyone saw him based on the source of the sound. Cam vomited immediately, his legs felt weak, and Sherlock held him back. I've seen it, everything is okay here, it's just that the fog is too deep and you have to keep going, Cam said. The pirates took up their weapons one after another, and Sherlock stopped them, looked at Cam with solemn expressions, and asked, Where is Eugene? We just separated. He should be in front of me. Let's move forward. It won't be long before we can find him. As Cam said, the gas mask fell to the ground, still mixed with viscous liquid, and his red turban had already fallen to the ground. He squatted down to pick up the gas mask, only to find that his hands were no longer there, and turned into sticky dark red carrion. His eyes rolled on the ground and fell to Sherlock's feet. Cam, what just happened? Sherlock picked up his eyeball with his left hand and handed it to the trembling thing that couldn't be called a hand. Just now, there was a purple mist approaching. I didn't avoid it. I wore a gas mask. I think it's okay. There is mist everywhere, but the purple mist exploded. After the explosion, I didn't feel anything, Captain. Am I okay? What's wrong with me? Cam realized his abnormality, with an eye left on his head, and began to observe his state. His whole body was rotten, his body deformed, his clothes fell to the ground, everything from the waist down turned into thick liquid, there was no skin on his hands, and countless eyes were opened on his body. Monster! Kerm couldn't help but yelled. After the pirates realized that this was Cam, they felt both fear and anger in their hearts. Pirate Hall, who often gambles with Cam, shed tears. He wiped his eyes and raised his musket, preparing to end Cam's life. No, his life is over, Hall just wants to end his pain. Laron held down Hall's shoulder and looked at Sherlock. This means that Cam's life and death are determined by the captain. Ding, congratulations to host, for getting Cam's eyes. This is the eyeball polluted by the red mist. It has an independent perspective. Picking up another eyeball can communicate with each other, Papicia said calmly. But Sherlock was in his throat. Cam, is there any help? Sherlock remembered that when he first saw Cam, he hadn't grown a beard, and he always liked to discuss with him where the most beautiful girls were. Although he liked sleeping with women, he always sent his savings out together. Every time I leave my beloved girl, it takes the first half of the year to heal. Then I told myself that the dream of a good man is on the sea, and there are a group of girls waiting for him on the sea. He pays great attention to his image, his beard is always trimmed into the shape of a peach heart, and he likes to wear a big red headscarf and a clean sailor suit. He is proud of his strong legs, which can always run faster than others. But at this moment, he turned into a total monster. After entering the mist, the wings behind Ling disappeared, and he couldn't transform the unicorn form, and the healing art was naturally unavailable. Ling buried his face and shook his head. It's no help, he is dead. Papicia's kiss sounded again. No, it's not me. It's not me. Cam let out a scream, then his figure soared, and he turned into a 10-meter large one-eyed monster, with rancid liquid constantly flowing out of his body, and a low roar in his mouth. It's not me, it's not me, it's not me. While talking, he rushed towards the crowd, violently tearing them apart. Sir Crocodile originally planned to use San Fruit's ability, the Desert Knife, to easily solve him, but Lausha found that his Devil Fruit's abilities were limited, and to be precise, it was impossible to carry out desertification, so he directly took a physical attack and flew. The leg kicked Cam into the air. Immediately, half of the pirates raised their muskets and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang, the 10-meter one-eyed monster was beaten into a sieve and fell to the ground. His only remaining eyes turned to Sherlock's direction and looked at him. Captain, what's wrong with me? It feels strange. Who let you do it? Laurent frowned, and the pirates looked at each other. Mr. Law, this monster is no longer Cam. Most of the pirates who fired were recruited into the evil pirate group later, and their feelings for Cam were not deep. Sherlock walked up to Cam with a cloud over his face. Cam, do you have any more wishes? Wish, Captain. Am I going to die? I don't want to die. Cam kept talking, his other eye also fell down. Cam, is the girl from Sabayati Archipelago better or the girl from East Blue? Sherlock slowly removed a piece of candy and handed it to the hole that Cam could no longer weigh. Cam wanted to swallow the sugar, but found that he had no esophagus. He said, of course, it's the East Blue girl. The girl on the white pearl is so beautiful. That bottle of Lafite tastes so good. I think, I won't forget it forever. Do you have anything you want to bring to her? She said she wouldn't wait for me, but if she is little Cam, Captain, I want to bring her savings, troubles during this period of time. Cam's voice was intermittent, and in the end, Sherlock couldn't hear what he was talking about. Okay, I will give her a lot of money to let her raise little Cam. Sherlock picked up Cam's eyeballs, took out a wooden box from his sleeve, and put both eyeballs in. Captain, it's nice to be able to follow you on the adventure. Cam's words were like a boulder on Sherlock's chest, making it hard for him to breathe. In the memory, Red Turban Cam smiled and raised his glass. Captain, where do we go to risk next? Cam, you can't save money no matter how you risk it, Hall joked. Ha ha ha, Lao Zi is willing. Cam's hearty laugh echoed in Sherlock's ears. The curse, it must be the curse of the fog recorded in the book. Kerm hugged his head, knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, we all die, we all die. The pirates were stunned, fear gradually replaced sadness and enveloped them. Is it really a curse on the island? It is said that no one can get out of the misty island. Sherlock slowly stood up and cleared up his emotions. This is the rumored island of 9 dead. The purple mist has the effect of corroding the human body, and it can also cause the body to change, demonize, and run away. Sherlock calmly analyzed. Everyone must pay attention and avoid it. In order to save an ace, is it worth sacrificing a companion? Sherlock couldn't help asking himself in his heart. He frowned and looked at the wooden box in his hand. Houston, when did you become so cowardly? Crocodile seemed to see through Sherlock's thoughts, and he raised the hook in his hand. Even if you are not going to move on, I will not give up. There must be the answer I want to find here. Crocodile's words ignited the blood of the pirates again. Boss Houston, we all came voluntarily, you don't have to blame yourself. Yes, boss, cheer up. The world government has not found a place for hundreds of years. We found it in a month. This is amazing, boss. After exploring this place, we have to join you. Go find One Piece. Yes, boss Houston, what we did was pirates. Everyone has their own ambitions to achieve. Whoever wants to die, ha 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 ha. The pirates laughed heartily, alleviating the depressive atmosphere of losing their partners. Don't you die? Sherlock couldn't think that these villains would comfort him in this way. He raised his mouth. After all, he was too young. People who have experienced the Top War should have looked down on life and death long ago, but he has become especially cherish life. He Ling, can you still hear that voice? Sherlock looked sideways at He Ling. He Ling shook his head. I can't hear you after entering the fog. It seems this is a trap. Sherlock handed the wooden box to Papizia, who put Cam's eyes on the deep soil, then jumped out of the deep soil and squatted in Sherlock's hair. But what about the trap? Since I'm here, I must get what I want. There was a firm emotion in Sherlock's eyes. Host, I am afraid that your other subordinate has also been alienated. I don't know where to hide. Papizia reminded himself. Sherlock nodded slightly. If Eugene also becomes Cam's appearance, I don't feel soft when I see it. Yes, Captain. The pirates replied. Crocodile glanced at Mr.1. Mr.1 nodded. Sherlock helped Kerm up and walked to Mulby. Mulby has half-giant blood. Compared to Sherlock, he is very tall, so he is responsible for carrying Ace. Sherlock checked Ace's body, and without the blessing of healing, his body would rot soon. So, there is not much time left for Sherlock. Sherlock whispered something. Morby was stunned, nodded, and put Ace down from his back. Sherlock tied Ace to his back. Since everyone has their own goals, there is no reason to drag everyone down because I have to fulfill my friend's promises. Captain. Lauber treated his silver hair ethically and said, your virtue is worthy of praise. Houston. Herring walked to Sherlock. I won't die. Sherlock froze for a second, then raised his mouth. Remember our previous agreement? I've figured it out. As Herring was about to continue speaking, Sherlock reached out and stopped her. Don't set up the flag, well, in such a weird place. Sherlock slanderously pulled Herring behind. Follow me. He Ling nodded. Suddenly, a group of purple mist appeared in front of everyone, and the mist quickly spread towards them. Combined with Cam's tragic situation, the pirates had a great sense of fear for this purple mist. Back. Sherlock commanded that, without the ability of devil fruit, the pirates faced the purple mist. Just like ordinary people encountered natural disasters, they could only avoid. Shylock and the others quickly backed away and fled in the opposite direction of the purple mist. However, the speed of the mist was getting faster and faster, and someone was already infected. Mr. 1 cut off the left hand of the mist pirate in time, and he recovered a small life. Sherlock suddenly kicked something under his feet, but fortunately, his body balance was very good, and he stood firm in time. He knelt down and picked up the big guy who had almost tripped him. It turned out to be a barrel. Ding, congratulations host, I found the jackhammer. Papicia taught Sherlock how to use it through thought transmission. Sherlock nodded, and it seemed that it would be beneficial to reach 100 fortune. He carried the wind cannon on his shoulders, made everyone retreat, and fired a cannonball towards Zaiwu. This shell is actually a gust of wind, and in an instant, it directly blows away the overwhelming purple mist. Everyone was saved and sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Ling applied hemostatic medicine to the pirate who lost his arm and bandaged the wound. It's a pity that the healing technique can't be used. Thanks. The pirate looked at Mr. 1, Mr.1 still expressionless. Sherlock threw the wind cannon to the tall Morby. This weapon will be yours from now on. Morby nodded. This wind cannon is much more practical than a musket, at least in this misty world. As everyone relaxed their vigilance, a red mist swept in. Before they could escape, they were already in the red. This is a side effect of the use of wind cannons. The wind cannon absorbs the wind and then releases a storm to blow away the purple mist. But the absorbed side was occupied by the red mist, and the gap between the left and right wind pressure made the red mist unimpeded all the way, surrounding everyone. Sherlock released armament haki. In an instant, the silver armament haki condensed into a hemisphere, covering Sherlock, Hulling, Kerm, Laron, Crocodile, and Mr. 1, upgraded haki's barrier to awakening. Under the barrier, all physical attacks can be isolated. The red mist, which is extremely intrusive, can also be resisted. As for the others, before Sherlock could extend the barrier to them, they were already covered in red mist. Fortunately, the red mist is not corrosive, and their bodies have not undergone terrible changes. However, they raised their weapons one after another, their blue veins violently, and their eyes revealed a violent aura, and they began to attack each other and kill each other. Ling frowned and looked at Sherlock. Kerm swallowed. How can this be? Why do they beat their own people? It should be affected by the red mist. I am afraid that this red mist is different from the purple mist. Its function is to make people lose their minds and fall into a frantic fighting state. Sherlock analyzed that he was about to ask Papicia, only to find that this guy was outside the barrier. But Papicia was unaffected by the red mist, and was still chasing butterflies among the fighting crowd. Butterfly? There are butterflies in this mist? Sherlock froze for a second. Follow that butterfly and get out of the mist. But they. Kerm looked at Sherlock nervously. The pirates outside the barrier were already in a group at this moment. If they don't stop it, they will die at their own hands. Sherlock yelled, "Stop it." A Tyrannosaurus pressure was released from his body, and all the pirates couldn't help but crawl on the ground. This felt like a level of suppression. But there was still killing in their eyes, like a time bomb that would explode at any time. If Sherlock makes them all unconscious at this time, it may be possible to temporarily relieve the threat of the red mist, but this will put them in a dangerous misty world. It is difficult for Sherlock to protect everyone alone, but if only to deter them, it would not be able to solve the threat of red mist. He is in a dilemma. What should I do? People who are polluted by the red mist can hardly spare any energy in the fight, and they feel immortal. Sherlock isolated his whole body with armament haki, separated from the barrier of awakening, and used his shaving step to appear next to the half-giant Morbi, grabbed the wind cannon, and fired at everyone. A hurricane hit them, rushing them in the direction of the butterfly's flight. Sherlock used observation haki to detect the trajectory of the butterfly's flight, judged the course after it, and fired again. Everyone was blown by the hurricane again. Sherlock followed close behind. After doing this several times, he followed the butterfly across to an island covered in orange mist. Under the orange sky is a quiet island. The island is shaded by green trees, the Chinquan waterfall flows in the mountains, and in front is a sea of purple flowers, in which countless colorful butterflies dance lightly. This scene is a bit of a paradise. Sherlock instinctively wanted to use wind cannons to disperse the fog, but Papicia reminded, this mist is harmless. Sherlock observed carefully, and indeed found that the people who were exposed to the orange mist had not changed. On the contrary, they all showed signs of improvement. The murderous spirit on their bodies seemed to be washed away and they began to recover their sanity. Immediately, they looked at each other, and they were afraid. If Houston didn't make a move, they might have died under the butcher knife of their companions. Even so, many people were injured, some from stab wounds and some from gunshot wounds. I didn't feel any pain under the influence of the red mist before. I just wanted to kill and enjoy the pleasure of killing. Now I wake up and feel pain everywhere in my body. You guy is too cruel to start, my arm is going to be scrapped. You are ashamed to ask me, did you cut the knife in my leg? If it is higher, the root of life will be in your hands. The pirates complained while Xingqing regained their sanity in time, without causing an irreversible situation. Is the function of this orange mist washing and purifying? Calm took out his notebook and recorded the effects of the various fogs he encountered before. Although the orange mist on the island is thin, it covers everything, as if it freezes time to dusk. The island of twilight, this is the island of twilight. Kerm observed the island for a moment and cried out in surprise. Sherlock squeezed his eyebrows. Why did the island of twilight touch his blind spot again? Is the pirate world so rich? What is the place? Laurent asked instead of Sherlock. It is said that there is an island in the Amiens archipelago called the Island of Twilight. There is no time passing on this island. There will always be twilight. This island is the island where the ancestors of the Phoenix lived. It is only a lucky person found. At the same time, the Phoenix is also the most friendly mythical creature to humans. Com said excitedly, someone once predicted that if you want to live forever, you can only find the Island of Twilight and stay on the island for the rest of your life. What's the difference between that and being imprisoned? Crocodile asked rhetorically. Kemi looked at the beauty of the island at dusk, and said yearningly, for a paradise like this, being able to live here forever is probably the dream of most people. Is there any historical text on the island? Crocodile asked, and Kerm shook his head. There is no record in this book. It seems I can only look for it. Crocodile looked at Mr. 1, Mr.1 nodded slightly. The two were about to move apart, but Sherlock stopped them. Wait, the situation on the island is still unclear, don't act alone yet. Yes, it's not a good decision to separate now. Lobrin agreed. Crocodile squinted at Sherlock. So Houston, what are your plans? Let's go, take a look on the island. Sherlock took off the gas mask and walked to the front of the team. He trot to follow him, grabbing the corner of his clothes. Sherlock looked at her sideways. Follow up. Ling nodded, her eyes extremely firm. A group of people walked into the forest along the road. The trees here are very tall. Each tree needs 30 people to embrace. The crown of the tree is even more unattainable. Even the half-giant morbai is only 1/10 of the size of the trees. One height. In addition to tall trees, there are various plants and insects in the forest. These insects all have orange Madara dots on their bodies, emitting golden light, and their bodies are translucent. Ling stretched out her hand, and the insect passed directly through the palm of her hand. It feels like in two worlds. These creatures are probably no longer anymore. This is just an afterimage. Papicia explained to herself. Of course Ling couldn't hear it. Other pirates also curiously experienced the sensation of being passed through the body by insects, essentially without feeling, but they found it strange. How is this going? Crocodile asked. Sherlock repeated Papicia's words. These creatures are probably just afterimages. Then they are dead. Ling was suddenly lost. Sherlock nodded slightly and moved on. There is a clear stream deep in the forest, and animals such as deer, rabbits, wild boars, and marmots are drinking water by the side of the stream. They also have orange Madara dots on them. Don't we see the past? Sherlock thought, picked up the dead branches that fell on the ground, and threw them over. The branch fell among the animals, and the drinking animals raised their heads, glanced at the pirates, and continued to drink water. It feels like they do exist, not afterimages. Sherlock didn't want to study them in depth, and through the dense forest, a city-state appeared in front of him. Unexpectedly, there are city-states on this island. Com sighed, even if it was not recorded in such detail in that book. Tall and towering white buildings stand in front of the palace, supported by countless huge pillars to the clouds. Above the palace is a white statue of the Phoenix. Below the Phoenix is a tall clock tower, and the clock stopped at 1730. The statues, palaces, and various buildings on the ground floor are all wrapped in orange light, as if a golden layer has been added. At the forefront of the palace is an orange lake. The lake is quiet, reflecting the palace in it. The only thing that makes everyone feel weird is that this city-state is too quiet. It seems that all this is a picture scroll, or the freeze frame of a certain frame in a movie fragment, making people invisible to the passage of time. What a strange city. Hall said and looked at Sherlock. Captain, is this an empty city? Empty city? Impossible. The streets of this city are spotless. At first glance, someone is cleaning it. If it is an empty city, it is only possible that no humans have existed since it was built, but these houses are obviously for humans to live in. Sherlock thought about it and thought it was here. Very weird. It is best to go around. After all, the ancestor of the Phoenix is not its own goal. What Sherlock is looking for is the ancestor of the unicorn. According to the information provided by Calm and Papicia, the ancestor of the unicorn is definitely not on the island of Twilight. Can you bypass this island and go directly to the island where the unicorn is? Sherlock asked Papicia, and Papicia, after deducting the expenses automatically, said, no, the city-state is called the capital of the Phoenix. It is built on the northern border of the island. Only through the city and through the chain bridge between the two islands can you reach the next island. That's the copy that had to be hit. Sherlock frowned, telling him instinctively that something was waiting for him. Papicia squatted on his shoulders and said, I have come here. With your luck, you should be able to get something good here, so why bother to leave? Ha ha. Sherlock laughed dryly. There are no free pies on this day, there are only traps. Sherlock is always very cautious about unknown things. After all, he is a person who has died once, a rare rebirth, he cherishes more than anyone else. Come, is there a city on the island of Twilight? The ancient books only record the place where there is an island at dusk, and there is no mention of the city. Com has drawn the outline of the city on his notebook, recording the mysterious and peaceful city-state, the fortress in the sky, like a town outlined in the illusion. Let's go. Crocodile took the lead and Mr. 1 followed him. Lao She and number 1 Devil Fruit can't use their abilities, and they still maintain their honey confidence. Am I being too cautious? Sherlock secretly slandered and followed in Crocodile's footsteps. Suddenly, he heard the rustle in the forest. The sound was very small. If it weren't for the observation hacky, he wouldn't be able to hear it. He turned his face and looked in the direction of the sound source. Who? The pirates turned their heads vigilantly and raised their weapons. Don't shoot, it's me. When Eugene's voice came, everyone became more vigilant. Until Eugene walked out of the forest, his body did not change. He was still the tall Eugene with a beard and his beloved hip flask hanging from his waist. Eugene, are you okay? The pirates were surprised and delighted. Eugene nodded, patted his beer belly and smiled. After I came in, I got lost. I just saw a group of people and thought it must be you, so I followed. Haha, I didn't expect that my pioneer would fall to the end. Eugene, lucky you kid, you didn't get the purple mist, Hall said, pressing his elbow against Eugene's broad chest. The other pirates also laughed. Eugene paused, looked at the glorious city-state in front of him, and exclaimed, we finally found it. There should be treasures in this city. You have to go in to find out. Sherlock said, patted Eugene on the shoulder. It's great to see you alive. Eugene grinned and showed white teeth, and scratched the curled blonde hair. Ha ha ha, let the captain worry, sorry. It's fine, let's go. The crowd followed Crocodile into the quiet town. The moment they stepped into this Phoenix City, the clock on the clock tower began to turn. Tick-to-tick-to-tick-to-tick-to-tick. Sherlock noticed a line of white doves flying out of the bell tower. People in various costumes walked out of municipal buildings, hostels, and street shops. They either sat by the wishing pool and started chatting, or squatted on the ground and sprinkled white breadcrumbs. Seeing the food on the ground, the pigeons all flew to the square in front of the wishing pool and started poking their heads down to eat. In the square, the wandering painter set up the easel, picked up the paintbrush and started sketching. The old man holding the violin walked to a familiar location, put the violin case on the ground, and began to pull the violin, and the melodious tune came out. The children played around the old man and scared away the pigeons eating bread. The young couple snuggled next to the wishing pool, looked up at the tall and holy statue of the phoenix, and began to pray. The city came alive in an instant. Sherlock had never felt so weird, as if they had activated it when they entered the city. Pippi, are we really okay when we come in? Sherlock swallowed. Papicia nodded slightly, no problem. Captain, this is too weird. Camus's courage was very small. Although he remembered that the Twilight Island was an Eden-like existence in the book, the fact that it appeared before and after his eyes made him cold and sweaty. We otherwise think of a way to get out of here as soon as possible, Kerm said, but found that the other pirates showed a look of yearning. There must be a secret hidden here, Crocodile said lightly. After all the hardships, we finally got here. How could we just leave like this? As Hall said, a beautiful girl walked past him, and the red silk scarf fell down, just falling into his hand. Hall froze for a moment, picked up the silk scarf, and caught up with the girl. You have lost your silk scarf. The girl turned her face and looked at him. He was stunned. His appearance was exactly the same as his first love, Mina, why are you here? Hall, the girl named Mina asked in surprise, and Hall nodded like smashing garlic. Yes, it's me, Hall, you remember me. Of course, I heard that you went to sea as a pirate. Mina not only showed no fear, but was full of curiosity about Hall's experience. The two hit it off and chatted happily. Minnie, Kerm looked at the woman coming out of the bakery in surprise. She has brown curly hair, and her white face is covered with Madara. She is very ordinary in figure and appearance. She is wearing a white dress and holding a paper bag with freshly bought bread in her hand. Hearing Calm's voice, the paper bag fell to the ground. Minnie's eyes were wet, she reached out her hand to cover her mouth, and made a whimpering sound. Calm's notebook and pen also fell to the ground. He rushed over and hugged Meinl. My wife, I finally saw you. You are still so beautiful, you haven't changed at all. Calm, where have you been and haven't come back for so many years? Meinl complained about hammering Calm's shoulder with her hand. Calm cried and laughed, holding her hand. Mom, Who is he? A childish voice came, and Kemi was stunned for a second and saw the little boy hiding behind Meinl. Don't be afraid, Kerr, this is your father, calm. As Minnie said, the family of three embraced with tears, which touched many pirates and thought of their family. Sherlock picked up Calm's notebook and pen, and saw that many of his partners found girls who could talk to, or met old people they wanted to talk to. They didn't even doubt that these people could not appear on the Twilight Island, as if instinctively accepted this setting. Sherlock felt that something was wrong more and more. The most wrong thing was that all the beautiful girls on the street were no longer in the form of carrots, but were stunners in the world. This unscientific. Sherlock knew that the body curse could not be easily lifted. According to Papicia, unless he finds true love, human women will be in the form of carrots for the rest of their lives. Could it be that this so-called Phoenix City can virtualize the people or things that everyone wants to see most? If so, it would be terrible. Are these people real or fake? He Ling, have you seen the person you want to meet? In order to verify his guess, Sherlock asked He Ling who had been by his side. He Ling nodded. Where? Sherlock asked curiously. Herring pointed to Sherlock. It's you, Houston, you've always been by my side. Why did I forget that the person you were thinking of was Houston? Sherlock shook his head and laughed at how he was being teased by a teenage nanny. But after a while, he began to be afraid. What Helling wanted to see most was Houston, and there would be no Leah D. Houston in the Phoenix metropolis. Papicia, this be asterisk 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 D, who is this lucky? Sherlock looked around warily, not seeing Leah D. Houston coming out of the corner for a long time, and he was relieved. Hey, scare yourself. No, what am I afraid of? Now I have stitched the two souls of Whitebeard and Houston, learned Marine 6 styles, and secretly learned the swordsmanship of Hawkeye. 10 more Houston are not my opponents. After Sherlock wanted to understand this, he felt that he was stable again, but he still couldn't relax mentally. Crocodile and Mr. One didn't seem to have anyone they wanted to meet either. They looked at the pirates quickly getting into one another with the people around them, and they felt very unreal. The bell of the clock tower rang, 6 o'clock. All the people in the capital of the Phoenix knelt to the ground and began to worship. Minnie reached out her hand and pulled Kemi to kneel down too. Can't look directly at God, get down on your knees and follow me, and your companions. Most of the pirates were pulled down to their knees by the locals whom they knew. Except for Sherlock, He Ling, Lao Sha, and Mr. One, the four leaned behind the stone pillar and looked at them silently. The light of the sun, the source of life, the Phoenix god who was with the Creator, the miraculous bird with the resurrection technique, and Phoenix, whose strength and kindness coexist, thank you for giving us life, giving us time, giving us food and eternity. Belief, we are your devout believers, guided by you, we will always keep hope and health all the way to the sun, and promise to never leave the capital of the Phoenix, never abandon our vows, and abandon you. Kemu was halfway through the reading, and felt something was wrong. The more he spoke, the quieter he said, and he stopped reading the promise part. He carefully looked at the creeping people around him. All the pirates who followed the local residents to finish their vows have an extra phoenix feather on their bodies. Imprint of white feathers. Wishing ceremony. Papicia said lightly. Sherlock frowned. What do you mean? This prayer is a kind of ritual for making a wish. All those who have finished their vows and want to be immortal will be marked by the phoenix. After being marked, they will not be able to leave the island, and they will never be able to leave half a step. Once they leave, they will be betrayed. Phoenix. Papicia deducted part of Pele after talking about it. We are going to be on the shelves. Ha 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 ha. It's been 2 months since the book was published, and finally it's the day when it's on the shelves. Of course, we don't want to be on the shelves so soon, but there is no way. People are poor and short. We also have to eat and drink. Now the mineral water costs 3 UN. With a bottle of money, do you bear to see a little-known writer, also known as a writer on the street, starving to death in a dilapidated thatched hut? No, you can't bear it. So come to subscribe if you like the book we wrote, and it will be on the shelves at 12:10 tomorrow noon. The important thing is said 3 times, 12:10, 12:10, 12:10. Sorry, I repeat, don't care about these details. Ah, you said we are crazy? Fine. No, nothing, we are just ha ha ha. Sorry, it is inevitable to get a little excited when we are on the shelves. This is probably meant sin. I'm going to be unable to sleep tonight. I don't know if QQ reading can be watched for free after it's on the shelf. If you can continue to prostitution. At least you can watch the ads to support me, but don't look at the pirated version. Understand, don't understand. There is absolutely no water word here, full of sincerity, looking at our eyes, it will shine, like a flash of lightning in the dark night, illuminating you who have come to subscribe. So don't hesitate, come and subscribe. Well, let's get back to business. A lot of little devils left a message, saying that we want to be in eunuch, damn it. Are you demons? Isn't it too supervised? Are we like that kind of eunuch? Let you know what is true, lasting, and long on the first day it is on the shelves. So, little cuties, don't hide and seek with us, don't put us on the bookshelf and keep watching, at least let me see you tomorrow. The plan is like this. Tomorrow, we will update at least 8,000 words, maybe 10,000 words, the limit, although Shui's name is Shook and Tentacle Monster, he is actually a handicap party. Others have 10,000 words for 3 hours. Let's code 3 for 3 days, 2, half a day. You said that we don't have the talent to learn other people's code words? Are you asking us about our dreams? It must be. Our dream is to be a tentacle monster with a monthly income of tens of thousands. What's wrong? Help the world? Well, when we accidentally inherit the inheritance of the king of the UAE one day, we will consider building an orphanage. Children, wait. Add more rules, reward 100 UN, starting currency 10,000, plus one more chapter. 100 monthly tickets plus one more chapter. 1,000 recommended tickets plus one more chapter. Rudder Master? A Rudder Master adds 2 more chapters. Vomiting blood will also be finished. Leader? Does such a thing really exist? We knocked on the door and pressed the elevator. We are very skilled. We don't need to change it. The address is sent, then the serious part comes. We are very honored to be listed on the short list. Those guys who did not invest in me, you missed a wave of starting coins. Here, the serious Shui would like to thank all readers and our editor, Dependlay. Napang is a very good person. If you want to contribute, please find him. Welcome to join the 9th group. Everyone is a family. Dear lively and lovely readers, brothers, sisters, grandfathers and old ladies, get rid of the old lady. We really like to chat with you. Welcome to leave a message. I like talking readers the most. I see your messages, code words every day, very happy. Except for the one who said that we wrote the eunuch, it was a group of demons. Let's not write eunuch articles, nor eunuch articles, nor eunuch articles. Sherlock is a real man. The first element of a real man is not a sleeping woman, but an overwhelming fighting power. Of course, being so powerful, there will be many people who will like it in the follow-up, so you can't let the protagonist be alone for a lifetime. Who is the heroine? Let's not say that you should feel it too. I'm so nervous. I hope you can support me tomorrow. Why didn't you say it earlier? Is it too late to stop it now? Sherlock covered his forehead with one hand. In fact, he had just noticed that these prayers were a bit strange, but he couldn't tell the problem for a while. After all, he had no faith in his previous life and knew nothing about religion. Why are you stopping? They got what they wanted. Isn't this the life they dream of? Papicia looked at Sherlock in confusion. Everything here is not real at all. Shylock retorted. True? What is true? What is unreality? To be able to live with the one you love and enjoy eternal life. This is the life that many people dream of, even if they know it is a dream, as long as they don't wake up all their lives. I'm afraid they are willing of, Papicia said quietly. Sherlock was stunned. This is indeed the case. If you can live the life you have always dreamed of, who cares if it is true? Does it have to live in misery to be true? Sherlock suddenly felt that he could understand those believers who believed in religion, but even if he could understand it, Sherlock himself could not accept it. Lies always make people addicted to wearing a gorgeous coat, but the naked truth is unbearable. Is this fat bat a pet from Houston? Why does it talk? Holing looked at Papicia curiously. Crocodile and Mr. One also stared at Papicia. You can see it? Sherlock swallowed. Ling nodded. Crocodile and Mr. One also cast a look at the mentally retarded expressions, their eyes turned. What do you think? They can even see the black-bellied Papicia kiss now. This guy can actually be materialized here? This Phoenix City is too weird. Sherlock slandered and found that Papicia had been captured by Herring. She seemed to get a bare child with a fresh toy, and began to study the structure of Papicia. Strange, I haven't seen you before, little guy. Are you an aboriginal here? Don't touch it, we're a male. Papicia roared with a blushing face, and Ling put her paws away nervously. What happened to me? Sherlock wiped the sweat from his forehead. Amidst the crowd's prayers, a figure flicked across the sky. This body shape obscures the sky and the sun, just appearing for an instant. It feels that night is coming, but it quickly disappeared. Although neither Sherlock nor Crocodile could see it clearly, they both instinctively gave birth to a trace of fear. Is it really the ancestor of the phoenix? Until the end of the prayer, all the people slowly got up and resumed their harmonious coexistence mode. The streets and alleys were full of joy and laughter. The old man wearing a white priest's robe with the phoenix medal on his chest and the nun wearing a blue robe with the same medal did not know when they appeared in front of Sherlock and the others. Behind them there are guards in neat white armor. In this city-state, it seems that the church is the dominant one. Outsiders, welcome to Phoenix, the capital of the Phoenix. I am Willie Pope, the missionary of the Twilight Church, and this is the great Nun Bueno. The old missionary named Willie Pope has a grayish-white head and is tall, 5 meters tall, with stiff facial lines, and every wrinkle is clearly visible, but he is burly, even in a priest's robe. Gives a sense of oppression. He is more like a soldier who has experienced many battles than a missionary. He held a book with a red cover depicting the totem of the phoenix in his hand, and he closed the book. "How many years have I seen outsiders?" asked the big nun Bueno on the left side of Willie Pope. Bueno has a delicate appearance, looks in his 30s, with slender eyes and a round face, with a kind of affinity. But her eyes are dim, but unlike the believers who have been taught by gods all the year round, she always gives people a melancholy feeling. "Isn't someone just here yesterday?" Willie Pope said solemnly. "Yesterday? No, you have a wrong memory. The last time I saw an outsider was decades ago." Bueno covered his face with one hand, feeling that Willie Pope's memory could not be saved. "You do not seem to believe in the great phoenix, and are not our believers. We cannot protect you. Please leave here as soon as possible." The commander of the guard was a young and energetic man with a silver saber on his waist. He stepped forward and issued an order to expel everyone. Sherlock heard that the other guards called this man the captain of the Kia Roca Corps. "The welcome that I just said just now is really just a polite." Sherlock nodded slightly, indicating his intentions. "We just want to borrow the way to the next island." Willie Pope looked at Sherlock and others, and shook his head. "Not our believers, I'm afraid I can't let you borrow the way. If you are a believer, you can't leave the island of Twilight. If you don't be a believer, you won't give way." "Isn't this an endless loop?" Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly. "Also, the polluters among you, please leave here quickly, otherwise we can only expel them." Willie Pope continued, not aware of any affinity on his resolute square face. "What polluter?" Sherlock touched his chin, and the corner of his eye fell on Eugene, who took a nervous step back and squeezed the weapon in his hand. Sherlock frowned invisibly, and Eugene's reaction itself explained the problem. Willie Pope walked up to the pirates, his eyes swept across their faces, and finally fell on Eugene. He sniffed and said, "I can smell the purple mist on you. You are no longer a human being. Please leave here as soon as possible." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Eugene's eyes swept across everyone's faces in a panic, raised his gun excitedly, and fired 2 shots at Willie Pope. Unfortunately, he didn't have the title of Shinso's hand, and both shots missed. Willie Pope didn't even hide. Kia Roca and the surrounding guards surrounded him, drew out their weapons, and aimed at Eugene. "It turns out to be disrespectful to Lord Willie." Willie Pope waved his hand. "No problem, today is not my death date." Sherlock glanced apologetically at the unusually calm Willie Pope, and then returned his gaze to Eugene. He held Eugene's musket and said lightly, "Eugene, I want to hear you tell me in person, what happened?" "Captain, don't listen to his nonsense, I have nothing, I'm fine." Eugene's eyes were erratic, but his tone was firm. The pirates looked at Eugene. He was indeed exactly the same as usual, without any abnormalities, no abnormalities at all. "Captain, you will turn into Cam's appearance when you come into contact with purple mist." Eugene is completely fine. It proves that Eugene has never touched purple mist at all, and fortunately escaped. "Yeah, Houston boss, don't trust outsiders' provocations." The pirates defended Eugene. "Yes, after Cam came into contact with the purple mist, his body was alienated and turned into a monster. I don't have one. I'm still me, Captain, you have to believe me." Eugene explained again, holding the musket nervously. Sherlock frowned. "Who told you that Cam's body was alienated into a monster?" The pirates were stunned. No one of them had mentioned to Eugene about Cam's turning into a monster. One of them was because their former companions were killed by them, and they all found it hard to tell. The second is that he is afraid that Eugene will be sad when he hears about Cam. It is also because of the deep relationship between Eugene and Cam, and he is scrupulous about his emotions. "Eugene, why do you know? You clearly said that you lost your way after separating from Cam. You don't know what happened to Cam afterwards." "We haven't mentioned it," Morby said. The eyes of the other pirates watching Eugene also changed. "Eugene, why are you lying?" Eugene knew that he would be alienated when he came into contact with purple mist, or he saw Cam being alienated with his own eyes, or he had come into contact with it too. A coldness flashed in Sherlock's eyes. "Eugene, don't force me." Eugene stepped back again. He dropped the gun and held his head in pain. "Captain, why don't you believe me? Why don't you believe me? Why don't you believe me? I am not alienated, I am still me, Eugene Busta." "Eugene, calm down and make things clear." Hall persuaded that he had known Eugene for more than 10 years. He had resisted guns, sailed boats together, and fought for the same girl, but in the end he was relieved after a few drinks. When Eugene's wife and daughter contracted the plague and died, it was Hall and a group of brothers who accompanied him through the most difficult days. Eugene's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Hall and Sherlock, shaking his head. Why don't you believe me?" Eugene's figure suddenly soared, his clothes were torn, and his skin began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. A rancid smell spread from him, and his flesh and blood dripped to the ground. He bends down and picks it up continuously, sticking to himself. "How could this happen? How could this happen? What?" The girls' screams sounded, and then one after another screams covered the entire square. The crowd fled out of fear. They hurriedly hid in the cabin they felt safe and locked the doors and windows. The woman covered the child's eyes to prevent him from seeing this weird scene. The guards held up their weapons, lined up neatly, waiting for orders. You are indeed contaminated. Sherlock gritted his teeth, raised his left hand, and aimed the E-126 glove pistol at Eugene's head. Captain, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Eugene knelt on the ground with a thump, and for an instant, countless gaps opened on his gradually deformed face, and a strange vertical pupil grew out of each gap. Accompanied by the clicking sound, the bones of Eugene's back broke out, forming a spine whip, which instantly pierced Sherlock. This bone whip is extremely sharp and extremely fast. He Ling subconsciously rushed forward and stood in front of Sherlock. Sherlock hugged He Ling and used a shaving step to avoid the attack. The bone whip hit the ground, leaving a deep crack. Don't come, don't come. Eugene yelled, Cam didn't kill me, it wasn't me. Herring looked sideways at Sherlock nervously. Houston, are you okay? Sherlock shook her head. Compared to herself, He Ling, who had lost devil fruit's ability, was closer to an ordinary person. She had no self-healing ability. As in the previous case, if she was pierced by a bone thorn, she would probably die. But she rushed forward without hesitation, and Sherlock was suddenly moved. He rubbed He Ling's long golden hair. If you encounter this situation in the future, don't rush to the front. It's okay, I was just going to use it to block one gear. Helling lifted Papicia up personally and stuck out his tongue. Papicia wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, so she said it was herself who almost died just now. Herring looked sideways at Eugene. Uncle Eugene, what happened? Eugene's daughter is about the same age as Herring, so Eugene is usually very good to Herring. She often buys all kinds of candies for her, and she will use these candies to please Sherlock. Hearing He Ling's voice, Eugene's thoughts gradually cleared up, tears flowed from his eyes, and he said regretfully, I came into contact with the purple mist before Cam, but it didn't happen immediately when I came into contact with it. There was a voice reminding me that I can pass on the damage, but it can only be transferred to the person closest to me. I'm afraid. Extremely, the damage was directly transferred to Cam, as an excuse to go farther to explore and separate from him. Afterwards, Cam encountered a purple mist explosion. I could stop him, but I didn't stop him. I was afraid he would doubt me. Eugene knelt to the ground and said in pain. Sherlock paused and fell silent. Eugene, Cam is our partner, how can you do this? Hall condemned. What do you want me to do? I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Eugene cried. What sound? Sherlock asked lightly. A dry sound like a monster crawling out of hell. That sound must come from the purple mist. Eugene said intermittently. Suddenly all the bones in his body broke apart, forming several bone whips, and attacked everyone. It shouldn't be this way, it shouldn't be this way, I just want to live, I just want to live. The commander of the regiment, Kia Roka, drew out a long sword and chopped off these bone whips, avoiding damage to surrounding soldiers. He has excellent swordsmanship, and his saber is also cut like mud. That's a demon bug, who can speak human language, and is good at instigating. In fact, you had too little purple mist at the time, so the speed of the mutation was relatively slow. You believed the devil bug and thought you had transferred the damage, and you would die to Cam. If you don't save it, you can't actually be saved. Papicia's kiss broke Eugene completely, and he rushed towards it frantically. Impossible, impossible, impossible. He didn't want to admit that he sacrificed his companions and didn't get his own life? Then why did he sacrifice Cam? Why betray your brother? What did the betrayal get? Seeing Eugene, who was mad, He Ling closed his eyes. She didn't want to believe that this was the one who always took good care of herself, the one dancing in a mermaid tail on the boat, the one who looked for sweets and candies for herself as soon as she arrived in the port city. Lobren patted her shoulder, without any expression on her face, said lightly, this is human nature. Sherlock reached out and the E-126 glove pistol fired a bullet. The hormonal bullet passed through Eugene's body. He lost all the pain and the ability to fight. In an instant, Eugene fell to the ground in a monster form, his whole body limp, like a huge mollusk. All the vertical eyes on his face stared at the sky blankly, as if there was something unknown in the dusk sky. Sherlock walked slowly to him and squatted down. Eugene Busta, you should be punished for betraying your comrades, but you have endured all this with your life, and since then, you are no longer a member of the devil. Houston, Captain. Eugene couldn't cry, he stretched out his shapeless hand to cover his face. The crew of the Hellfire turned their faces and couldn't bear to see him crying beyond recognition. Only Lobren, he took off his politeness and saluted Eugene. Thanks for your company over the years. I can only say that if I encounter the same situation as you, I will make the same decision. Eugene was stunned, and his tears burst again. Laurent can actually understand himself, such a self, someone actually understands. He was so regretful that he could not save Cam. Thinking of the time spent drinking with Cam, thinking of the time exploring with friends, the scenes of the past are like revolving lanterns playing in my mind. Eugene knew that he was going to die. He Ling slowly opened his eyes and looked at Eugene quietly. Eugene reached out his hand and moved in Helling's direction. He Ling obediently walked to him, squatted down, and held his bloody hand. The corners of Eugene's mouth rose slightly. Media, I really want to go back and have a look at her. In another world, you can meet her, Willie Pope said lightly. Sherlock buried his head, thinking of Eugene's daughter who died young. The deceased has not been concretized in this world. For example, the half-giant Morby, who lost his father since childhood, hoped to see his father again, but in the Phoenix City, he did not see his father. Another example is He Ling, who did not visualize a Houston, because Houston is already dead completely. Eugene closed his eyes and left the world. Lobren lit a cigarette, took a puff, and threw the cigarette on Eugene, where the flames burned. The soldiers were about to condemn Laurent, but they were stopped by Willie Pope. Cremation is also a gift for the polluted, Willie Pope said lightly, while he watched the body intently. Laurent nodded slightly to him, thanking him. The pirates wiped their tears and looked at Sherlock. Captain. Yep. Sherlock buried his head, his chest stuffy, like a huge rock. Herring stood up and took Sherlock's hand. Sherlock looked at He Ling with a bitter smile. The fire burned the body, leaving behind a bone whip. Papicia jumped to the bone whip, checked it, and nodded slightly. Ding, good stuff, take it away. Sherlock hesitantly picked up the bone whip on the ground and handed it to Papicia. Papicia put the bone whip back into the deep soil. Next, please leave, said the great nun Bueno. We just want to borrow the way and go through Phoenix City and enter the next island. Is there no room for negotiation? Sherlock lowered his voice and asked. Have. Willie Pope answered succinctly. What? Lobren asked. Willie Pope opened the red book in his hand. There was a gold feather bookmark in the book. Just by opening it, he could see what he marked. Bueno shook his head and sighed. Popper's memory is as bad as ever, and he has forgotten important predictions. Willie Pop's mouth twitched slightly, put on reading glasses, looked at the content of the book and asked, Do you have any Phoenix favorite among you? Isn't this nonsense? We don't believe in your church, how can there be a favored one? Having just lost his companion, Hall's mood was very bad, and his tone was obviously dissatisfied. Laurent asked doubtfully, How to tell if you are the favored one of Phoenix? Good judgment, please come with us, everyone, the great nun Bueno said, looking at Willie Pope, and Willie Pope nodded intently. The great nun and the missionary led the way, and surrounded by a group of guards, the members of the pirate group of the Hell were taken to a tall church. The entire church is shrouded in orange twilight light, so the church is named Cathedral of the Holy Light. There were a few white doves on the spire roof of the church. The white doves fluttered and flew up when they saw a crowd approaching. In front of the church is a green meadow with various bird sculptures. Children gathered around these low sculptures in groups, praying. There is an orphanage here, right next to the church, the big nun introduced. Sherlock nodded slightly, feeling that the picture was very harmonious. The black door of the church was open, and many people inside were listening to the priest's sermon. In the Solomon Solemn Church, a statue of the phoenix was built with orange spar. The statue is spotless and should be cleaned every day. A group of people walked into the church. The priest dismissed the believers and walked to Willie Pope. This is the new outsider. Do you want to test the favored one again? The priest asked. Willie Pope nodded. That's right. After so many years, I haven't given up yet. The priest shook his head. I will not give up. Willie Pope's eyes were extremely firm, and the priest nodded and said to the crowd, touching the idol, As long as the idol shines, it proves that you are the favored man. None of the soldiers entered the church and chose to guard the door. The pirates looked at each other suspiciously, thinking how this test was like a joke, but everything in the island of Twilight was full of mystery, and they couldn't treat it with ordinary eyes. I come. Hall volunteered, first stretched out his hand and held down the idol. The idol directly bounced him out and fell to the ground, smashed into pieces. Willie Pope and Bueno shook their heads at the same time. Next, the pirates tried it again, and most of them were bounced off like this, but the pirates who followed the local residents to complete the wishing ceremony were not harmed, but the idol did not shine. Those who are not harmed means that they have become believers of the Phoenix section. Sherlock carefully counted, there were 16 people in total. He was thinking, how to take these people away. Is it true that once they leave the island of dusk, they will be cursed for breaking their oath? He Ling put his little hand up, and the idol not only did not light up, it was darker. A huge force came from the idol. If Sherlock hadn't taken He Ling in time, the shock wave formed by this force could directly demand He Ling of life. The shock wave was released in all directions, there was a loud bang, and other sculptures in the entire church were neatly cut off and fell to the ground. The church trembled, like an earthquake. This, heretics. Willie Pope and Bueno looked at Helling with solemn expressions. Seeing that the church is about to fall into a tense atmosphere, Sherlock's hand accidentally touched the idol. The idol gave off an orange light, which illuminates the entire church. The favored person, it is the favored person who has appeared. The favored man in the prophecy is here. The people in the church were all crawling on the ground, including the missionary Willie Pope and the great nun Bueno. You are the favored one of Phoenix. Your favored man, please help us. Willie Pope put his head on the ground and said piously. Sherlock frowned, and he looked at Papicia suspiciously. Papicia kissed her lips upwards, and explained in a low voice in Sherlock's ear, "You are the person chosen by the Abyss, and Phoenix is actually the demon of the Abyss. It is normal for you to resonate with its idol." "Phoenix is the demon of the Abyss? Isn't it the god of the Phoenix?" Sherlock asked suspiciously. Gods and demons are sometimes just synonymous with power. Human beings are weak and worship powerful beings. When you are strong enough, you can also touch the realm of gods. Papicia raised her eyebrows and explained. Sherlock nodded all thoughts. He looked at the missionary Willie Pope and the great sister Bueno, and said, "Can someone explain what this is like?" Bueno raised his head and said, "The prophecy says that one day, God's favored ones will come out and rescue us." She looked sideways at Willie Pope, and Willie Pope nodded her head. "Stand up first." Sherlock is still not used to so many people worshipping himself. After all, he has no emperor plot and no religious beliefs. Willie Pope and others stood up, made an invitation, and asked Sherlock to go to the main classroom. "Loblin, you are waiting here." Only halfway through Bueno's speech, Sherlock only brought Papicia with him, leaving Helling, Sir Crocodile and others to wait in the church lobby. Willie Pope doesn't mind having pets, but he cares more about the pagan Helling. Sherlock followed Willie Pope to the main classroom and saw a gray-haired old man. The old man's hair has dropped to the floor. He sits quietly on a red leather armchair, his skin is like tree bark, his sunken eyes are muddy, deep dark circles and well-organized wrinkles all over his cheeks. The yellow-brown Madara point seems to have been baptized for centuries. His state is incompatible with the entire Phoenix capital, completely unlike a person who has attained immortality. Of course, the so-called immortality is also recorded in the ancient books that Sherlock heard from Com, and it does not necessarily exist. "This is our leader, Lord Bells." Willie Pope introduced, waiting for Bueno to also enter the main classroom, close the door, and stand beside Bells. Bueno poured a cup of black tea for Bells and Sherlock, and stood behind the bishop. Sherlock picked up the black tea and let out a sigh of relief. "My favored one, I have been waiting for you for many years. As for how many years, I can't remember. As you can see, my soul is already old, but I have never been liberated." Bells said slowly, his voice as if he had been repeatedly polished by time, vicissitudes, and deep. Sherlock asked slowly, "What do you need me to do?" "The great prophecy tells us that one day the favored one of Phoenix will appear and lift our curse, so that we can live like normal people." A gleam of light appeared in the turbid eyes of the leader Bells. Papicia jumped onto the mahogany table in front of Bells, picked up the tea he hadn't drunk, and drank it. Bueno frowned, and the bishop poured a cup of black tea again. "Curse? Doesn't it mean that the capital of the Phoenix has only blessings and no curse?" Sherlock wondered. Bells stretched out his hand and touched his teacup, his eyes were already blind. "The people of the world yearn for the island of twilight. They think this is the island where dreams can be realized, the peaceful Garden of Eden, where you can stay with your favorite people, get the most wealth, endless food, and endless beauty. Live forever, live in the best time." Bells said slowly, "This is indeed a blessing, but it is also a curse. We can't leave this island in our entire life. Once we make a contract with God, we can only stay on this island." There was sadness in Willie Pope's eyes. "This not only affects us in spreading the doctrine of God, but also endangers the lives of our younger generation. More and more people yearn for the outside world, but they are still unable to go out. Those who can go out have become demons and can only live in fruits, and these fruits will eventually be eaten by humans. This is not what is the curse?" Bells frowned, talking about the fate of the people of Phoenix that he had seen with the power of prophecy. "This is how devil fruit came." Sherlock was stunned. "Is every devil fruit a Phoenix City person? We are living in a lie. Everyone is addicted to it and cannot see the truth. After seeing the truth, we will find that the new god Phoenix is so cruel to us. Of course, God has left us a little bit of life, is the great favored one," Bells said. "New god? Is there an old god?" Sherlock looked at Bells, who continued, "Originally, we believed in the ancestor of the Phoenix. After the death of the ancestor, Phoenix inherited everything from the Phoenix and became our new god, the powerful Phoenix Advocate's equivalent exchange. If you want to achieve immortality, you must give freedom, and if you want to achieve your desire, you must accept falsehood. This secret is unknown to the people of Phoenix. It has been buried in my heart for a long time, and I can finally tell it." Bells let out a sigh of relief and continued. "Every time an outsider enters the city, a lot of fresh blood will be injected, but only a small part are outsiders themselves, and most of them are human beings condensed by the wishes of outsiders, including me and Willie Bueno, the person who wants to condense." The teacup in Sherlock's hand almost fell to the ground unsteadily, but fortunately, his eyes were quick and he caught the teacup steadily. No wonder he always feels that this city is not real, and always feels that Kemu and the people they most want to meet here are a kind of weird. However, if everyone enters here and can create new humans at any time, wouldn't this world collapse long ago? This is equivalent to the materialization of ideas in the brain, and the human brain is full of uncertainty, usually thinking of one thing or a person repeatedly. Would it be possible to conceive two identical people at the same time, or a group of identical people? Sherlock always felt that there was such a possibility. Only when you first arrive at the Trevi Fountain, your strongest desires will be fulfilled. It is not that you can get what you want at any time, Bells explained. Sherlock nodded slightly, recalling what he was thinking when he was in the Trevi Fountain. He seemed to be wondering if Houston would appear. No. Houston's appearance is not a wish, shouldn't it come true? Sherlock swallowed and asked, can people who have died be reborn here? No. Bueno answered simply and neatly. It is the will of the Phoenix to allow the living to live forever, and it is heresy to resurrect the dead, which belongs to pagans. Sherlock and Papicia looked at each other, and their eyes passed. So Helling was considered a heresy because he had the unicorn devil fruit in his body? And to resurrect Ace, you can only find the ancestor of the unicorn. We are all people created by God, and we should have faith in God without doubt, but this belief has constantly changed in my place. Bells touched his gray beard. Because of the shaking in my heart, God took away my youth, so that I can only face every twilight with an aging attitude. This cannot be blamed on Lord Bishop. Willie Pope said, the gift given by the new God is too terrible. Yes, because humans can rely on imagination to create countless new humans here, and human greed and selfish desires never end. Bueno picked up the brass key hanging around his neck, opened the closet against the wall, took out a box with a top secret label, and placed it on the mahogany wooden table. Bueno opened the box, and what she saw before Sherlock was a stack of papers. The case files are all extremely cruel and pervert murder cases. Sherlock didn't look through them one by one, but just from the photos, it was enough to chill the backs of ordinary people. Among them, there is a woman who looks very similar to Bueno. Her body was dismembered, her face was distorted, and she had experienced inhuman torture before she died. This is your twin sister? Sherlock asked hesitantly. Bueno didn't answer. No, this is her. Papicia flapped her wings, flew to Sherlock's shoulder, and whispered, and it happens every day. Sherlock took a deep breath. A person who dreams of killing can encounter objects that he can hunt every day, that is, we are the new human beings created. Bueno buried his head and his eyes showed pain. At 8 o'clock tonight, she will instinctively appear at the corners of Corver Street and be brutally hunted down. Then the next day, she will be recreated. For Bueno, this is a nightmare that will never wake up. Bueno is different from other victims in that other people will not remember what happened, and she has gained the ability to awaken and remember. She has her own real soul, so she can remember everything clearly every time, but she is unable to resist. This seems to be a nightmare that will never wake up. Therefore, we who are immortal have become extravagant hopes of dying. Bell said slowly, and those villains can stay in Phoenix forever, commit crimes and enjoy life. What do you need me to do? Sherlock's mood suddenly became heavy. He didn't want to be nosy, but when he heard what happened to Bueno, he was shaken. Of course, not only for Bueno, but also for the group of partners on the Hellfire. Those who have been marked, want to leave this Twilight Island, they have to untie this curse. The Beloved needs to untie the curse and allow everyone to freely enter and exit the Island of Twilight, so that we can expel the sinners and rescue the innocent. Only the dream of young children who want to go out can be realized, Bueno said excitedly. Have you ever thought that once the curse is lifted, maybe the blessing will no longer exist, and you may all disappear? Sherlock asked. Even so, we want to lift the curse, Bueno and Willie Pope said in unison. Sherlock rubbed his eyebrows and looked at Papicia. He didn't ask for his opinion, but hoped that it would overthrow his conjecture. Papicia shook her head personally. The host level is not enough, and I can't check their fate. The favored one can rest assured. I hope you can help us, and we will return you, Willie Pope said with a serious face. Yes, just say whatever you want. Bells took a sip of black tea and smiled. What I want, I will fight for it myself. Sherlock didn't want to create some new humans out of thin air because of his own desires. He is not their father, so irresponsible. What exactly should I do? You need to find the answer in the Tomb of the Phoenix. The orange stone tablet beside the tomb records the way to break the curse, but it is difficult to reach the tomb itself, Bueno said. Sherlock stood up. I think about it. Before that, Bueno, let me go shopping with me. Bueno was stunned, looking at Willie Pope and the elderly Bells. Bells nodded slightly. Since it's the request of the Beloved, Bueno, you go. Bueno left the main classroom with Sherlock. Orange light passed through the convex window and hit Bells's old skin. This familiar temperature is felt by Bells almost every day. Bells grinned and laughed, tears falling from his cheeks. His body trembled and the black teacup was crushed. The blood dripped down the pieces of the cup onto the table. After so many years, it finally appeared. Master Bishop, you are so excited. Willie Pope raised his head. His face was already full of tears, but he didn't want to let the tears flow down. Will the favored one help us? Yes, the prophecy says that the beloved will definitely help us. Bell's face darkened. Of course, the necessary guidance is also indispensable. His lord is right. His partners have already participated in the wishing ceremony. If they want to leave here, they must also break the curse, Willie Pope said, and after a moment, he asked solemnly, "Since you have the ability to intervene in the minds of the new humans, why not save Bueno and ask her not to appear in Corver Street? Because everyone has their own destiny, whether it is lucky or miserable. Without these destinies, what can we rely on? Then it is a contradiction to change everyone's destiny now?" Willie Pope asked inexplicably. Bells looked into the distance. Even though there was only endless darkness in his sight, I tried to change someone's destiny, but failed. I lost my eyes. I am not a favored one, unable to rewrite our history. After all, we are not the children of God's favor, but only tools to realize human ambitions. God, you treat us too cruel. Willie Popper was stunned. After a long time, he sighed. Fortunately, only we know the truth, otherwise the people should be living in despair. In any case, we must let the favored one help us, Bells said very firmly. Willie Pope put his hands on his chest and made a prayer gesture, saying, "Follow your guidance, even if you give your life, let the beloved help us." Shylock and Bueno came to the church auditorium, and the clergy were watching the pagan Helling vigilantly. "There hasn't been a heretic in so many years. Would you like to dedicate her to Lord Phoenix? God does not welcome pagans. Should get rid of her quickly." People talked a lot. Lobrin patted Helling on the shoulder. "It's okay." He Ling nodded slightly. Sir Crocodile raised the golden poisonous hook in his left hand and looked at these muttering clergy impatiently. "Everyone, leave the church first and live in Phoenix for 2 days," Sherlock said lightly. The pirates cheered excitedly, and since they came in, they instinctively liked the city. Now that Houston has spoken, they have no reason not to have fun in Phoenix City. "Calm down, take a good rest for a few days. You can drink, eat meat, entertain, but you can't kill," Shylock specially reminded. Hall and the others laughed. "I see, the captain is really long-winded. Boss Houston is their favorite, of course we must protect them. Haha, we don't have to kill people, Mr. Lau can endure such a big addiction, of course we can also endure it." The pirates teased each other, and Lobrin smiled and nodded. "Follow your instructions, my esteemed captain." The clergy all showed disgusting expressions, but they had to show respect to Sherlock. They never expected that the favored person in the prophecy was a pirate and led a group of villains. Lobrin touched his chin and said suddenly, "Since it is a place to realize my dream, I can always find a ruin here, and a group of death row prisoners, playing an excellent executive officer, blow them to pieces." Sherlock's brows frowned slightly, and he didn't think that Laurent had discovered the unusual here. His IQ was always online. "However, unless you think like this when you are in the Trevi fountain, your wish will not be realized. It is uncomfortable not to kill, Ben, you are still miscalculating." "Sir, we have no death row here," said a pretty little nun. "No death row?" Laurent rubbed his chin and said, "There is no death row. It proves that the law is not perfect. It doesn't matter, there will be in the future. Everyone here believes in the great Phoenix and lives very happily. How can anyone commit a crime?" The little nun said. Other nuns, pastors, and ordinary people praying in the church also started talking, feeling that Lobrin seemed to be telling a big joke. Outsiders still don't know much about the magical Phoenix City, which is called the Garden of Eden. Yes, there is only happiness and luck here. How can there be death row and crime? Sherlock listened to them. His eyes fell on the gloomy face of the great nun Bueno, and he sighed secretly. It seems that in this world, not everyone is awakened, or that not everyone has a lucky life. For example, Kemu's wife, Minnie, was born out of love, and what she experienced was the joy and happiness of reunion with Kemu. No, so if Kemu left here and returned to his hometown to see his real wife, would it be a betrayal? Sherlock suddenly thought of this moral issue, and fortunately he was not married and would not encounter this kind of family dispute. Bueno has always brought Sherlock and others to the Bemir Hotel on the Carey Street. This is a very luxurious hotel with all kinds of entertainment facilities. Because of Sherlock's favored status, the pirates of the evil had moved in without spending a penny, and they all stayed in the highest class suites. But the luxurious hotels did not retain everyone, and most of the pirates who saw their sweetheart went on a date. Com also enjoyed the happy life of a family of 3. He didn't even invite Sherlock to have a meal at home. Sherlock and Bueno walked to the street. Herring, the little tail, quietly followed behind, hiding behind various shelters, confidently thinking that they would not be able to detect them. Hidden breath, stalking, and assassination are He Ling's strengths. But this is not an assassination, and Helling's devil fruit has failed. Even if she stepped barefoot on the ground, she would make a slight noise when she walked, and Sherlock's observation haki can be easily seen through. Sherlock shook his head and continued walking with Bueno. Bueno and Sherlock introduced the various architectural monuments and entertainment venues in the city. "Good sister. Sister Nun is good. The big nun is so pretty today." With happy smiles on the faces of the laughing children on the street, they waved hello to Bueno. Bueno smiled and took out the candy from Kabuto and handed it to them. Go play and go home early. Thank you, great nun. The children clenched the candies in their hands and were about to leave. Sherlock suddenly stretched out his hand and looked at an 8-year-old boy. The packaging of this candy is very special. Can you lend me a look? The 8-year-old boy scratched his hair and looked at Bueno. Bueno nodded slightly. This is the favored man. The children immediately showed their admiration and handed the candy to Sherlock, with a look of anticipation. The favored man, you are the favored man. Sherlock nodded, peeled the candy, and ate it in the expectant eyes of the children. Papicia kissed her eyes. A group of children looked at Sherlock dumbfounded. He did not stop, but after discovering that the candy tasted very strange, he peeled off the other candy and ate it, leaving none for the children. It's really special. Sherlock gave a thumbs up. The children looked at the big nun, and Bueno shook his head, indicating that there were no more candies. They burst into tears. What kind of favored one? Wow, bullying, liar, return my candy. The children ran away crying. Sherlock looked contented and looked at Bueno, who was still in a daze. You give them candy every day. Bueno nodded. It seems that the fate of NPCs can also be changed. Sherlock touched his chin, affirming himself. Papicia was speechless to Sherlock for a while, grabbing the children's candy for food. Don't find such a high-sounding reason, okay? While complaining about Sherlock, it picked up the candy that was rolling on the ground, peeled it, and held it in its mouth. Its eyes suddenly widened and its eyes pierced. It tastes great too. Papicia suddenly regretted it. Why didn't she ask Sherlock for two? Because he had eaten so much, damn it. The bell of the clock tower rang again. 8 o'clock. But the night did not come. There is no night on the island of Twilight. There are no lights on all buildings. And Phoenix City is also a city that never sleeps in the true sense. Bueno looked up at the street sign, his pupils dilated instinctively, and his body trembled. Corver Street. She walked here again, and everything happened every day. The only thing that happened was the same thing about being hunted. No matter how Bueno struggles, she will eventually appear in this alley. It is a fate that cannot be avoided. Sherlock patted her shoulder. Don't be afraid. Bueno looked sideways at handsome Sherlock, eyes full of fear. Master Willie Pope and Master Soldier came here to help me, but they all failed. Bueno whispered, he can't kill. Can't kill. Sherlock felt the meaning of these 3 words, slandered. Could it be because this guy is a real outsider? You are NPC? So in terms of setting, he won't die and has the resurrection attribute of residual blood. Host, look. Papicia personally pointed to a group of soldiers in silver armor, who were patrolling the streets with weapons in their hands. Captain Roca asked us to patrol Corver Street again, which is really unnecessary. Right, the Corver neighborhood is so peaceful, how could there be a problem? Not to mention criminals, even thieves can't be seen here. We people in Phoenix are so happy, how can we commit crimes? Crimes are only done when they are forced to desperate. In this city, there is no crime and no war. Ha 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 ha. The soldiers brag lazily. They are used to taking high salaries but idle. After all, this is an ideal country. In their impression, there are basically no criminals. Therefore, their thinking is also very loose, and only one person remains vigilant at all times and looks serious. Since Captain Roca said so, there must be his reason. It is our profession to protect the safety of residents, said the serious soldier. I see, Caven dreams of being a hero. The soldiers ridiculed, and even slandered in their hearts. Only freaks like Caven can practice swordsmanship all the time. There is no need for heroes in this world. Soon, the soldiers saw the great nun Bueno and Sherlock. Great nun, meet again. The soldiers greeted cordially. They are no strangers to beautiful big nuns, but they always forget everything that big nuns have encountered. It seems that the laws of this world are like this, and most people don't have so-called sufferings and disasters in their consciousness. Even if you encounter the next day, you will forget it completely. Bueno's face was dull, and he nodded, not greeting them. Captain Roca has confessed that if you meet Sister Bueno here, escort her some way. The soldier smiled and said that it would be more interesting to protect the beautiful big nun than to patrol boringly. The other soldiers looked at Sherlock curiously. He is the favored man. Bueno said lightly. The soldiers immediately saluted respectfully. Hello, my favored man. Sherlock nodded slightly. A rustling sound suddenly came from the alley. My little lamb, you are here again. How are you going to hunt you today? Or let us enjoy a longer lingering and then send you away. A low, hoarse voice came from the alley. The soldiers showed a suspicious look. They cheered up and blocked Bueno, the only female, behind them. Who is pretending to be a fool? There are limits to mischief. Come out soon. The 2 soldiers were the first to speak out. Bueno's body trembled, and Sherlock frowned. Come out. He Ling bulged his cheeks, rushed out of the phone booth behind him, and trotted to Sherlock's side. Unexpectedly, his tracking technology would one day be discovered. He Ling looked at Sherlock cautiously, hoping that he was not angry. Sherlock didn't have the slightest anger in his eyes, just tilted his head. Ling nodded in understanding, and immediately held Bueno's hand, comforting, "Don't be afraid, Houston is there." Bueno stunned, and felt extremely firm belief in the girl's eyes. "Ha ha 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 ha, little lamb, you bring me different surprises every day. This time, I have so many prey, I am very happy." With the sound of leather boots, a tall man walked out slowly in the dim yellow and orange light. Half of his face was burned, his upper body was bare, his body was covered with tattoos, he was wearing a pair of black pants and holding an axe. From the other half of his unburnt face, it can be seen that he should have been a handsome person, but now it seems that he is really hideous. Iron Axe Killer Demon John. Sherlock associates him with the murderer in the secret file. This is an extremely dangerous guy. He has done many cases. He likes to chop off the limbs of the victims with an axe, but don't kill them immediately, leaving them to die in pain and struggle. In almost all the cases he did, most of them were like this. Only one person was different, and that was the Great Nun. The Big Nun died differently every day, but they were all very cruel. Therefore, the Great Nun is of special significance to him. Sherlock analyzes this way. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect someone to know my name. Come on, let's go together, don't delay my time with the little lamb." John frantically laughed and said, "In this world, no one can beat him, or catch him." The soldiers immediately showed their weapons and rushed forward. John got acquainted with a powerful arm swinging a giant axe, a spiral kickback, and neatly chopped the right hand of the soldier in the front row with the weapon. The blood splattered and the soldiers yelled. At this time, the calm Calvin had come to John under the cover of his companions. His long sword was unsheathed, and the sword was quickly pulled out. A cold light flashed in the air, and it accurately pierced John's body and the position of his heart. One sword flow, biting the heart. One thought hell. Calvin has always been regarded as an outlier of this era. He practiced swordsmanship day and night for this day, punishing traitors and eliminating evil. His dream is to become a good soldier, a trustworthy hero. His swordsmanship has surpassed most of his peers, and he is almost the same as the military commander. Although no one believes him, there is absolute evil in this world, but he still insists on practicing day after day. This swordsmanship has reached a very high level, even the corps commander may not be able to catch it. "It's Calvin," the soldiers cheered. They didn't think that the guy who was usually laughed at by them had actually played a role at the critical moment. John's face was painful, blood spilled from the sword wound on his chest, and his body was retreated by the sword, crushing the walls of Corver Street and alleys. With a loud bang, all the mice in the alley escaped. "It seems that I don't need to act." Sherlock put on the half-top hat, rubbed Papicia's furry head, and at the same time sighed in his heart that he could not imagine that this island also hides dragons and tigers. This guard uses very clever swordsmanship. I saw that as soon as I got it. Sherlock had already noted the way he made moves. Next time, Sherlock will be able to display it accurately. This is the talent possessed by a person with 100% talent in swordsmanship, and the corner of Sherlock's mouth rose. Papicia waved his wings personally. "You have been arrested," Kevin said righteously. John raised his head, looked at him, and suddenly grinned and laughed. "Ha ha ha, lie to you, how can this hurt me?" John got up from the ground, and the wound on his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Monster, you can't even kill." The soldiers were terrified, and they backed away in fear, especially the soldier with a severed hand, turned his head and ran, and began to flee for their lives. Even in the capital of the Phoenix, healing can only be completed after obtaining the blessing of God through specific rituals. At least this is true for the new humans, or it is the restart the next day, but most people will not remember the memory of the restart, except for a few special existences like Bueno who awakened. Among the silver armor soldiers, only Calvin persisted. He swung his sword again to fight John the murderer. Unfortunately, his physical strength is obviously not as good as John's. No matter how many times John was chopped by him, he can recover. And John's iron axe did not leave a way for the escaped soldiers. The iron axe flew out, and in an instant, countless shadows of the axe appeared, spiraling around, and seeing that the deserters were about to be in a different place, Sherlock took out the revolver and easily judged the body of the axe. With the crisp sound, the bullet hit the high-speed rotating iron axe, forming an explosion in the air. The soldiers scrambled to escape from the alley. If it weren't for Sherlock, they would have become ghosts under the axe. John knocked Calvin to the ground with a punch and looked at Sherlock angrily. "Nosy fellow." John seemed to see the difference between Sherlock and the others at a glance. In short, as long as he wants, he can take Bueno's life at any time. But Sherlock did not intend to let him go. Sherlock used the shaving step to instantly appear in front of John, blocking his way. "I heard that you are the monster of immune to death. I would love to give it a try." John's pupils dilated. It has been decades since he came to Phoenix City, and he felt such fear for the first time. The breath exuding from Sherlock seemed to come from the abyss, incompatible with this world. Just this breath made it difficult for him to move. John and his companions found the legendary Emmons Islands. Only he survived and entered the legendary Garden of Eden, Phoenix City. Here he can get everything he wants to have: inexhaustible money, countless girls, and killings. Yes, killing. Kill his favorite nun. After being rescued by the kind and beautiful nun, John, who was lonely and helpless in his childhood, saw the nun assaulted by others. When he grew up, he found the murderer and killed the murderer himself, but he was still dissatisfied. It turned out that he was not sympathetic to the nun, but jealous. The jealous murderer violated his favorite nun. He not only wanted to assault her, but also wanted to kill her. X and killing made him excited. After John arrived in the city of Phoenix, he found that the nun he thought about day and night appeared in front of him. He did not hesitate to follow his heart and murder the nun cruelly. The next day, the nun appeared again, which made him feel endless happiness. This kind of feeling is like a couple in a newly married honeymoon. No matter how many times it is repeated, it doesn't get bored. John gradually discovered that the people he killed were created by himself, and he was their god, so they should be brutally looted by him. In John's world, he is the creator, the god, and the chosen child. No one has ever defeated him, blamed him, or hurt him. In his eyes, these people are ants, and his special eyes can even see the blood troughs on everyone's heads. But Sherlock is different. The blood tank of this is more than 10 times that of himself. Can't beat it. Absolutely can't beat it. Who on earth are you? John retreated quickly, pulling away from Sherlock. I am the one who sent you to hell. Sherlock twisted his neck and made a creak. You are not here. I can tell you the secret of hiding here. Let you be like me. Here, we kill as many people as we want. John tried to persuade Sherlock. Sherlock raised his brow slightly. Oh? What's the secret? As long as we don't leave this island, we can become the gods here. These people are all serving us. John's eyes lighted up, and he said excitedly. The corner of Sherlock's mouth rose slightly. Sorry, I knew this a long time ago, and you can't be a god. Why? John swallowed. Sherlock said lightly, because today is your death date. John was stunned for a second, knowing that Sherlock didn't intend to let him go. Instead of running away, he might as well fight to the death and win a bit of life. He turned his gaze to Bueno and Helling. Take the hostage and force him to release himself. The first way came to John's mind, and he rushed to Helling quickly. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from the abdomen. He didn't even see Sherlock's punching moves. He clearly distanced herself from Sherlock. Why was this happening? He lowered his head and looked at the huge hole in his abdomen, blood gurgling. Sherlock's punch directly pierced his body. John fell in a pool of blood and looked at Bueno with unwilling eyes. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Bueno's skin again and feel her warm body fragrance. But after all, he couldn't do it. His breathing and heartbeat stopped at the same time. Bueno covered his mouth, tears burst out. The evening sun shone on her, making her feel the long-lost warmth. He is dead, the beloved really killed this monster, Calvin said excitedly, and he got up from the ground, vomiting blood. Really dead, really dead, really dead. Bueno softened and sat slumped on the ground, tears slipping away. Ling knelt down, hugged Bueno who was trembling, and comforted, it's okay. Although he didn't know what happened to the great nun, Ling's sixth sense was very sensitive, and he could feel that Bueno must have endured great pain, otherwise it would not be like this. Bueno was crying in Helling's arms. Sherlock walked slowly to her side and said lightly, forget the past, every day from now on, you can feel the sunshine of the Phoenix City and live the life you want. The year Bueno was 18 years old, he saved a boy who was an orphan and was helpless. Bueno took him back to the monastery, gave him food, clothes, and taught him to write and read. The big nun said choked. Later, a group of bandits broke into the monastery, not only took the supplies, but also committed atrocities against Bueno. The boy saw this scene with his own eyes, so he left the monastery and waited for him to come back again. It was already 15 years later. He brought back the heads of the bandits and gave them to Bueno, but Bueno gave birth to one. I am seriously ill, amnesia, and I no longer remember the boy and the bandits, but the big nuns in the monastery, and the man left in disappointment. And I am the great nun Bueno who was created by his obsession. I remember him and all the painful things. The body of the great nun gradually became translucent, and the body was gradually dissipating. Sherlock was stunned. He didn't expect that Bueno the great sister would disappear. Houston. Ling looked at Sherlock at a loss. She stretched out her hand, but she couldn't stop the big nun's body from dissipating. Sorry, I didn't think about it, you will die. Sherlock lowered his head. No, Lord Favored, I especially thank you. Today is the happiest day of my life. I saw you kill John with my own eyes. I wanted to kill him countless times, but I can do nothing, Lord Favored, thank you. John is dead. I was created by his obsession, so I will also disappear. But I waited for this day for a long time. It was a long time. I was finally relieved. I don't long for tomorrow. In my eyes, there is no bright future. I only hope that I have never appeared in this world. I only hope that this world has never existed. This nightmare that can't wake up is finally over. It's finally over. Bueno's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared into the air with her body. Both Sherlock and Holling felt a deep sadness. Cavan was stunned, and after a moment, he touched the tears that fell on his face. "Why am I crying inexplicably?" Calvin frowned and looked at Sherlock and Helling suspiciously. "I'm Guard Cavan. Who are you? Why are you here? Do not you remember?" Helling looked at Calvin with a puzzled expression. Calvin asked seriously, "Remember what?" "The great sister Bueno," Helling said. Calvin looked at Helling suspiciously. "There is no such person in Phoenix. Who are you? I have never seen you before." "Because John is dead, the people John created will disappear, and will not even remain in the memory of these people," Pipicia explained. Sherlock raised his head, looked at the evening sky, and sighed. "I thought it could change her destiny and let her live a stable life like normal people." Houston. Herring wanted to comfort Sherlock, but didn't know what to say. Pipicia looked at the orange gas in the air, jumped onto Sherlock's shoulder, and asked, "Ding, host, do you stitch John's soul?" Sherlock frowned. "So weak, I have to stitch his soul to lower my luck. What do I stitch to do?" "After stitching John's soul, new skills and game vision can be obtained." Game vision. Holling looked at Pipicia curiously. Sherlock covered Herring's ears and said to Pipicia, "Explain." "The vision of the game is John's special skill. When you concentrate, you can see the opponent's blood tank and skills, and this is an upgradable skill," Pipicia said, looking at Sherlock with piercing eyes. "Friendly reminder, if you don't capture the soul, his soul will be completely dissipated. After all, it is reasonable to be a damned person." Catch, merge," Sherlock said without hesitation. Pipicia threw out the soul chamber. The diamond-shaped soul chamber seemed to open his mouth, swallowing John's soul directly into his stomach, and began to stitch. Sherlock noticed that his luck value had plummeted and dropped directly to 30, but immediately rose back. "Ding, congratulations to host, get Bueno's gratitude, luck +1. Ding, congratulations to host, I have received Nim's gratitude, luck +1. Ding, congratulations to host, get. The total value of luck is 100. Pipicia is like an unsentimental newspaper machine, congratulating Sherlock continuously. Sherlock knew that these people were all characters created by the pervert murderer, John, and they disappeared with John, which is considered liberation. After 15 minutes. Knowing that Sherlock was the favored one, Khan wanted to continue to ask for details, but due to receiving an urgent notice, he hurried to the municipal center. Sherlock's soul fusion is completed, and a new skill game vision. As long as he concentrates, he can see the blood grooves and skills on other people's heads. At the same time, he gains an accompanying curse tolerance, which can be let go even for the enemy. Is the vision of the game similar to the appraisal technique? Sherlock looked at Pipicia excitedly. A clear blood tank appeared on its head. HP 5, cannon fodder pole, skills, explosion in place, Tuco, demon vision, wisdom, dodge, clone, psychic communication, guidance, immortality, other unknown, limited viewing angle. Hahaha, the health bar is only 5, and you will die if you touch it. Sherlock almost didn't laugh. Pipicia raised her small face, her eyes full of disdain. Hee, please see clearly, our skills, what immortality means, our blood is thin, but we can't die. Oh. Sherlock touched his chin. You still have such a cheating skill, then this blood bar is meaningless to you. Cut. Pipicia tilted her head, ignoring Sherlock. Sherlock looked sideways at Healing. HP 1200, Superman Extreme, skills, hypnosis, healing, and illusion, devil fruit, Eudemon's fruit, unicorn form, Deo power value 2500, other attributes are waiting to be awakened. Special reminder, the ability is limited, the game vision level is not enough, and the reason cannot be analyzed. Sherlock touched his chin, and Holling's blood was so much higher than Pipicia's. He walked out of the alley and began to observe all kinds of passers-by. The HP of civilians is about 10, cannon fodder pole, the power value is 0, and there is no skill. The HP of the guard is 100, ordinary pole, and the power value is 50, which is stronger than the general marine power value. Sherlock muttered, touching his chin. Herring looked at Sherlock talking to herself curiously. Houston, what are you talking about? Nothing, let's go, we're going back. Sherlock picked up the brass key necklace that had fallen from the ground. The only thing left after the disappearance of the great nun was also the key to the closet in the main classroom. Give it back to Willie Pope. Herring nodded and walked beside Sherlock. Captain, the captain is not good. The half-giant Morbi ran past hurriedly, followed by Kerm, who was panting harder. Sherlock's data naturally appeared in front of him. Malby. HP 1600, Superman Extreme, skills, power of giants, Deo power value 2400. Although in terms of data, Morbi's health bar is much thicker than Holing, both belong to the Paramecia column, and most people can't compare it. There is not much difference in power value, but in actual combat, Helling is also much higher than Morbi. HP 10, cannon fodder, skills, wisdom, Tuco, 24 languages, literate, strength value 0. Sure enough, Kemio had no other advantages besides his good brains. What's up? Sherlock asked suspiciously. Mr. Law really found a death row prison, Murby said breathlessly. Did this guy think about it as soon as he entered Phoenix City? Sherlock wiped the sweat from his forehead. But didn't the people here say that there is no death row at all? Ling looked at Sherlock suspiciously. Sherlock shook his head. These people, like Bueno, were created. Morby and Kerm looked dumbfounded. What? Sherlock did not give too much explanation, and continued to ask. What happened after he found the death row? Loblin released all the prisoners and let them run, saying that only then can they experience the joy of hunting. As a result, the group of death row prisoners began to take hostages after they came out. How can Roberts be the kind of people who will be soft-hearted because of the hostages? He killed both the hostages and the prisoners. Talking to Kemu as brief as possible, Morby nodded straight to the side. Well, it really looks like something he did. Sherlock touched his chin. Recently, the scum appeared again, and he was considering whether to keep it. Most importantly, Hall's first lover, Mina, was also involved. They were dating in the cafe, and Hall asked Mina to wait for him, saying that he would go to the flower shop next door to buy Mina her favorite lilies, but when Hall came back, Mina was already a death row prisoner who broke into the cafe. Killed. Kerm swallowed and continued. Except for Mina, everyone in the cafe was taken hostage by him. Now, the brothers of the pirate group are fighting with these prisoners, as well as the guards. Well, these guards are very crispy and can't stand up to anything. It works, but there are too many people and it becomes a melee. Morby nodded and added, the prisoners are very strong. Yes, and there are more than 80 of them. It feels like they came out of Impel Down. What the hell is this fellow Lobrin thinking? Sherlock quickened his pace and followed Morby to the collapsed cafe. Since each of the death row prisoners is very strong, why not just use their strength to crush them? Why do we need to take hostages? A string of questions popped up in Sherlock's mind, and he vaguely felt that the development of the matter was a bit weird, as if someone was secretly guiding it. But I can't tell who is leading or where the problem lies. Municipal Plaza. The pirates, guards, and death row prisoners are already in a scuffle. Outsiders, warn again, please evacuate quickly and hand the prisoners to us to deal with. Corps Commander Kia Roka warned with a loudspeaker phone bug. But Hall had already red eyes, and the other pirates did not intend to stop. In my opinion, your group of useless guards should leave the field. The pirates laughed. All the guys who don't know what to do, come on, can it stop us? Ha 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 ha. The prisoners also laughed. Kia Roka frowned. In that case, outsiders and prisoners, please accept the punishment together. The guards have set up the fort and aimed at the municipal square. Captain, this might kill the hostages, the guard said nervously. Kia Roka looked at the guards who were being killed constantly, and asked, is the scene sealed off? Most of the residents have been dispersed, the cordon has been pulled up, and no one can get close to the Civic Center square anymore. The guard replied. Good. Kia Roka nodded. Don't take the hostages, just let it go. The villains in the center of the square, don't leave a single one. Calvin hesitated for a second, and Kia Roka glanced at him. What is the duty of a soldier? Obey. Calvin stood up straight, saluted in response. Kia Roka nodded. Hurry up and do it. Calvin and his companions lit the line of fire, ready to fire. Are these soldiers crazy? No matter what the hostages are, the pirates talked a lot, and many of these hostages were people they cared about. Except for Lobrin and Hall, everyone else is trying to protect the people they care about. But Laron is pure insensitivity, while Hall belongs to the anger of being killed in first love, and there is an essential difference between the two. If Hall knew that these prisoners had appeared at Lobrin's wish, he would definitely want to kill Lobrin. Not only did Lobrin not kill the prisoners, on the contrary, he liked to see them breaking into the town square and causing tragedies. The world gave him the impression of being unreal, and the killing broke this unreality. Lobrin held a cup of coffee in his hand, took a sip gracefully, and smiled. Maybe I am not the only one eager to break this false mask. Lobrin, what are you guys talking about? Hall looked at him puzzled. A lie in a gorgeous coat always makes people addicted, but the truth is so naked that you can't look directly at it. Laron muttered to himself, raising the cup. This city needs evil to completely break the falsehood. Don't pay attention to him, he's crazy again. The other pirates said to Hall, and Hall nodded and launched a fierce attack on the prisoner. Many of the pirates on the evil ship are simply physique and physical skills. They have not eaten the existence of devil fruit, so their abilities on the island have not been suppressed. But none of these prisoners are waiting. Ha 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 ha, weak chickens, come together, let Grandpa move my muscles and bones. A tall man with long red hair, long scars on the square's face and tattoos on his arms said, punching the ground with a bang, and the ground was cracked. Numerous barbed stones ejected from the cracks like bullets, hit the soldiers and pirates, and took away a group of people. Even if the pirate who was the main damage escaped in time, his hands and feet would inevitably be scratched. Assassination dance of stone. The scarred red-haired man attacked again. He put his hands on the ground, 2 cracks appeared on the ground, and countless stones rushed out of the cracks. The stones rushed towards Laurent and surrounded him like a tornado. "You let us out, ha ha ha, I want to thank you, the gift is for you to heaven." "Stone King Comoros, you killed him, what shall we have for fun?" A man covered in bandages, like a mummy, gave out a cruel laugh. He stretched out his thin and long tongue and licked his fingers. "Mummy Jessica, you can kill more pirates and your favorite woman if you are not satisfied," Comoros said with a smile. "Who told you that I like women? I like men who are as delicate as women," the Mummy Jessica said, taking a punch, her eyes falling on Calvin. "Ha ha ha, I can't agree with your preference. I still love women with big butts and big breasts." Comoros laughed, reaching out and patted Jessica on the shoulder. Laurent was surrounded by tornado stones. Each of these stones was extremely sharp. Coupled with the blessing of wind speed, they turned into the sharpest hidden weapon, placed in it, as if being thrown into a meat grinder. But Lobren has followed Sherlock for many years, and it is not without growth. In time, his dream is not to become the most powerful warrior, but in order to kill more small humans, he also has to strengthen his strength. He had learned armament haki, wrapped his arms around haki, spinning rapidly, and bounced all the stones out. Despite this, there are still many scratches on the surface of his body. But he still disintegrated the stone dance assassination in Comoros. He wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth. "You are really strong. It's not dead." The corners of Comoros's mouth twitched. Jessica stretched out her hand to block the red-haired Scarmail. "Comoros, since you have already taken action and didn't kill him, then it's my turn. Fire!" Kia Roca gave an order. One round after another rushed out of the ballistic trajectory and landed in the center of the municipal plaza. Boom! 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 When Sherlock and Holling arrived, they happened to see a cloud of exploding blood fog, which looked particularly illusory under the orange light of dusk. The screams and cries of the hostages mixed with the sound of the pirates scolding their mother, and they were all submerged in the loud noise of the explosion. "How so?" He Ling looked at the pirates who had fallen in a pool of blood. Sherlock opened the game's vision and checked their health bars one after another. Although their HP had been lowered a lot, they were not dead yet, only temporarily losing their combat power. Sure enough, they were all rough-skinned pirates. No matter how hot weapons could kill them casually. But these civilians are hard to say, their HP dropped to 0 and they died very thoroughly. Sherlock looked sideways at the extremely calm Corps Commander Kia Roca. HP 3000, Superman Extreme, Skills, Sacrifice Technique, Wisdom Devil Fruit, None Strength Value, 10,000 plus. Unexpectedly, this guy's power value is actually higher than his own. Although the power value can't explain everything, it also reflects the fighting ability to a certain extent. Sherlock frowned. "Captain of the Corps, the favored man has to come in," the Guardian reports. Kia Roca said without regret, "Sir, although these outsiders are all brought by you, they are too unruly. This is also a forced move." The smoke from the explosion dissipated. Most of the 80 prisoners are safe, but their HP has dropped a bit. Sherlock noticed that Crocodile and Mr. One were not there, and he guessed that the two of them should be looking for the text of history. And the HP of this group of prisoners is astonishingly high, even higher than that of Reborn. HP is above 10,000. Deo power value is around 9,000. Are these people really created by him? No matter how you look at it, it's much better than Lobren. Or, he wanted to have such a group of people appear to break the peace of the city. No matter if he could regain it, the more chaotic, the more he liked it. This kind of scum is to not see others happy. When others are happy, he seems to lose the meaning of existence. "Lobren, I see you through." Sherlock covered half of his face, walked over, and helped Raublin up if he didn't die. "Do you died?" "Captain, I'm still alive." Lobren raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Even though the clothes on his body were in dilapidated condition, he still maintained the gentleman's demeanor, combing the messy hair behind his head. "So what wish did you guy make in the Trevi fountain?" "Desire." Lobren touched his chin, raised his face, and said slowly, "It's not a wish, I just feel that everything here seems so false, and I want to break it. If there is a group of death row prisoners who are as powerful as the captain, or it will become interesting here. So these people are benchmarking me." Sherlock swallowed. Is he going to fight 80 of his selves? This is pushing the limit. Okay. No wonder that when Sherlock saw these prisoners, he felt that each one was equivalent to fighting a dragon. "Isn't their appearance interesting?" Lobren spit out a mouthful of blood as he spoke, and his HP dropped by 50 again. Papitia gave him a thumbs up. "You are really a good assist, better than me." Lobren wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. "But taking hostages, this is not what I think. The strength of these guys is completely unnecessary to take hostages. I am afraid it is just for fun." Laurent analyzed, showing an innocent expression. Sherlock had a punch to end his impulse at this moment. "You are chasing excitement. Do you want me to pay the bill in the end?" "Captain, in fact, we can choose to leave here and let this city fend for itself," Lobren said with a smile. "What about the people who can't get out?" Sherlock thought of the pirates who had completed the wishing ceremony. Although they had their own shortcomings, they were undoubtedly following themselves desperately, and there was no reason to abandon them here. If you can't go out, that's their choice. People always have to bear the results for their choices. The captain doesn't need to mind. Lauber adjusted his bow tie ethically, and began to pity the cup of coffee that had been blown up. Loblin, I know you have never had a moral bottom line. Sherlock